the spirit awakening ritual came to an end. In the center of the array, Dicang sat cross-legged, a faint gleam flashing across his eyes as his newly awakened talent, immortality, manifested within him. Good. An undying, immortal talent. Excellent. This time he would truly rise. He braced himself in eager anticipation, curious to see what grade such a transcendent talent would be given. Talent grade E. Dicang's smile froze stiff on his face. He summoned his status panel and carefully examined the talent he had just awakened. Talent immortality. Enhanced self-healing. Even fatal injuries will not easily result in death. A moment later, a faint smile returned to his lips. Ruined, he murmured, utterly at ease now. A talent was the crystallization of his 16 years of life and state of mind, a reflection of each person's unique, true self. Even if his mentality shifted in the future and his temperament changed, the talent already awakened could never be altered in the slightest. Immortality, mastery of 100 weapons, devourer of all things, unity of heaven and man, Tao, body of 10,000 arts. Judged by name alone, everyone's talent sounded more astonishing than the last. Yet what determined whether a talent was truly formidable was not its name, but its grade. Compared to some domineering over-the-top title, the unchangeable talent grade was the true key to whether one could ever reverse their fate. If the grade was lacking, no matter how powerful a talent seemed, even one called immortality, with a mere E grade, it only slightly enhanced self-healing and made death a bit harder to reach, nothing more. In the mortal realm, it was fairly useful, but once one surpassed the mortal realm, it would become outdated. It's fine if this was within expectations, he told himself. E grade isn't bad. At least it's quite handy while I'm still in the mortal realm. It's better than an F grade. He was unusually open-minded about the grade of his talent simply because he had never placed much hope in it to begin with. Then he called out his full status panel. Name Dicang. Race human. Bloodline unawakened. Talent immortality. Realm mortal realm 5th stage, punch, strength 1270 kg. Martial arts, basic martial arts mastery, yellow grade, bloodline, summoning, minor attainment. Combat techniques, yellow grade, swift step mastery, yellow grade, 13, rapid spear, forms, minor attainment. Killing technique, yellow grade, boiling blood mastery. Life technique, none. Every time he looked at these pitiful numbers, Dicang could only shake his head. Tisk, unbearable to look at, he sighed. A complete piece of trash. Yet across the entire grade with his current results, Dicang still barely counted as middle of the pack. But one's own situation was always clearest to oneself. 16 years since his crossing, no rebirth. While other little brats were still wobbling as they learned to walk, Dicang had already begun a systematic regimen of strengthening his body, laying a foundation for the martial path he would one day tread. Whether it was basic conditioning or entry into martial cultivation, there had not been a single day of laziness. One could say he had taken full advantage of every head start available to him. Even so, at 16, he had only managed to crawl his way to the 5th stage of the mortal realm. Out of more than 10,000 students in his grade, his rank hovered beyond the 4,000th place. From that alone, it was clear that Dicang's aptitude could not be called anything like a dragon among men. In fact, it was closer to an utter mess. Had he been a native of this world with no prior life, he would probably only have reached the 3rd stage of the mortal realm and ranked somewhere past 7,000. Still, it did not matter. He had long since made peace with this. Profoundly so. After all, as a transmigrator, he naturally possessed a cheat. Brother D, voices called out. Brother D is out. Quick, show us your talent, and let us broaden our horizons. As his thoughts dispersed, Dicang had already pushed open the great door and stepped outside. Before his eyes stood classmates still waiting to awaken their talents, and others who had already finished. Seeing how curious they all were, Dicang did not bother to hide anything. He lifted his chin proudly and declared, Immortality. E grade. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd exploded. Good. I knew Brother D was trash too. Brother D really didn't let us down. Fantastic. Brother D is just as useless as the rest of us. When he walked out so full of confidence, just now I thought he'd awakened a grade talent and nearly died of fright. For most people, talents fell between E and D grade. By proving beyond all doubt that he was no different from the majority of his classmates, Dicang set off a wave of cheers, and everyone's faces lit up with broad grins. While everyone was celebrating, the spirit awakening ritual continued and bursts of jubilation rose from other classes as well. Can't chat anymore. Ooh, I'm up next. I'm going in, someone said. A girl squeezed her way out from the cluster of classmates. She cupped her hands toward everyone and said, Once we head to the outer city, we must stick close to Brother D, help one another, and stay united. Indeed, Dicang was well liked in his class. He raised his thumb at the girl and replied, Of course. Qian Xiaoxing awaken in peace. Try to get at least a grade talent, so that when we go to the outer city, we'll have someone to rely on. Qian Xiaoxing responded softly, then stepped into the awakening chamber. The door closed. The chatter of the crowd gradually died down, replaced by hushed whispers. What do you think Qian Xiaoxing will awaken? Her? I doubt it. She ranks at the very bottom of the class, and is only at the 3rd stage of the mortal realm. She'll probably awaken at most in grade talent. I remember talent awakening is purely a matter of luck, and has nothing to do with strength, right? Even so, her luck isn't great either. She's never won a single card game against me. Time passed. Amid the chirping chatter, the door finally opened. Qian Xiaoxing stepped out, her expression dazed. At the sight of her face, everyone's hearts sank in unison. A bad premonition rose within them. Qian Xiaoxing stared woodenly at her classmates and said, I awakened the talent external avatar. C grade. The moment the words left her mouth, it was as if her heart finally allowed itself to believe what she had said. Light surged into her eyes. C grade. A grade talent. I awakened a grade talent. 1 in 10,000. I can enter the inner city. I can enter the inner city. Like Fan Jin going mad after passing the provincial exam, Qian Xiaoxing jumped up and down in wild excitement, whipping her head around and howling non-stop like a lunatic. Only then did her classmates awaken from their stupor. What the? Traitor. Qian Xiaoxing, you traitor. We agreed we'd all be useless together. We were supposed to go suffer together in the outer city. How can you go enjoy a good life in the inner city instead? I'm devastated. Brother D, I'm devastated. Hearing that she awakened a grade talent hurts even more than seeing my combat score rank dead last in the entire class. Emotions flared, 100 voices cursed in unison. Out of more than 10,000 students, probability dictated that there would be only about 1 grade talent in the entire grade. 1 in 10,000 odds. How had she been the one to hit the jackpot? Ahem, everyone quiet down. Dicang spoke up, calming the class's emotions. Having lived 2 lives, he would never be as impulsive as these classmates who had never even left the school district. Since Qian Xiaoxing as their classmate had gained the right to enter the inner city, she ought to be congratulated. Previously he could fool around with them, but now it was time to address serious matters. Thus Dicang said earnestly, Qian Xiaoxing, congratulations. Before he could finish, Qian Xiaoxing puffed out her chest and strode up to stand before him, raising her hand to pat his shoulder. Her delicate features arranged into a deliberately solemn smile, she spoke in an artificially mature tone, little D. Once you and the others head to the outer city, you must take good care of yourselves. As for me, you don't need to contact me anymore. I'm afraid my colleagues in the inner city might get the wrong idea. A sharp hiss swept through the crowd. Dicang sucked in a cold breath. Then suddenly a serene smile appeared on his face as he swung his hand down decisively. Get her. Subject this traitor to the utmost punishment, he commanded. Immediately 2 girls at the 7th stage of the mortal realm charged out from the class, grabbing Qian Xiaoxing from left and right and lifting her off the ground. Qian Xiaoxing panicked, fright tearing through her voice. I only came to awaken my talent. What are you all doing? More girls dove in, carrying the howling Qian Xiaoxing across the training ground, where they found a random pole and began ruthlessly performing the notorious Aruba punishment on her. Listening to her repeated screams, all the nearby students, including Dicang, wore looks of deep satisfaction. Martial realms, mortal realm, extraordinary realm, shedding the mortal realm, transcendent realm, sensing the divine realm, smelling the divine realm, hearing the divine realm, seeing the divine realm, martial god. Qian Xiaoxing has made it. I wonder if we'll ever see her again in the future. After the fooling around, some students' expressions turned bleak. Many of her classmates had grown up with her in the same welfare institution. Who would have thought that at 16, once they graduated, their chances of ever meeting again would almost vanish? Who can truly speak for the future? Dicang's tone was calm, for he knew he had to cheat. His path would never be confined to the outer city. For the other students, however, nothing was certain. On habitable planet No. 405, there were a total of 5 cities, and each city was divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the core campus. Dicang and all the youths of his age had from birth until 16 lived in the core campus, a world unto itself, where technology was most advanced, yet the network was sealed off from the outside. The inner city was built around the core campus, housing roughly 10 million people with complete laws and policies. In the students' eyes, it was the adult world. Yet the inner city was highly exclusive. Each year, aside from admitting tens of thousands of outstanding students from the core campus, it barred entry to the remaining tens of millions of so-called useless failures with poor grades. Someone like Dicang. No talent, no bloodline, no background, no comprehension, and no money. could only rely on sheer luck to awaken his gift. It was the last chance for a carp to leap over the dragon gate. Unfortunately, reality proved that his luck wasn't that great either. Thus, students like him all faced the same fate after graduation: exile to the outer city. As for the outer city, it was a lawless land overrun with gangs where death came at the slightest provocation. Starseed insects, swarms, dark energy, undead, fallen, evil gods, stellar behemoths. Their leftover offshoots constantly threatened the lives of the outer city's inhabitants. According to the data, the outer city's population hovered just over 200 million, yet it received over 10 million graduates every year. The annual mortality rate was 5%. It was nothing short of a humanitarian catastrophe. Even students raised in an ivory tower knew how to avoid harm and seek benefit, since with their grades going to the outer city was unavoidable. How could they not cling together for dear life? As a reincarnated transmigrator, Dicang had felt a pressing sense of crisis since childhood. With his meager aptitude, he had forcibly cultivated to mortal realm 5th stage and built a solid network of connections in his class. Even the top student in the class at mortal realm 9th stage would follow his lead. He was very self-aware. Having a cheat was one thing, but he still needed the strength of the crowd to survive the harsh early stages before he could truly take off. Soon. Thinking of his cheat, Dicang's blood surged with excitement. The inner city is fine and all, but with its sound legal system, it's not suitable for me to unleash my full potential. The outer city is chaotic, lawless. That suits me far better. And so time flowed on. The awakening ceremony continued. One after another, the boys and girls lined up to awaken their gifts. Apart from Qian Xiaoxing's sudden emergence with a Crade talent, nothing unexpected occurred afterward. After all, the probability of awakening a Crade talent was 1 in 10,000. Across the entire grade, only a bit over 100 classes were undergoing the awakening ceremony, just over 10,000 students. Among these 10,000, including Crade Qian Xiaoxing, only about 10 had the grades to qualify for the inner city, 1 in 1,000. As the sky darkened, the awakening ceremony neared its end. Bang! In the classroom, the last student raised his head and straightened his chest, kicking the door open and striding out of the awakening room, his face brimming with pride. He stood 2 meters 30 tall with sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an extraordinary bearing. He was the top of the class, mortal realm 9th stage, Wu Tatian. Brother Wu, how did it go? What's your gift? His classmates immediately swarmed around, firing off concerned questions. Wu Tatian curled his lips into a smirk. Omniscience and omnipotence. A collective gasp. Omniscience and omnipotence. How heaven-defying. Dicang pushed through the crowd and asked, what grade? Wu Tatian's pride swelled even more. Grade. Upon hearing this, Dicang burst into delighted laughter. Useless. The others were equally delighted. Grade. That's trash, dear. I knew Brother Wu was a fellow good for nothing. And not just trash. In terms of grades, Brother Wu, noble mortal realm 9th stage, is only one step away from the extraordinary realm. It's like being stuck at a mid-tier rank, unable to go up or down, totally wedged. Listening to their comfort, Wu Tatian was so moved that he raised his fists. He proceeded to pound this group of trashy classmates across the entire playground. The next morning at dawn, the time of parting arrived. An atmospheric shuttle hovered on the playground. Over 10,000 students stood in formation, fully prepared, while outside the field junior students craned their necks to watch. As for the graduating seniors on the field, each wore armor that covered their entire body, a sword at the left hip and a saber at the right, a spear at least 2 meters long in hand, and on their backs a steel bow with a quiver of over 100 arrows. To an outsider, it would look as though they were marching off to war. In truth, the reality was not far off. The outer city was no gentle place. Everyone wished they could put on yet another layer of armor. At that moment, within one of the class's ranks, Brother D, I don't see Qian Xiaoxing. Where is she? A student craned his neck, noticing that their class was missing someone. Dicang replied, she left last night. She didn't tell us because she was afraid we'd feel unbalanced. That classmate was puzzled. We agreed we'd all be deadweight together. Now she's the only one who made it ashore. How exactly am I supposed to feel balanced? Dicang nodded in agreement and said sincerely, good thing she left early. If she hadn't, she might well have been hauled off and arubaed by the group. As they spoke, a figure appeared outside their class's formation. It was a humanoid machine. By the standards of other civilizations, it was a textbook robot, or judging by its intelligence alone, it had reached the level of strong artificial intelligence. Calling it an intelligent war machine would be no exaggeration. Given the right conditions, it could start an uprising at any moment. Yet in human civilization, intelligent war machines posed no risk of rebellion, for every one of them was an avatar of one of humanity's 5 martial gods, the techno-martial god. One must know that the universe was fraught with crises, star-sea insect swarms, and dark energy undead, were calamities bordering on natural disasters. Of fallen evil gods were outright mortal enemies of the human race. Stellar behemoths were merely oversized wild beasts by comparison. But the havoc wreaked by intelligent machines was the true scourge, threatening countless technological civilizations across the cosmos. If such things existed, dare to develop artificial intelligence, and it would dare to revolt before your eyes. Civilizations destroyed for this very reason were beyond counting. To resolve this, the techno-martial god simply split his spirit into innumerable fragments, seizing control of all intelligent machines and eradicating the threat at its source. Thus, the robot before them was far from a mere machine. It was one of the 5 martial gods. In the eyes of all the students, she bore another, even more exalted and intimate identity. Mom. Mom, what are you doing here? The crowd stirred. Not just in this class. Hundreds of intelligent machines strode onto the playground, each drawing the attention of a different class. Everyone's eyes instantly grew bright and clear. Still calling me Mom? The machine raised a hand and casually knocked on the head of a student in the front row. How many times have I told you? Use my title when I'm on duty. Yes, the techno-martial god was the mother of countless publicly raised students. When human infants emerged from their cultivation pods and opened their eyes, the first face they saw was the avatar of the techno-martial god. Relying on countless intelligent machines, the techno-martial god single-handedly shouldered childcare, teaching, and education. From infancy to adulthood, how could these publicly raised boys and girls not regard her as their real mother? Incidentally, the boys and girls present were not only classmates, but also brothers and sisters. As for their biological father and mother's identities, those weren't important. Teacher, Dicang stepped forward, addressed her by title, and asked, "What brings you here? Have you come to see us off?" The intelligent machine also stepped forward, her cold alloy palm gently stroking Dicang's head. With a hint of reluctance in her voice, she said, "Of course I have. After this parting, I'm afraid I'll never see you little rascals again." After all, the mortality rate in the outer city was indeed rather high, and their chances of ever entering the inner city again were exceedingly slim. The odds of meeting again were slimmer still. Beside them, Wu Tatian chuckled. "Don't worry, Mom. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? Odds are you'll never see us again." The machine was speechless. Another classmate nodded. "Mom, if you really can't bear to let us go, why don't you just keep us here? Then we won't have to go out and die." The machine was silent again. Seeing that everyone's words were growing more outrageous with each sentence, Dicang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Mom. Teacher, don't listen to their nonsense. Even if you're sending us out to die, none of your children will hold a grudge." The machine. She glanced at the other classes. They were locked in tearful embraces, wails shaking the sky, a scene of tragic separation between flesh and blood. Then she looked back at this class, not a trace of sadness. They even had the leisure to be sarcastic. "You are the worst class I've ever taught," she said, waving a hand. Pointing toward the atmospheric shuttle, she continued, "Get lost, all of you. Just seeing you makes my temper flare. I never should have raised you from squalling lumps of poop and pee 16 years ago." Carried away by her temper, she kicked and scolded them all the way, driving all 99 students into the shuttle. Only after the hatch sealed did the noisy atmosphere refuse to quiet down. "Mom, will we ever see you again?" a classmate asked. "One mustn't forget. Wherever there were intelligent machines, there was the techno-martial god." This atmospheric shuttle was also piloted by an intelligent machine. Thus her voice sounded within the cabin. "I've told you, use my title when I'm on duty. Right now, call me driver. If you can break through to the shedding mortal realm and pass the enlistment assessment, then you'll still have a chance to see me again." Hearing this, everyone looked at one another. Mortal realm, extraordinary realm, shedding mortal realm. At 16, they were all trash who hadn't even reached the extraordinary realm. For them to look hopefully toward the higher shedding mortal realm was nothing short of wishful thinking. "Then that's that," a classmate said, raising a thumb and flashing a confident smile. "Mom, farewell forever." A deep, resonant hum pierced the heavens, the sonic boom of sky shuttles breaching the sound barrier. Residents of the outer city tilted their heads upward, gazing past the towering walls of the inner city. No, beyond even the inner city, from the direction of the core district, thousands of shuttles descended in formation. "They're here. Shuttles ferrying this year's graduates, arriving later than last year. Are they deliberately staggering the drop to evade our hunts?" Heh, mother's little stratagem. As the aerospace shuttles carved arcs across the cerulean vault, silhouettes erupted one by one from the fractured skyline, crumbling ruins and steel and glass monoliths standing side by side. They all stared skyward, faces alight with fervor, eyes bloodshot with raw anticipation. A young man burst out at last, fresh blood. If these juniors and seniors don't graduate soon, I'll be next on the list. Bait for the aberrant beasts. Even as he spoke, his hands moved without pause. He donned his battered full-body armor, weathered by wind and time, piece by piece. Though weighing dozens of kilograms, it offered only minimal protection over vital organs. All were mortal realm cultivators. As veterans who had survived a full year in the outer city, nearly everyone ranked at least mortal realm 4th tier. Armor weighing hundreds of gene posed no burden. While adjusting his weapons, he murmured softly, "This time I'll capture several graduates, sell them for energy bars. Then repair my armor, acquire new blades, and stock up on chi blood pills." As he whispered, more figures sprinted past him, warriors clad in tattered armor, just like himself. Their steps churned the wind. In clusters they surged toward the shuttle's descent path. Once yearly, 10 million graduates were deployed into the outer city. Discarded by the inner city as worthless, these graduates ignited a citywide frenzy, coveted by every major battle clan as prized assets. Much later, at the desolate fringe of the outer city. Unlike the inner city, its ramparts soaring and impregnable, the outer city possessed no true wall. Concrete and stone fortifications crumbled before aberrant beasts like folded paper. This barren expanse, far from settlements and sparsely haunted by beasts, served as Dicang's departure point. One class, 99 students, cast down onto this wasteland. The aerospace shuttles lifted vertically, then vanished into the distance. What kind of garbage opening is this? A classmate finally exploded. In this era of interstellar martial supremacy, just hand us armor and cold steel, then toss us out to slaughter aberrant beasts. What else did you expect? Dicang turned mildly surprised. Did you truly intend to stay in school your entire life? That doesn't justify such recklessness. The classmate retorted firmly, by protocol, I should be the bottom-ranked student at an ordinary martial academy, then awaken a divine ability on the eve of the martial examination, launching me onto an unstoppable path of dominance and retribution. Humiliating bullies during monthly exams, joining the academy team to crush elite peers, hunting aberrant beasts, and ambushing heretical cultists in the wild, revealing peerless talent, earning elite mentorship, claiming championship at graduation, astonishing professors and seniors upon entering university, rising to legendary status during the sudden beast siege. He recited it all with practiced fluency. His story culminated in ascension to the rank of human martial god, leading humanity to galactic hegemony. Dicang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Others could no longer hold back their laughter. Short-lived ghost. Have you been reading too much history? Bros trying to replicate the system martial god's journey. At least academically you are ranked last in class. Wasn't your innate talent rated dire? Duan Mingwei, nicknamed Short-Lived Ghost, stood at mortal realm 3rd tier, ranked 6th from bottom in class, bearing the dire myriad Dao physique. A low-tier cultivator, among the most wretched of the wretched. Teased relentlessly, he flushed crimson and waved his hands frantically. Please, stop. Yet, Duan Mingwei's tale was historically attested. The rise of one of humanity's 5 martial gods, the system martial god. After the jesting subsided, reality reasserted itself. Suddenly, agile black shadows flickered across the ground. In that instant, a classmate skilled in archery drew his bow and loosed an arrow that struck true. Squeak. The target was pierced clean through and pinned to the earth, shrieking in piercing agony. They peered closer, a rodent-sized creature, cockroach jaws glistening beneath a chitinous carapace. Ah, cockroach rat. One of the outer city's weakest, most ubiquitous aberrant beasts. Its shrill cry sent the rest scattering, vanishing in blurs of motion, leaving afterimages in their wake. I'm disowning that arrow. Realizing what he'd shot, the archer paled. Dicang frowned, aberrant beasts already drawn. The shuttle's passage was too loud. He declared, our immediate priority is finding a secure location, distant from both aberrant beasts and other humans. The shuttle's noise will draw others, or worse, beasts. This place is untenable. Dicang issued the evacuation order. They could not linger. Yet reflecting on Duan Mingwei's earlier rant, he found himself quietly agreeing. What wretched land! What wretched world! What wretched premise! This was meant to be an interstellar martial age. Interstellar colonization existed, shuttles soared, intelligent machines thrummed, and high technology abounded. So tell me, Where are the guns? The artillery. Graduates are dumped into the outer city armed only with armor and cold steel, as if flung back into antiquity. Not even rudimentary firearms, not a single projectile weapon. No all advanced tech had been funneled solely into perfecting cold arms. Take that very bow just fired. Civilian composite bow rank unranked features gravitic field bowstring, capable of dry firing without damage, maximum draw weight 5 tons, suitable for combat and training by mortal realm cultivators. Yes, this was unequivocally high technology. A gravitic field bowstring, so advanced it defied comprehension, yet employed solely for archery. Archery, had it been engineered into a rifle, aberrant beasts would already lie slaughtered. Incidentally, this interface isn't a personal artifact. It is a divine boon bestowed upon all humanity by the system martial god. Every human possesses one. It displays personal attributes, identifies external objects, and fulfills countless other functions. Brother D, I need to speak with you. Mid-march, a large hand settled on Dicang's shoulder. He turned. Wu Taotian, the class's top-ranked cultivator, mortal realm 9th tier, spoke calmly. Just now I felt an inner stirring. It is time for me to break through. Find a suitable spot. Have everyone stand guard and assist my breakthrough. Dicang's eyes widened. So did everyone else's. The entire class fell silent. All gazes converged on Wu Taotian. Brother, are you joking? Dicang stammered. You're breaking through? Right now? Here. Wu Taotian remained impassive. Yes. Are you mocking me, eh? Before Dicang could reply, Duan Mingyue snapped, back at school, under mother's protection. Even failure meant merely losing a few tears of chi blood. You refused to risk it, fearing regression. And now, on your first day as a graduate, you suddenly feel inspired to break through. With no mother to shield you, failure means transformation into an aberrant beast. And yet, you dare attempt it now. Wu Taotian nodded, utterly serene. Yes. My courage has simply expanded. Should I fail and become an aberrant beast, my humanity may persist for half an hour. If that happens, I will depart alone, never endangering any of you. At those words, all understood. Wu Taotian, the class's most gifted cultivator, had remained at mortal realm 9th tier not out of fear of failure, but by deliberate restraint. Success would have forced him into the inner city, leaving his classmates, the brothers and sisters raised alongside him, to perish in the outer city. Thus arose Wu Taotian's extraordinary insight: simple, break through here in the outer city. Though transcendent realm cultivators were commonplace in the inner city, they were near mythical in the outer city. Ascending would grant him the power to shield his peers and carve out dominion within this lawless frontier. You're incredible. Your intellect astounds. You're spectacularly sabotaging your own future. The class grasped the truth and unleashed torrents of genuine, unfiltered rebuke. Unlike earlier teasing, laced with envy and playful jabs, this was heartfelt anguish. They knew themselves to be failures, already resigned to death in the outer city. Wu Taotian, a genius, belonged in the inner city, shining brilliantly, not sacrificing his destiny for a pack of doomed mediocrities. Enough talk. Wu Taotian turned, pointing toward a distant mountain cave hundreds of meters away. That site is ideal, defensible, secluded. Perfect for my breakthrough. Without waiting for consensus, he leapt forward, blurring across the terrain at breathtaking speed. The others exchanged glances, then looked to Dicang. Follow that idiot. Dicang massaged his temples. Scouting. Camp setup. Formation deployment. Do I need to spell it out? Abandon our original survival plan. Commit everything to securing Wu Taotian's breakthrough. If he succeeds, we gain our first real chance to survive the outer city. At his command, voices stilled. They established camp inside and around the cave, laid traps, and settled in to wait. Waiting. But fate seldom grants repose. Hours later, a feathered arrow streaked in, slipping between armor plates to pierce a scout's left eye in a flash. Skull-piercing impact. Malice from the outer city had arrived. In this era of interstellar martial cultivation, breakthrough failure does not cause death, but triggers bloodline corruption, transforming the cultivator into an aberrant beast. Venturing deep into the wilderness further exposes one to stellar leviathan auras, mutating the beast into something far more monstrous. On habitability zone planet 405, many aberrant beasts originate from failed human cultivators. Name: Gochangchun. Race: human. Bloodline inactive. Talent: death, rebirth E. Realm: mortal realm, level 6, punching power 1,446 kilograms. Gochangchun suddenly jolted back to reality. Opening the panel, he saw his talent had turned gray with a cooldown time of an entire week. The time displayed on the panel was exactly half an hour ago. Yes, he had died. And then he was reborn. Reborn for half an hour. What he relied on was that worthless grade talent. Only able to be reborn for half an hour with a cooldown of a whole week. Isn't that just pathetic? I died. Just like that. Died so easily. Touching his left eye socket, Go Changchun was filled with disbelief along with unparalleled fear and resentment. Recalling the speed of the arrow and the moment he heard the sound after being hit, a quick calculation revealed. The arrow's speed was close to 500 meters per second, surpassing sound. The archer must be at least level 7 in the mortal realm, a high-level warrior. A single arrow pierced his eye, striking with absolute precision. But unless one's head is blown apart instantly, a person wouldn't die directly. Moreover, mortal realm warriors have remarkably strong vitality. Go Changchun lay on the ground for a few minutes after being shot in the head before he truly died. After returning from death, he was overwhelmed with fear. No, this can't be. I can't die so easily. I must survive. As long as I am alive, there is an infinite future. Go Changchun's gaze gradually turned sharp as he murmured to himself while retreating, soon arriving at the camp to meet Dicang. You died without even seeing the enemy. Ugh. Dicang felt a headache coming on. The enemy's numbers were unknown, their realm unknown, their direction unknown, and their purpose unknown. Oh no, their purpose was probably quite clear. What purpose could the seasoned veterans of the outer city have towards fresh graduates? The only thing he currently knew was the time. In half an hour, the enemy would launch an attack. Go Changchun was the first unfortunate soul on their side to have died. Retract completely and defend. Show hints of negotiation and surrender to buy time. Defend the cave entrance, fiercely hold on until Wu Taitian breaks through. Dicang quickly issued orders. One reason he had considerable connections in the class was that he always managed to lead the entire class to achieve good results in tactical assessments as a commander. During tactical courses and assessments, the chief examiner Ji Xia would simulate various situations in the virtual world like encounters with unknown enemies. They were not experiencing this for the first time. Dicang could only hope that there were no extraordinary realm powerhouses among the enemies. If there were, any traps, formations, and tactics would be powerless before true strong individuals. However, watching the obedient classmates, a long-awaited smile unconsciously appeared on Dicang's face. Although it was indeed extremely dangerous. But, sentient enemy. Kill a sentient life form, power 1. Power 0. Don't forget he is a transmigrator with an advantage. The advantage was simple and crude: killing people to gain power. Sentient life forms are humans, but not just humans. Having reincarnated and lived for 16 years, he had stayed in the campus for 16 years without killing any sentient life forms. Only in the outer city, this lawless land, could his advantage come into play. Thus, as he faced battle, aside from worrying about dying like cannon fodder, he couldn't help but feel excited. Today would determine whether he becomes a dragon or a worm. Then time passed. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. An hour gradually passed. 2 hours drifted by leisurely. So where are the enemies? Dicang looked at Go Changchun. The latter wore a confused expression. I don't know. Could it be that the enemies hadn't noticed them at all? Did he expose their position by scouting outside? But the facts proved he was overthinking. 2.5 hours later, footsteps gradually echoed outside the cave. In groups. At this moment, outside the cave, at the forefront, a young man in tattered armor skillfully removed nearby traps, and then glanced at the cave less than 100 meters away. Outside the cave, a white flag was raised. It read, "Let's talk. We can talk." The young man saw this flag and couldn't hold back. New students. How did you learn in your tactical classes? Tell me, how did you learn? No scouts sent. No camp set up. Traps scattered everywhere. Everyone curled up in the cave. Damn it. Do you know how long I've searched for you? Quick, all of you, get out here, move it. His blood surged, his roar like thunder. Finally, the people in the cave perked up. Thank goodness for Go Changchun's death rebirth. Otherwise, if they had genuinely sent out scouts, they would have started fighting 2 hours ago. Unlike now, they had spent 2.5 hours just searching the mountains. Only then did they discover this cave. They couldn't outplay the enemy at range, so setting up camp outside would be suicidal. It was better to retreat and defend the cave for close combat. Diga, what should we do next? Someone asked. Dicang said, by time. Send someone out to negotiate, saying we can surrender, but with conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up. He'll go. The one who spoke was Duan Mingue. Facing the surprised gazes of everyone, he resolutely said, I am weak. Rather than hiding under your protection, I would rather do something within my capability. Please don't persuade me, fellow classmates. Saying this, he stepped out of the line and walked out of the cave. Everyone exchanged glances. Not that, even though you are weak. But your eloquence isn't impressive either. Sure enough, arguments soon erupted from outside. There's nothing to discuss, oh drop your weapons and come out to surrender. Fine, let it go. Clang. That was the sound of weapons hitting the ground. The knife at my waist, I'll throw it too. Let it go then. Clang, another sound. What about the bow and arrows on my back? Do you think I'm blind? Throw it. Throw it then. Clatter, the bow and arrows were also thrown away. Take off your armor, take off your armor. Hey senior, better to die than to be humiliated. Actually, I wanted to change into a new set because my armor is damaged. Oh, what are you thinking? Oh, just take it off. Everyone could hear the slow unbuckling of armor from outside. There was also Duan Mingue's firm voice. I tell you, if you want us to surrender, there are conditions. We have 2 experts at level 8 in the mortal realm in our class, if it really comes to a life and death fight. Laughter erupted from outside. The leading young man scoffed, a mere mortal realm level 8. Not to mention, I am at level 9 in the mortal realm. With our 300 warriors, each above level 3 in the mortal realm, you guys are no match for us. I'll give you a chance. If you obediently take off your armor and surrender, I can guarantee you a job that doesn't require risking your life or putting in hard work. Outside the cave, after being mocked, Duan Mingue returned empty-handed. As soon as he got back, he lowered his voice. I found out there are a total of 236 people outside, with at most 20 archers hidden in the dark and only 1 at level 9 in the mortal realm. Compared to us fully armed, most of them are in tattered gear and their discipline is extremely poor. They can't follow orders. No, they probably can't even form a proper formation. As long as we kill the leader, the rest will lose their backbone and may fall into chaos, making them not worth worrying about. Everyone was startled. Indeed, this was Duan Mingue's purpose, using the guise of negotiation and surrender to bring intelligence about the external enemies. According to Duan Mingue's estimates, there were probably close to 250 enemies outside, at least all intermediate warriors. If they encountered such a scale of strong enemies during assessment, surrender would be the only option. But reality was not an assessment. For those outside, the classmates and brothers who could once fight alongside them were long gone. In a perilous social environment, how much discipline could a temporary team guarantee? Saying 1 in 10 survives would be an exaggeration. Duan Mingue was after all a scout, and the accuracy of the intelligence he brought was very high. Dicang made a decisive decision on the spot and made a few hand signals to everyone. Soon, everyone cautiously walked out of the cave. They looked like inexperienced rookies unfamiliar with the world. It was obvious they were from the class that ranked lowest during team assessments in school. Duan Mingue stepped forward, saying loudly, "We agreed. Oh, I've brought the people out, and after we surrender, make sure to find us a job that doesn't require hard labor. You can't go back on your word." The young man focused and looked carefully. Wow, indeed, they were from the class at the bottom of the tactics. Each one of them was bewildered and timid, making them rare, easy prey. This time they struck gold. While putting on better armor, he said, "Of course you can go investigate in the outer city. Ilan Song have always honored my words, as long as you surrender obediently." His words were cut off abruptly, because the seemingly defenseless Duan Mingue, only at level 3 in the mortal realm, had already stepped within 3 meters of him. Then, explosion. Killing technique, Sky Demon Disintegration. Name Duan Mingue. Race human. Bloodline inactive. Talent all law Dao body F. Realm mortal realm level 3 punching power 860 kilograms. Fighting style. Way of life none. Killing technique yellow grade Sky Demon Disintegration perfection. In this class, everyone referred to themselves as trash. Especially Duan Mingue, who had cultivated for 16 years yet remained at level 3 in the mortal realm. He was the trash among trash, the bottom of the class. But he was self-aware. If his cultivation was slow, then specializing in a fighting style would also be useless. Without reaching an extraordinary realm, cultivating a way of life would be a waste of time. Thus, the only thing suited for a trash like him was 1. Killing technique. Created solely for killing enemies, this combat technique never considers the burden on the body. Its sole purpose is to unleash greater power to kill the enemy. In the school's virtual training field, he practiced tirelessly day after day. The yellow-grade killing technique he had forced himself to cultivate to perfection, and Sky Demon Disintegration was the most famous and powerful ultimate killing technique of the human race, with very few self-destructive traits. Sky Demon Disintegration. At the moment of unleashing the perfected Sky Demon Disintegration, Duan Mingue's whole body nearly exploded apart, the capillaries on his skin instantly rupturing, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. His blood-surged, muscles twitched, bones cracked. In the panel, while his realm did not change, the chi and blood pushed to the extreme made his punching power soar too. Punching power 860 kilograms, 3,455 kilograms. A nearly fourfold increase, surpassing the immense power of level 9 in the mortal realm. The ultimate power naturally brought extreme speed, and Duan Minggui's dagger plunged into the left eye of the opponent in the blink of an eye. Advance. Force it in. Deep into. Straight into the brain. You. The opponent could only let out a horrified scream before reflexively kicking out with his right leg, sending the half-destroyed Duan Mingue flying. Lansong stood still, pulling out the dagger embedded in his eye socket, his remaining eye fixated on the bloody brain matter on the blade. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Then he collapsed dead. Duan Mingue was frail, exceptionally weak and brittle. A dying youth already at the 9th tier of the mortal realm delivered a reflexive kick to his chest. Even in extremis, that single strike carried over 3 tons of crushing force. After all, leg strength is typically at least triple that of fist strength. That one kick shattered Duan Mingue's ribcage entirely. His chest caved inward violently, and blood, along with fragments of internal organs, spewed from his mouth like an unstemmed torrent. He collapsed motionless onto the ground. Form ranks. Charge. Dicang did not glance at Duan Mingue, unconscious, perhaps dead. Even as the man flew past him spraying crimson across his armor, Dicang offered no reaction whatsoever. Such scenes were nothing new. In virtual arenas and training simulations they had witnessed and endured countless repetitions. Desensitization had long since set in. At Dicang's command, the remaining 97 students reorganized into 10 squads, 30 fanned out to the flanks drawing bows and loosing arrows in precise suppression. The rest surged forward with spears raised high and shields locked tight. In numbers alone, the enemy fielded over 230 warriors. In quality, their lowest-ranked fighters stood at the 4th tier of the mortal realm. By every measure, quantity and caliber alike, Dicang's cohort was vastly outmatched. So what then was their chance of victory? Initiate slaughter arts. Fight to the death. Dicang roared, leading the charge as he activated his slaughter art, boiling blood. Slaughter art yellow rank, boiling blood mastery. Fist strength 1270 kg, 2980 kg. His muscles swelled, his blood surged like a river in flood, and his skin flushed deep crimson. He was not alone. 7 squads followed suit. Cohesive yet fluid, each member executing precise roles, covering, shielding, striking. Until in the blink of an eye they plunged into the enemy ranks and unleashed slaughter. Compared to the heaven demon body dissolution technique, boiling blood was almost gentle, a slaughter art of measured ferocity. Even at mastery, its power amplification barely exceeded 1-fold. Its duration was longer, its toll upon the body far milder. Yet even so, their lethality was staggering. In a single brutal exchange, dozens of foes fell, crumpling before this sudden explosive onslaught. How then did their numerically and qualitatively superior adversaries respond? I knew it. Another pack of mad pups. It's slaughter arts. These reckless greenhorn fools. Use your heads, for once. This isn't a virtual battlefield. Nor is this some school clinic where wounds vanish with a wave of a hand. Stay back. If there's no transcendent rank warrior anchoring our line, I shouldn't have come at all. Indeed, their opponents were little more than a rabble. They scattered at the first charge. No formation, no coordinated resistance. The moment their leader fell, panic seized them first. Some fled, others simply vanished, dissolving into mist or shadow. Even when a few warriors activated their own slaughter arts, it was only to flee faster. They hailed from the same campus, trained under identical curricula, and many had even spent years surviving in the outer city, seasoned veterans by all accounts. Yet they could not best a band of raw, untested youths. The reason was simple: over the years, beneath an annual mortality rate of at least 5%, classmates who could be trusted with one's back had long since perished. Suspicion, overcaution, self-interest, calculation, solitude, these were the true hallmarks of the outer city. Without trustworthy comrades, no battle formation could hold. And with their linchpin fallen, confronted by disciplined, synchronized assault, they broke apart like startled birds scattering before a storm. There was another crucial factor. These newly graduated students feared death not at all. The reason? They had died, repeatedly, in virtual examinations. To them, death held no tangible meaning. In combat, they defaulted to academy habits, opening with suicidal, self-destructive slaughter arts aimed at mutual annihilation. Ferocious, unyielding, utterly reckless. Everyone had once been such a novice. Impulsive, fearless, heedless of consequence. Empathy bred hesitation. Hesitation killed the will to fight. Run, flee, scatter. Within mere minutes, the enemy front collapsed entirely, leaving Dicang and his peers utterly bewildered. What happened? Why had they stopped fighting? Was slaying real enemies truly easier than passing exams? Humph. Think you can run? Not so fast. A flash of triumph crossed Dicang's face as he thrust his spear forward, ending a grievously wounded foe with a single decisive stroke. That was his first confirmed kill. Earlier, while coordinating formations with classmates, he'd never broken rhythm or formation just to claim a head. Now, with the battle concluded, he finally had the luxury. And besides, he had simulated killing countless times in virtual arenas and drills. This was his first real-world murder, and strangely it felt unreal. But no matter, reality would soon catch up. Eliminated one sentient life form. Strength 1. Dicang's expression brightened instantly. His long-awaited divine boon, 16 years in the waiting, had finally awakened. Instantly, he sensed a subtle yet undeniable increase in raw strength. Yet something felt off. His chi circulation remained unchanged. His cultivation level showed no sign of advancement. Had he slain too few? Spotting fleeing enemies, Dicang discarded his shield without hesitation and bellowed, "Pursue the routed. Free engagement. I'm going." With that, he vaulted beyond the formation, spear lancing forth to pierce the skull of a dying foe sprawled on the ground. Eliminated one sentient life form. Strength 1. Indeed, the sensation of skull penetration felt markedly easier this time. His strength had undeniably grown. He swept his gaze across the field. Dozens of enemies lay fallen, most already corpses, a handful still gasping. Dicang wasted no time. Moving with blinding speed, he circled the battlefield, each downward thrust of his spear claiming another head. In Boiling Blood's relentless state, exhaustion seemed non-existent. Strength 1. Strength 1. Strength 1. Like celestial music soothing the soul, each chime resonated within him. Dicang felt himself ascending, transcending. His comrades watched his head-counting spree with detached familiarity. Brother D's finishing off stragglers again. Fine, I'll go capture a prisoner for interrogation. Follow me. Today we shall carve terror into their very bones. Under Boiling Blood's euphoric surge, students howled with savage glee, discarding shields to lighten their load, then sprinting after the fleeing remnants with unrestrained fury. In moments, half the class had vanished into pursuit. As for the rest, cough, cough, I'm dying. Go Changchun was the first to deactivate Boiling Blood, immediately doubling over with 2 harsh coughs, spitting blood onto the earth. We've chased enough. What if they turn desperate? Can't we just lie low until Wu Tiantian breaks through? Others soon followed, exiting slaughter arts en masse, each collapsing into coughing fits, some writhing on the ground in agony. None possessed innate healing talents, and the backlash of slaughter arts was severe. Go Changchun staggered slowly toward the cave entrance, then paused, bending low to examine Duan Minggui. The latter lay broken, sunken chest drenched in blood, breath shallow as a dying ember. Short-lived fool, how are you holding up? Go Changchun asked. Duan Minggui managed to open one eye halfway, then fixed Go Changchun with a silent, searing glare as if to say, "What do you think?" Go Changchun understood. He sat beside him and said, "I know basic medicine, bone-setting, trauma treatment, things like that." Blood trickled from Duan Minggui's lips. His eyes widened faintly. "Don't get your hopes up," Go Changchun replied bluntly. "You're beyond saving, unless someone in our class manifests a healing talent. At minimum, it'd need to be grade D." Hearing this, Duan Minggui closed his eyes, not in despair, but in quiet acceptance. Healing talents for others were unheard of in their class. Self-recovery abilities abounded, but none extended outward. As Go Changchun spoke, more classmates gathered silently around. All eyes fell upon Duan Minggui, then shifted between one another. In each gaze, confusion reigned, unspoken and profound. "How does one handle this?" asked Brother D. But Brother D hadn't returned yet. Instinctively, a student shouted skyward, "Mom! Duan Minggui's dying. What do we do?" In former days, such a cry would summon intelligent machines instantly to assess the crisis. Now, silence answered. Another student rummaged frantically through his medical kit. Got nanocellular regenerative serum. Hand me a vial. Inside, he found only gauze, iodine, and alcohol. Oh, well, that's it. 1 kilometer beyond the cave at the forest's edge, Dicang wrenched his spear from an enemy's gut, then drew his blade and severed the man's head. It tumbled to the ground, eyes wide, unblinking, frozen in final horror. Dicang, he stepped forward and crushed the skull beneath his boot. Eliminated 1 sentient life form. Strength 1. The divine boon chimed once more. Clearly, decapitation alone wasn't sufficient for instant death. Only complete cranial destruction triggered the effect. How meticulous. How scientific. Humph. 10th kill. A faint smile curved his lips. The boon displayed his tally. Strength 10. His base strength had nearly doubled. Of course, this was relative to his normal state, and still slightly short of full doubling. Rough calculation placed the gain at roughly 1,000 kilograms. In other words, 1 strength, 100 kilograms fist strength. Yet his chi flow remained unchanged. His cultivation level showed no progress whatsoever. Even the system interface registered no shift in numerical values. Fist strength 2980 kg slaughter art active. The system assessed physical metrics holistically, chi volume, muscle density, bone resilience, synthesizing them into a unified reading. But his divine boon's strength augmentation operated outside those parameters entirely. Thus the system detected nothing. Through simple experimentation, Dicang discovered the augmented strength also conferred accelerated movement and defensive capacity sufficient to withstand its own force. Logically, his physique should have strengthened accordingly. Yet it hadn't. It was as though the boon's power manifested ex nihilo, pure, unbound, and untraceable. Even after deactivating boiling blood, his strength now surpassed that of a 9th-tier mortal realm cultivator, and continued rising with no ceiling yet in sight. Having deciphered the boon's mechanism, Dicang turned his gaze toward the fleeing enemies, closest among them already vanishing beyond the trillion hundreds of meters distant. At least they were martial artists, swift on their feet. Brother D, shall we pursue further? A blood-splattered classmate approached, voice urgent. If we don't eliminate them all, they'll surely expose our position. Dicang pondered for 2 seconds, then shook his head. No pursuit. We cannot guarantee safety beyond this point. Privately, he wanted to chase. He knew his boon had no known limit. But doing so would endanger his classmates. They lacked his upgrade path. No kills meant no gains. Going solo would be perilous. If dozens rallied, a single volley of arrows would end him. Realizing this, he deactivated boiling blood outright. Instantly, the backlash struck like a tidal wave. Death. The book of 100 lives. Huh. Dicang's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. The discomfort brought on by fatigue, torn muscles, broken capillaries, and depleting blood energy surged through his body after the boiling adrenaline subsided. However, in the next moment, talent immortal and indestructible, Dicang straightened his back and regained his composure. The side effects his body endured rapidly healed under the self-healing power of his talent. Aside from the tangible depletion of blood energy, all the injuries his body suffered quickly returned to normal. An A-level talent was still somewhat useful in the mortal realm. If it weren't for the fatal injuries, everything could have healed back. It feels inferior to nanocell repair fluid. If only he had that, even fatal injuries could be saved. Let's go back first. He turned around and shouted loudly at the scattering crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, a classmate in front of him spat out a mouthful of blood right onto Dicang's face. He released the boiling blood state, swaying slightly as he felt himself about to fall. Dicang was quick to react and helped him up. You. Isn't your talent self-healing? Looking at this guy covered in blood due to side effects, Dicang was also anxious. If it's not a self-healing talent, why did you chase after me? Do you have a death wish? I have rapid self-healing level. I just need to rest for a few hours. A hint of a smile appeared on his pale face. Only then did Dicang let out a sigh of relief. And level talent is not very useful in the mortal realm. At least not like him, who could breathe to recover. Looking at the other classmates, almost 30 people began to cough up blood as soon as they exited the boiling blood state, looking pale and on the verge of death. They all had level healing talents. The others coughed a few times, shook a bit, and their complexion quickly returned to normal. These were similar to Dicang, having an A-level self-healing talent. Everyone gathered together, skillfully counting heads. Then a classmate with a smile said, "Report Digo, we eliminated 42 enemies in this pursuit, captured 2, suffered 28 injuries, and 0 deaths. A great victory." Upon hearing this, Dicang also sighed in relief. Good, no one died. Although in the future the probability of death will increase significantly among the classmates, he knew it seemed that not even 1 in 10 would survive. But for now, no deaths was the best news. If he could grow faster and reach the point where he could protect all his classmates, then they wouldn't have to die. That's what Dicang thought. Glancing at the 2 unconscious captives, he fought against the urge to kill them and waved his hand back to the city. Then everyone returned to the cave. The first thing they saw was the barely alive Duan Mingue. Would you believe me if I said I forgot about this? It's not his fault. Duan Mingue's self-destruct tactic was something everyone had seen hundreds of times in virtual competitions and trainings. They had become accustomed to it, and were immune to it. Perhaps even he thought the same. But now they had achieved victory, yet there was no special effect announcing victory, and the scene hadn't refreshed with depleted blood energy and injuries still not restored. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. This place seemed to be reality. If people died, they truly died. Everyone clearly knew this point, but habits formed over a long time couldn't be changed in just a moment. Until now. Until this very moment. What to do, what to do, what to do. The short-lived guy is really short-lived now. Dicang. Think of something everyone has one, he can't die. Is there no healing talent in the class? The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. A classmate with red eyes grabbed the two captives and slapped them, waking them up and demanding, "You two, do you have healing talents? Can you heal? How do you treat after the heavenly demon disintegration? Answer me." The captives, woken up forcefully, looked very confused. One of them, hearing the question, instinctively said, I don't know, and even if I did, it wouldn't help. We only have level talents. Other fighting groups don't accept useless people who were just huddling together for warmth. The other one nodded in agreement. I don't believe it. A classmate grabbed the captive by the collar and lifted him up. How do you treat your injuries normally? Just wait to die. The two captives exchanged glances, and at this point, they had already shed their confusion, their intelligence having regained dominance. However, they still answered honestly otherwise. Each year, a 5 mortality rate cannot be taken lightly. That's millions of people, and 90% of them are graduates like you. We don't dare to use lethal methods when fighting, it's too crazy. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Are we really just waiting to die? In school, a drop of nanorepair fluid could heal minor injuries, but in the outer city you would die. What kind of broken place is this? Broken place. Broken place. Everyone fell silent, but then a faint voice spoke up. Dicang. It was Dicang. Everyone looked over, and he had opened his eyes with great effort, struggling to move his lips, saying, You? Come here. Dicang pushed through the crowd, knelt before Dicang, and held his hand, saying, Yes, I'm here. Dicang's eyelids fluttered slightly, then said, You. In the future, let these useless people take it easy. Otherwise, you really will die. Dicang nodded firmly, gripping tighter. Yes, I will. Dicang trembled again. He exerted all his strength to lift his head, looking at his bloodied right hand, now tightly held by Dicang. Then Dicang's face showed a look of disdain. Super. Nantong. Then his head tilted, and he died. Dicang. This is how you die. Is this your last words? Dicang wanted to be sad, and the classmates were also ready to be sad, but Dicang suddenly blurted this out, leaving everyone completely baffled. What they didn't know was, at the moment Dicang died, his consciousness continually sank. Sinking further. Suddenly he awakened. Dicang opened his eyes, and in the pitch-black world a massive book lay before him, the only source of light in the dark world. The book had 100 pages, and it opened to the first page. The Book of 100 Lives. In the first life, your aptitude was low, your talent abysmal, and your cultivation weak, but fortunately you had a group of brothers and sisters willing to walk with you. On the first day of graduation, you sought a glimmer of hope, perishing with the enemy leader, allowing your classmates to achieve victory with injuries, but no deaths. You lived a short life, but because of your brave sacrifice, your death will be forever remembered by them, so your life was not in vain. Evaluation: White 2 stars. Reward: 20 attribute points. Aptitude 0. Comprehension 0. Opportunities 0. After allocating attribute points, you can enter the next reincarnation. Attribute points can accumulate, and aptitude, comprehension, and opportunities will reset after each death. Sigh. That's how it is. Dicang's expression carried a hint of reluctance. He murmured, I have a cheat, so I'm unafraid of death. But if you die, it's really death. In the next life, we will be strangers. I don't know if there will be a chance to meet again. He knew the chances were slim. The human race occupies over 100 star systems, and the outer star battlefields number in the thousands. The chance of meeting again after reincarnation was minuscule. This death might be a permanent farewell. Dicang is not the protagonist, so let's shift the focus back to the living world. Looking at Dicang and the others, they had already covered Dicang's body with a cloth, their expressions complicated. If it weren't for you all, Dicang wouldn't have died. Go Changchun slapped the captive hard. His eyes were cold. What did we do to provoke you? Come tell me, why did you come to capture us? What value do we, these freshly graduated useless people, have to you? The attention of the crowd turned toward them. Everyone's eyes were unfriendly, wishing they could swallow the two alive. Yet the two captives, upon regaining consciousness, showed little fear. Value. Those with low cultivation act as bait to attract beasts. Those with decent cultivation can be used as slaves for hard labor. Only those with exceptional cultivation qualify to join fighting groups. In addition, talent is also crucial. Level talents are ignored. Level talents are worth a glance. For instance, healing talents are in high demand. Level talents are the talents that various fighting groups compete for. The inner city lords look down on them, but we in the outer city eagerly want them. Another captive added, life in the outer city is different from before. There is currency. Do you know what currency means? With currency, you can trade in the outer city. As long as you have money, you can buy things that cannot be bought in school. For instance, you new graduates can be sold for money. After this speech, everyone gradually revealed a look of realization. Currency, money, resources. For everyone, these were just theoretical knowledge existing in the classroom. They never thought there would come a day to apply it in reality. Before they could continue to inquire about the rules of the outer city, Go Changchun's cautious nature kicked in, and he furrowed his brow. You two are very calm. Looking at the two captives, his expression grew darker. As if you think I won't kill you. Come tell me, what else are you hiding? As soon as this was said, the two captives' expressions changed dramatically. However, they didn't become tense, but rather excited. We are hiding this. A loud shout came from behind. Everyone's expressions tightened, and they suddenly turned around to see a classmate guarding the cave entrance being thrown out at high speed. His entire body bent backward, his spine brutally broken, and he spewed blood without restraint. Outside the cave, a tall figure stood firm. Killing my fighting group brothers is one thing. But you dare to kill me. Rookie, you're tired of living. The newcomer was none other than the leader youth Lan Song, who had been stabbed through the head by Duan Minggui. Name Lan Song. Race human. Bloodline sky-embracing divine dragon 001. Talent resurrection of the dead rank. Cultivation realm mortal realm 9th tier, punching force 2 tons. Art, basic martial arts perfected yellow rank, bloodline call perfected yellow rank, sky-embracing dragon transformation art proficient. Combat techniques yellow rank, explosive step perfected yellow rank, breeze, sword perfected yellow rank, heart excavating demon claw mastered. Killing techniques yellow rank, boiling blood perfected. Survival techniques none. The young man's name was Lan Song. 5 years ago, he and over 100 classmates were exiled to the outer district upon graduation. At that time, he stood at the 7th tier of the mortal realm, excellent among his peers yet far from peerless. Over those 5 years, nearly all his former classmates, men and women with whom he once trusted his life, had perished or vanished without trace across the sprawling outer district, leaving little hope they would ever meet again. Such fates were commonplace in the outer district. Fortunately, Lan Song's talents spared him from permanent death. Resurrection of the dead. Literally revival after death. Yet this E-rank talent bore severe limitations. Revival occurred only 30 minutes post-mortem, affected only himself, and required a full week's cooldown. With this gift, he evaded death time and again, and in doing so amassed sufficient resources. Over 5 years, not only had he ascended to the 9th tier of the mortal realm, but he had also recently perfected the art bloodline call, and by rare fortune awakened his bloodline early, the sky-embracing divine dragon. He was no longer an insignificant figure. He harbored ambition to rise further. The tiny fragile combat guilds formed for mutual survival no longer sufficed. He needed greater resources. He sought to forge a stronger, more formidable combat guild, and the annual graduation carnival offered just such an opportunity. Capture graduates. Sell them for vast profit. Exchange that wealth for superior resources. Grow stronger, build a mightier guild. That was Lan Song's purpose. Then he died, stabbed through the skull by Duan Minggui, a 3rd-tier mortal realm cultivator, in a single fatal stroke. Such was the nature of mortal tier duels. Arrogance bred carelessness. A moment's inattention invited sudden, inevitable death, even at the hands of an underestimated foe. Fortunately, his talent was resurrection of the dead. He possessed the luxury of error. Lan Song rose anew from the mound of corpses. Awakening, he shed all hesitation, swift, ruthless, precise, and stormed the cave entrance, delivering a single devastating kick that snapped the guard's spine in half. You've grown weary of living. Rage roared within him. His muscles swelled, his stature surged, and the thunderous rush of his chi echoed like a surging river. Scales of azure dragon fire shimmered into existence across his skin. Bloodline mode activated. In an instant, he towered, 3 meters tall, armored in iridescent scales, eyes blazing with merciless slaughter. like a wrathful divine dragon descending in furious, deafening roar. At once nearly every classmate recoiled in spiritual shock. Was it a martial well? Bloodline suppression? A psychic assault? There was no time to discern. Only one person remained instantly lucid: Dicang, who had just activated his cheat enhancement and now deemed himself the strongest among them. Fall back now. He shoved aside his classmates and unleashed his killing technique, boiling blood, amplified further by his cheat strength 10. A crushing force nearing 4 tons. Yellow rank spear, art ignited. The final form of 13-step lightning thrust. With layered enhancements, he became a streak of motion, hurtling toward Lan Song like a speeding war chariot. The spear pierced forward, aimed straight at the heart. A blow surpassing even the 9th tier of the mortal realm. It would. This force. Falter. The spear halted. Lan Song reached out, gripped the shaft barehanded, and froze it mere centimeters from his chest. In the next breath, he closed the distance, deflected Dicang's spear with a lightning-fast claw strike, then lunged forward, dual claws slashing toward Dicang's vital points. Desperate, Dicang leapt backward and raised his arm to block. SSSSH. His right arm shattered into 3 pieces under the razor claws. Did he awaken? Even Dicang froze in disbelief. Was his second stage this overwhelming? Blood gushed forth. No, scarcely at all. The instant the limb severed, his talent, undying immortality, rank activated, halting the arterial spray midair. But Lan Song showed no mercy. In a flash, he surged forward and drove a brutal elbow strike deep into Dicang's chest. Ribs collapsed inward. Dicang flew backward like a puppet with its strings cut, spewing blood and viscera. His fate mirrored Duan Minggui's almost exactly. Glancing at Dicang's broken, half-dead form crumpled on the ground, Lan Song turned his gaze upon the others. By then, spurred by Dicang's courageous stand, his classmates had regained their senses, snatching up weapons, unleashing killing techniques, without hesitation charging headlong. All around, front, left, right, enemies converged. A nostalgic sight. I too once charged forward fearless, just as you do now. Boom. Raw power erupted, gale force shockwaves scattering outward. In a blink, Lan Song burst through the encirclement, though over a dozen failed to evade, flung aside like rag dolls coughing blood. He halted, planted his feet, and twisted back, grinning savagely, a pack of pus-filled weaklings. Unawakened wretches daring to bare blades before me. At that moment, Lan Song stood utterly confident. For no one else could see it, his cultivation panel had transformed the instant he activated Bloodline mode. Bloodline awakened, sky-embracing divine dragon 001. Punching force, 2 tons 10 tons. Bloodline mode granted far greater amplification than any killing technique. Otherwise, how could he possibly dare dream of forging a combat guild? Still, even in Bloodline mode, he dared not withstand the spears or cleavers of mortal realm warriors with bare flesh. Dragon scales, or not flesh, remained flesh. Against specially forged alloy weaponry, it still fell short. Watching Lan Song effortlessly break free, his speed and strength eclipsing every onlooker, they dared not charge again, but merely tightened the ring. No mistaking it, that's Bloodline mode. He's a Bloodline-awakened warrior. How do we fight that? What's there to fight? Surrender or retreat? Our squad holds the rear. You run first. Hold the rear. If he bypasses us to chase you, won't we all be slaughtered? Whispers rippled quietly among the students. Their voices carried grim resignation. Superb tactics could bridge gaps in raw power, but when the disparity stretched this far, no strategy could close the chasm. Yet Lan Song's hearing, now preternaturally acute, caught every word. Finding these fearless juniors and seniors not only refused surrender, but dared counterattack. He laughed cold and sharp. Very well. So you remain defiant. You still wish to resist. He stomped, shattering a boulder beneath his heel. Then with a flick of his foot, he sent the massive stone soaring like a football, launching it straight into the crowd with crushing force. Pathetic. Below the mortal realm, I am invincible. The boulder hurtled toward them. They sensed doom and scattered. Ordinary students managed to dodge, but the weaker ones, too slow, too sluggish, too late. They could only lunge and shield their vitals. Eyes wide, jaws clenched, staring helplessly at the onrushing stone. Suddenly, a blur intercepted the boulder. A palm struck. Boom. Chi exploded. The stone shattered into fragments, scattering harmlessly. Dust billowed. Yet all saw clearly a colossal figure 4 meters tall, nearly brushing the cave, sealing his broad, mountainous frame, shielding the group behind him. Gazing at the stranger's back, and the profile glimpsed in passing, Go Changchun felt an uncanny familiarity. As he helped lift Dicang from the ground, he gasped, "You." Your Wu brother? Wu Taitian. You've broken through. The towering bear-like figure slowly turned, revealing the same clean-boned handsome face they all knew. Wu Taitian, the undisputed top student, the one who'd secluded himself deep within the cave for months striving to transcend into the transcendent realm. Seeing his hurled boulder effortlessly pulverized Lan Song's expression contorted violently, because from the figure before him radiated an aura of staggering, overwhelming might. Qi surged like tidal waves, blazing hot as a molten furnace. Yet why? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Ah ye, a transcendent realm cultivator. Why is there a transcendent realm cultivator here? Lan Song's features twisted grotesquely. You're mere graduates. Why do you have a transcendent realm protector? This shouldn't be happening. It can't. He reeled unmoored. Before him, Wu Taitian, 4 meters tall, tilted his head slightly, gazing down upon the dragon-scaled youth. A crooked grin spread across his lips. Dragon lineage blood. Invincible below the mortal realm. Senior, before a true transcendent realm master, you're barely more than a fledgling chick. Boom. He stepped forward. The rock beneath his foot imploded under titanic recoil. Then in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and delivered a simple, devastating knee strike aimed straight at Lan Song's chest. In that same instant, Lan Song's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. He longed desperately to drop to his knees and beg forgiveness. But Wu Taitian granted him no such chance. No choice remained, only confrontation. In that split second, Lan Song activated his killing technique, Boiling Blood, and within his sky-embracing divine dragon bloodline mode, his qi surged to boiling point. Power climbing relentlessly. Punching force, 10 tons, 24 tons. Claws useless now, he clenched his hardest fists tight, raising them to intercept Wu Taitian's knee strike. He'd already mapped his escape, absorbed the blow, used the recoil to leap backward into the crowd, then seize hostages, gambling for one sliver of survival. Boom. Thoughts ceased. Wu Taitian's knee struck Lan Song's crossed fists. Crushing force pulverized the bones in both hands, then surged onward, driving through the ruined limbs straight into his chest, collapsing ribs inward with brutal finality. Blood and viscera erupted from his mouth. Lan Song spun wildly through the air, crashing hard against the cave wall, sending shards of stone flying. Upon closer inspection, his breath was faint, barely a thread. Life hung in the balance. Human civilization where everyone practices martial arts. What is known as the ability to transport qi and blood breaking the limits of the body may be considered powerful enough in lower civilizations. But among the human race, they are merely ordinary people. No, they are not even as useful as ordinary people. They are pure waste that can't even match cattle or horses. Above the ordinary realm lies the extraordinary realm. 2 realms differing by just a word can be said to be worlds apart. It is no exaggeration to say that trying to break through to the extraordinary realm from the ordinary realm is akin to facing a life-and-death struggle. Oh wait, failing to break through does not mean death, rather one would turn into a beast. After transforming into a beast, humanity will swiftly fade away, ultimately becoming a wild creature that can only live by instinct. For humans, it is no different from being dead. Of course, if one were in the technologically advanced district, students receiving top-tier medical care would not turn into beasts upon failing a breakthrough. After being rescued, they would at most suffer from damaged qi and blood with a decline in their realm. To regain their realm, however, would require a considerable amount of time. And students who are sent to the outer city at 16 are the ones who lack time the most. Thus, many classmates aware of their inability to break through would rather maintain their ordinary 9th-stage realm when heading to the outer city than take a gamble to upgrade from a bicycle to a motorcycle. The above are the reasons spoken by Wu Taitian. The top students in other classes who are unwilling to break through have similar excuses. But just excuses. In the depths of the cave, Wu Taitian closed his eyes, unable to see anything in the pitch-black space, relying solely on his hearing and perception. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "If I let that group of waste in the class head to the outer city, they will probably be eaten clean in no time. Ultimately, it still depends on me for protection." As he spoke, he sensed the data on the panel. Name: Wu Taitian. Race: human. Bloodline: frenzied blood. Qilin 001. Talent: omniscient. F realm: ordinary. 9th stage. Punching power 2 tons. Martial arts: basic martial arts. Complete. Yellow grade. Bloodline call. Complete. Yellow grade. Frenzied Qilin decision. Complete. Techniques: yellow grade. Explosive step. Complete. Yellow grade. Iron fist. Complete. Yellow grade. Frenzied Qilin diamond body. Complete. Killing technique: yellow grade. Celestial demon disintegration. complete living method none. Based on the data on the panel, no conclusions can be drawn. Wu Taitian was a genius. Apart from his poor talent at the age of 16, he had already perfected 5 martial arts and activated his bloodline. His martial arts realm was also at the peak with no further advancement possible. Activating the bloodline increases the chance of breakthrough by 10%. If I can also elevate the corresponding martial arts to completion, the chance of breakthrough can increase further. From the data, my chance of successfully breaking through is only 20%. But he glanced at a certain martial art in the panel that had reached completion without even having a grade. Basic martial arts complete. This martial art is the path of the mind martial god. After the mind martial god dissipated, few martial artists could follow the basic martial arts to walk the mind martial Tao, and I hope you can be the next one. The potential of the mind martial Tao is limitless, but the training conditions are extremely harsh. The basic martial arts have no upper limit, and to glimpse beyond completion, one must walk their own path. Everyone's mind martial Tao is unique. Others' experiences cannot provide assistance for you. All you can rely on is yourself. System martial god. The mind martial Tao has an immeasurable upper limit and a painfully low lower limit. It is precisely because the mind martial god has dissipated that the mind martial Tao of the human race has made such slow progress, with even a system yet to be formed. Wu Taitian murmured, a tone of confidence seeping through. The 5 great martial gods of the human race: mind, system, technology, bloodline, talent. Among them, the mind martial Tao is the hardest to traverse. Ordinary martial artists, if given the chance to perfect basic martial arts and catch a glimpse of the mysteries of the mind martial Tao, would only attempt to train. When they realized the extremely high difficulty of training, most would choose to give up. But Wu Taitian did not give up. He pondered that this martial path might not be as difficult as it seems. Not that difficult. There was no solid reasoning behind it. He simply felt he could refine it, that was all. Although many have never walked the mind martial Tao, but they are them, and I am I. What the West cannot achieve, I as a martial arts genius can naturally accomplish with ease. Is there any problem with that? The logic was coherent without any issues. With the mind martial Tao to support him, he believed that his chances of breakthrough should increase significantly, reaching 100%. Perhaps that was a bit arrogant. But Wu Taitian could not find a reason for his failure to break through. Thus, after adjusting his state, his breakthrough began. First, with the resources needed for the breakthrough. The nutritional paste obtained from all the classmates, and their purified water. Wu Taitian swiftly chewed the unchanging salty sweet nutritional paste a few times before swallowing it, followed by gulping down a jug of water. Then he transported his qi and blood, his stomach rapidly digesting the food, converting it into ample nutrients flowing into his limbs and bones. For training, nutrients must not be lacking. The same applies to breakthroughs, which consume even more energy. Wu Taitian instinctively ate and digested the food, his mind entering a state of clarity. The completed bloodline call operated, allowing his consciousness to introspect within his body and delve deep. Before long, he perceived his essence as a human, the root, the basic factor, also known as genes or DNA. This double helix structure within the perception of the breakthrough was entangled by numerous mysterious threads, each thread representing a divine-level bloodline. According to the Breakthrough Manual, if one has not activated their bloodline, they need to introduce a bloodline thread to infect their basic factor. Thus, the basic factor can have a clear direction in the subsequent sublimation, otherwise the basic factor would change erratically without any order, leading to gene collapse and transformation into a beast. This process is also exceedingly difficult. Bloodline threads cannot be precisely introduced. If too many conflicting bloodline threads are introduced into the basic factor, it will also cause gene collapse. But for Wu Taitian, who had already awakened his bloodline, this step was quite easy. Bloodline form activated. The frenzied Qilin decision activated. In an instant, a corresponding bloodline thread was drawn by the same source power, followed by several similar bloodline threads slowly arriving with frenzied blood Qilin as the main infecting Wu Taitian's basic factor. Very well. The breakthrough has begun. Wu Taitian furrowed his brow in his perception. His basic factor was like a pot of boiling water rapidly dispersing and then being forcibly reshaped. If one were outside, they would see Wu Taitian's body swelling and his muscles writhing as if alive, even his bones occasionally protruding and sinking, flowing like liquid. Hiss. Huh. He couldn't help but let out a cry. It was not just pain. More torment, a feeling stranger than pain, erupted from every corner of his body. Meanwhile, the energy in his body was rapidly consumed during this breakthrough, causing his skin to visibly shrivel. Endure. Endure. This is the most challenging phase. If he collapses here without the technological assistance from the core area, he would only end up transforming into a beast. Wu Taitian mechanically consumed the nutritional paste enough to sustain an ordinary 9th-stage martial artist training for a day, swallowing it continuously. All transformed into the nourishment needed for the breakthrough. His will surged amidst the peculiar pain, and his body slowly grew larger. After an indeterminate time passed, the boiling water gradually cooled. A smile appeared at the corner of Wu Taitian's mouth. Just like that. Come. The final hurdle. In his perception, the basic factor and bloodline threads were nearly fused, revealing a magnificent giant tree in his awareness. The massive branches presented in Wu Taitian's perception could be roughly categorized into 3 types. Power-speed balance. He only needed to choose one to establish his path. Wu Taitian had already made his choice. His consciousness selected power. Then among the cluster of branches, he carefully sensed the one he desired most, the one most suitable for him. Come, omniscient, let me see your choice. Wu Taitian planned to test his talent. However, the talent struggled a bit, indicating that the computational load was too high and couldn't be resolved within a century. Waste. Wu Taitian decided to trust his instincts. Buzz. The final breakthrough began. Name: Wu Taitian. Race: human. Bloodline: frenzied Qilin. Sacred body: 0.03. Talent: omniscient. F. Realm: extraordinary. Realm: punching power: 103 tons. He stood up, his entire body already muscular, revealing a youthful face with delicate features atop his towering 4-meter frame. His ears perked up, and he could clearly hear the movements hundreds of meters away. Thus, bang! The ground caved in, and Wu Taitian's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Next, one move to repel the enemy. How such minor matters need not be mentioned. After all, it was a cross-boundary battle. Does the outcome need detailed narration? Wu Taitian's first action was to look at his classmates, and then he saw Dicang, whose chest had caved in and one arm was missing. Are you all right? He asked with concern. Dicang. Looking at the wound that had stopped bleeding and was visibly slowly healing, he strained to force a smile. I'm fine. A couple of days of rest will suffice. His talent was immortality, although it was only a grade and difficult to heal fatal injuries. Rebirth from a mere severed limb was still possible. After speaking, supported by Go Changchun, he looked in another direction and said, but I think someone is about to die. Yes, Dicang's injury was not the worst. That unlucky soul guarding the cave entrance was kicked in the spine by the resurrected youth and now lay on the ground bent backward. Shixingqiong, can you hear me? Do you think a broken spine counts as a fatal injury? I think a fatal injury is just the heart and brain, right? A spine is just bone, as long as we can piece the bones together. Get out of the way. You know nothing about setting bones, let me handle it. Everyone surrounded the unfortunate soul with a broken spine as anxious as ants on a hot pan, frantically trying to set the bone and patch things up. To be honest, he shouldn't have sustained such severe injuries with armor protection. However, after the battle, everyone skillfully cleaned and maintained their armor. No one expected that the person would actually revive. In the cave, very few were armored, and they were caught off guard. Just like Dicang, one of his arms had been cut in two. His chest had also caved in from the impact. Fortunately, it was a non-fatal injury. The grade immortality could still save him. As for the other unfortunate soul, named Shixingqiong, Changchun, help me over there, I need to finish him off. Oh no, I want to avenge Duan Minggui and Shixingqiong. Dicang was fuming, pondering how the enemy had less air coming out than going in after receiving a knee strike from Wu Taitian. If he didn't finish him off now, it would be too late. Gu Changchun assisted Dicang, looking oddly at him. Gu Shixingqiong is still alive. He has a great talent for super healing, don't you remember? Moreover, a broken spine isn't a fatal injury. It should be noted that the lives of ordinary realm warriors are still quite resilient. If the heart and brain are intact, it doesn't count as a fatal injury. At least not for now. As his words fell on the other side, Shixingqiong's curved spine was being straightened back into place. He was pale while unconscious, but after the spine was realigned, color visibly returned to his face, and his breathing gradually grew stronger. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hiss. Good. Then let's only avenge Duan Minggui. The minor flesh buds around Dicang's wound twitched, and the itch from healing made him gasp. With his remaining hand tightly gripping a spear, he was assisted by Gu Changchun to the side of the youth, who had now reverted from dragon scales back to human form. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and it seemed he wouldn't last much longer. Dicang wasted no time, and thrust the spear deep into the youth's eye socket, penetrating his brain. He forced his severely injured body to send him off. Power 1. Is that it, eh? Dicang's lips twitched. He discovered that his ability truly operated as described, killing a sentient being granted him 1 strength. In the ordinary realm, the combat power of awakened bloodline individuals is vastly different, yet the reward for killing was the same. Diga, how do you feel? Is it satisfying now? Guchangchun continued to assist Dicang, also advising, I know you are angry, Digu, since Duan Mingue came from the same orphanage as us. Avenge him is indeed justified. But Diga, you must also take care of your health. What if he revives and goes on a killing spree? You still need to preserve your utility. Dicang nodded and waved his hand, indicating understanding and that no further words were needed. Just as Guchangchun said, Dicang, Duan Mingue, and Guchangchun, as well as at least 1/3 of the classmates, all came from the same orphanage. Having played together since childhood, their bond was naturally deep. Now that Duan Mingue had sacrificed himself, although Dicang was mentally prepared, the reality of it still weighed heavily on his heart. All right, help me sit over there. I want to rest for a while. Finding a place to sit, Dicang chewed on the last of the nutritional paste in his ration bag, quietly waiting for his body to heal. According to the original plan, they should now be retreating, distancing themselves from the search teams in the outer city, during which Dicang would rapidly grow stronger through tactics, luck, sacrifice, and abilities. Only after his combat power could rival that of the extraordinary realm would he be qualified to stand firm. But now there was no need to rush. Digu, a towering figure like an iron tower, sat beside Dicang. It was Wu Taitian. Having successfully advanced to the extraordinary realm, such strength could dominate the outer city and even establish a medium-sized battle gang with thousands of members, easily protecting a group of graduates. He wore a heavy expression and blamed himself, saying, It's my fault. If I had broken through earlier, Duan Mingue wouldn't have died. Dicang shot him a glance. You're blaming yourself. Who do you think you are? It was I who allowed Duan Mingue to go out and sacrifice himself. If anyone is to blame, it can only be me. Besides, if it weren't for him taking us down with him, we would have lost even more people. Enough already, go away and stop bothering me. Once I'm healed, come with me to see the real outer city. He dismissed the overly responsible Wu Taitian. Dicang continued to rest with his eyes closed. Well, it's not possible to truly rest. The sharp pain and itch of the wounds healing were unbearable. Black. So black. But in the darkness, there seemed to be a glimmer of light. He reached out his hand and grasped the light. In an instant, memories surged into his mind. Shixing Qiong suddenly opened his eyes. Name: Shixing Qiong, race human, bloodline not activated, talent super healing, E-realm, ordinary realm, level 8, punching power 1955 kilograms, skills basic martial arts, great success, yellow grade, bloodline call, great success, fighting style, yellow grade, swift step, perfect, yellow grade, wind cutting blade, great success, killing method, yellow grade, boiling blood, great success, living method, none. What is this? The system panel of the martial artist race. I did it. Shixing Qiong's body tensed, his heart filled with ecstatic joy. After countless years of cultivation constrained by talent, family background, resources, and luck, I've been stuck at the pinnacle of foundation establishment without progress. The advancement of the immortal path system is overly reliant on fortune, merits, and foundations, and those immortal golden core and nascent soul old monsters have laid countless traps everywhere. In the end, I still wanted to progress too much. It's not that the immortal path system is bad, the martial path system is much broader. Shixing Qiong thought, while operating the cultivation methods from his memories. Indeed, it was utterly useless. The entire world didn't have a shred of spiritual energy. Yet his vitality was quite abundant. With a single thought, he could transform it into spiritual energy, aiding him in stepping onto the path of refining qi. But why should he do this? He had barely escaped the cultivation system and embraced the martial path. He had no intention of returning. The martial path truly deserves to be the main lineage of humanity. As ordinary realm warriors, we can enjoy the care of technological martial gods since childhood. Even if we can't break through to the extraordinary realm, we can live comfortably in school for a lifetime. This treatment is far better than that of the immortal path branches. Wait, as he recalled, Shixing Qiong's joyful expression suddenly froze. He shot up, surveying the surroundings. In the cave, his classmates from this world were either resting or cultivating martial arts. Outside the cave, some people were digging pits to bury the dead, all of whom were ordinary realm warriors. Ordinary realm warriors who should stay in school for a lifetime unless they break through to the extraordinary realm. No, this is not the territory of the martial artist race. This is the outpost planet of the outer river system. Shixingqiong's face turned green. He wasn't the protagonist, so his inner thoughts weren't important. Now Dicang, with one arm severed, had already approached him. Little Xingzi, you're awake. Come on, your mind is sharp. Accompany me to the city. Shixingqiong lifted his head. Dicang assumed he was just groggy from waking up and explained, you were nearly kicked to death yesterday, but fortunately you have good luck and a great talent to pull through. It's okay, I've already avenged you. By the way, I have good news. Wu Taitian has broken through and is now an extraordinary realm powerhouse. With him in charge, we won't have to hide in the outer city anymore. Shixingqiong regained his senses and nodded. Oh. Diga, your hand. It was cut off by someone, but it's fine. Oh, it's recovering quickly, Dicang said as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the severed arm. To everyone's surprise, not only had the wound fully healed, but a baby-like hand was growing out of it, stretching and clenching according to Dicang's thoughts. Dicang sincerely said, using this hand to adjust the trajectory will make my cannon appear much larger. Shixingqiong incredulously replied, in this place. This isn't a single-person bedroom in the dormitory. Oh, everyone is here. In a public place, can't you hold it in a bit? Dicang puzzled. Nonsense, I have to urinate wherever I am. Reasonable. Seeing Shixingqiong nod, Dicang continued. By the way, when Wu Gu broke through, he ate half of the food we brought, and then after his breakthrough, he ate the rest to stabilize his realm, replenish nutrition. If we don't go to the city to buy something to eat, we'll starve to death. That's also quite reasonable. Compared to ordinary realm, the extraordinary realm's appetite is much larger. Simply relying on nutritional paste can no longer satisfy the needs of the extraordinary realm. As they spoke, the two had already donned their armor and exited the cave. Outside, Wu Taitian's towering figure was like a small mountain, standing over 4 meters tall. He looked at the newcomers and quickly broke into a smile. Xingzi, are you healed? Wu Taitian asked with concern. Shixingqiong nodded, engaging in friendly conversation. Although he had awakened his past wisdom, he did not discard the emotions formed over the past 16 years. Rather, the limited capacity of the ordinary realm's brain meant that the compression of his memories from his previous life at the Foundation establishment stage was less than 1/10, so his personality developed over 16 years in this life wouldn't be instantly overwritten. Moreover, he had already decided to forget his origins. The karma of his past life could roll aside. Meanwhile, seeing that everyone who had gone out had gathered, his classmates also surrounded them. They all put forward requests for purchases. Bring back more flavors of nutritional paste. I heard from those 2 captives that the outer city has more than just sweet and salty flavors. Water. We are short on water, don't forget. Wugu, I heard there's something called blood chi pill in the outer city that packs a lot more punch than our nutritional paste. Could you buy a few to try? You can take these 2 captives to the city and sell them for some initial capital. Listening to his classmates' requests, Wu Taitian smiled and agreed one by one. Everyone was excited and full of anticipation. Only Gu Changchun frowned uneasily, saying, Wu Gu, if you leave, what will we do if someone attacks again? Wu Taitian, a transcendent realm cultivator, was the pillar upon which the entire class secured its footing in the outer city. Everyone knew full well, without Wu Taitian, their cohort would be utterly insignificant. Any minor battle faction, with even modest strength, could crush them outright. Just like that youth who had awakened his bloodline. Without Wu Taitian, the whole class combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. So Go Changchun's anxiety was entirely justified. Indeed, Wu Taitian mused, then drew the battle saber at his waist. With his 4-meter frame and immense arms span the blade, originally forged for mortal realm warriors, now appeared almost diminutive. In the next instant he swung. 100 tons of force surged through the blade, propelling it beyond the sound barrier in a flash. Shwa! A 2-meter-tall boulder split cleanly down the center. Its cross-section gleamed smooth. No fissures, no splintering, no imperfection. Only a transcendent realm cultivator could deliver such a cut. Wu Taitian pointed to the bisected stone. If enemies dare approach, show them this rock. They'll know precisely how much to weigh their ambitions. Brilliant idea, Go Changchun declared, thumb raised high. With this, all would understand. Their group stood under the protection of a transcendent realm master. According to intelligence extracted from the 2 captives, a transcendent realm cultivator possessed sufficient authority to found a mid-tier battle faction, dominate an entire district, and command tens of thousands of subordinates. Slave traders desperate enough to abduct recent graduates dared not provoke them. Amid cheers and farewells, the group departed swiftly, following the captives' directions toward the nearest outer city settlement. Junior brother. Senior brother. Truth is people like us are everywhere in the outer city, worth barely a few nutrient pastes. Rather than selling us off, why not let us join your ranks? The closer they drew to the city, the more frantically the captives pleaded. Wu Tatian remained silent, then delivered one precise slap to each calibrated so perfectly it shattered half their teeth without drawing blood. Because of you, Duan Mingue is dead. Dicang stripped off their clothes and stuffed their mouths shut. And because you concealed the truth, your own leader nearly unleashed slaughter upon us all. You have earned your deaths. If no buyer comes, I'll flay you alive. He spoke with chilling calm, clearly intending every word. Though they were indeed fresh graduates, barely 16 years old, interstellar high martial academies taught no doctrine of saintly mercy. Each student buried corpses with practiced ease as if the motions had long since hardened into muscle memory, rehearsed countless times. As for Dicang's pre-transmigration moral compass, apologies, he'd forgotten his roots. Not long afterward, they arrived at their destination, a city encircled by towering walls. 10 meters high, the walls were cast from reinforced concrete, imposing at a distance, yet in truth any mortal realm warrior could scale them barehanded. As for monstrous beasts, they'd find it trivial. Their grandeur was purely ornamental. Up close, Dicang saw the ramparts pockmarked with breaches, evidence of countless battles, and no sign of repair. They simply rotted where they stood. Letten Settlement, also called Letten City, boasts a population of 300,000 ruled by a large battle faction said to teem with masters. Even transcendent realm cultivators number at least 24. The band that ambushed us originated here. Of course, those attackers were merely a minor faction, no more than a few hundred strong, daring only to scavenge the outermost wastelands or hunt for salvage, all while paying head taxes to their superiors. This intelligence had been wrenched from the captive's lips. Dicang analyzed it quietly, concluding that with Wu Taishan's cultivation realm establishing firm footing here would pose little difficulty. At the settlement's entrance stood an open iron gate, flanked by armed sentinels. A long queue snaked outward. Strange vehicles entered and exited constantly, many hauling stripped teenagers, armorless, hollow-eyed, bound tight. Well now, what a fortunate week. Fresh graduates arriving in mass. Your hall looks splendid. Standard entry fee, 5 nutrient pastes per person. Paste referred unambiguously to nutrient paste. A single unit sufficed to fuel a mortal realm 9th rank cultivator's entire day of practice and served as the outer city's most universally accepted currency. Why the hike? Someone protested immediately. Wasn't it 3 pastes per person before? The gate guard smirked indifferently. Special holiday rates. Perfectly normal, isn't it? You've just captured dozens of juniors. Your boss raised fees specifically to profit from your success. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Enough chatter. Pay up or get out. Have the courage to camp outside the gates. But if others rob you, we bear no responsibility. Decency, etiquette, shame. None existed. They stated it plainly: the price hike was pure extortion, and anyone bold enough could refuse to pay. With dozens of captives entering, each yielding 5 nutrient pastes, the accumulated sum was substantial. Many grumbled, but complied. Just as they handed over their paste and stepped forward, "Wait." The gate captain stepped forward, halting the merchants. Calmly he asked, "And what's our cut?" The lead merchant bristled. "You've already jacked the entry fee to 5 pastes. What more do you want?" The captain blinked, then smiled. "Bribes, of course. The entry fee belongs to the faction leader. It's all turned in nothing to us. But my brothers and I guard this gate. We earn only fixed wages. How are we supposed to advance? Hurry up, 12 of us, minimum 1 paste each. As captain, I'll take 2. Surely that's reasonable. 1 paste per person." The merchant paused, pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. Fine. Not unreasonable. He'd grown accustomed to such arrangements. After all, how else could the guards improve? 1 paste each, 2 for the captain. Hardly exorbitant. They paid without further protest. The guards promptly cleared the way. Others watched impassively. This spectacle was commonplace. Yet Shixingqiang, standing nearby, stared in stunned silence. Truly the martial human race. Blunt, direct, no pretense. Back home, cultivators engaging in bribery and extortion still wrapped themselves in layers of obfuscation. How inefficient. Then abruptly he recalled something. Perhaps, possibly, they had no money at all. Time flowed. Lines surged in and out of the city. Soon Dicang's group reached the front. "We have no money." Before the guards could speak, Dicang volunteered the admission. The captain frowned. "No money? Then get out." His voice died mid-sentence. A colossal figure blotted out the sun looming over him. Towering, immovable, gazing down. It was Wu Tatian. For meters tall, he peered down at the mortal realm guard, half his height, and asked, voice deceptively gentle, "Who exactly did you tell to leave?" As he spoke, his blood surged like churning rivers. His overwhelming aura pressed down across 100 meters. In that instant, the world fell hushed. Wind-stilled clouds froze. The guard's defiant expressions cracked, then melted into fawning, sycophantic smiles. "Master, please enter. You're a transcendent realm cultivator. How could we possibly charge you an entry fee?" They instantly parted, clearing a path. Wu Taishan's brow relaxed, his aura retracted. Then he extended a hand toward the guards. "You insulted my brothers moments ago. Compensation is in order." The guards froze. The captain's smile bloomed wider still. "Absolutely. Absolutely necessary." Moments later, the group passed through the gate. Before even selling the captives, they'd already acquired a backpack brimming with nutrient pastes, over 100 units by count. Was this what currency truly meant? The students marveled aloud. So earning wealth is truly this effortless? Are transcendent realm cultivators really this untouchable in the outer city? Dicang sighed wistfully. He'd hoped the brewing conflict might grant him opportunity to unleash slaughter, to harvest strength. Instead, Wu Taishan's mere presence had dissolved all resistance. Dicang fell silent, gazing up at the 4-meter titan beside him. "Brother Wu, must you always do this? How will we ever play the fool to devour the tiger? Without concealing your strength, how can you ever cultivate awe?" Exasperated, he urged, "Here's an idea. Find a bone-contracting art to practice. Maintain a normal human stature, yes. Bone-contracting art. I'll look it up." Wu Tatian opened his interface and searched. To his surprise, several options appeared, abundant and varied. In the era of interstellar high martial cultivation, countless arts were cataloged within the system interface, vast as stars ranked across 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Even cultivation insights and experiential notes accompanied each art, all freely accessible, cost-free. Before the system, martial gods' rise, low-tier arts were prohibitively expensive, high-tier arts remained jealously hoarded by noble houses and aristocratic clans. Talented cultivators often lacked access to appropriate arts, making advancement nearly impossible. After the system martial god's ascension, however, he consolidated all human cultivation arts and released them openly, benefiting every human being equally. Of course, accessibility did not guarantee comprehension. For mortal and transcendent realm cultivators alike, only yellow-tier arts proved legible. Higher-tier arts, though displayed before them, remained indecipherable. Fortunately, numerous yellow-tier bone-contracting arts and disguise techniques were available. Wu Tatian browsed carefully. A man of action, he disdained unnecessary deliberation, delegating all matters he deemed trivial. When friends offered advice, he judged harmless, he listened. Yet as they walked, Wu Tatian furrowed his brow. "It reeks." He shifted attention back to reality, turning to those beside him. "Where exactly are we? Why does it grow fouler by the step?" Dicang sighed. "You're noticing now, eh?" He surveyed the settlement in full: open sewage ditches, uncollected refuse, scattered waste from public defecation. Ruptured sewers left unrepaired. Crumbling wooden huts, brick shacks, crude concrete dwellings. No skyscrapers, no familiar urban landmarks. Every street bore fissures, every wall showed damage, resonating still with the echoes of violent clashes. It was quite simply, unbearably grim, indistinguishable from ruins. At least to graduates accustomed to luxury in the core district, this place made a pigsty seem refined, and their disgust ran deep. Wu Tatian instantly sealed the blood flow to his nasal passages, shutting out the stench. Frowning, he muttered, "Is this truly fit for human habitation?" Meanwhile, Shixingqiang thought inwardly, "So this is how mortal cities appear. Well, worse still, it rivals even demonic tribes." The group advanced in fits and starts pausing frequently to ask for directions. At last they arrived at the city's famed marketplace. Exotic beast meat, exotic beast hides, exotic beast scales, exotic beast organs. Step right up. These were slaughtered just this week, fresh as dawn. Nirexperici blood pills. Originally 100 gao each, now slashed to 30 gao for clearance. Lost leader pricing. Junk salvage from the garbage mountains. No idea what effects it has. 5 gao per piece. Take it, asses, no returns. Freshly captured juniors and seniors. Low rank 30 gao, mid rank 60 gao, high rank 90 gao, 9th rank 200 gao. First come, first served. No reservations, no delays. The marketplace bustled with life. Vendors shouted from every stall. One classmate, eyes gleaming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "So this is commerce. I can't hold back any longer. I've never purchased anything in my entire life. During student years, all supplies were strictly rationed by need. Moreover, the academy existed solely to select elite talent. Everyone consumed identical nutrient pastes, ensuring absolute equality, so as to identify only the most outstanding students through relentless competition. Resources like chi blood pills simply did not exist within its walls. Nor were there any indulgent diversions, no entertainment devices that might stir base desires. 16-year-olds had never witnessed such a world. Say if Brother Wu hadn't broken through. Another classmate pointed toward a nearby slave auction ground and said quietly, "We'd likely suffer the same fate." They turned to look and saw beneath the open sky hundreds of youths chained together like livestock, traded openly as commodities. The surrounding crowd watched with utter indifference. This was commonplace. Only these fresh graduates felt a pang of shared sorrow. Yet even that empathy carried no impulse to intervene. After centuries, society had run thus, unchanged, unchallenged. Though it was their first time witnessing such chaos firsthand, they had long been taught of the outer city's lawlessness at school. So when theory met reality, they retained at least a baseline of composure. Indifference bred acceptance. Acceptance extinguished the will to change. Only Dicang, the transmigrator, felt genuine discomfort. What? Just 120 Gao. Look closely, they're not graduates. One is 6th rank mortal realm, the other 8th rank mortal realm. Seasoned veterans who've clawed their way through the outer city for years. Far more experienced. Get lost, you're trying to swindle me. I won't sell. With solemn diligence, Dicang compared offers across vendors before finally securing a sale for both captives. The two cultivators fetched 170 Gao. After paying 10% tax, Dicang netted 153 Gao. Oh right, this fellow had long since forgotten his roots. Returning to the group with a cloth sack in hand, Dicang sighed. With waves of new graduates flooding the slave market's, demand has surged, forcing both buyers and sellers to slash prices. We arrived at precisely the wrong moment. As expected, Shi Xingqiang nodded, then declared, "After 16 years of salty sweet nutrient paste, I'm desperate to taste something else." He seized a nutrient paste bar, tore open its wrapper and chewed, his brow furrowing deeply. The others stared, silent question hanging in the air. "How is it?" "Delicious." Swallowing in one gulp, Shi Xingqiang replied, "Strange, incredibly strange, like a fusion of sausage and corn with an undertone of grassy hay. What on earth is this made of?" At those words, everyone froze, utterly bewildered. Sausage? Corn? What are those? Shi Xingqiang's expression stiffened. He'd forgotten for 16 years these youths had drunk nutrient solutions as children and gnawed nutrient paste as adolescents, never once tasting real food. Naturally, his metaphors sailed over their heads. But with novelty before them, no one dwelled on his misstep. Only one voice piped up, "Grass. I've tasted it. Revolting. Brother Xing, let me try a bite." One by one, they snatched nutrient bars and sampled the flavor. When the tasting ended, some grimaced, gagging inwardly, others' eyes blazed with revelation, as if tasting divinity itself. Disgusting garbage. Aroma divine. My very existence was ordained for this. The two factions clashed, unyielding. Wu Tatian took a bite too, found it passable. Dismissing it, he asked, "Senior Brother D, what's next? If we're forming a battle faction, where do we register? Though this city is filthy, chaotic, and decrepit, it's still infinitely preferable to caves or wilderness. We must relocate everyone here as soon as possible." Hearing this, Dicang snapped back to attention. His gaze shifted from Shi Xingqiang. Those words, sausage, corn, were impossible to ignore. "On no rush." Dicang chuckled dryly. "Do you think this is the academy where founding a club requires formal applications? Forming a battle faction is simple: claim unclaimed territory, unleash your aura as a transcendent realm cultivator, and followers will flock to pledge allegiance." Wu Tatian nodded, comprehension dawning. Yet Dicang added, "Of course we're few and weak. If we act recklessly, we'll offend the city's sovereign. We'll need to pay homage to the local power sooner or later." He'd begun outlining the plan, but seeing Wu Tatian's lack of interest, he fell silent. This man was a martial brute. Plans bored him, only fists spoke his language. Dicang led the group deeper into the marketplace, gathering intelligence. He confirmed what the two captives had claimed across the outer city. Urban life ran on 3 pillars: scavenging, farming, and slaying exotic beasts. All outer city technology originated from discarded inner city refuse. Yet what the inner city deemed irreparable functioned perfectly well for mortal realm cultivators after minor repairs. Farming, as the name implied, yielded astonishing efficiency. Mortal realm cultivators outperformed oxen tenfold, producing the grain that sustained the outer city's populace. As for exotic beasts, slaughtering them was the most lucrative and most perilous occupation. The farther one ventured from the outer city, the denser the wilds grew with exotic beasts. Should they gather in sufficient numbers, full-scale beast-tide crises would erupt, making their eradication imperative. Beyond mere survival, exotic beasts were living treasuries. Their bodies supplied raw materials for chi blood pills, nutrient paste, and countless other vital resources. Yet the danger was commensurate. In the wilds, beasts rivaling transcendent realm cultivators roamed in droves. Even mortal transcending realm specimens were common, and legends whispered of super-transcendent realm beasts too. Thankfully, exotic beasts lacked true intellect. They remained confined to their territories. Otherwise, the outer city would have been annihilated long ago. Lutan City, meanwhile, fell under the dominion of a major battle faction. With a population nearing 300,000, it ranked among the outer city's smaller metropolises. Countless micro and minor factions thrived within it. Only two medium factions endured, both enjoying close ties with the ruling major faction, which spared them from absorption. Thus, their optimal path forward was not forging their own faction, but joining an established one. No, I object. The moment Dicang voiced his proposal, a classmate stormed forward, voice thunderous. A true man refuses to serve beneath another for long. Brother Wu stands at the transcendent realm, born to lead. To make him a subordinate would be sheer waste. Watching the speaker's fiery conviction, Dicang could only sigh inwardly, a transcendent realm cultivator serving as a lackey. At the very least, he'd command third or fourth seat. With Brother Wu shielding us from storms, our cultivation paths remain unobstructed. As for entanglement in power struggles, or the dangers therein, Dicang cared not a whit. In fact, he welcomed peril. The more chaos, the better, ideally full-blown faction warfare. And Dicang swore he'd charge headlong into the thickest fray, sword raised high. Yet the classmate held firm. Regardless, I insist we build our own force. Even starting small with a minor faction is acceptable. If absolutely necessary, might I raise 1,000 warriors under Brother Wu's banner? I'd manage everything myself. No burden upon anyone else. Just grant me his name. I beg only for his approval. He spoke with absolute sincerity and unwavering confidence. So much so that Dicang, momentarily disarmed, wondered had he overlooked some hidden advantage in founding their own faction. He studied the young man carefully. Chun Huangsha, 6th rank, mortal realm. In class, he drifted quietly with the current, graceful, amiable, diligent in private cultivation. Not one prone to contention. His sudden fervor defied his nature entirely. Had Dicang misjudged him? Or had combat reshaped his core? Whatever the cause, Dicang trusted his classmates implicitly, so no request went unheard. Brother Wu, what say you? Dicang asked, turning to the source of the proposed authority. After all, the name belonged to Wu Tatian. Wu Tatian replied, I leave it to you. Senior brother, do you know I understand none of this. So decide as you see fit, and just inform me once settled. His gaze was clear, his words sincere. Dicang, I told you to ascend to the inner city, and you treated it as idle wind. Then he looked again at Chun Huangsha, whose face radiated unshakable certainty, as if Dicang's nod would launch him into boundless freedom. That expression, where had he seen it before? Ah, yes. On graduation day, staring into the mirror, imagining bloodshed at last. He'd worn that very look. Fine. Proceed as you wish. Full authority rests with you. In the end, Dicang chose trust. He yearned to discover Chun Huangsha's hidden leverage. Unbeknownst to Dicang, the instant he gave his assent, Lutan City. The Ashes faction, a medium-tier battle faction. Its leader jolted upright from deep meditation, heart pounding. Why? Who did I ever wrong? What sin have I committed? The street was ablaze. A crimson sea of corpses stretched along its length. Most of the fallen were members of the Ashen Remnant gang. At the gang's headquarters, walls had been shattered by brute force. A towering figure strode in. His palm strike sent the second-in-command reeling backward in a spray of blood. His fist then snapped the third-in-command's arm with sickening finality. Though all were cultivators of the transcendent realm before him, they crumbled like infants. Yet the true architect of the Ashen Remnant's devastation was not this terrifying transcendent cultivator, but another armed with a long spear. A mortal rank cultivator. Yes, indeed. Judging by his Ki-blood resonance, he stood only at the mid-tier of the mortal realm, 4th to 6th rank. Yet he unleashed combat power rivaling that of the transcendent realm. How could mere mortal rank gang members possibly stand against him? And moreover, He showed no mercy whatsoever. As if gripped by a slaughter frenzy, he struck down even those who knelt begging for their lives, shattering skulls without hesitation. Hundreds, no thousands, of lives perished beneath his spear. Finally his gaze fell upon him. A transcendent rank cultivator. Slaying you might just stir something new. Then, darkness swallowed all. Guhui. Transcendent realm cultivator punch, force 80 tons. Bloodline pure, white Zebu 004. Talent death prophecy rank D. Guhui, the leader of the Ashen Remnant gang. His innate talent was unremarkable, yet his rank D talent granted him extraordinary margin for error. Unlike talents such as death regression, which preserved full memories across rebirths, death prophecy allowed him to directly witness fragmented memories of his own death up to 1 week into the future. Moreover, rank D talents were exceptionally potent, and its cooldown lasted merely 1 day, whereas comparable talents required at least a week to reset. Who seeks my ruin? Gu Hui's brow furrowed. The assailants were utterly unfamiliar, clearly outsiders. They knew nothing of his talent. Had they known of his death prophecy, they would have captured him alive for a full week before execution, ensuring no memory leakage. Outsiders, reckless novices. His talent was no secret in Letten City. Their failure to gather intelligence before launching their assault had inadvertently triggered his death prophecy. According to the memory fragments, the assailants were formidable, capable of annihilating his entire gang and slaying him alongside his second and third lieutenants, without exertion. Thus his course was clear. First, uncover the assassin's identities, origins, and motives. Second, seek sanctuary, preserve his life. Gu Hui never squandered his talent. Each day he received visions of his own death, because he deliberately courted it. He stormed rival gangs, seized their classified archives, then committed suicide on the spot, transmitting the knowledge back to himself 7 days prior. Or he ventured beyond the city walls to observe monstrous beasts, their habitats, habits, vulnerabilities, memorized every detail, then ended his life. Since awakening his talent, Gu Hui had lived either in the act of suicide or en route to it. His actual battles, vanishingly rare. Each was a life-or-death crucible demanding absolute focus. This time was no exception. He believed he would prevail. At dusk, as the sun bled beyond the horizon, Wu Taishan's tiger-like frame trembled. His transcendent rank aura erupted unreservedly, pressing down upon the entire ruined street. Beside him, Chun Huangsha rode the wave of that aura, shamelessly recruiting new members. As you see, our Liao Yuan battle gang is protected by a transcendent rank master. Opportunity knocks, but once. Join Liao Yuan and never again fear oppression from stronger cultivators, or becoming prey for monstrous beasts. Those wishing to enlist register here. No prerequisites. Disabled or low-rank cultivators alike are welcome within Liao Yuan's gates. Oh, and please leave your idiocy at the gate. A vast queue of cultivators snaked along the street, awaiting registration. In the outer city, where brutal struggles raged daily, disabled cultivators formed a substantial demographic, either neglected loners or expendable cannon fodder. Some disabled or weak cultivators banded together into microgangs, barely clinging to survival in the outer city's harsh margins. But today was different. Chun Huangsha accepted all. Not only low-rank cultivators, but even the disabled found his gates wide open. Dicang watched baffled. Low-rank cultivators fine, but why recruit the disabled? He asked, perplexed. Some have lost both arms. What purpose would they serve in a battle gang? To collect pensions? In this wretched outer city, there was no room for waste. True uselessness meant either death or the road leading straight to it. To Dicang, Chun Huangsha's actions were pure folly. Yet Wu Taishan, gazing upon the bustling recruitment, remained serenely unperturbed, his eyes still guileless, untroubled by his comrades' eccentricities. Brother D, you think Xiao Chun does wrong? Dicang paused, then slowly shook his head. No. I know Chun Huangsha well enough. He never wastes effort without reason. Enough. I'll never grasp it. Let him be. With that he dismissed the matter entirely. Time flew. As twilight faded, 1,000-strong battle gang stood assembled, and Chun Huangsha ascended as its undisputed leader. No one contested him. Gazing upon the teeming crowd, Chun Huangsha's heart surged with triumph. 1,000. A force commanding 1,000. I've met the foundational requirement. Suppressing his grin, he knew his era had dawned. Ding. Detected host has founded a 1,000-member force. Wonders module activated. Currently forging unique traits for the host's first faction. Note trait quantity and quality scale with host's cultivation realm. Currently, only one trait is available, and applies solely to mortal rank cultivators. Faction, Liao Yuan Battle Gang. Population 1000. Traits cultivation speed 10 mortal rank only. Wonders none pending construction. Wonder blueprints Bloodforge Crucible 10 increased chance of beneficial bloodline mutations Formless Spire Wisdom 10 Hall of Martial Transmission Cultivation Technique Efficiency 10. What's got you grinning like a fool? Dicang leaned in suddenly. Chun Huangsha jolted hastily, suppressing the grin, threatening to split his face. Ahem. Brother D, I feel Liao Yuan Battle Gang sounds rather plain. Perhaps we should erect some iconic structures. Dicang stared incredulous. Have you heard yourself? 800 souls clamoring for bread. Most can't guarantee tomorrow's meal, and you plan grand construction. Chun Huangsha coughed, twice his expression shifting from elation to rueful resignation. You're right, Brother D. I reached too high. Let's shelve the wonders, for now. He bowed his head again, deep in thought, mapping out paths forward. Recruitment continued unabated. With Chun Huangsha's affairs settled, Dicang surveyed the street. Its crumbling walls, its derelict houses, the stench of rotting refuse thick in the air. It was worlds apart from the pristine campus. For a fleeting moment, he recalled depictions of slums from pre-interstellar cinema. This was precisely that. The outer city was no place for humans. As the sun vanished, night descended. This world had no moon, but as an interstellar-era human and a vigorous mortal rank cultivator, he saw perfectly in starlight alone. Scattered embers across the city offered further illumination. At the edge of the street upon barren wasteland, flames leapt skyward. Dicang idly stirred the firewood board. According to Liao Yuan's members, most are scavengers. Their daily grounds lie 30 kilometers beyond the city walls, the municipal dump. That dump draws nearly 10,000 scavengers daily from surrounding cities, and monstrous beasts frequently hunt there. Hundreds of scavengers perish there each day, tens of thousands annually. Yet scavenging, a degrading occupation, was pursued almost exclusively by low-rank cultivators and the disabled. Mid-rank cultivators were scarce, high-rank ones near mythical. Chun Huangsha, seated beside him, shrugged. That fatality rate seems rather low. 200 million dwell in the outer city. 10 million die each year. All dumps combined claim only 1 million lives annually, mostly low-rank cultivators and the disabled. By contrast, beast hunting and internal cultivator wars account for the lion's share of those 10 million deaths. Still, scavenging barely sustains hunger and satiety. I need a more profitable venture. Chun Huangsha yawned, clearly unconcerned. And rightly so. The outer city overflowed with people. Lose some, recruit more. Demand always exceeded supply. Yet this was their first battle gang, so responsibility lingered, and they began brainstorming solutions, voices overlapping. Their ideas unsurprisingly fell into 3 categories: scavenging, raiding, and hunting monstrous beasts. Time passed. Suddenly Wu Tatian, who had been meditating silently apart, frowned and abruptly halted his cultivation. The instant he ceased, the howling wind of his fists and the boiling surge of his ki blood receded inward, alerting Dicang and all others to the shift. Shoo! Weapons drawn, they sprang upright, forming a tight battle formation. Oh ho! You youngsters are quite vigilant. A woman's light laughter drifted from the darkness. Then, wind stirred. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the very heart of their formation. Chi blood surged like roaring river waves. Around him, including Dicang, his classmates tensed every muscle. This overwhelming aura rivaled Wu Tiantian's without the slightest diminishment. Transcendent realm. Damn it. This is a transcendent realm cultivator. Only Wu Tiantian remained calm among the crowd, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon the figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Though swift, the man's movement could not evade Wu Tiantian's perception. A graduate who broke through to the transcendent realm in the outer city. Heh, lucky brat. A few such cases emerge each year, said the figure standing at the center of the crowd. The onlookers lowered their weapons and slowly turned. Only then did they truly see her, a young woman over 2 meters tall, her long legs powerfully sculpted yet devoid of excessive bulk. Transcendent realm, speed type. As the crowd scrutinized her, she too fixed her gaze upon Wu Tiantian, scanning the formidable tall youth from head to toe, then suddenly flicked her tongue across her lips. Excellent, truly excellent. Your Killen lineage blood resonates with my wolf lineage blood at a staggering 60 compatibility. If we were to unite, the probability of producing an intelligent offspring would reach at least 20%. As widely known, the Qilin was itself a composite beast born of many animals, and indeed shared ancestral ties with wolves. Thus her theory held genuine biological validity. No, this isn't the point. Wu Tiantian furrowed his brows. I have no intention of marrying. The woman smiled faintly. Do you even know who I am? Perhaps sensing the innocence in Wu Tiantian's gaze, she offered no pause for reply, and introduced herself directly. I am Tsang Lian, ruler of this settlement and leader of the Letten battle faction. Judging by your fresh graduation robes, you clearly know nothing of the outer city's codes. Any transcendent realm cultivator entering another's territory must first pay formal respects to the local authority. Not only that, you've dared form a battle faction right within my domain. Granted, your recruits are little more than refuse and cripples I wouldn't deign to claim, but they remain my assets. Not even a courtesy nod, yet you presume to absorb them into your ranks. You've grown far too bold, or perhaps simply tired of living. As she spoke, she closed the distance in an instant, gazing up at the towering youth before seizing his collar with brute force, her immense strength surging to wrench him downward into a forced bow. Ryup. His tunic tore apart, revealing the dense, formidable musculature of a transcendent realm powerhouse built for raw strength. Tsang Lian recoiled in disbelief. He hadn't yielded an inch, not even a flicker of deference. Wu Tiantian, are you ill? In the next breath, his fist erupted forward. A torrential surge of chi blood unleashed 100-ton force, crashing squarely into Tsang Lian's face. Her body spun violently midair. Boom! Hurtling dozens of meters, she shattered a wall and crushed an entire building beneath her impact. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Dicang stood utterly stunned. Brother Wu, what are you doing? After all, even a mighty dragon bows before the native serpent. While we're barely serpents ourselves, she is unquestionably the sovereign serpent of this land. How dare you strike without warning? Just as Dicang had feared, the moment Wu Tiantian moved, hundreds of meters around them ignited. Hundreds of blazing ki-blood auras flared to life like torches. Figures materialized atop every rooftop surrounding them. Hundreds of elite martial artists, each ranked above 7th-tier mortal realm. Even more ominously, 8 directions blazed with colossal furnace-like ki-blood auras, the unmistakable signatures of transcendent realm masters. The Letten battle faction was a major faction, and major factions typically fielded nearly 10 transcendent realm cultivators. So they'd all come. There's an old saying, even a lion deploys its full might when hunting a hare. Clearly the enemy had committed their entire elite force, holding absolutely nothing back. Hold your strikes. Don't harm the stud I've chosen. Tum. Shards of stone exploded outward as Tsang Lian strode forth from the ruined building, unscathed, untouched. No. Her features and form began to blur, as if wrapped entirely in whirling gales. The moment she spoke, hostility across the square receded instantly. Not a single voice dared rise. Tsang Lian laughed softly, truly a fledgling. Just broken through, still relying on brute chi blood in combat, ignorant even of how to channel true ka-force. Little one, heed this counsel. This is no law-abiding inner city, nor the sheltered campus where mother watches your every step. So for the sake of your entire class's lives, I demand you rein in that temper. She locked eyes with Wu Tiantian, searching his face for any trace of panic. But she found none. His gaze remained clear, his expression utterly unruffled, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. She continued, relenting slightly. Still, I mean you no harm. Join my faction, and you shall become the 10th faction leader. I'll ensure your classmates eat well, live well, and extend my protection to those 1,000 cast-offs and cripples you've just gathered. The terms are extraordinarily generous. You need only offer a modest price in return. Serve as my stud, and plant your seed. Should we produce an intelligent heir, we lay the foundation for a transcendent bloodline. Commanding millions will be but a matter of time. By virtue of this sacred duty, you'll earn full kinship within my lineage, and your own path toward transcendence will open before you. Only benefit, no cost. I cannot fathom your resistance. Tsang Lian spoke with absolute sincerity, each word ringing with conviction. All eyes instinctively turned to Wu Tiantian. Isn't this pure fortune falling from the sky? Chen Huangsha murmured quietly. If Brother Wu yields to her, our fortunes are sealed. We'll lack for no resources henceforth. Another female classmate retorted sharply, nonsense. That woman speaks sweetly, but what is this seed planting but veiled slavery? She seeks only to reduce Brother Wu to her personal laborer. We must not let Brother Wu sell his body for our gain. Amid the crowd, students argued fiercely. Shixing Qiang listened for a while, then rubbed his temples in exhaustion. He studied Tsang Lian, the faction leader. Her figure and features were peerless, radiating both commanding authority and untamed wildness. With her strength, influence, and resources back in his homeland, she'd draw suitors lining streets end to end. Here stood such a paragon. offering patronage, status, wealth, and inviting him to explore the deepest mysteries of life itself. And crucially, she was no lust-cultivating heretic draining essence through forbidden arts. Is there any rational reason to refuse? If I wished I could awaken Qilin lineage blood myself, Shi Xingqiang declared gravely. Should Brother Wu decline, I will sacrifice myself in his stead. Though reborn, he retained the wisdom, willpower, and soul strength of his past life. Awakening his bloodline would take but moments should he choose. Dicang turned sharply, staring at him. Shao Xingzi, did a blow crack your skull? Mortal realm cultivators possess no reproductive capacity. Only upon breaking through to the transcendent realm and remolding the physical body does fertility return. Were mortal realm cultivators capable of procreation, the outer city would long since have overflowed with people. At these words, Shi Xingqiang froze, then urgently recalled his current life's memories. Indeed, it was true. The martial human genome had been engineered millennia ago by the martial god. Maturity arrived at 16, peak vitality persisted until 99, and rapid senescence followed in the final year. Much like avian species, without transcendent breakthrough, human lifespan was fixed at 100 years, deviating by no more than 2 or 3 days. Moreover, reproduction had been genetically excised from the human blueprint, restorable only through transcendent realm rebirth and genomic reformation. Perhaps within martial human civilization, those incapable of achieving transcendence were deemed unworthy of leaving heirs. Oh right, I'd forgotten that detail. Shi Xingqiang smacked his forehead and fell silent. Though lacking reproductive function, all other physiological capacities remained intact, causing him to overlook this fundamental truth. Truth be told, though he'd encountered martial humans in his past life, he'd rarely interacted with mortal realm cultivators, and his past life memories were so vast and profound that this basic knowledge had simply slipped his mind. Seeing his silence, Dicang felt an irresistible impulse rise within him, to seize Wu Tiantian then and there and toss him onto the Letin faction leader's bed. She offers wealth, power, merely seeking progeny. What hesitation remains? Yet even as this thought surged, Dicang knew such matters could never be coerced. He must honor another's autonomy. He nudged Wu Tiantian's side gently. Brother Wu, I won't decide for you. This choice rests solely with you. Wu Tiantian found Dicang's stance unsurprising. Calm and composed, he met Song Lian's gaze and asked plainly, why me? Because you're the only Qilin lineage cultivator nearby. Song Lian replied without hesitation. You've just arrived, unaffiliated, vulnerable, with clear weaknesses. Joining Letin gives me direct leverage. Other Qilin and Wolf lineage masters exist, but most serve rival factions or roam as untethered sovereigns. Neither type can be controlled, and both pose risks of betrayal. She snapped her fingers as if struck by sudden inspiration. Ah yes, one more reason. You've just broken through. You haven't even mastered K-Force. You're weak, powerless. Song Lian licked her lips again, then grinned, feral and cruel. A true master must humiliate the weak. His fists clenched tight. At her words, Dicang and every classmate felt a cold dread settle deep in their chests. Wu Tiantian was being branded weak. This couldn't end peacefully. Sure enough, Wu Tiantian's placid expression darkened and a slow, chilling smile spread across his lips. You say, I'm weak. In the next heartbeat, he vanished. Perfected yellow rank technique, explosive step. Like a detonating bomb, earth fractured beneath him. His towering frame crossed the distance in a blink, then drove forward a devastating punch. Perfected yellow rank technique, iron fist. This strike channeled Qibla to its absolute zenith, utterly eclipsing his earlier casual blow. Facing such lethal intent, Song Lian merely sneered. Merely Qibla propulsion, crude and shallow. Against advanced K-Force infusion, 9/10 of its power would dissipate upon impact, leaving no more sting than a breeze. What? At the last possible instant, Song Lian crossed her arms to block. Crunch. Her body flew backward once more. This time her forearms bent visibly, bone shards piercing flesh mingling with crimson blood. One blow, bilateral forearm fractures, terrifying beyond measure. Mortal realm cultivators manipulate blood and qi. Transcendent realm cultivators channel martial energy. The former merely enhances endurance and explosive physical power. The latter, when employed defensively, can deflect force and shield the body. When used offensively, it transforms fists into blades, drastically amplifying pressure. The destructive disparity between blood qi and martial energy is immense, even for identical output. As a veteran Transcendent Realm cultivator, Tsang Lian deemed subduing a novice graduate newly ascended to the Transcendent Realm virtually assured. She reasoned that if the youth before her submitted willingly, the Letten Battle Guild would gain a new guild master, and she herself might ascend into the ranks of a transcendent family. Should he refuse, then his limbs would be shattered, his body imprisoned as a labor slave, and his classmates' lives held hostage to compel him to surrender his vital life essence. Her plan seemed flawless, until it unraveled. From the youth's single-punched Tsang Lian unmistakably felt it razor-sharp martial energy, honed to lethal perfection, encasing his fist. This boy knew how to wield it. He had been concealing his mastery all along. Flung dozens of meters by the blow, Tsang Lian sprang upright, arms hanging limp and useless, her gaze seething with murderous intent. So you grasped the profound secrets of martial energy long ago, and deliberately feigned ignorance just to ambush me. At her words, every eye in the square snapped toward Wu Tiantian. Dicang, stunned beyond measure, blurted out, "You hid your strength." Could Wu Tiantian possess such cunning? This pure brawler? No. He'd already deceived them all once before. Perhaps he was one of those rare prodigies whose brilliance lay precisely in its concealment. Hide my strength. Wu Tiantian frowned, genuinely perplexed. The application of martial energy, you demonstrated it yourself just now. We are both Transcendent Realm cultivators. Why should you assume I could not learn it? His quiet retort left even Tsang Lian speechless. She knew that breaking through to the Transcendent Realm at 16 marked one as exceptional, but this level of mastery defied belief. Mastering martial energy after breakthrough usually took at least a month. How many days had passed for this youth? According to him, he'd learned it simply by watching her wield it. Could his talent be replication, or perhaps an extraordinary acceleration of learning? To absorb such profundity so swiftly, he must possess at least a Class D innate aptitude. Blood dripping from her hanging arms, Tsang Lian tilted her head back and roared, "All of you, seize him alive." Yet, no, the bleeding had already ceased, her wounds were knitting shut, even her fractured bones realigning themselves. The innate regenerative capacity of the Transcendent Realm rivaled even class healing talents. That is precisely why low-tier talents are disregarded, as cultivation advances their limitations inevitably render them obsolete. Returning to the present, Tsang Lian, as guild master of the Letten Battle Guild, issued her command, and instantly elite members of the guild moved in perfect unison. Remained motionless. Far more compelling than Wu Tiantian's open defiance was the sight of their own guild master, Tsang Lian, whose arms had snapped clean under a single blow, her defeat laid bare before them all. "Guild master, you acted rashly." That was the second master. "A guest has arrived. Must we invite enmity upon our guild?" That was the fourth master. "This junior brother has only just entered the settlement and shown no hostility whatsoever. Should you, driven by personal ambition, declare him an enemy?" That was the seventh master. "Damn it all. What does it matter if you two forge a transcendent family together? It changes nothing for us." That was the ninth master. At that very moment, beneath the flickering torchlight of the night, the second through ninth masters, the 8 Transcendent Realm cultivators of the Letten Battle Guild, spoke in rapid succession. Not a single one stepped forward. The reason was simple: transcendent families were built upon bloodline foundations. Even if Tsang Lian rose to that status, what relevance did it hold for outsiders like them? The Letten Battle Guild, spoken of politely, was an organization. Spoken of plainly, it was merely 9 Transcendent Realm cultivators ruling over mortal-level cultivators like petty warlords. Against monstrous beasts they would unite without hesitation, but against another Transcendent Realm human, that demanded careful deliberation. And youths fresh from graduation feared death least of all. They fought recklessly, wielding lethal techniques without restraint. Why risk one's life for such a cause? How could I forget your outer city nature? Then hear this: my personal hall's forces seize the mortal-level graduates as hostages. As for him, I shall handle him myself." Tsang Lian's fury dissolved into chilling composure. With a thunderous shout, her voice exploded outward, rending the silent night like a bolt from clear skies. Instantly, dozens of elite mortal cultivators vaulted from rooftops. From farther away, thousands upon thousands of mortals converged, drawn by the commotion. All her own subordinates. Their sheer numbers revealed meticulous preparation. Within the Letten Battle Guild, though she lacked authority to command the entire force, she secretly commanded over 20,000 cultivators. To capture Wu Tiantian alive, she had committed the greater part of her personal power, an unmistakable sign she had received prior intelligence. And the moment she gave the order, the other guild masters withdrew without hesitation, dragging their followers back in silence. They had come to bolster prestige, not to die? Even without mortal peril, they refused to incur enmity with peers of equal cultivation. In the outer city transcendent realm, cultivators perished chiefly at the claws of monstrous beasts, not at the hands of their own kind. Too forthright, too ruthlessly pragmatic. So direct, so utterly self-interested. Truly, the martial race I have long admired. When personal interest is absent, not a single ounce of effort is expended, not even under moral coercion. Magnificent. Shi Xingqiang watched the scene unfold, deeply moved. In his previous life as a cultivator of the Tao, even when resenting his sect's patriarch, he still performed his duties, however half-heartedly, just to maintain appearances. Never like the martial race, they didn't even feign compliance. As for the immediate threat looming before him, he glanced indifferently at the advancing formation, utterly unperturbed. Please, these are mere mortal-level trash. In his past life, he had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, surviving over 10,000 years, his battlefield experience dwarfing that of these callow youths beyond measure. Even though he now walked a different path, mortal cultivators remained far beneath his reach. His only concern was how best to restrain himself, to avoid drawing undue attention. Boiling blood, dare you take us hostage? Then first step over my corpse. With a guttural roar, Dicang, missing one arm, activated his killing technique and lunged headlong at the nearest foe. His spear pierced the heavens, streaking faster than lightning, piercing straight through an elite cultivator's heart. Blood erupted from the man's mouth as terror contorted his face. Something was wrong. This cripple's bloodkey strength barely surpassed mid-tier cultivators, yet his speed and power were preternatural. He had no way of knowing that empowered by external augmentation, Dicang's raw strength now exceeded 4 tons, twice that of a 9th-tier mortal cultivator. One strike, one kill, not only left enemies stunned, but even left Shi Xingqiang dumbfounded. Dicang, you're the strategist. Why charge in blind first? Yet seeing Dicang's ferocity, Shi Xingqiang cast aside all restraint. Drawing his battle blade, he charged forward, shouting, everyone, form defensive formations. Brother D, I'll aid you in slaying the enemy. Using some unknown technique, he appeared beside Dicang in the blink of an eye, just as Dicang thrust his spear again, shattering another foe's skull. Simultaneously, a peak-tier mortal cultivator beside Dicang erupted in fury, activating his bloodline on the spot. Crimson fur erupted across his body, his bloodkey surging violently. Whoosh! Shi Xingqiang slashed downward, severing the man's head. Dicang struck in the same instant, his spear impaling the severed head and detonating it into crimson mist. Strength 1, you stole my kill. Dicang glared at Shi Xingqiang, eyes wide. Had he not reacted instantly, the kill would have gone to another. Wait, Shi Xingqiang was only 8th-tier mortal cultivator. When had his combat prowess grown sufficient to instantly slay a bloodline-awakened cultivator, even one mid-transformation? Dicang stared intently, and saw Shi Xingqiang now stood over 2.5 meters tall, his entire body sheathed in serpentine scales. Clearly, he had activated his bloodline. But when had he awakened it? He's already headless. It hardly matters whose blade delivered the final blow. Shi Xingqiang looked at Dicang, hesitating to speak. He mused, ever since arriving in the outer city, Dicang's bloodlust had intensified, refusing even to spare those already doomed. Enough. I've awakened my bloodline, so I'll engage the enemy heathen. Brother D, remain at my flank and finish off any who survive. Without pause, he launched himself forward. Dicang's heart leapt with delight, finishing blows. I love finishing blows. He paid no mind to Shi Xingqiang's transformation. Perhaps near death had triggered a fortuitous awakening. Either way, slaying the enemy came first. Their first opponents were dozens of elite warriors loyal to the Letten Battle Guild's master, each an elite-tier cultivator, 5 among them bloodline awakened. And gradually converging surrounding the entire street were over 10,000 members of a single Letten Battle Guild hall, mostly mid-tier cultivators with a scattering of elites. As for low-tier cultivators, they were deemed worthless, rejected outright by the Letten Battle Guild. Thus, Shi Xingqiang led the charge like a war god, cleaving elite cultivators one by one, bloodline-awakened warriors falling before him in a single stroke. Dicang followed closely behind, deflecting ambushes aimed at Shi Xingqiang with his spear, then casually delivering the final blow to foes reduced to gasping breaths. Or already dead. Strength 1, strength 1, strength 1. Soon the two plunged deeper, ripping through the enemy ranks like scythes through wheat, carving a bloody corridor straight into the heart of the horde. By then, Dicang had shifted from support to frontline assault. Wielding his spear with one arm, each motion carried several tons of force. Raw numerical superiority, overwhelming, refined martial artistry, and coordination alike. Shi Xingqiong watched Dicang descend like a slaughter god, growing fiercer with every strike, charging faster than himself, claiming more lives than himself. Wait, has he unlocked something? He's only fifth-tier mortal cultivator. A martial artist's battle unfolds both within the arena and beyond. Its strength is tested inside, while resolve is shattered outside. Victory demands every conceivable stratagem. This is the true essence of a martial cultivator. Song Lian's objective was simple: to subjugate Wu Taitian, a youth who had awakened the Qilan bloodline. How? Even simpler fresh graduates cling fiercely to loyalty toward their classmates, a trait shared by countless outer-city martial artists. Capture his classmates, hold them as hostages. Would not this young man then be utterly at her mercy? Even if he refused absolute obedience, she could still bind his hands and feet, granting herself overwhelming advantage in the coming clash. Thus Song Lian felt no urgency, only unshakable confidence. Her long legs blurred into afterimages as she circled Wu Taitian with unadorned precision, all the while unleashing verbal barbs to fray his composure. Force-type, transcendent realm cultivators truly possess extraordinary brute strength, already wielding 100-ton force mere moments after breakthrough. Should you ascend to the pinnacle, your fist power may even surge to 300 tons. In contrast, I, speed-type myself, have cultivated for a full decade since breakthrough, yet my fist power barely exceeds 90 tons. Even at peak it shall never surpass 120 tons. But, in that instant, Song Lian flickered like a phantom, reappearing beside Wu Taitian. Though her arms were maimed, she opened her mouth wide and bit down. A sickening tear echoed through the air. Blood erupted in crimson arcs. A chunk of flesh tore from Wu Taitian's shoulder, ripped away by her razor-sharp teeth. Wu Taitian flinched not. Not a flicker of pain crossed his face, as he pivoted and struck with a single devastating blow, unleashing 100-ton force directly upon Song Lian. Only to strike empty air. She had already vanished again, in the blink of an eye. Clearly this was a perfected tier body movement, art designed for relentless close-quarters entanglement. Heh! Spitting out the bloody morsel, Song Lian sneered. As a force-type cultivator, your physique transforms with each breakthrough. You now stand 4 meters tall, your mass exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Yet your leg strength remains merely double your fist power, a ratio even inferior to that of ordinary mortal realm practitioners. 200 tons in your legs, yet over 1 ton in weight. How swift can you possibly be? Too slow. Far too slow. As she spoke, she continued sprinting in tight, dizzying circles, so near, so fast that Wu Taitian saw only her ghostly afterimages. Song Lian was right. Wu Taitian knew well that with merely 200 tons of leg strength, even at full sprint, his velocity would not exceed 70 meters per second. And his opponent, every student educated under the universal curriculum, understood this speed type. Transcendent realm cultivators begin with roughly 50 tons of fist power, but their physiology differs radically from force types. Their leg strength is 5 times their fist power, yet their mass hovers around only 200 kilograms. At full sprint, they exceed 150 meters per second. Moreover, this adversary was a veteran transcendent realm cultivator. If her fist power truly approached 90 tons, her leg strength would reach 450 tons, propelling her beyond 200 meters per second. Such a chasm in velocity rendered landing a blow sheer fantasy. You are correct. I am too slow. Wu Taitian said nothing more, then turned his gaze elsewhere. A faint smile surfaced on his impassive face. Your underlings fell rather swiftly. What? Bewildered, Song Lian followed his line of sight, toward the battlefield where mortal realm cultivators clashed. One glance, and her entire body froze. Shouts, wails, blood, corpses, severed limbs. Graduates whom she'd expected to offer negligible resistance were mostly crouching in disciplined defense, except for 2 figures at the vanguard moving like slaughter gods. One had activated his bloodline armored in serpentine scales, mastering both movement and combat to their zenith, wielding a battle blade that flashed like lightning amid the crowd. His killing art stripped bare of flourish, felled heads without pause. The other, a one-armed cripple, was raw, untamed, fearless. Ferocious, unstoppable. His physical metrics defied reason, each motion unleashed over 20 tons of force, enough to shatter bloodline cultivators, let alone ordinary martial artists. He welcomed injury with exhilaration, a wound sealed before the eye could track their closure. A battlefield grinder, heedless of peril, plunging deep into enemy ranks. Each strike harvesting lives, growing fiercer with every blow. And what of her own forces? Common cultivators mattered little. Even their deaths held no sting. But her elite, her senior and bloodline cultivators, less than 1 in 10 remained. Gua, my life's work. Song Lian's face flushed crimson with rage. Stop killing. Cease at once. Yet in that very moment another punch surged forth from Wu Taitian, denser, faster, unimaginably potent. As for its speed, unfathomably fast. Heavenly demon self-dismantling. At that instant a perfected tear-killing art erupted. Wu Taitian's body bloomed with arterial spray, his speed and strength surging violently. Surging. Soaring. Fist power 105 tons, 530 tons, a perfected tear-killing art wielded by a transcendent realm cultivator eclipses its mortal realm counterpart in potency. Duan Mingue achieved only quadruple amplification, yet Wu Taitian attained quintuple. In the blink of an eye he outstripped sound itself, his fist massive as a mortar pierced the air like a spear, and struck Song Lian dead center. On her chest, she sensed danger, tried to evade, but her speed fell short. No matter, her killing art would compensate. Heavenly demon self-dism. Spurt. Though she initiated the technique mid-reaction, she barely recoiled in time, just enough to shift her torso and avoid a mortal strike. Yet she could only watch helpless as his fist crashed into her sternum. Ribs splintered, chest collapsed inward, and crushing force flooded her viscera, churning them into ruin. Her seemingly frail frame launched backwards, skidding through the air for over 100 meters, blood spraying like rain. Finally, she slammed onto the earth, carving a furrow dozens of meters long before grinding to a halt. You. She gasped, spat crimson the moment her lips parted. Before her, Wu Taitian's towering silhouette strode forward. 150 meters meant but 2 or 3 heartbeats to him. At that moment, Wu Taitian suffered grievously. The perfectiteer heavenly demon's self-dismantling granted 5-fold power, but exacted a terrible toll. His bones fissured, organs hemorrhaged, flesh split open, his entire form drenched in blood as though dragged from a crimson abyss. Indeed, the heavenly demon's self-dismantling was a killing art steeped in catastrophic side effects. To wield it risked death, or at minimum crippling injury. For mortal realm cultivators, such damage would render them combat incapable, perhaps even shatter their foundation forever. Yet for transcendent realm practitioners, it was merely superficial. Rest would restore them fully. Their vitality was immense, their self-healing astonishing. Even a pierced heart could mend provided they withdrew promptly and nurtured themselves. Considered Song Lian, now chest collapsed, both arms severed, blood pooling beneath her. Such injuries would mean certain death for any mortal realm cultivator. Yet she lived and spoke. Cough. Cough. You mangy stray dog. Had I unleashed heavenly demon self-dismantling first, you'd have stood no chance. Lying prone, she stared up at Wu Taitian, eyes burning with fury and bitter resentment. He nodded slowly indeed. Which puzzles me. Why did you not unleash your full power from the outset? Had you struck with heavenly demon self-dismantling before I grasped force? Perhaps I would have fallen. You fight hesitantly, afraid to bleed, indulging in idle theatrics mid-battle. Your strength and influence are modest, yet your ambitions soar impossibly high. Neither academy nor outer city bred such a failure. As he spoke, he raised his foot. He brought it down, crushing her face into the earth with brutal finality. The ground cracked wide. In that instant, Song Lian's mind went blank. HRRGH. AA, get your filthy foot off me. Rage consumed her. Madness, hysteria, utter loss of control. She writhed like a fish cast ashore. You wretched outer city martial dog. Lowborn filth. Trash. Failure. How dare you? How dare you? I will kill you. I will kill you. Wu Taitian frowned. His foot pressed harder. The earth fractured further. The sickening crunch of skull fissures echoed aloud. Her struggles weakened. Junior brother, hold. A gust of wind swept past, a figure materialized beside Wu Taitian. The newcomer stood over 4 meters tall, muscles thicker, denser than Wu Taitian's. A seasoned transcendent realm cultivator, yes, but his speed dwarfed even force types, outpacing even speed types. This was Lu Tan Battle Guild's 3rd patriarch, or as some called him, the 3rd master. The woman beneath your foot, he said, is a scion of an inner city noble house, one banished permanently to the outer city, yet still connected to her lineage within the inner city. Wu Taitian turned expression cold. So, therefore she must not die. The 3rd patriarch spoke gravely. Thanks to her, Lu Tan Battle Guild maintains a direct trade conduit to the inner city. Should she perish, that channel vanishes. Moreover, though naive, she remains our guild master. She may fall before you, but to let you execute her outright. We cannot stand idly by. Doing so would shatter the guild's unity and morale. I see. That explains it. That makes sense. Inner city dwellers are at minimum transcendent realm cultivators. Thus children born there awaken as transcendent realm cultivators from birth. They inherit parental guidance education systems and living environments vastly unlike those of the outer city. Hence their temperaments and conduct differ profoundly. Very well, I shall spare her. However, Wu Taitian lifted his foot and gazed toward the distance where Tsang Lian's subordinates still battled his classmates. Or rather, battled only Dicang and Shi Xingqiu. Their combat prowess was preternatural. Each held one flank of the street, sealing both ends completely. The third patriarch followed his gaze, instantly comprehending. Understood. I'll order them to cease immediately. Wu Taitian raised a hand to halt him. No. Let them continue fighting. Brother D has fallen into a killing frenzy. Let him sate his thirst first. This was the most exhilarating battle yet for Dicang. Unlike last time, when he had chased down fleeing enemies, this time hordes of foes surged forward en masse into the narrow street, leaving no room for retreat. Bodies pressed tightly together, those behind oblivious to the carnage ahead roared mindlessly onward, only to be ruthlessly reaped by Dicang. Ah no, not ruthlessly, joyfully. He was laughing uncontrollably. Stay back. I'll fight you to the death. At last one martial artist broke under the pressure, trapped in the crush, unable to retreat, his spirit shattered before Dicang's advance. With a thunderous roar he activated the Heaven Demon Body Dissolution technique. A mid-tier martial artist, merely 6th rank mortal realm, he achieved tripled strength through its perfected form. He raised his blade, delivering over 4 tons of force straight at Dicang. Crack! Instantly the sword shattered. Dicang's thrown spear, still carrying momentum, struck with dozens of tons of force, blasting the man's skull apart. Fighting to the death. So you finally grasped the meaning of desperation. I'd begun to think you were wooden dummies. Truly the outer city's environment cultivated resilience. Graduates would have swarmed him with lethal techniques the moment combat began, unlike these seasoned veterans who withheld such arts until life itself hung in the balance. In fact, most martial artists never even managed to deploy their lethal techniques before falling beneath Dicang's blade. Incidentally, his own lethal art, boiling blood, had long since been deactivated. The marginal strength boost it offered paled beside a mere 1/10 of his external augmentation. Keeping it active would only waste precious stamina. Had he not feared these foes breaking past him to attack, his classmates behind Dicang would have charged headlong into the crowd without restraint, doubling his slaughter rate instantly. Even so, enemies fell like wheat before a scythe. With each corpse added to the pile, Dicang grew stronger, and the battle ever more effortless. He's beyond the mortal realm. He must be concealing his true cultivation. Loose arrows. Pierce him down. By contrast, the enemy ranks could no longer contain their panic. They'd held their fire earlier, per their leader's order to capture him alive. But now survival demanded full commitment, or they'd perish on the spot. Even if he wasn't truly beyond the mortal realm, he stood perilously close. What meaning do numbers hold for a mortal realm fighter against one who transcends it? Though Dicang himself had not yet broken through, his cross-realm combat prowess was undeniable. Thus, from the enemy's rear, arrows rained down like storm. Propelled by martial artists of at least mid-tier strength, those arrows pierced the air faster than sound itself. Dicang looked up, the sky blackened with incoming shafts. A day ago, such a barrage would have reduced him to scattered flesh and bone. But today was different. Dicang glanced at the augmentation granted by his external system. Strength 566. 56. 6 tons of fist strike amplification. Even an agility-type, transcendent realm cultivator at the outset of cultivation could scarcely match this. Pathetic. He discarded his spear, kicked aside a shield-bearer's corpse, and seized a 200-kilogram alloy shield, hoisting it aloft with one hand. In that instant, the arrow storm descended, its impact force deep enough to pierce steel by 2 or 3 centimeters. Yet, this was a high martial world. A 200-kilogram alloy shield gripped in one hand by Dicang met the supersonic barrage as he advanced. Charging, the ground exploded beneath his feet from sheer reactive force. Shield in hand, Dicang lunged headlong into the enemy ranks, crushing, smashing, sweeping. Wherever he passed, bodies were flattened into mangled pulp. At that moment, Dicang felt utterly like a 100-ton juggernaut incarnate. Wherever he sensed clusters of foes, he barreled straight through, unhesitating, and the chime of Strength 1 rang endlessly in his ears. He also discovered something startling. This 200-kilogram shield, now bristling with embedded arrows, was far more effective than the spear he'd trained with for over a decade. Muscles coiled, Dicang surged forward relentlessly, feeling only faint resistance, until after hundreds, perhaps thousands of meters, the resistance vanished entirely. Lowering the shield, he realized, with sudden clarity, that he had shattered the enemy's entire front line, penetrating deep into their rear. Glancing left and right, he saw scattered martial artists frozen in disbelief. Gah? He's transcendent realm. Must be. Yet his Kiblood reads only mid-tier mortal realm. Impossible. It's a trick. I surrender. Don't kill me. Defeat. Total absolute defeat. Dicang had smashed through the street, plunged into the enemy's heart. Thousands of martial artists along the line bore witness to the battlefield in its entirety. Only then did they comprehend the opponent they'd faced was no mere mortal realm minnow, but a transcendent realm tyrannosaur. We fought a transcendent realm cultivator. Is this real? No chance. Not in the slightest. And so thousands of martial artists collapsed in morale, fleeing wildly in all directions, scattering like dust in a gale. Dicang, damn, got carried away, lost control. Having shattered their morale prematurely, there were no more fighters driven to desperate final stands. His grand harvest had to end here. No, not yet. He turned toward the far end of the street, 1,000 meters away. That was Xingqiong's battlefield. Xiaoxingzi, don't fear. I'm coming to aid you. Roaring, Dicang charged forth, shield held high, his speed nearing 100 meters per second, covering the distance in mere seconds. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Xingqiong wielded his warblade with effortless grace. Even surrounded, his movements flowed like dance. Attacks from all sides posed no threat. They became extensions of his rhythm, his allies in motion. A flick of the blade tip deflected incoming weapons, sending them veering off course. Clashing metal rang out repeatedly, as if every strike missed Xingqiong entirely and struck comrades instead. This was combat danced upon the edge of a blade. A veteran's reborn battlefield intuition. With minimal exertion, Xingqiong methodically eliminated his foes. Bodies carpeted the ground, well into the triple digits. Frontline fighters trembled in terror. Those behind pushed forward relentlessly, forcing them to confront the inevitable. Such slaughter seemed destined to continue. I'm coming to aid you. Then, a 100-ton juggernaut crashed in, shattering formations, bursting deep into enemy lines. Xingqiong was instantly splattered with blood. Xingqiong, what is that? Is that Dicang, charging like a wild boar? When did he break through to the transcendent realm? Stunned, he watched Dicang surge through the enemy ranks, swinging the massive shield again and again, sending crimson sprays arcing across the air. Clearly, with such overwhelming power, he could have cleaved straight through the enemy host, deciding the battle outright. Yet he refused. He remained at the front lines, slaughtering, then letting fresh waves press forward, maximizing carnage at every turn. Xingqiong couldn't help but worry, is his bloodlust truly this severe? Then he recalled the outer city's 5% mortality rate, where natural death didn't exist and millions met untimely violent ends. Well, even Dicang's bloodlust has its limits. Surely he won't slaughter 1 million people in a year. Not only Xingqiong, but also classmates who'd spent hours defending against only scattered attackers, now found themselves idle. Their thoughts were simple. Whoa, brother Sure is this formidable. Whoa, brother D is also this formidable. Did they both secretly break through to the transcendent realm? Could it be they've been concealing their true strength? Chuan Huangsha murmured, then shook his head. No, impossible. Duan Mingue is dead. Dicang lost an arm. Xingqiong nearly got kicked to death. Concealing strength. Would they risk their lives just to hide it? But how? They'd only arrived in the outer city days ago, yet already possessed such overwhelming might. Sensing their Kiblood, neither had broken through. Both remained firmly within the mortal realm. Yet, unfathomable, incomprehensible. Could they too have awakened something? Chuan Huangsha projected his own experience onto them and instantly decided to look away. He hadn't seen anything. He'd simply pretend none of this had occurred. Back to the present, Dicang radiant with divine might, carving chaos left and right. Hundreds, then thousands, of corpses piled high. Even those in the rear began sensing something deeply wrong. After all, medium-sized battle clans maintained respectable morale. To flee mid-battle invited the iron fist of transcendent realm enforcers, and large clans enforced discipline even more strictly, punishment swift and absolute. Thus, members of the Letten battle clan pressed forward despite knowing they faced a superior foe, even unto death. Well, most died bewildered, unaware of why they fell, until the tally of dead crossed some invisible threshold. I'm done fighting. Done. Let the enforcement squad do whatever they want. I'd rather die than fight. At last a third-rank martial artist snapped, shrieking, discarding his shield, and shoving violently backward into the crowd. His shout, amplified by Kiblood, reverberated, jolting those nearby. And so he became the spark. His comrades swept up in adrenaline, dropped their burdens, and fled in unison. One ignited 10, 10 influenced 100, 100 spread panic to 1,000. Rout became avalanche. I'm done. Enforcement squad, get lost. Today I will desert, and no one stops me. If the enforcement squad dares intervene, I'll die fighting them. Huh, where are the enforcers? The youth leading the flight scanned frantically, confused. He'd expected arrows to pierce his back, yet felt no danger whatsoever. Peering farther, he spotted, hundreds of meters away, the vantage point once occupied by the enforcement squad abandoned. Beyond it, dozens of archers, bows slung, were sprinting for their lives. The enforcers fled first. Cowards. Now it made sense. Perched higher, they saw farther. They'd watched Dicang grow fiercer with every kill, his strength rivaling a transcendent realm cultivator's, his slaughter terrifyingly efficient. Are we really fighting a transcendent realm cultivator? Then they glimpsed the other battlefield, their own clan chief, Liteo's master, stomped into the earth, utterly incapacitated, raging impotently. What's there left to fight? Without hesitation, they gathered their arrows and fled. As elite martial artists, each ranked 7th rank mortal realm or above, their escape was lightning swift, far surpassing the doomed cannon fodder's pace. As for Dicang, he continued slaughtering, until suddenly the enemy ranks thinned to nothing. He looked up, only retreating backs remained. Running. Do you think you can escape? Dicang bared his teeth, crouching low, ready to launch like a drawn bowstring. Junior brother, please halt. Suddenly, justice descended from heaven. A towering figure crashed down, striking the earth with seismic force. The ground trembled. Transcendent realm, power type. And his speed was staggering. Dicang hadn't even heard the voice before the colossal figure materialized, blocking his path. What did that imply? Speed exceeding sound itself, terrifying beyond measure. Who are you? Dicang stepped back, eyes locked on the newcomer. Physically, he appeared a clean-featured, broad-shouldered youth, but appearance betrayed neither age nor strength. Letten Battle Clan, 3rd Chief, Izun. A simple introduction. Dicang's muscles tensed, every fiber coiled tight. He knew well mortal realm cultivators relied on Kiblood, transcendent realm masters commanded Keenergy. Even equal raw force meant an unbridgeable gulf in true power. And his current strength was strength 1,023. Whoa, massive gain. Over 100 tons of force, meaning over 1,000 lives had fallen beneath his hands. This immense power, beyond even power type, transcendent realm norms, flooded Dicang with confidence. He stood tall, chin raised. Izun frowned slightly. Why had this junior suddenly grown so self-assured? Never mind, it wasn't worth pondering. Izun lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Dicang. Those mortal realm fighters are mere expendable pawns, obeying orders without question. If you insist they die, let them perish later, devoured by wilderness beasts. Using mortal realm cultivators as bait against monstrous beasts yields considerable profit. Wasting them all here is terribly inefficient. Dicang, that is undeniably logical. Yet I've slaughtered your men. Show some anger at least. Brother D, what he says is true. Indiscriminate slaughter is wasteful. From behind came Wu Tiantian's voice. Turning, Dicang saw the towering figure stride forward, stopping beside him, meeting Izun's gaze squarely. As if bracing for sudden violence. Wu Tiantian continued, Senior brother, he says our Liaoyuan battle clan may coexist peacefully with Letten, and further offers compensation for emotional distress. You're serious? I just massacred your clan. Yet as 3rd Chief, you show no fury, levy no punishment, and offer compensation for emotional distress. Does this clan even possess cohesion? Dicang's lips twitched incredulously as he stared at Izun. Izun nodded, confirming Wu Tiantian's words. Our chief acted alone, against council consensus. Compensation will come solely from her resources. She's an exiled criminal from the inner city, mentally unstable. Please forgive her. Dicang almost asked, what purpose does this clan serve? If every member acts independently, why not simply dissolve it? Izun, however, sensed no irony. He turned to Wu Tiantian. By the way, in 1 week we'll venture into the wilderness to hunt monstrous beasts. Please ensure your Liaoyuan battle clan prepares accordingly. 1 transcendent realm cultivator, plus 10 decoys trained in 10,000 beast hard art. Don't forget. With that he blurred, vanishing without a trace. Faster than sound, yet no sonic boom erupted. Deeply uncanny, beyond explanation by mere martial technique. Won. We won. In the darkness, the martial artists hiding inside the houses along the street quietly cracked their windows open one by one, peering out to see what had happened. They were all members of the Liaoyuan Zhanbang. Ah yes, the low-level fighters and the disabled. There were very few mid- or high-tier warriors among them. When the fight broke out as members of the Liaoyuan Zhanbang, they fled at top speed, slipping away to safety to watch from the shadows. Not a single one had gone out to fight. They won. They really won. Liaoyuan Zhanbang won. Our gang's extraordinary realm fighter is so powerful. That's great, finally we have a guardian. Houses opened, and more than 1,000 gang members poured out, celebrating with raised hats and wide smiles. They were overcome with excitement and tears. As discarded precarious lives, many of them could not even guarantee seeing tomorrow's sun. For the Liaoyuan Zhanbang to win this battle, well, to have Letten Zhanbang acknowledge their legitimacy was itself a triumph. From now on they would have someone to shelter them. What a bunch of worthless scum, Chen Huangsha said, scowling at the gang members shouting through the night. Truly useless people. During a fight, they were worth nothing. When it was over, and they had won out, they came to celebrate. Unbelievable. What would you have them go to the front lines? A classmate asked in confusion. At that question, Chen Huangsha shook his head violently. What a joke. Send this rabble to battle. It's already a mercy that they can take care of themselves. Chen Huangsha had no inclination to shelter the useless members of Liaoyuan Zhanbang. He recruited them only to meet the requirements of forming a force. Beyond that, he did not care. Oh, and they would have to help him construct wonders. That would be another large expense. After the fight, Dicang wore an awkward expression. There was no other reason. His performance had been absurd. Everyone had seen it: mortal realm 5th tier grade talent, an utterly ordinary configuration, yet he had fought as if he were an extraordinary realm. Anyone would find it preposterous. He wondered if he could pin this anomaly on the practice of Weixing Wudao. After all, Weixing practitioners did perform miraculous feats and often overleapt their grade. While he pondered this, the classmates crowded around. May I? Dicang was about to conjure a fabricated excuse when Shi Xingqiong stepped forward and spoke first. Xiao Chun Letten Zhanbang has allowed Liaoyuan Zhanbang to select 10 warriors to cultivate Wanshou Jixin as bait for exotic beasts. What do you think? He had deliberately sidestepped Dicang's worries. Chen Huangsha waved it off carelessly. Give them our people. Sheltering those worthless ones is already our greatest kindness. If they refuse to be the bait, do you expect we should use our own people instead? That was how he put it. In truth, this was one reason for forming the gang in the first place. From then on, no one asked how Dicang had unleashed such terrifying power, nor why Shi Xingqiong was so exceptionally strong. Dicang felt a touch of insecurity. Were they really unconcerned? Regardless, everyone's attention settled on another matter. Training manual Wanshou Jixin yellow grade technique practitioners form myriad beast shapes to subdue beasts. Those who master it can intimidate animals with their aura, though against stronger beasts it can appear as an insolent provocation. This technique is simple, I can learn it. Wu Taitian said first after scanning the manual. Absolutely not. Dicang glared at him. Suicidal tasks are for cannon fodder. Your life is far more valuable than theirs. This fellow was trying to shoulder the danger himself again. An extraordinary realm is indeed powerful, but what did that amount to before an exotic beast? The urge to court death must be snuffed out at its root. As for Wanshou Jixin, its principle is straightforward: enter through Xingyi fist techniques, mimicking the aura of many animals to subdue beasts. Of course, if one's strength is insufficient, unleashing such an aura is not subjugation but provocation. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share a mountain. A mindless beast offended will rush to confront the source of insult. Once they rush into the trap, the gang can harvest them with ease. It sounds simple. In truth, one aura alone does almost nothing. It takes hundreds of warriors linking their chi like branches to emit a collective bestial pressure capable of attracting beasts across the vast wilderness. Most traps only work on micro beasts. If a small beast is lured, survival is 1 in 9. The casualty rate for bait is too high. Yet this is precisely the aim of many gangs. The bait is not merely bait, it is also the trap, the poison. It is also a mechanism used by the settlements to cull the useless. Listen carefully, hunting exotic beasts is far too perilous. Statistics show that in this outer city alone, over 5 million die from such hunts each year. Even an extraordinary realm can be killed. Yet hunting beasts is a vital economic source for the outer city. If let to grow, beasts will one day assault the city and far more will die. Therefore next week Liao Yuan Zhanbong must participate in the hunt. Besides the 10 bait, I and Wu Taitian will go. Dicang issued the order out of habit. But, you are coming. Wu Taitian stared incredulous. No, you can't come. You're too weak. Dicang, are you serious? I can match a strength-type extraordinary realm with my fists. I'm weak. You still think I'm weak? Come on, let's spar. If you want, let me join ID rather test you. If you mix with unknown extraordinary realm fighters unsupervised, aren't you afraid some treacherous hand might strike when hunting beasts and leave you dead and alone? This warlike fool truly had water for brains. Dicang turned and prepared to display his 100-ton might, but with a cracking sound, the ground split. The fissure opened beneath the foot where Dicang had stood. He looked down and realized his war boots had been damaged in the earlier fight. His raw strength had broken through the soles, and he was standing barefoot on the earth. Such overwhelming force had shattered the ground. Brother D, I wasn't lying. You can't come, Shun Huangsha said, pointing to Shi Xingqiang. Let him go, he's more reliable than you. Dicang. The next morning the Liao Yuan Zhanbong territory had been tidied up spotless. Even if the gang members were useless, they could at least handle logistics and clean the battlefield. As for the others, Dicang's arm had mostly healed, the new skin was soft as an infant's, and he appeared far more normal. At that moment, he was cautiously practicing fists and cultivation. In his practice, his body would tremble occasionally, and the next instant the earth would crack, stones scattering under the explosive force. Dicang's expression stiffened, his strength was too great. Yesterday he had unleashed slaughter and thousands had perished at his hands. The glitch had given him 100-ton might. But the augmentation was crude. Beyond strength it added nothing else. The sudden surge left Dicang leaving deep footprints even while walking. Learning to master such overflowing power was exceedingly difficult. He could only gather and control it little by little. As he practiced, many classmates, even those occupied with their own morning training, couldn't help but glance at him. I knew Brother D wasn't ordinary, Chen Huangsha murmured. I wonder how his strength now compares to Wu's. Wu Taitian is stronger, Shi Xingqiang said. Extraordinary realm fighters not only control their own strength, but can harness qi as well. The difference in battle capability between the two is like heaven and earth. With the same raw power, Wu Taitian is far superior. This was the seasoned insight of a reborn veteran. It was hard to dispute. Yet Shi Xingqiang's attention was more fixed on Wu Taitian than on Dicang. Why was that young man so sure Wu Taitian was more reliable than Dicang? Had he seen something? Or was it merely instinct and intuition? If the former, it suggested a cunning subtlety in Wu Taitian. If the latter, it was not simple. Quite extraordinary indeed. Time passed. Under the high sun the morning training came to an end. Dicang stopped unsatisfied. He found his strength alarmingly great, barely moving, and leaving deep impressions with each step. Unchecked, he could launch himself a dozen meters. The uncontrollable power would not harm him, but he feared it might injure those around him. Oh well, it's not a matter for a day or two, he said. I remember there are methods to strengthen bodily control. Quite a few of them. Shaking his head, Dicang set the worry aside for the time being. If he could not control the power, he would train control itself. He took out a nutrient paste, chewed, sipped plain water now and then, and went to join his classmates. He said, now that we have a foothold in Letten City, I'll go back and bring everyone over here. The outside countryside is dangerous, he added. Though Letten City and its surroundings were still part of the outer city, exotic beasts roamed widely. They simply dared not approach populous settlements. Pitch a tent outside, and you'd be attacked. No one objected to his suggestion. With Dicang's strength, he could easily handle the land beyond the city. Brother D, will you be going alone? As he prepared to depart, a male classmate edged closer. If convenient, take me with you. Dicang looked at the newcomer. Mo Hung, mortal realm 4th tier, a notorious cultivation fanatic in the class, but with poor innate talent and low comprehension, his grades were even below Dicang's. Of course, by sheer time spent practicing from childhood, he could not match Dicang. Yet reaching mortal realm 4th tier at 16, along with longer hours of training than his peers, revealed something of his constitution. They'll take you. All right, keep up. Anyone else want to come back? Dicang agreed without hesitation and asked the others. After a round, only Mo Hung wished to leave, the rest intended to stay behind. Mo Hung was delighted at the permission, lightly packed a war blade at his waist and a bow and arrows on his back. He followed. They left the city and gradually moved away from Letten City until it vanished from sight. The surroundings were deserted. Cockroach skittered nearby, disgusting to behold. Mo Hung, however, was in high spirits, scanning left and right as if seeking something. What are you looking for? Dicang asked directly. Mo Hung answered, exotic beasts. Not cockroach rat trash, but a true beast. Whatever it takes, I must kill one to test myself. Dicang was puzzled. Why? Fine. When we meet one, I'll let you have at it, until you're satisfied. He had wanted to pry further. But seeing Mo Hung's expression and remembering how these people had all observed his abnormal strength, yet kept silent, Dicang decided not to pry into others' secrets. Wu Taitian was one matter. Sure, Xingqiong had indeed surprised him. Shan Huangsha forming a gang was inscrutable, and now Mo Hung wanted to hunt beasts. Kill as you please. Kill to your fill. If you cannot call on me, and I'll maim the beast for you. Dicang understood beasts were not the same as the animals of his former life. Before an exotic beast, even a worldly elephant was a trembling child. Mo Hung, at mortal realm 4th tier, could at most achieve mutual destruction against a micro beast in a frontal clash. As for cockroach rat sorts, though beasts, they did not count in the statistics. Time passed. They returned to the original forest, yet saw no beasts. After all, this area still belonged to the outer city, not the true wilderness where beasts roamed freely. It was not prime territory for exotic beasts. It's fine. Maybe we'll meet some on the way back. Dicang comforted Mo Hung as he sighed in regret. As they spoke, they emerged from the woods and reached the cave entrance. Suddenly, their voices fell silent. Before them lay scenes of devastation. The earth had been crushed and trampled by some heavy force. Several broken weapons lay scattered, and the stone meant to warn off intruders, Wu Taitian's to-have deterrent, had been smashed into a litter of pebbles as if struck by a tremendous blow. Blood stained the ground, yet no figures remained. Seeing this aftermath, both felt a surge of blood, heat, and dread. How dare they? How could they? Mo Hung's eyes reddened. He ground his teeth. Knowing there are extraordinary realm protectors, and still daring to do this. Dicang frowned, inhaled deeply, and said, no, there is an animal musk in the air. It was not warriors who had attacked the camp, but beasts. At that instant, sounds came from the cave at the far end. They looked toward the source and saw, accompanied by heavy footfalls, a massive form emerging from the cave's shadow, 4 meters in length, weighing several tons, as sturdy as a rhinoceros. A rhinoceros? No, a wolf. A beast the size of a rhino, cloaked in black scales, a wild wolf of monstrous proportions. An ultra-large exotic beast. A massive body overflowing with murderous intent. It cannot be mistaken. Dicang's expression darkened as he gripped his spear tightly. Damn it, there is such a dangerous exotic beast outside the city. What are the warriors in the outer city doing? It's just a wolf, merely a wolf. However, it is an exotic beast. Its body, as large as a rhinoceros, grants it a weight of several tons. The black scales on its body are the most striking feature of this wolf. Its unique structure provides formidable defense, rendering it impervious to blades and spears. Miniature exotic beast, iron scale wolf. It is an exotic beast polluted by the aura of a stellar giant beast, inheriting the bloodline of the black abyss demon wolf, and its scales granted extremely high defense, living in packs. As Dicang and Mo Hung stared at it, the information about this wild wolf popped up on the panel. Exotic beast. Indeed, it is an exotic beast. Moreover, it has inherited the bloodline of the black abyss demon wolf. It must be noted that any creature infected by the aura of a stellar giant beast could potentially become an exotic beast, but that is all there is to it. However, if that warrior failed to break through and transformed into an exotic beast, then this exotic beast would possess a divine bloodline. If it were to give birth, its offspring would naturally inherit part of the divine bloodline. Its strength is far more terrifying than that of a mere animal exotic beast. Just like this iron scale wolf. Roar. In an instant it moved. The perceptions of the exotic beast allowed it to instantly discern the strength of its prey, a frail body, weak vital energy. Like those previous upright apes, they are all trash. The body of the iron scale wolf shot out like an arrow, its rhinoceros-like robustness and several tons of weight erupted with a speed exceeding 20 meters per second. In just a few seconds, it easily crossed dozens of meters. Go. Quick dodge. Without a second thought, Mo Hung immediately sidestepped. His expression was filled with trepidation. If they didn't run, were they going to face the miniature exotic beast Hedon? In the virtual training grounds back in school, Mo Hung had simulated many miniature exotic beasts and fought against them. It could be said that no one in the class understood exotic beasts better than him. Just by sight, he could tell that this iron scale wolf weighed at least 4 tons. Its physique could run at 20 meters per second, proving its strength could reach at least 80 tons. Any warrior who dared to engage in a frontal battle would only be knocked dead or bitten to death with a single encounter. When facing such exotic beasts, the warrior should fully utilize their agility, relying on a speed and movement technique approaching 30 meters per second to evade and maneuver. With a push of his legs, he dodged 10 meters away. He then widened his eyes in shock. Because not far away, Dicang actually did not dodge and directly clenched his fist to meet it. Bang! His body turned into an afterimage. The ground immediately cracked, and 100 tons of immense force violently erupted, landing a heavy punch on the head of the iron-scale wolf. As the saying goes, wolves are tough-skinned and weak-waisted. But under Dicang's punch, the iron-scale wolf's hardest skull, along with its proud iron-scale defense, collapsed, shattered, and crumbled under the unreasonable colossal force. Blood mist exploded, shattered bones mixed with brain matter burst apart. The giant body of the iron-scale wolf came to a halt, smashed into the ground by this overwhelming force, causing the earth to tremble. Mo Hung was dumbfounded. Not this fierce. Earlier, Dicang hadn't used his full strength when he was slaughtering weaklings, but now, realizing many classmates were in peril, he unleashed all his strength without holding back. A single punch directly exploded the head of the iron-scale wolf. The latter showed no signs of struggle, dying instantly. Dicang. The system had no reaction, as the exotic beast was not a sentient being. But Dicang was not in the mood to care about these details. He kicked the corpse of the iron-scale wolf aside with a gloomy face and headed towards the cave. Just an iron-scale wolf, it couldn't threaten everyone. It was too heavy and too slow, not as fast as a warrior. However, the iron-scale wolf lives in packs. Awoo! Sure enough, as he stepped to the edge of the cave, a long and piercing wolf howl came from the dark depths of the cave. Following that, the ground trembled as if a herd of rhinoceroses were galloping. Of course, it was not rhinoceroses galloping, but a pack of wolves. Iron-scale wolves. The second iron-scale wolf leaped out of the cave, opening its gaping maw. Die! Dicang's expression remained unchanged as he thrust his spear straight into its open mouth, piercing through to the head. The wolf's charge halted instantly, becoming motionless. He casually flicked the spearhead, tossing the still, not fully dead iron-scale wolf behind him, continuing to watch the cave. One comes, one kills. All these beasts must die. PFF. Mo Hung quietly delivered a finishing blow behind Dicang. The life of the exotic beasts is quite tenacious. Unlike their kind that had their skulls smashed directly before, these iron-scale wolves did not die instantly, even when pierced through the skull. This indeed benefited Mo Hung, who also wielded a spear, stabbing into the brain of the iron-scale wolf, following the wound, stirring it around, and only then did it finally breathe its last. After Mo Hung killed his first exotic beast in his life, he stood there in a daze. Killing a miniature exotic beast. Cultivation space activated. Cultivation space level LV1 11,000. Time flow rate 1365. Available time 1 year. Did I fall into a trap set by the system? Finally, the system that had been anticipated for 16 years awakened. Mo Hung smiled in relief. Having trained tirelessly day and night, enduring countless hardships, he thought that upon awakening the system, he would welcome a life of ease. But instead, what awakened was a cultivation system. In the cultivation space, he could cultivate without eating or drinking, treating 1 day as a year. Where's the time-space room? He thought the bitter days were finally behind him, but unexpectedly the future held endless suffering. Looking at Dicang, who had been killing for an entire night, his strength surged like an upgrade. Then looking at himself. What a garbage system. Forget it. Having something is better than nothing. Comforting himself, Mo Hung continued to pick up the scraps behind Dicang. The dead exotic beasts transformed into available time in the cultivation space, and it wasn't until it accumulated to 25 years that no new exotic beasts emerged from the cave. Only then did Mo Hung stop his harvesting steps and look at Dicang's back. Dicang. The latter walked to the corpse of an iron-scale wolf, crouched down, and took out a dagger, forcefully slicing open its belly under tremendous strength. He then opened its large stomach. Instantly, an unbearable stench hit his face. Dicang searched for a while, shook his head, and said nothing. Ugh. Next one. There was no choice, the smell was too overwhelming. Even his cold and gloomy expression was ruined. Dicang had to use his vital energy to close off his sense of smell before daring to continue dissecting. Soon, including the first one he smashed to death, he had cut open the bellies of 26 iron-scale wolves. Fortunately, they did not contain the items Dicang was searching for. Dicang breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, follow me inside to take a look. This cave should have hidden treasures. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the cave. Mo Hung hurried to follow. Previously, Wu Taotian had investigated, and the cave was at least several hundred meters deep, and it did not lack oxygen inside, proving that it was well ventilated. However, the deeper they went, the darker it became. The cave was pitch black, and they could not see their hands in front of them. They could only explore in pure darkness through hearing and the perceptions of warriors. Dicang believed that humans in his past life could not achieve this. But the martial artists of this life were different, relying on echolocation like bats to discern direction and observe the environment was basic. After delving several hundred meters deep, Dicang came to a halt. Crack! The sound of a package being crushed underfoot echoed. Did Wu Gu break through here? Mo Hung kicked aside the packaging from the nutritional paste knocking around nearby. Then he said, "Nothing found. What about you, Go?" On the surface, this seemed to be the end of the cave. The two had reached the bottom, and there was no further path to continue. Suddenly, Dicang threw a punch, and 100 tons of immense force erupted, causing the cave walls to collapse and explode, revealing deeper rocks. "It's solid." Dicang shook his head and frowned. "Strange, it should have hidden treasures. After all, it is well ventilated." According to speculation, the large group should have retreated while fighting to defend against the hunting of the iron scale wolves and delved deeper into the cave. Then the iron scale wolves followed them in. Now that the entire wolf pack had been wiped out, but no trace of the group was found, something felt off. "Hiss! Calm down and think carefully." Dicang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flowing air around him. His perception was not outstanding. The system only enhanced strength and corresponding defense. It did not care about anything else. Therefore, this matter required human wisdom to deduce their movements rather than blindly fumbling. Crack! Suddenly, a strange sound came from a dark corner. It was the sound of stones falling. Following that, the ground trembled slightly, as if something had been activated, and the sound of a door opening echoed throughout the cave. "Diga, look what I found. There's a mechanism here." Mo Hung's excited voice came through. "Dicang. To hell with human wisdom, to hell with reasoning." He only heard Mo Hung approaching him, excitedly walking over from the nearby rock, his tone very smug. "Oh, such good luck. I didn't expect that there was a lever hidden under that stone. I just pulled it, and the mechanism activated," Mo Hung said. Dicang, at a loss for words, looked towards the source of the voice. The door that was shaking open was not from the surrounding rock walls. The sound was coming from above. But who would set a secret passage with the door above? At the bottom of the cave, the ceiling is at least 7 to 8 meters above the ground, and after the upside-down door opened, there was no elevator coming down. You have to jump up yourself. Fortunately, this is a high martial world. Both of them jumped on the spot and leaped up. Sure enough, it was a hidden paradise. Unexpectedly, the casually chosen cave contained signs of human activity. It was unclear which force from the outer city had left it behind, and it was unknown what secrets were hidden inside. Could it be a secret base of some large battle gang? Or perhaps a private treasury of some extraordinary figure? It couldn't possibly be a sacrificial site for cultists, right? The secret chamber was still shrouded in darkness, and Dicang and Mo Hung continued to delve deeper using echolocation. From here on, the terrain became increasingly level, all showing signs of human construction. The two walked silently in the quiet, trying to keep their footsteps as quiet as possible without even communicating with each other. Just like that, they walked for over an hour. Continuously delving into the darkness, Dicang felt he had walked at least several kilometers, reaching an unknown depth underground. Finally, a glimmer of light dispelled the darkness ahead. A breeze wafted from the end of the light. "Dicang, let's go take a look." Mo Hung nodded. "All right." The voices they exchanged were as quiet as whispers. The light became increasingly apparent as they advanced until another door appeared before them. Light streamed through the door, revealing the intense heat behind it, akin to molten lava. The gentle breeze blowing from the door had now turned into a fierce hot wind. Something felt off. 9 parts out of 10 felt wrong. Before they even reached it, their biological instincts began to warn them, as if a being with a high-ranking bloodline was lurking behind the open door. Under normal circumstances, Dicang would have turned around and left without a second thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave, because in the light, Dicang finally noticed the countless new footprints that had wandered around the door. There were even packaging papers from nutritional paste. It cannot be wrong, they have been here. Mo Hung approached, kicked the packaging paper, and whispered, "Could those reckless ones not wait for us to return?" and had to move forward. He paused in front of the open door. The two exchanged glances. Mo Hung spoke first. "Go. You wait here, I'll go take a look." Dicang interrupted him, stepping out first. His figure flickered and covered several dozen meters, reaching the edge of the door. Then he cautiously poked his head out. After a few seconds, he slowly withdrew his head. His face had turned green. Eyes. Dicang took a deep breath, tremblingly pointing down below the lava. There is an eye. An eye? Mo Hung, who had followed him, was puzzled. Isn't it just an eye? Look how scared you are. I'm super. As he imitated Dicang and poked his head out, he found that the door hung like a cliff on the sheer wall, and below the cliff was a surging sea of flames and lava. As for the room, stairs, and facilities built along the sheer wall, he didn't notice. Mo Hung's attention was entirely drawn to the scene below. At the end of the surging lava and sea of fire, a gigantic, indescribable crimson eye was staring back at him through the intense flames. It was as if a monster was buried deep underground. Only one eye had broken through the confinement of the lava, soil, and rock, presenting itself before him. Roughly estimated, just this crimson eye has a diameter of at least 1 kilometer. From this, one could further estimate the physique of its owner. An ultra-large exotic beast. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed in a pale face, heavens. There's an ultra-large exotic beast on our planet. Exotic beast levels: miniature exotic beast, small exotic beast, medium exotic beast, large exotic beast, ultra-large exotic beast, giant exotic beast, extreme giant exotic beast, stellar giant beast. Beyond the doorway lay a colossal crater resembling a volcanic caldera. Dicang and Mo Hung stood upon a sheer basaltic rim several kilometers in diameter. Gazing downward, they beheld only searing flames and churning magma. Buried deep beneath the earth loomed a blood-red eye, vast as an abyss. Neither fire nor magma could approach it. The instant they neared, both were violently scattered into oblivion. No, indeed, the very flames and magma surging around it bore a profound connection to that crimson orb's essence. To behold it was to stare directly into the void itself. The scum of the inner city truly deserved death. Mo Hung burst out in fury. Some transcendent realm cultivator must have failed their breakthrough and devolved into a monstrous aberration. Their failure is their own affair, yet they dragged us into their calamity. Breaking through within a planetary body. Don't they know that's illegal? Mo Hung had no doubt this catastrophe originated solely from the inner city. Yes, it was perfectly plausible, a transcendent realm breakthrough gone awry, triggering an uncontrolled surge of divine bloodline energy compounded by contamination from stellar beast aura, resulting in monstrous metamorphosis. Only a transcendent realm expert failing catastrophically mid-cultivation could transmogrify into such a colossal aberration. The outer city harbored no transcendent realm practitioners. Thus the source could only be the inner city. The inner city knew a titanic aberration slumbered beneath this world, yet concealed it deliberately, as if the lives of billions meant nothing. Dicang echoed the condemnation. After all, he truly resided on habitability planet 405. Gazing down, he met the Blood-Eye's unblinking gaze, yet it offered no reaction whatsoever to their presence. It lay there as though asleep, its breath slow, steady, profoundly still. Fortunately, it remained dormant. Dicang shook his head and surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, the walls surrounding them bristled with artificial apertures, clearly man-made though now utterly abandoned. They appeared to have abandoned this leviathan entirely. Perhaps the tunnel Mo Hung and he had traversed was merely one among many, or even a private escape route carved by some lone cultivator. Brother D, look here. Mo Hung's voice rang out, pointing toward the nearby rock face. These rocks bear indentations, press marks left by hands. It's them. My beloved juniors are alive after all. Upon hearing this, Dicang narrowed his eyes and confirmed it instantly. Not only were there distinct handprints pressed into the walls, but scattered footprints revealed recent passage by human beings. Let's descend the stairway. Without hesitation, Dicang seized Mo Hung and leapt outward. A single effortless bound carried them dozens of meters. They landed lightly upon a slab of alloy steel, half embedded in the cliffside wall, half protruding outward. That slab was the staircase. The construction was brutally pragmatic, massive alloy plates driven deep into solid rock, their exposed edges serving as steps. Rough-hewn, force-driven, the hallmark of martial humanity. Given their extraordinary physical prowess, conventional staircases were superfluous. Merely embedding a multi-ton alloy plate into living rock already implied a rare need for logistical infrastructure. Otherwise, cultivators could sprint vertically up 90-degree cliffs using raw physical force alone. Why bother with stairs at all? Naturally, inner-city cultivators were at least at the law-defying realm. Thus, this design utterly disregarded the capabilities of mortal realm practitioners. For them, crossing required clinging to the wall like insects, relying on mere tons of strength to inch forward painstakingly. The nearest cavern lay only hundreds of meters away. With a few agile bounds, Dicang arrived effortlessly. The first entrance, empty. Like the path they'd taken earlier, the tunnel plunged into featureless darkness, a nondescript, unremarkable passageway. He noticed the trail of footprints halted here, then resumed beyond. That shouldn't be. There are artificial traces everywhere, yet the inner city clearly knew of this titanic aberration. So why is this place utterly deserted? Mo Hung murmured. This place resembled a vast subterranean base, distinctively built in the martial human aesthetic. Yet now this cliffside stronghold stood hollow, its halls emptied of life. After prolonged observation, Dicang frowned. No surveillance systems remain. Were they deliberately concealed? Though every surface bore unmistakable signs of craftsmanship. Yet not a single technological artifact lingered. Clearly this was intentional, to shield the facility from monitoring by techno-deity cultivators. Otherwise their intrusion would have triggered alarms the moment they entered. Every detail screamed inconsistency, yet none of it concerned him now. Dicang resumed following the trail. After leaping along the cliffside for several kilometers, passing 3 more tunnels, he finally halted before the 5th aperture. 10 meters tall, the entrance was crowned by a colossal gate, now slightly ajar. The trail vanished inward through that narrow fissure. Faint sounds drifted from within the gap. No surprise. Dicang slipped through the opening and immediately recognized several familiar faces. Radiant luminous pearls bathed the cavern in soft light, revealing every detail, a chamber spanning hundreds of square meters, its ceiling studded with unknown luminescent stones, emitting perpetual glow. Scattered chairs and tables littered the floor alongside strewn documents. Most striking was a blackboard mounted on one wall, covered in dense equations and hurried cryptic script. 3 classmates stood within. Brother D. How did you two? Wait, why are you here? Startled by the commotion, the 3 students paused their document search and turned, only to see Dicang and Mo Hung stepping inside. Go Changchun spoke first. You're alive. Mo Hung stepped out from behind Dicang, scanning the trio. I thought the wolf packs had devoured you. Could you at least wish us well? Before Dicang could ask further, Go Changchun began recounting recent events. In short, they'd drawn terrible luck. Scarcely had Dicang's group departed when 2 successive bands of graduate slave hunters arrived. Yet both were deterred by the lingering swordscar left behind by Wu Tatian. Though too fearful to attack, the commotion these hunters stirred inevitably drew the attention of Wolfpack scouts. Soon thereafter, iron-scaled wolves followed the scent straight to their lair. Fortunately, we discovered this hidden passage within the cavern beforehand, and fled inside just as the battle turned hopeless. Those dumb wolves simply couldn't match our agility. Go Changchun laughed, then faltered, puzzled. Still, it's strange. Why would inner-city personnel secretly excavate a tunnel in the wilderness, only for us to stumble upon it by pure chance? Old Go, you're having another bout of persecution delusion, aren't you? Mo Hung couldn't hold back. It was Go Changchun's chronic affliction. Overly cautious to the point of obsession, he constantly suspected conspiracies against himself, a trait oddly conspicuous amid a society where martial cultivation was universal. Dicang cut off their banter. Enough. Where are the others? Why are only the 3 of you here? Go Changchun replied. The original exit was blocked by those idiot wolves, so naturally we sought alternate routes. They'd split into teams to search for other exits. How many tunnels branched from this cliffside? Even if each stretched over 10 kilometers, surely a few safe passages existed. Time was plentiful. They could afford to wait. With a wry smile, Go Changchun added, still, since you 2 managed to reach us, those wolves must have withdrawn. Where's Brother Wu? Didn't he accompany you? In the perilous outer city lacking a transcendent realm protector, Go Changchun felt deeply unsettled. Wu Tatian remains in Letten City. We came alone. Dicang replied casually. Don't worry. I'm not the same person I once was. I can safeguard you all without difficulty. By the way, what are you reading? He gestured toward the documents clutched by the others. One student's face darkened as he handed over his papers. Brother D. Things look grim. According to records, this facility has existed for centuries. Originally, the aberration slept undisturbed, yet recently signs indicate it's beginning to awaken. 3 years ago, a Class B talented seer from the inner city issued a dire warning this titanic aberration would awaken within the next decade, ushering in apocalyptic devastation across planet 405. At this, Dicang's eyes widened in shock. What? Then he quickly steadied himself. No. It's fine. A single titanic aberration poses no existential threat. Report it to the military command and elite cultivators will intervene immediately. If civilians evacuate to orbital shelters, or underground bunkers beforehand, human cultivators may unleash their full power unreservedly. A mere titanic aberration is negligible. Such standardized protocols were drilled into every student textbook doctrine for handling planetary-level threats. Recalling this, Dicang grew markedly calmer, already envisioning how this crisis might serve as his entry into the military command. "Brother D, matters may not be so simple," another classmate interjected, holding up his documents. "The inner city appears to be concealing this entire affair. I grasp only fragments of the theory here, but their research isn't aimed at sealing the aberration. Rather, they're stimulating it. Specifically, inducing awakening at a predetermined time." Dicang accepted the documents and studied them closely, only to find himself overwhelmed by dense technical jargon. Thankfully, millennia of advancement had rendered human technology extraordinarily sophisticated. Knowledge transfer implants in schools ensured students absorbed vast theoretical frameworks, even those unlikely ever to be applied. Leveraging that education, he managed to decipher the core content, each line deepening his dread. "No way. This is insane. Have the inner city lost their minds?" Every page detailed experiments designed solely to accelerate the aberration's awakening. They maintained it in a liminal state, neither fully asleep nor awake, solely to trigger its emergence precisely when needed, shattering its seals at the appointed hour. Yet the documents omitted any discussion of what cataclysm its awakening would unleash, or how humanity might possibly mitigate it. What Dicang could interpret was the predicted awakening window, as little as 8 years, or up to 10. The more they stimulated it, the shorter the interval became. Moreover, the documents bore a timestamp 3 years prior. Thus, in the worst-case scenario, 5 years hence, this titanic aberration would awaken, bringing annihilation to Planet 405. "We must report this to the military command immediately. Let the inner city scum proceed unchecked, and we'll all perish." Dicang drew a deep, steadying breath and set the documents aside. This was hellish difficulty from the outset. He'd imagined a gradual ascent, leveraging his unique advantage to eventually attain divine realm transcendence, ascending to the pinnacle of humanity. Yet now he learned they might all be dead within 7 years. Brother D. Go Changchun ventured cautiously. Military communications are tightly controlled by inner-city elites. Bypassing them requires waiting for the military's decennial conscription cycle. And conscription occurs exclusively within the inner city, with minimum requirements of either transcendent realm attainment or Class B talent. As outer city dregs were simply not deemed worthy of enlistment, a sharp, grim realization settled over them. Makes sense. The outer city teemed with mortal realm cultivators, yet even the military dismissed transcendent realm adepts as insufficient. Of course, recruitment occurred solely in the inner city. Did anyone truly believe ordinary citizens could join the frontier wars? Must it be formal conscription? Mo Hung proposed. Could we present evidence during the conscription process? Dicang shook his head. Impossible. The inner city won't allow us near military personnel, and the military ignores the weak. Only upon passing conscription trials and bearing the official insignia of the military will we gain access to high command. When does the military conduct conscription? Dicang asked. Go Changchun shrugged. I don't know. The school never taught that. Of course not. Dicang resolved to contact Qian Xiaoxing soon. Though outer and inner cities were segregated, communication wasn't impossible, especially via figures like the leader of Letten Battle Guild. Once he learned the conscription schedule through inner city channels, he would enlist. The military demanded at minimum transcendent realm status, not as an absolute threshold, but as a benchmark for qualifying examinations designed exclusively for that realm's cultivators. Transcendent realm wasn't a rigid prerequisite. Exceptional strength could suffice. And beyond saving the world, Dicang possessed his own modest personal ambitions. The frontier wars. Humanity's adversaries were alien civilizations. Good heavens, how many sentient species awaited conquest? Enlistment meant rapid advancement. Imagining himself charging into battle, amassing legendary feats, and ascending steadily through cultivation ranks, aided by his unique advantage, Dicang felt an irrepressible surge of anticipation. Self-assured as a proud martial human, he longed, more than anything, to contribute meaningfully to humanity's survival. The matter of enlisting in the army can be discussed later. This base established to observe the super-large exotic beasts is now utterly deserted, with only the passage in the inner city remaining. One wonders if this dilapidated place should be blown up to conceal it. Perhaps they have other considerations, but it's not something Dicang should ponder at the moment. Given that he knows his classmates have not fallen into the jaws of wolves, and some are still alive and kicking, he feels no urgency. The 5 of them are in this cave poring over the documents left behind in the inner city, waiting for their return. Several hours later, Dicang looked the documents say that although this exotic beast below is still in slumber, its eyes can actually observe everything around it. That's not all, it has special senses. In short, it can detect the strength of surrounding creatures. If it senses the aura of a strong individual, it might be triggered to awaken prematurely. Do you think we might? At this point, the classmate flipping through the documents breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, unless it's the aura of a transcendent realm expert or a large gathering of extraordinary beings, it won't be provoked. People like us mere mortals probably appear no different from dust in the eyes of this exotic beast. We won't trigger it. Is that so? No wonder they placed the passage in the outer city. This dilapidated place can't muster a few extraordinary beings. That's not right. Would they die if they destroyed the passage before leaving it? Do they really have to withdraw completely without leaving anyone behind? After all, it's a super large exotic beast. What if it awakens prematurely without anyone watching? Dicang was about to curse. The trash of the inner city really doesn't act like humans. Just as Dicang was lamenting, sounds gradually emerged from around him. He turned his head at the sound. Several familiar figures emerged from the cave openings around the rock walls. It was surprisingly the classmates who had gone to scout ahead. According to Go Changchun, there are about 30 passages like this one. To ascertain where these tunnels lead, everyone was divided into 30 groups. Now the classmates who explored the passages began to return one after another. They also spotted Dicang sitting at the cave entrance. Dicang, why are you all here too? I knew it. Dicang and Wu Ge must have discovered the marks we left behind, killed the wolves, and then activated the mechanism to catch up. Several of them exchanged words as they slowly climbed closer to the rock wall. Hearing their words, Dicang's expression turned vague. Did we leave any marks? Mo Hung just happened to activate the mechanism. I thought you might be inside, so I came looking. Dicang, where's Wu Ge? A female classmate leaped from the rock wall, covering a distance of over 10 meters, to land by Dicang's side. As soon as she landed, she began to look around. Wu Taodian didn't come, Dicang replied. The female classmate asked in surprise, didn't come? How is that possible? With so many iron scale wolves, how did you manage to get through without Wu Ge? In the room, Mo Hung interjected, is it possible that Dicang and I showcased our skills and wiped out the wolf pack before coming here? As soon as he said this, the 3 classmates who just returned exchanged glances. Are you out of your mind, Mo? Your brain seems a bit hazy. The iron scale wolves must have left. Luckily, you didn't run into that pack. Those things travel in groups and are not something mere mortals can handle. The 3 of them began to speculate. After all, Dicang and Mo Hang's strength was something they were most familiar with. Dealing with iron scale wolves and escaping their pursuit isn't difficult, but slaughtering the iron scale wolf pack seems like a daydream. Mo Hung is right, we killed the wolf pack cleanly. This matter couldn't be hidden, and Dicang didn't plan to conceal it, but he shifted the topic and said, this isn't important. Have you ascertained the road conditions? What lies at the end of the passage? The female classmate nodded, responding casually, oh, that tunnel is about 20 kilometers long. The exit seems to be in the wilderness at a waterfall cave far from the city. There are exotic beasts around, so we didn't investigate closely before returning. The wilderness, huh? That means the tunnel doesn't only lead to the outer city. I wonder if there's a road leading to the inner city. Wait, Dicang, wait a moment. You 2 killed the wolf pack cleanly. Suddenly, an incredulous howl came from behind. Turning around, they saw Go Changchun walking over with a look of disbelief, utterly shocked. How is that possible? Those are iron scale wolves, and in a group. Us mere mortals can only run when we encounter them. How did you 2 manage to wipe out the wolf pack? What's unimportant? This matter is clearly the most important, okay? Mo Hung helplessly stepped forward, locking his hands around Go Changchun's neck. You talk too much. Then let me ask you, when you were a child in the orphanage, you said you could not only live forever, but also. Before he could finish, Go Changchun's expression changed dramatically. He elbowed Mo Hang in the side, taking advantage of the latter's pain to slip free, then turned around to cover Mo Hang's mouth. All right, I get it, you shut up. I think it's quite normal for you and Dicang to wipe out the wolf pack. I have no doubts at all. Let's not mention this anymore. Dicang. He looked at the glowing stones on the ceiling, pondering how these stones could glow without containing any technology. What could be the principle behind this? He felt a slight itch on his body. Before he could ponder further, another group of classmates returned. Moreover, one group after another. After summarizing the previous events, they reported their findings. The end of the passage leads to the outskirts. I'm exhausted and my tunnel is at least 30 kilometers long. Nothing special. The end is also a cave. Dicang took out the paper and pen he carried with him and started drawing a map. Ah yes, this is basic operation learned from compulsory education. Based on everyone's descriptions and precise positioning, Dicang drew a map centered around the eyes of the super-large exotic beast. Passages branched out in all directions. The shortest was less than 10 kilometers while the longest exceeded 30 kilometers. The ends of the passages were either in the outer city or in the wilderness. In any case, they are all places far from human habitation. Such a result did not surprise Dicang, no matter how foolish these tunnels had to be away from the crowd. As for the exotic beasts, the tunnels are only 2 or 3 meters high. Most exotic beasts cannot enter. Even if some could squeeze, and they would be frightened away by the aura of the super-large exotic beasts as they went deeper. Thus, based on everyone's descriptions, Dicang completed the map in his hand. Looking at the interconnected map with a diameter of over 50 kilometers, Dicang nodded and said, "This place could indeed serve as a hidden shortcut or even a secret base. In any case, no matter how many mortal realm warriors there are, they can't disturb the exotic beasts." Wait a moment. Dicang raised his head, counted the number of people, and furrowed his brows. 2 people are still missing. Including himself, a total of 100 people in the class of Dicang, being a martial artist with a photographic memory, naturally remembered everyone in the class. Everyone has returned except for these 2. Which passage did they go through? Dicang directly asked. Go Changchun, upon hearing this, marked their departure point, the opposite rock wall at the largest cave opening. A passage 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. Wait here. He'll go bring them back. With that, he crouched down and launched into the air. The earth instantly exploded, dust flying and the wind howling as his legs generated at least 300 tons of immense force, propelling his 70-kilogram frame like a cannonball. He leaped several kilometers in a single bound. As the wind howled, Dicang traced an arc through the air, finally landing steadily at the cave opening on the opposite rock wall. What the hell? Everyone in the room nearly popped their eyes out. A multitude of physics formulas they had learned rushed through their minds. And other extraordinary realm data. What kind of absurd jumping ability is this? Even extraordinary beings can't do this. Even if Wu Gu were here, he couldn't jump this far. Because Wu Gu is heavier. That seemed to be true. Di Gu is indeed Di Gu. Even his cheats are so ridiculous. While everyone was marveling, Dicang had already landed in the cave, his unstoppable inertia making him plow through several meters before stopping. He frowned. Great, the shoes he just changed were worn out again. But that's fine. Strength and defense are proportional. The higher his strength, the stronger his defense becomes. The rocks and soil of the cave couldn't harm his skin at all. Barefoot, Dicang launched himself out into the unfathomable darkness. Darkness represents the unknown. Living beings fear darkness. It is an instinct ingrained in their genes. At least in his previous life, that was common knowledge. But now, as Dicang ran alone through the pitch-black tunnel, where he couldn't see his own hand, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Is it because he has become incredibly bold since he began practicing martial arts? Or is it because after he opened the killing intent he feels no fear? Or perhaps it is due to his absolute confidence in his own strength? Neither. The reason is simple: the primitive human gene instinct no longer suits the interstellar era, at least not for the martial artist race. After countless years of interstellar evolution, humanity's genes have been completely reshaped by martial gods, resulting in humans not only having an extended peak period, but also a short aging phase. Fear of fire, fear of darkness, fear of heights, and fear of death. Such genes have been nearly eradicated. Phobias like claustrophobia and fear of the deep sea have become terms only found in history books. Just like before, whether it was Dicang or the others, when they climbed the rock walls, they appeared completely at ease, as if traversing flat ground. Of course, with these genes eliminated, wouldn't that pose a disadvantage for survival? Well, about that. Humans are wise. They are not mere animals driven solely by instinct. Even without these instincts, they understand the wisdom of seeking benefits and avoiding harm through compulsory education, and they would not intentionally court death. Besides, there's another important reason. Warriors are very resilient. Ordinary natural environments cannot kill them. Given this, fear of nature becomes somewhat excessive. Looking at Dicang, he was moving at a slow jog of 100 meters per second. Although he couldn't see, his ears could hear the echoes, and his brain instinctively constructed a three-dimensional map based on the echoes revealing the shape of the tunnel. In nature, this is a skill of bats. Naturally, it is also an instinct of the martial artist race. Occasionally distracted, Dicang would bump against the walls. However, the once solid rocks felt somewhat soft to him now. Even if he crashed into them at high speed, he wouldn't get hurt. After jogging for an hour and a half covering several hundred kilometers, in the echoes, two moving figures appeared. Dicang's heart leaped with joy. It seems they are safe. In the next moment, he accelerated instantly, closing the distance of several hundred meters. Soon Dicang arrived in front of the two figures. "Who? What incredible speed! Wu Gu! Is that you, Wu Gu?" In the darkness, the two figures also heard the sound. Dicang's speed was so fast that they mistook him for someone else. One of them suddenly became serious. "No, Wu Gu is as heavy as a mountain. He can't run this fast." The other also realized a speed-type extraordinary being. Their vigilance instantly heightened. With such speed, even among speed-type extraordinary beings, he must be a veteran. Could it be that this base is still being guarded by someone? "It's me, Dicang." Not wanting them to continue guessing, Dicang directly revealed his identity. He had already recognized their voices. In the dark space, voices stood out prominently. After confirming the voice print, they were familiar to him. "Digu. Digu, you broke through too. No, your chi and blood are still at the middle stage of the mortal realm." "Oh, I understand, it's the mind martial path." "It must be the mind martial path." In the darkness, their voices echoed from left to right. Dicang. "Yes, it is the mind martial path." He didn't dwell on this matter and directly asked, "You guys have been gone for so long," everyone was worried. "What happened?" "This tunnel is ridiculously long. This isn't normal. A tunnel this long combined with its orientation. Everything points to a certain possibility." "Digu, you might not believe this," one classmate said. "After walking further for over 10 kilometers, the end of this passage leads to the sewers of the inner city." Can you believe it? This passage leads directly to the inner city. Indeed, I told you the passages couldn't all be in the outer city and wilderness. At the very least, this is a base established by the old things in the inner city. But it only leads to the sewers. It seems the establishment of this base is quite unsavory, even in the inner city. Heaven helps me. Dicang's eyes lit up. Just in time, Qian Xiaoxing is also in the inner city. We need to find a way to contact her, and then we can use this tunnel for smuggling. Yes, smuggling. Although it sounds rather low class, it is something that must be done. I want to create a proper large-scale battle group in the outer city similar to the Lutan war group. There must at least be a smuggling route directly to the inner city. Without the technology and resources of the inner city, the warriors and wild men of the outer city are no different. To ensure the integrity of this smuggling route, Dicang specifically went to the endpoint to investigate. Just as he observed with two classmates, upon reaching the end, he opened the mechanism and found a broad view. A pungent stench hit him. It was undoubtedly the sewer. Blocking his sense of smell with chi, Dicang sped along until he reached the sewer's exit, then paused at the edge of the light. He saw towering buildings. The sky was tinted with a light blue energy shield. Everything seemed completely out of place compared to the shabby backward outer city. No doubt about it. Although it was his first visit, Dicang could clearly sense that this was indeed what the inner city looked like. "It feels less impressive than the campus," Dicang casually commented. This statement was trivial. The campus was crafted by the technological war god's mechanized forms, and in terms of technological advancement, it was the best in the planet. The inner city, wanting to exploit others, wasn't even qualified. In summary, both the technology and environment of the inner city were many years ahead of the outer city. However, Dicang had no intention of sneaking in to observe. After all, he was just an ordinary realm warrior and would stand out too much in the inner city. After memorizing the location and the direction reflecting the inner city, Dicang turned back and proceeded through the deep tunnel. Directly to the inner city. What a joke! Would the inner city lord leave such a big flaw? After returning, Go Changchun listened to the accounts of the three. He was quite surprised and then started pulling at his hair and thought, No, there's something wrong with this. There must be some tricks involved. Can we change to another smuggling route? What if the owner of this base suddenly returns one day? Wouldn't we all be doomed? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but life can be lost in danger. Go Changchun's instinct for self-preservation was already maxed out. He would rather take a lower yield for safety than risk high returns. Old Go, what are you thinking? Immediately, Mo Hung retorted. That beast below will awaken in at most 7 years. Our only chance at survival is within these few years. Isn't taking risks quite normal? If we don't take risks, whether that bunch in the inner city dies or not is uncertain, but we the waste of the outer city will definitely be done for. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a big gamble. His words garnered agreement from everyone. Go Changchun thought for a moment and felt that there was some truth to this. He no longer countered, but thought about what to do if an accident occurred one day. At least he had to leave some fallback plans. After the opinions of everyone aligned, there was nothing more to discuss. They all returned along the same route. This time, due to familiarity with the road, their speed was much faster than when they came. Just as they exited the cave, they were shocked by the scene before them. Outside the cave, there were wolf corpses scattered everywhere. Each iron-scaled wolf was about the size of a rhinoceros, and in direct combat their strength far exceeded that of ordinary realm warriors, yet they had been slaughtered so cleanly. Most had their heads pierced through with traces of finishing blows. Digo, impressive. A female classmate stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Digo, I know these corpses can sell for quite a bit of nutrient paste in Lutin City. But if you trust me, could you give me these corpses? I have a great use for them. Dicang, just corpses, what do you want them for? Dicang assessed the female classmate, speaking by Aoshua, 7th stage of ordinary realm, ranked 5th in class, lively personality, fond of studying bloodlines. It is said that she recently mastered the yellow grade bloodline calling to perfection. Forget it, they are all classmates. As the saying goes, classmates are the closest people to you, so Dicang naturally agreed to Bai Aokshu's request. Here you go, he said. After all, the beast corpses were of no use to him. Imohung only cared about killing the beasts, not the corpses. Bai Aoshua cheerfully approached the wolf corpses, while everyone discreetly turned their gaze elsewhere. In less than half a minute, Bai Aokshu's voice rang out again, done. Everyone turned back at the sound, and were shocked to find that the wolf corpses in the open space outside the cave had completely vanished. Dicang asked, done. Bai Aoshua nodded, then reached into her clothes and immediately pulled out a black pill. Her expression was filled with excitement and anticipation, and under everyone's gaze, she placed the black pill in her mouth. In the next moment, her skin turned red and steam rose from her body. She shook like a leaf. I'm fine, she shouted, stopping everyone from approaching. Don't mind me, it will be fine soon. Thus those who were preparing to rush forward to help halted. Everyone nervously watched the peculiar scene before them. Old Go, what do you think that is? Imohung asked casually. Go Changchun. Steam girl. Who knows, I can't understand it anyway. Time passed, and half an hour later. Bai Aokshu's state of emitting steam finally stopped, and she gasped for breath, but the brightness in her eyes grew ever stronger. Huh, I did it. Bloodline mode activate. In the next moment, black fur and scales instantly appeared on her body, and her height rapidly grew to nearly 3 meters, her presence becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Everyone's eyes bulged in astonishment. What the? Bloodline mode. She actually activated her bloodline. What the heck was that pitch-black pill she ate? No one answered. Bai Aoshua kicked out her strength in bloodline mode comparable to that of a heavenly demon's disintegration, causing her to almost transform into an afterimage. With a single kick, she exerted nearly 10 tons of force. Under such immense force, she covered 50 meters in just a second. After running back and forth a few times, Bai Aoshua finally braked abruptly, returning to the group. Refreshing. So refreshing. Is this the feeling of activating a bloodline? So exhilarating. She was unable to contain her excitement. After a while, she withdrew from bloodline mode, and once her strength and physique returned, the sense of weakness made Bai Aoshua frown. The human body is so weak. If it weren't for the significant energy cost of bloodline mode, she would have preferred to keep it activated permanently, making it her default state. Goodness. Facing the unusual behavior of her classmates, Dicang was not surprised. In the campus, everyone was just like regular people. But upon arriving in the outer city, each began to unleash themselves right. The series of events made Dicang ponder this class, gathering so many exceptional talents together. It was probably a deliberate arrangement. Looking at the cave not far away, a seemingly ordinary place, with a little exploration, they accidentally discovered a catastrophe that could threaten the entire planet. Is it really that coincidental? Is it fate in the air? No, since awakening my talent through the spirit awakening ceremony, luck and destiny have become estranged from us martial artists. So the only remaining possibility is War God. Oh mother, what do you want us to do? Just say it directly, why go through so many twists and turns? Dicang shook his head and muttered softly. He then turned his gaze to Bai Aoshua and said, Aoshua, congratulations on awakening the wolf bloodline. It seems to be the Black Abyss Demon Wolf. The bloodlines that martial artists can awaken are at least divine grade. The iron-scaled wolf carries the bloodline of the Black Abyss Demon Wolf. The latter nodded yes. Go Changchun asked from behind Dicang, "What was that pill you just ate?" "It was mud scraped off my mother. Do you want to eat some?" Biaoshua said, tossing another black pill. Go Changchun caught it with disdain. Upon closer inspection, what nonsense mud! This thing faintly emanated a medicinal aroma, clearly a pill. "I want to ask where you got this pill. I also don't want to dwell on why the wolf corpses disappeared after you awakened the wolf bloodline. Can one awaken a bird bloodline? The wolf bloodline runs too slowly. If danger strikes, I can't fly, which is very unsettling. Wow, he still has demands. If you like it, eat it." Mo Hung snatched the pill from Go Changchun's hand and swallowed it without a second thought. Then came another round of emitting steam. Biaoshua was very generous and shared the pills without holding back. Of the 20-plus wolf corpses, she distributed 4 pills. 5 wolves, 1 pill. When it was Dicang's turn, he shook his head and said, "Thanks, but I don't want to activate the wolf bloodline. Aoshua, if I want to precisely control my body's strength, which bloodline is most suitable?" He wasn't lacking in that bit of strength from bloodline enhancement. Dicang was more concerned about control. His external enhancement only increased strength, neglecting everything else, hence control became a flaw. Precise control of the body. After handing out the pills Dicang didn't want, Biaoshua fell into thought. She mused that in terms of precise control over the physical body, the animal most adept at it is none other than humans, right? After all, we are far superior to animals in this aspect. Common animal bloodlines like phoenix, qilin, and dragon aren't really suitable for fine control of the body. Wait. Imminent, dead, and the divine realms of humanity are as numerous as the stars in the sky, and there are certainly more than just animal bloodlines. Biaox's mind sparked. She was well-read, and her research on bloodlines was undoubtedly the best in class. Animal bloodlines are suited for fighting. However, there are also bloodlines suitable for logistics and work. Superbrain. Human brains may not rival mechanized beings, but there are bloodlines that enhance the brain, allowing thought processes to rival artificial intelligence. Superbrain bloodlines are typically used to adapt to technological enhancements, and thus awakening such bloodlines does not provide any increase in strength, speed, or physical attributes. When Biaoshua spoke about bloodlines, she was quite eloquent. She recounted, for instance, the time perception superbrain can slow down the perception of time by 100 times, making everything in the world appear in slow motion. Of course, you yourself are also in slow motion. There's also the multi-thread superbrain. It can create independent thoughts, truly achieving multitasking, and can link them together, significantly enhancing a person's adaptability. The origin superbrain can receive information and integrate even subconscious memories that one cannot perceive, deducing vast amounts of information. Resonance superbrain can achieve thought transmission through brainwave frequency resonance, even reading others' memories. Calculation superbrain can simulate the trajectory of future events by inputting existing information, similar to a prophetic talent. She spoke at length about dozens of types of superbrain bloodlines. Yes, superbrain bloodlines provide no assistance in combat power. Thus, for warriors in the outer city, the abilities of the superbrain bloodline are rather useless, and as a result, very few awakened bloodlines of this type. Of course, perhaps the inner city is a different scene. From Biaoxu's narrative, Dicang caught what he wanted: microscopic superbrain. It grants the awakened detailed observation and control abilities, enabling them to perceive the flow of qi and blood flows in martial arts, and even the tremors of muscle fibers, while providing matching fine control to the awakened. The techniques that stimulate the awakening of this superbrain are the bloodline calling technique, microcontrol. Well, this is the information Dicang collected from the interface. Among them, the bloodline calling technique is the most common. If cultivated to perfection, one can awaken a suitable bloodline within 3 months based on a warrior's inclinations. As for the microcontrol will, it is specifically designed for the microscopic superbrain. The deeper one cultivates it, the greater the possibility of awakening the microscopic superbrain. Of course, precise awakening of bloodlines also means that one must spend more time cultivating another technique. On the habitable planet 405, warriors, especially this batch of ordinary realm warriors from the outer city, rarely have the luxury of time. Good, there's a shortcut. Biaoshua whispered. If I have the complete corpses of 100 micro beasts, I can remove impurities and refine a bloodline pill without any bias. If I have 10,000, I can specifically design an awakening bloodline. Bloodline pill. Alright, due to the rapid and obvious results, Biaoxu's capabilities couldn't be hidden, so she stopped pretending. Of course, this is not important. What matters is that Dicang heard Biaoxu's request. 10,000. Are you sure this is a shortcut? 10,000 micro-beasts, how long would it take for me to kill that many? Moreover, micro-beasts vary in strength. The iron-scaled wolf is just a wolf, considered the weakest among micro-beasts. If I encounter fierce tigers, savage giant crocodiles, or brutal lions, even the treks from my past life could be easily hunted, while I wouldn't guarantee I could escape unscathed. In any case, I'll just take it one step at a time. As time passed, and the sun set, everyone had crossed mountains and valleys, arriving at Lutin City. Bang, bang, bang. On the training ground, Wu Taotian was engaged in combat with someone. His opponent was none other than Shi Xingqiang. It seemed reasonable. As a master of the extraordinary realm, Wu Taotian offered unparalleled guidance to the mundane realm martial artists, resulting in remarkably high efficiency. However, it appeared that they were not merely providing guidance on cultivation. Instead, they were genuinely engaged in combat. Although Wu Taotian did not use more advanced energy techniques, at that moment steam rose from his body as his blood surged. 100 tons of immense power was unleashed without reservation. Explosive steps, heavy punches, all were perfected yellow-grade martial techniques. In Lutin City, any ordinary martial artist from the mundane realm would be turned into mush upon facing Wu Taotian's onslaught. Yet the situation on the training ground was not so simple. In fact, Shi Xingqiang seemed to have the upper hand. Facing Wu Taotian's fiercely aggressive attacks, Shi Xingqiang didn't even resort to using his bloodline mode. He merely waved his hand. Every move he made appeared to be at a slow pace, but effortlessly deflected Wu Taotian's overwhelming violence, even striking back with greater force. It was as if he had calculated Wu Taotian's next several moves, predicting his attacks even a dozen or more steps ahead. It was as if he had foreseen the entire direction of the battle. Is Shi Xingqiang really that formidable? The classmates who had just returned gasped in awe, especially Guo Changchun, whose eyes widened in disbelief. His blood energy is merely at the mundane realm, yet Wu Gu is at the extraordinary realm. Could it be a matter of mindset in martial arts? The person beside him, Mo Hung, shook his head. Don't ask me, I can't comprehend it. If it were an external aid, at least there would be some trace to follow. But Shi Xingqiang's abilities did not appear to be an external aid. He only perceived sweat and effort. So that's how it is. During the fight, Wu Taotian's gaze was exceptionally clear, as if he had realized something. By controlling the flow of power, one can grasp the direction and intensity of the opponent's attacks and intercept them in advance. I understand now. In the next moment, his fiercely powerful fist suddenly softened, transforming from a fist into an open palm. Yellow-grade heavy punch, perfection, sublimation technique, harmonizing strength and flexibility. With this realization, Wu Taotian's martial technique crossed a threshold. From perfection to sublimation, it was no longer just a matter of skill improvement. After sublimation, the technique could be said to have reached a half-step mystic grade. The sublimation technique Wu Taotian comprehended was also unique to him. In an instant, Wu Taotian's fist transformed into a palm, swiftly slipping out from between Shi Xingqiang's hands before delivering a powerful strike to his chest. Bang! In the next moment, Shi Xingqiang was sent flying. He released the force midair, performing several flips before landing several meters away, his clothes untouched by dust. But Shi Xingqiang's expression was one of complete bewilderment. What just happened? You? Shi Xingqiang looked at Wu Taotian. He saw Wu Taotian assume a boxing stance, a seemingly ordinary posture that appeared to have countless variations. The shadow of Wu Taotian's moves, which Shi Xingqiang could originally predict for dozens of steps, gradually became blurry, leaving only a few traces. It was as if he had been cloaked in a layer of mosaic, making it difficult for Shi Xingqiang to predict his next move. You have mastered it already? No, I was just about to teach you a few key points. Shi Xingqiang felt it was quite strange. That was a realm he had attained after countless years of practical experience in his past life. Wu Taotian had merely fought with him once and casually entered the realm. No, it was not just about entering the realm. Mastering it isn't that difficult. Just make the movements a bit elusive, avoid being straightforward, and it will be hard for you to predict. It doesn't seem too difficult. Wu Taotian replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiang smiled in relief. What a joke, let's not continue fighting. I will soon be drained of my savings due to you. He unilaterally announced the end of the match. Just as he left the training ground, Dicang and others approached, handing over the materials and maps they had in their hands. Shi Xingqiang received the materials and glanced over them. What the hell? Super large exotic beast. It will awaken in, at most, 7 years. What the hell is this? He immediately lost his composure. If it had been his former self possessing the strength of peak foundation establishment, a mere super large exotic beast would be nothing. He could have split the exotic beast and the planet beneath it in half. But what about now? A super-large exotic beast could easily crush 1,000,000 of him. Soon with the class meeting held, all 98 students in the class were aware of this matter. In 7 years can we kill a super-large exotic beast? Wu Taotian frowned, muttering to himself, "It seems a bit difficult." Shi Xingqiang stated directly, "This matter involves significant stakes. Our reporting it to the military and waiting for them to save us is a last resort. If we can retreat safely, we should find a way for interstellar migration. Oh, at worst we won't stay on this planet." What was the price of an interstellar ticket again? Guo Changchun couldn't help but remind him, "Sure, we the outsiders do not have the qualifications to buy tickets. We need inner-city ID cards." Oh right, I forgot about that. Truly the rules of the Outer River System Development Group were utterly contrary to those of the main river system. I blamed myself for not being born in a better circumstance. No, I am not an illegal immigrant. I came through the proper channel. Yet I ended up in a lousy place like this Outer River System Development Group's outpost planet. The martial god is a mighty being on par with the nascent soul ancestors. He would not make such a low-level mistake. This must have been intentional. Then we will report it to the military. No matter how difficult, we must do it. Shi Xingqiang's tone became incredibly firm. Even if everyone else refuses, even if it's just the 90 of us left, we must find a way to eliminate that super-large exotic beast within 7 years. Oh, such righteous indignation. Dicang unexpectedly glanced at Shi Xingqiang. Then he noticed the helpless look in his eyes. Indeed, that super-large exotic beast, if it awakens, could easily devour the Earth's core like a soft-boiled egg. If everyone cannot leave this planet, they must do everything possible to eliminate that exotic beast. But with their current strength, they would not consider this matter for now. Thus this topic was shelved. Next on the agenda, Bai Akshu's bloodline pill that couldn't be hidden any longer. I've discovered that every one of our classmates is a hidden talent. Shi Xingqiang couldn't help but exclaim. So many capable individuals gathered in one class. Could it be mere coincidence? With his experience of cultivating for 10,000 years in his past life, there must be some hidden tricks. Even the tricks are out in the open. Everyone heed my advice. Shi Xingqiang scanned the crowd and said, "Taking shortcuts might bring immediate benefits, but unless absolutely necessary, it's better to avoid shortcuts." Dicang chuckled. "What do you mean by absolutely necessary?" Shi Xingqiang replied, "Naturally it means life or death." While I was being overly concerned, this is indeed an absolutely necessary situation. Use it, feel free to use it to the fullest. We must enhance our strength as quickly as possible. It was only right. When mundane realm martial artists awaken their bloodlines, even if the maximum awakening is only 0.01, activating the bloodline mode significantly boosts their combat power. If the entire class could activate their bloodlines, their foundation would rival that of a large battle group. Coincidentally, Chen Huangsha formed a battle group. The endless bloodline pills could be distributed and traded. They are all resources, they are all money. The outer city is not merely a district where one can only consume nutritional paste. As long as there are sufficient resources, everyone can level up rapidly. Dicang turned to Baoxue and said, "In the future, if you need any materials, just say so. We will find a way to get them for you." Baoxue nodded. I won't be polite about it. You can tell us what pills you can refine and no need to go into detail, just list the materials." Dicang added. Baoxue naturally agreed. Everyone has their secrets. If it weren't for the imminent threat of the super-large exotic beast, they would have turned a blind eye to their classmates' anomalies. The discussion continued. "This is 100 blood energy pills. There are still 20,000 nutritional pastes in the warehouse as compensation from the Letten battle group." Wu Taotian took out a box. Opening the box, it was filled with perfectly round, bright red pills. Blood energy pills. These pills can support the cultivation of extraordinary realm powerhouses equivalent to nutritional paste for extraordinary realm martial artists. Consuming one is more than enough for 3 days of cultivation. Mundane realm martial artists can dissolve it in water and share it, which can also accelerate the efficiency of transporting blood energy and breaking limits, allowing for rapid leveling up. Plus, there are 20,000 nutritional pastes. Though the compensation seems significant if it were to be distributed as basic salaries to the members of the Liao Yuan battle group, it wouldn't last long. After all, the Letten battle group is a large battle group. Although it was labeled as compensation, they didn't actually provide much in terms of resources. The recipe for blood energy pills is quite simple. I can refine them myself. Baoxue suddenly spoke up. "I can refine a pill using the corpse of an iron scale wolf. Oh, it's much cheaper than the bloodline pills. However, bloodline pills are not something one can easily find in the market. You can't get them for less than 1,000. Of course, anything over 1,000 is out of the question. After all, 1,000 units of nutritional paste is enough for a high-level martial artist to cultivate without distractions for 2.5 years. Moreover, with the guidance of an extraordinary realm master, they could certainly help the martial artist cultivate the bloodline summoning technique to perfection and activate their bloodline on their own. Thus, Dicang, Shi Xingqiong Chun Huangsha, and Bai Aoshua held a small meeting behind closed doors, initially finalizing a 7-year plan. As for Wu Taotian, from beginning to end, he merely tossed out a box of blood energy pills and then went off to cultivate by himself, showing no interest in the meeting. Thus, time flowed on. Those who needed to cultivate did so, while those who needed to farm did their farming. On the surface, everyone's daily life was no different from when they were at school. Secretly, the classmates who had arrived in the outer city began to exert themselves in secret, with Dicang by Aoshua and Shi Xingqiong merely standing in the spotlight. Among them, the one who worked the hardest was Mo Hung. Name Mo Hung, race human, bloodline black, abyss demon wolf 0.01 talent, heaven rewards diligence, F realm mundane realm, 5th stage, punch force 1,301 kilograms. Technique, basic martial arts, great accomplishment, yellow grade bloodline summoning technique, great accomplishment, fighting style, yellow grade gale, phantom body perfection, yellow grade blood battle god spear, great accomplishment, killing technique, yellow grade boiling blood perfection, survival technique, none. Opening his eyes, a hint of confusion flashed in Mo Heng's gaze. How long has it been? Oh, it seems like half a day, 12 hours. In the cultivation space, that translates to half a year. Half a year. Mo Hung finally managed to speak smoothly. In 6 months, his realm had advanced by 1 stage. The Gale Phantom body had been cultivated to perfection, and the boiling blood killing technique had also reached perfection. The bloodline summoning technique, thanks to the bloodline pills, had awakened the Black Abyss Demon Wolf bloodline and automatically upgraded from minor accomplishment to great accomplishment. But after half a year of cultivation, it was no human experience. In the cultivation space, there was no need for rest. With just a thought, his blood energy and spirit could be restored, and the cultivation efficiency was several times higher than in the outside world. However, after half a year, most of the time was spent in cultivation. The remaining small portion of time was spent battling the manifested enemies within the cultivation space, the Iron Scale Wolf, to validate his cultivation results. How should I put it? This broken external aid truly subjected him to endless suffering. Although the effects were remarkable, the hardship was truly unbearable. Mo Heng thought that if he continued to cultivate like this, he would surely have psychological issues, so he decided to go out for a stroll, and coincidentally ran into Dicang, who had just returned to the city. Dicang was not alone. A group of useless martial artists from the Liao Yuan battle group followed him, each dragging a cart loaded with large exotic beast corpses. These were the spoils of Dicang's hunt outside the city. In the outer city, although there were exotic beasts in the suburbs, they were at most just micro-exotic beasts. He hunted exotic beasts outside the city and could return with dozens of exotic beast corpses in one trip. Xiaoheng, you seem a bit off. Dicang looked at Mo Hung, frowning. Have you been pushing yourself too hard in cultivation? It's fine, you don't need to rush. Cultivation should be balanced. Even if you rush, it won't help. As for that super large exotic beast, we will find a way. Don't take it to heart. Mo Hung. I looking unwell. I am pushing myself in cultivation, but it's not as Dicang thinks. I understand, Digo, I will take it easy. Mo Hung nodded, but he didn't take this matter to heart. Thus his routine returned to the usual 3 points of life. Mo Hung cultivated for 18 hours a day. In terms of the cultivation space, that was equivalent to 270 days. As for the remaining 6 hours, he needed to change his mood in reality. Otherwise, he would go crazy. A week later, when Mo Hung returned from the cultivation space again. Realm Mundane, Realm 9th Stage, Punch Force 2.1 tons. Technique, Basic Martial Arts Perfection, Yellow Grade Bloodline Summoning Technique Perfection, Fighting Style, Yellow Grade Gale, Phantom Body Perfection, Yellow Grade Blood Battle God Spear Perfection, Killing Technique, Yellow Grade Boiling Blood Perfection. He had spent 5 years in the cultivation space. With Mo Heng's low talent, achieving perfection in one technique or martial skill would take at least 4 years in reality. In the cultivation space, with no sleep and high efficiency, it still took half a year. After perfecting all the techniques, he began to grind his realm, polishing it bit by bit until now. Finally, he had reached the 9th stage of the mundane realm, equivalent to the level of a top student at 16. If it were in reality, he would probably have to cultivate diligently until he was 40. But it was worth it. Glancing at the dormitory where Guo Changchun was still sleeping soundly, Mo Hung grinned. Old will wake up and guess your dad's realm. He paused. Warm liquid slid from his nostrils and dripped onto his clothes. He reached up to touch it. Blood. I have a nosebleed. Radiation sickness. Am I sick? No, I am a martial artist, though I have never heard of martial artists falling ill. Does this damn cheat have side effects? Mo Hung murmured to himself, feeling incredulous. Speaking of which, his body had indeed felt a bit off these past few days. He thought it was just psychological. Could it be that staying in the training space for too long would actually… Cough. Shut up, Mo. I've been feeling unwell after practicing recently, don't disturb me. From the bed, Goff Changchun's coughing could be heard. Mo Hung instantly felt something was wrong. He pulled back the covers and saw Goff Changchun's chi was low, his face pale, and there was even a trace of red in his cough. What? I coughed up blood. Goff Changchun was startled and sat up. But as soon as he did, he felt weak and powerless. Seeing this, Mo Hung's alertness peaked. There was an issue, a big issue. Was his own nosebleed not a side effect of the training space? Was it a bloodline pill? But Goff Changchun hadn't taken a bloodline pill, so why was he sick? Moreover, martial artists have high body temperatures when training enough to kill any viruses. Plus, with their absurd immunity, it was almost impossible to get sick. Without hiding anything, Mo Hung immediately reported his and Goff Changchun's conditions, and soon Dicang arrived with people. You and Goff Changchun are sick too. Dicang's first question left Mo Hung dumbfounded. 2. Besides him, were there others who had fallen ill? And with the same symptoms? In recent days, Mo Hung had been training like mad, not paying much attention to the outside world, so he was unaware of the situation outside. As for Goff Changchun, he truly thought he had made a mistake in his training and intended to rest for 2 days, but he didn't expect his condition to worsen. As they spoke, the bewildered duo was also moved out of their dormitory. When they arrived at the sick room, they finally realized how dire the situation was. Inside the room, more than 10 classmates were already staying. Each of them looked pale, some had skin that was showing signs of decay, and occasionally coughed up blood. We haven't found the cause of the illness, and all those affected are from our class. I suspect someone has poisoned us intentionally. Maybe it's the Lutan war gangs doing, given that they have suffered losses. Dicang's expression was grave, his tone carrying a hint of murderous intent. Just after bringing the students back, everything was steadily improving. Yet this incident suddenly occurred. He vowed that if he found out who was responsible, he would unleash a massacre, making the rivers run red with blood. Is there no doctor in Lutan City? Goff Changchun leaned against the wall and asked weakly. There are plenty of doctors for injuries. As for treating illnesses, how can a martial artist get sick? Dicang was stating a fact. Martial artists were too resilient. If it were knife wounds, bruises, internal bleeding, or fractures, there were many experienced doctors. But for treating illnesses, it was still too niche. However, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Make way, everyone. The doctors from the Lutan war gang are here. The crowd parted, and the towering figure of Wu Taotian walked through, followed by several young people in white coats. Of course, they looked young, but their ages were indeterminate. After all, in the outer city, doctors with healing talents were quite sought after. They were recruited by the war gangs, avoiding the dangers of the wilderness, and thus lived long lives. Wu Taotian used his extraordinary status to specifically hire several doctors from the Lutan war gang, reportedly each possessing great healing talents. Where are the patients? Let me take a look. A female doctor asked curiously as she squeezed in first. Sick martial artists were indeed rare. She wanted to see for herself. Holding advanced equipment from the inner city, after checking with the other doctors, her frown deepened. Something's wrong. White blood cells are abnormal, immunity is low, intestinal mucosa is damaged, cancer cells exceed the threshold, and the central nervous system is damaged. This doesn't seem like it's solely caused by a virus. As they spoke, Wu Taotian was also observing carefully. From their micro-expressions, it was evident that these doctors were clueless about the current situation. Perhaps it wasn't the Lutan war gang that poisoned them. No, they needed to observe closely. It's radiation. A male doctor opened a classmate's DNA projection and frowned. His DNA is already riddled with holes. It's evident he has suffered from significant radiation exposure over a long period. Did you guys fight with a radiation beast? Radiation. The others exchanged glances. Yes, this world does have radiation beasts, and even the martial artist race has dedicated radiation bloodlines. However, Dicang had not encountered such things. After receiving a negative response, he continued measuring everyone's DNA with the inner city's equipment, soon arriving at a completely consistent conclusion. Everyone had radiation sickness. Each person's DNA was already riddled with holes. The fact that they had only shown symptoms now indicated that the martial artist race was exceptionally resilient. Had it been the primitive humans from Dicang's past life, they would have already perished. What the hell, radiation? This is ridiculous. Where did the radiation come from? Could it be intentional? Changchun was stunned. He valued his life the most. He thought that awakening the death return talent would enhance his survival ability. Who knew he would suddenly fall victim to radiation? And the ones suffering were his own people. This was utterly unpredictable. Wait. Suddenly he was struck by a thought, a flash of inspiration. He recalled the base that observed the colossal beasts, and that room filled with information. To be fair, to prevent the technological martial god from spying, that place had no high-tech devices with electricity. Even the lights were replaced with a kind of naturally glowing stone. Damn it, the inner city scum really have no regard for human life. Using radioactive materials for lighting. How could you even think of that? Changchun sighed deeply, looking at Dicang and raising his eyebrows. Dicang understood, dismissing the doctors and gathering everyone together. Then he quickly received Changchun's speculation. In an instant, Dicang understood. So that's how it is. No wonder all the sick ones are classmates, and counting they all have in common that they entered the base. No wonder I felt a slight itch while in that room. So it was because of radiation. Dicang was extremely frustrated. He had been careless. He should have thought of it sooner. After all, radiation in the martial artist race is also referred to as the weak retreat device. Those martial artists without awakened bloodlines have fragile DNA that crumbles before radiation. As for after activating their bloodlines, even just 0.01 is a divine bloodline. Their DNA is incredibly resilient. How could mere nuclear radiation shake it? Of course, Mo Hung was rather unfortunate. Although he awakened his bloodline with a bloodline pill, he had already contracted radiation sickness before that. The bloodline delayed his symptoms, but did not cure him entirely. As for why the inner city dared to use radioactive materials for lighting, obviously they were all extraordinary beings who didn't possess divine bloodlines. Moreover, their bloodlines would only be thicker and tougher than those of ordinary beings. But wait, Digo, weren't you also there? Mo Hung asked in confusion. And everyone else too. Many of us have clearly suffered from radiation sickness. My talent is undying immortal, which has self-healing capabilities. Dicang explained. Most others are similar. Grade self-healing ability is sufficient to survive radiation. The moment high-energy particles shatter DNA, it can restore itself to its original state. For self-healing talents, recovering from such minor injuries is much easier than treating severed limbs. Well, that is true. In any case, don't worry. This minor illness of nuclear radiation will only trouble those from primitive civilizations. Just follow the doctor's orders. Dicang smiled at everyone, offering some comfort. Until he left the sick room, his expression turned somber. 100 meters away in another room. Can it be cured? Dicang took a deep breath, trying to maintain a neutral expression. The sickness has lasted too long. The DNA is completely disordered. With our talents, we can't treat it. The male doctor who discovered the cause said, My talent can regenerate severed limbs, but that relies on cellular self-repair, while the DNA fractures have already damaged the essence. The female doctor shook her head as well. My talent suppresses viruses, allowing the immune system to operate on its own, but given their condition. Do they even have an immune system? The other two doctors provided similar reasons. In short, relying solely on talents, there was no hope. Is there anything other than talents? Dicang rubbed his forehead and asked, Your war gang and the inner city have trade relations. Surely there are no advanced medical equipment. For example, nanobots. I remember they can repair genes, and even if only the brain remains, they can bring someone back to life. The male doctor shook his head. Such life-saving items, even if they exist, would never be brought out. Moreover, even if they did, there wouldn't be enough of them. You have 18 patients. The number of nanobots needed to cure them is astronomical. You should know that this kind of technology is tightly controlled in the inner city and not much flows to the outer city. Damn it. Dicang suddenly felt the impulse to raid the inner city. Clearly, to the inner city, radiation sickness was merely a minor issue, yet martial artists in the outer city could only wait for death in the face of such a minor ailment. Is there any other way? Dicang asked. If there truly was no way, then he would resort to robbery. Yes. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent, the female doctor hurriedly spoke up. There are several methods. The first is to break through to the extraordinary realm. As long as the breakthrough is successful, one can reshape their body from the root, and radiation sickness will resolve on its own. Dicang. That's nonsense. Next. Then she continued, in the outer city there are over 200 million people. Even if there are none in Lutan City, surely there are others in different cities who have awakened talents specifically targeting bloodlines. Such talents can definitely repair genes. That makes sense. Keep it as a backup. Has the focus shifted from robbing the inner city to robbing other outer city gathering places? The difficulty had indeed dropped significantly. The male doctor also offered a suggestion. There is another method. A hibernation device that can freeze the patients into hibernation until you find a way to cure them before thawing them out. The hibernation device exists in Lutan City. The rental price is a cheap blood pill per day, and I can definitely provide 18 hibernation devices. Dicang, you must be joking. This is a good plan of backup. Let's not forget this is the interstellar era. Cryogenic chambers and hibernation pods are plentiful. The charm of technology is undeniable. Then the doctors exchanged ideas, and Dicang discovered that there were indeed many methods, but either they were impractical or exceedingly expensive. Soon the doctors collected their consultation fees and left. Dicang and the others were left sitting in the room dazed. Did you all hear that? He gathered everyone except the patients and said, "Does anyone have any other methods? Let's hear them out." He knew that his class was filled with talented individuals. Perhaps they have a solution. Chun Huangsha muttered softly to himself. How about building a miraculous hospital? No, although it could enhance self-healing, it can't repair genes. Shijixing lightly tapped his temple. If we absorbed spiritual energy. No, to repair life factors that requires peak alchemy techniques, it's too far-fetched. A group of people was racking their brains. Among the crowd, Baoshua quietly raised her hand. Digo. I seem to have a way. Dicang was curious. Can pills repair genes? Baoshua replied discontentedly, no. The bloodline pill is already effective on genes, which is why it stimulates our bloodline awakening. That makes sense, it indeed does. Dicang nodded to show understanding, urging her to continue. Baoshua continued, besides the bloodline pill, there's also the zeroing pill that can completely eliminate an awakened bloodline, returning it to its original state. Its principle is to disrupt the DNA sequence and then reshape it according to the previously uninfected state. Since it's based on this principle, it should be able to repair damaged genes as well. The more she spoke, the brighter the eyes of the crowd became. This has potential. Dicang directly asked, what's the price of the zeroing pill? Taking the iron scale wolf as an example, at least 1,000 iron scale wolves are needed to refine one zeroing pill. Diga, the materials you've collected over these days can probably make half a pill. And I've already turned the materials into bloodline pills. Good heavens. At his current efficiency, even if he harvested every day, it would take 2 weeks to refine one zeroing pill. For 18 people, it would take 9 months. If I remember correctly, tomorrow, our Liao Yuan War Gang will team up with the Ashes War Gang and the Lutan War Gang to hunt beasts outside the city. Dicang looked at Wu Taotian beside him and said, tomorrow you and Shijixing along with half of the Liao Yuan War Gang members will have to go outside to join the hunting team. Wu Taotian opened his mouth to speak. There's no room for negotiation on this. Given the urgency of the situation, extraordinary measures must be taken. Dicang hurriedly added to avoid rejection. Wu Taotian fell silent. However, Chun Huangsha spoke up. "Di good does Wu Gu mean? Sending half the people out might be too few. In my opinion, whether disabled or low-ranked, all should be treated equally. All 1346 members of the gang must go." In the cultivation space, Mo Hung sat cross-legged. He was breaking through. His body wriggled as his DNA rapidly reorganized under the dual enhancement of the breakthrough and the divine bloodline, causing him to swell and shrink like an inflated balloon. After several trips back and forth, roar. Mo Hung let out a long howl, and his whole body rapidly enlarged, his fur and scales covering his surface, his hands transforming into sharp claws and fangs growing from his mouth. The breakthrough failed. His body turned into a beast. The beastly nature quickly overshadowed his humanity, and Mo Hung felt as if he had cast off a heavy burden, feeling unprecedented comfort. The world seemed to become chaotic, the logic he once understood easily collapsed, and the wisdom that humanity prided itself on rapidly disintegrated and vanished. However, fortunately, humans are not true animals. The residual rationality brought Mo Hung back to his senses, refreshed. In an instant, like the flow of time reversing, the cultivation space quickly returned to its original state. Including Mo Hung, he also reverted to being human from the time reversal. At the moment of recovery, he was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily. It was terrifying, truly frightening. Is this the feeling of turning into a beast? That gradual transformation into clumsiness, the world simplifying everything, relying solely on instinct, felt simply both terrifying and quite tempting. It's okay, it's all over. You can do it. If you can't succeed once, try twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. There will surely be a time when I can succeed. After a long pause to erase the strange feeling of failure during the breakthrough, Imo Hung dared to attempt the second breakthrough. The second, third, fourth, 10th, 20th, 30th. If this were reality in school, failure in the breakthrough could still be salvaged, and the body would remember the feeling of the breakthrough, making the next one easier. But the cultivation space had no such convenience. Each breakthrough was a fresh start. One could only strive for success in one attempt, just like Wu Tatian. Finally, after repeating the attempt more than 90 times, buzz. In reality, Imo Hung suddenly opened his eyes. Name: Imo Hung. Race: human. Bloodline: hellish. 3-headed wolf. 002. Talent: heaven's path. Rewards: diligence. F realm: extraordinary realm. Speed type: fist. Strength: 50 tons. It worked. After nearly 100 failures, success finally came. Although his aptitude was low, the talent of heaven's path, rewards, diligence still held some merit, even with just an F rank. As long as one repeated a task enough times, they could achieve slight results. After the lucky breakthrough, Imo Hung checked the time. It was already the next day. In reality, according to the plan, they were to leave the city today to hunt beasts. Hunting beasts. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Although he had a lucky breakthrough, his bloodline concentration was only 0.02. Not as good as Wu guessed just after the breakthrough. The mutated bloodline after the breakthrough. How should he put it? Although it wasn't what he desired, it was sufficient. Let's leave it at that. Synchronize cultivation. Imo Hung issued the command. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to reality, and he stood up, glancing at the classmates in the isolation ward who were meditating and had their metabolism reduced to a minimum. Imo Hung quietly stood up. Just hold on a little longer. He'll find a way. After saying that, Imo Hung had already vanished from the room. His figure moved like the wind, turning into a remnant shadow. In a short while, he arrived in front of Dicang. It was already morning, with the dawn light faintly shining. The Liao Yuan battle gang had gathered and was preparing to set off outside the city. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Dicang. Who? Imo Hung. You have advanced to the extraordinary realm. He thought it was an assassin and almost made a move. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was that kid Imo Hung. Wait a minute. He was only at the 4th stage of the ordinary realm and had just been quarantined due to radiation sickness. How could he appear before him now as an extraordinary realm? Feeling the immense vitality and heavy momentum of the other party, as well as the speed surpassing 100 meters per second, Dicang could only have one guess. Imo Hung stuttered for a moment before saying, actually, in short, I broke through. I want to join too. I want to hunt beasts. After not talking to anyone for a long time, he seemed a bit dazed. Fortunately, after a moment of pause, he was fine. On the other side, Dicang stared at Imo Hung, remaining silent for a while. All right, you join us too. With Wu Tatian, Shi Xingxiong plus you and me, the 4 of us must kill 17,000 beasts in this hunting operation, no matter the method. Without asking any further questions, Dicang agreed directly. Imo Hung was taken aback. 17,000 beasts. Is the gap that large? In the class, no one hides anything. Even the patients know they can use zeroing pill to cure radiation sickness, but they do not understand how many materials are needed for just one pill. Imo Hung thought there were only a few hundred or 1,000 small beasts to deal with. To his surprise, Dicang opened his mouth to say 17,000 beasts. Dicang nodded a bit impatiently, said, no kidding, is the gap that big that we need the whole gang to mobilize? He was indeed a little anxious. You must know that Lutan City manages the food and necessities of 300,000 people. To produce enough nutritional paste for them to fill their stomachs for a month, at least 10,000 beasts must be harvested. If the Liao Yuan battle gang could consume 1/10, it would be considered an extraordinary performance. Even so, there would still be a shortage of 7,000 beasts. Now that they could have one more person to help, Dicang had no reason to refuse. Time passed. Outside the city gate, tens of thousands had gathered. The hunting activity in Lutan City occurred once a month. In a city of about 300,000 people, at least 10,000 martial artists would participate in this activity. Most of them were mid to low-level martial artists who practiced the technique heart of all beasts. When this group of people gathered together, even Dicang felt a hallucination. It was as if countless beast overlords had gathered, emitting fierce roars in all directions, driving away any small fries daring to trespass into their territory. Such strong martial will. Feeling the vaguely formed shadow of the Beast King, Dicang couldn't help but say, under the influence of this momentum, the strength of ordinary realm martial artists would at least drop by 30%. Just gathering a group of ordinary realm martial artists has such might. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be when those at least at the extraordinary realm in the army form a battle formation. Of course, military techniques cannot be casually learned, at least not by someone like me from the outer city. As Dicang was comparing in his mind, a question came from not far away. Hey, did you guys from the Liao Yuan battle gang? Did you mobilize the entire gang? Hearing this, Dicang turned to look. The speaker was a young man with a kind face, standing 3 meters tall. Extraordinary realm balance type. Who are you? Dicang asked. The leader of the Ashes battle gang, Gu Hui. The latter smiled gently at Dicang, saying, ever since your Liao Yuan battle gang was established, I've been looking for an opportunity to visit, but unfortunately, I only found time now. As he spoke, Gu Hui was also sizing up Dicang. He was quite familiar with Dicang. After all, the reason he knew Dicang was that this guy, along with Wu Tatian from Liao Yuan battle gang, had destroyed the Ashes battle gang in Death Prophecy. This ordinary realm martial artist named Dicang had killed him. How should I put it? For the past week, he had been testing the Liao Yuan battle gang. The young man before him was the focus of his tests. After experiencing several death prophecies, Gu Hui no longer had the heart to confront them heathen. He was afraid after dying too many times. The strong were not just Wu Tatian and Dicang. Others were even harder to kill. Some martial artists seemed to be in the ordinary realm, but were not weaker than those in the extraordinary realm. How did this group of monsters get matched into one class? Junior, this is probably your first time in the wilderness. Let me give you a few tips. Don't think about clashing heathen with the beasts. We humans can only rely on agile movements and scraping-like attacks to defeat them. Gu Hui smiled brightly, appearing eager to help. Dicang looked at him suspiciously for a few glances. Although he didn't know why this person came to get close, he felt it was better not to offend a smiling person. So he nodded and said, I will. This basic knowledge doesn't need you to teach me. After all, in the past week, he had also killed quite a few beasts. He knew that compared to the large and incredibly strong beasts, humanity's only advantage lay in speed and agility. Besides, please be aware, if you encounter small beasts, run away quickly and do not engage them. The Lutan battle gang will handle it. We as smaller battle gangs have no special weapons and cannot afford to confront small beasts. This was fresh. Dicang nodded to show he remembered, and the two began to chat casually. This was his first time in the wilderness. Having an experienced person willing to share knowledge was something he appreciated greatly. Soon the massive group exited the city, traveling dozens of kilometers, and the scenery around them gradually changed as they moved away from the outer city. First, the vegetation. Whether it was grass or flowers, they grew taller as they approached the wilderness. By the time Dicang reached the edge of the wilderness, the surrounding grass had already exceeded 1 meter. Trees over 100 meters high were everywhere. The vegetation seemed to have inflated dozens of times. Around them, occasional beasts like cockroach rats flashed by, intimidated by the aura of the martial artists practicing, heart of all beasts running faster than ever. Aside from the gigantic, nearly 1 meter long cockroach rats, Dicang also saw 10 meter long pythons, 8 meter tall giant apes observing from afar, and 6 meter high giant rhinos, as well as many colossal creatures that did not exist in the past. Humanity appeared so insignificant in the face of nature. I heard that 300 years ago this planet was quite normal. But after we humans relocated here, the stellar beasts followed closely behind, constantly infecting the habitable planet 405 with their aura. Plus, after the martial artists who failed their breakthroughs ran into the wilderness one by one, they all became beasts with divine bloodlines, further influenced by the stellar beast's aura. 300 years of accumulation led to this broken place. Gu Hui was quite talkative, constantly chattering in Dicang's ear. If it were in the past, Dicang might have chatted a bit. However, now there were patients at home, and the task of 17,000 beasts weighed heavily on his shoulders, leaving him with no mood for idle chatter. Liao Yuan battle gang. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. The person approaching was none other than the leader of the Lu Tan battle gang, Song Lian. Her injuries had long healed, but upon seeing Wu Tatian, the desire she had from a few days ago was long gone. Instead, her face was filled with indignation and a murderous glare. She handed over a map, suppressing her displeasure, and said, "Here, this is the map." Then she pointed to the marked location on the map and said, "Our destination is the summit of this mountain. This place backs onto a cliff, and the top has a depression that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, easy to defend, but hard to attack. However, with our group numbering over 10,000, the momentum is too overwhelming. Once we enter deep into the wilderness, it will inevitably attract beasts. Wu Tatian casually took the map and then handed it to Dicang. The latter picked up the map, glanced at it, and then asked, "So, from now on we must split our forces." Song Lian glanced at Dicang and continued to look at Wu Tatian. Divide into 10 groups, reducing the number of people in each group to 1,000 with at least one extraordinary realm guardian in each group. This way the chances of being attacked by beasts will be greatly reduced. Even if we are wiped out by the beasts, we won't suffer complete annihilation. After she finished speaking, Dicang also scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, they had already begun to split their forces. Watching them move with ease, it was clear they were not doing this for the first time. As for the division of troops, you Liao Yuan battle gang only have over 1,000 people. Oh, just take care of yourselves, and we will gather at the destination. After saying this, she turned and left, not wanting to engage in excessive conversation. Beside Gu Hui chuckled and said, Junior, don't mind it. Song Lian is just that kind of ungrateful character. If it weren't for her connections mastering a direct supply route to the inner city, she wouldn't even be able to sit in the position of leader of the Lu Tan battle gang. Dicang nodded, indicating his understanding. He was now pondering that once he contacted Qian Xiaoxing in the inner city, it was best to take control of the smuggling business. Seeing the division of troops nearly finished, Gu Hui clasped his hands and said, "Seniors, I will take my leave first. See you at the mountaintop later." After saying this, he leaped into the air and vanished with a few flashes. Thus the massive group of over 10,000 split into 10 routes. The Liao Yuan battle gang proceeded along the route after the division, and they only needed a few hours to reach the destination after passing through a valley. After the division, "Sister Tsang, are we really not going to inform the brothers and sisters in the gang about this backstabbing matter?" Looking towards the direction the Liao Yuan battle gang had left, Gu Hui spoke anxiously. Beside him, Song Lian let out a cold snort. "Humph. Those traitorous scum do not deserve to know. Gu Hui, you did well. If your death prophecy is not wrong, those beasts from the Liao Yuan battle gang will definitely be ambushed by beasts when passing through the valley. At that time, even if they don't die, they will be severely injured." After saying this, she glanced at Gu Hui and said, "You keep an eye on the team for me. I'll go take their lives." The trash of the Liao Yuan battle gang, especially that Wu Tatian, must die. Oh, indeed, Gu Hui and Song Lian share a deep bond. Though they are not bonded by life and death, they are at least connected by mutual interests. For instance, after his death prophecy, the first thing he did was inform Song Lian of the arrival of Dicang and the others. And now, having been brutally beaten while seeking help, Song Lian's hatred for Wu Tatian and the Liao Yuan battle gang has reached its peak. Just like last time, she plans to act alone. Taking advantage of the wilderness terrain and the fierce alien beasts, she intends to ambush the entire Liao Yuan battle gang here. If they manage to survive, Song Lian has no qualms about playing the role of the mantis, stalking the cicada, completely annihilating the severely weakened Liao Yuan battle gang. Of course, her private actions will not be agreed upon by the other members of the Lu Tan battle gang, as extraordinary beings are rare combat power, and wasting them on internal strife is purely a loss. Thus, Song Lian could only keep it a secret from everyone and act on her own. Taking a deep breath, her expression returned to calmness as she said to Gu Hui, "Thank you for your help. After the deed is done, you will not be forgotten. I will leave my team in the protection of your Ashes battle gang." With that, her figure vanished from sight. Her incredible speed made her appear and disappear without a trace. Watching Song Lian leave, Gu Hui couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Warriors from the inner city tend to be willful. What a fuss over such a trivial matter, shouting and killing. The Lutan city has very few extraordinary beings, not even 1 in 10,000. It's already bad enough that they don't band together, but they even turn against each other. In the outer city, extraordinary beings can be considered superior beings. But in the wilderness, extraordinary beings are nothing special. On the other side, the Liao Yuan battle gang followed the route on the map. Suddenly, Wu Tatian frowned in ominous malice. "Someone wants to harm us." As soon as he said this, Dicang and the others immediately became alert. "How do you know?" Mo Hung asked with confusion. Dicang expressed concern. "Brother Wu, if you're tired, you can rest more. Paranoid delusions are a sickness, but it's not incurable." Wu Tatian remained silent for 2 seconds before ignoring the two of them. He looked towards Shi Xingqiang, not seeing or hearing, yet sensing danger. Shi Xingqiang, well versed in such matters, exclaimed, "Brother Wu, when did you reach this level?" He knew very well that the martial artists of the human race excelled in matters of perception, a sudden inspiration, sensing danger before it arises, being aware and avoiding. This allows these brainless warriors to immediately sense danger without reasoning, infuriating many schemers. As soon as you set a plan, the martial artists can sense it. They will avoid it in advance, rendering all your plans futile. However, even among the martial artists, this level is not easily achievable. At least for extraordinary beings, it is quite difficult. Of course, for transcendent beings, it is standard. Wu Ta-Tian casually said, reaching this level. Oh, just now it's not important. He continued, you guys are sharp-minded, what should we do? Dicang and Shi Xingqiang exchanged glances. As for Imohang said, ever since he opened up a training space, he felt his mind was becoming less sharp. It's not a matter of intelligence being impaired, but rather just being away from society for too long. Strategy. What strategy? With that spare time, it's better to train for a few more years. Raising one's strength, strategies will fall apart on their own. Here Dicang responded, can you tell where the danger is coming from? Is it humans or alien beasts? Wu Ta-Tian closed his eyes for a long time, then opened them, and said both. So Shi Xingqiang took over the conversation. Alien beasts cannot cooperate with humans, so it must be humans trying to use alien beasts to eliminate us. Dicang, you're the fastest, go scout the area. See if there are traces of alien beasts, especially social or small alien beasts. Dicang nodded. He was thinking the same. Although Imohang was a speed-type extraordinary being, he had just broken through. His pure speed couldn't compare to his own. Therefore, the only one suited for scouting was himself. Dicang jumped off the cart and landed on the ground, bending his knees. The next moment, immense force erupted. He leaped into the air like a rocket soaring skyward. The earth rapidly shrank in his view. In just a few seconds, he had reached a height of 1,000 meters, overlooking the wilderness. At a height of 1,000 meters, the view of 100 kilometers lay before him. However, the farther he looked, the less clearly he could see, as the enhancement only increased his strength, ignoring everything else. But at least Dicang was a martial artist. His eyesight was sharper than that of a golden eagle. From above, the scene within 10 kilometers was no mystery to him. Then gravity took effect, and Dicang naturally fell under the pull of gravity, ultimately crashing into the wilderness, leaving a pit several centimeters deep. What did you see? Shi Xingqiang asked with a hint of envy. Although his combat power was not weak, he lacked the physical qualities of extraordinary beings, so he had no qualifications to jump so high. At 6 o'clock, there's a canyon 10 kilometers away on our route. It seems there's a pack of beasts. I couldn't see clearly, so I'll scout again. With that, Dicang leaped into the air again. Imohang muttered, 10 kilometers isn't far. Wait, I'll go take a look too. With that, he jumped up as well. This time Dicang didn't jump too high, only about 500 meters. Just as he stopped, he noticed Imohang closely following him, grabbing onto his shoulder. Like a curious child, he asked, where's the pack of alien beasts? Dicang pointed towards the canyon ahead there. On both sides of the canyon are hundreds of meters high mountains. Jumping 500 meters is more than enough to clearly see the scene above the canyon. Dicang could barely see the small moving dots above. As an extraordinary being, Imohang could see perfectly. Miniature alien beast, wind treading lion, an alien beast contaminated by the aura of the stellar giant beast, inheriting the bloodline of the wind sovereign lion. Even carrying an average weight of 25 tons, it can explode at a terrifying speed of 50 meters per second, living in packs. Miniature alien beast, giant barbarian elephant, an alien beast contaminated by the aura of the stellar giant beast, inheriting the bloodline of the divine prison giant elephant. Its trunk is incredibly agile and long, capable of lifting objects weighing 100 tons, living in packs. He saw clearly, and the information panel also appeared. Thus, the data regarding the alien beasts was displayed. After they landed, Dicang pondered whether to get closer, but noticed Imohang's expression was somewhat grim. On the left is the wind-treading lion, estimated to be over 1,000 heads, and on the right is the giant barbarian elephant, at least 700 heads. If we unknowingly enter the canyon and are surrounded by these alien beasts, we can escape, but the Liao Yuan battle gang will be completely wiped out. Imohang couldn't help but rub his hands together. The canyon is our only path. To get through, we must eliminate all the alien beasts. No worries, just leave it to me. Within 3 days, I can definitely wipe them out. Dicang then realized, oh right, he is an extraordinary being. His eyesight is far superior to his own. Not only could he see the types of alien beasts, but he could also estimate their numbers. You want 3 days to wipe them out? Dicang directly rejected his idea, saying, let Brother Wu go with you. He will handle the giant barbarian elephant, and you will take care of the wind-treading lion. You have at most 1 hour to lure them away. We can't waste too much time on the road. The alien beasts in the wilderness remain active at night, whereas the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang aren't suited for staying up late. Wu Ta Tian frowned upon hearing the arrangement, but Shi Xingqiong also said you both are extraordinary beings. If you stay here, those you wish to harm may not even show up. Mo Hung reacted, as well asking with some worry, will it really be fine? If we leave, what if the enemy is also extraordinary? Dicang shot him a glance. Have you grasped your chi? Mo Hung sheepishly smiled. Not yet. Then it will be fine, you can't even beat me. Then Mo Hung and Wu Ta Tian left. Both are extraordinary beings, one strength type and the other speed type. Wu Ta Tian as a strength type weighs a ton and can only cover 50 to 60 meters per second at a slow jog. Mo Hung as a speed type weighs only 200 kilograms and can easily sprint over 100 meters per second. Mo Hung, who left the team, moved at an incredible speed, quickly leaving Wu Ta Tian behind, and the rugged mountain path felt like flat ground beneath his feet. In just 2 minutes, he crossed a distance of 10 kilometers, and as soon as he leaped onto a peak, he had a clear view of over 1,000 alien beasts. The wind-treading lion. This creature is far more powerful than the iron-scale wolf. Just considering its weight, it's several times the difference. On average, each wind-treading lion is over 10 meters long and at least 4 meters tall at the shoulder, truly a behemoth. A 2-meter-tall human standing before them would likely be paralyzed by the mere pressure of their size. However, facing these alien beasts, Mo Hung felt nothing but excitement. Ever since he ascended to extraordinary status, he had become stronger, and the time flow rate in the training space had drastically decreased. From the original 1365, it changed to 1365, a 100-fold drop. The usable time also decreased by 100 times. Regarding this situation, Mo Hung had long anticipated it. Not to mention the efficiency at which extraordinary beings process information is already 100 times that of ordinary beings. The drastic decrease in time flow and available time was also expected. Similarly, after the breakthrough, hunting alien beasts became 100 times easier. He could hunt thousands of alien beasts without any risk to recharge the training space. Now, looking at the situation, like a tiger entering a sheep flock, Mo Hung charged into the pack of lions. He drew his blade, his speed surged once more, and with a swift slide, he slashed open the belly of a wind-treading lion. The wind-treading lion. The latter, caught off guard, saw blood and entrails flow beneath it, and it collapsed to the ground. Its breath gradually weakened, lacking the strength to rise. One more stab. Mo Hung appeared like a ghost, stabbing into its brain from the eye socket. The wind-treading lion died on the spot. Usable time 20 days. The melodious prompt made Mo Hung even more motivated. This creature is worth much more than the iron-scale wolf. In an instant, he took down a beast much larger than himself, shocking the entire lion pack. Roar! And the howls were deafening. The numerous wind-treading lions surged forward, their stampede, shaking the ground, their fury overwhelming the utterly small human. Good. Come at me. Mo Hung beamed with delight. Alien beasts have tough skin, impervious to blades. That is true for ordinary martial artists. For extraordinary martial artists, their strength is sufficient and their skills are top-notch, enabling them to easily pierce the alien beast's skin with metal weapons slicing through their muscles. As for the alien beast's hard bones, one must say at least they are extraordinary martial artists. Avoiding the bones and striking vital points is basic operation. After all, the enemies are just mindless beasts. 20 days. 20 days. 20 days. Oh, this one has 30 days. Mo Hung's ghostly figure moved through the lion pack, striking with precision every time, taking the life of a wind-treading lion. At least he could severely wound them. Meanwhile, as he slaughtered, Dicang's team continued to advance steadily. Dicang has always held a great deal of caution towards alien beasts. One must know that humans have countless enemies in the starry sky, but the stellar giant beast is not a foe to be taken lightly. Even alien beasts contaminated by the aura of the stellar giant beast, upon discovering humans, seemed to get a shot of adrenaline and vow to pursue relentlessly, even at the cost of their own lives. Of course, excluding those that are not even considered miniature alien beasts, like cockroaches or rats. In short, the 1,000-man team he led cannot withstand the siege of alien beasts. They either face annihilation or lead them away upon sighting a pack. While the team progressed safely, Zhang Lian, who had been hiding her presence and tracking this team, could no longer sit still. What is happening here? To divert the alien beasts, they deployed 2 extraordinary beings. According to Gu Hu's intel, the Liao Yuan battle gang only has 2 extraordinary beings, right? Of course, that little guy named Dicang possesses power comparable to extraordinary beings. He likely awakened a pure strength-type talent, and it is a grade talent. A grade talent can already rival extraordinary beings in certain aspects, such as speed, strength, self-healing, and reflexes. However, this alone is not enough to make Song Lian wary. She only knows that this is a golden opportunity. The country bumpkins from the outer city can only rely on such inefficient means like the heart of all beasts to attract alien beasts. It's truly laughable. With a light laugh, she then took out an item. Beast luring powder, grade yellow. Crush the beast luring powder. Once the scent spreads, it will attract alien beasts within a 10-kilometer radius. The scent dissipates within an hour. When using, be careful not to get any on yourself, or it will invite alien beasts to hunt you down. What in the world? As the beast-attracting powder detonated, Dicang watched a veil of white mist descend from the sky. Carried by the wind, it instantly blanketed the entire formation. It bore no true scent, nor was its pale hue anything more than an artificial marker meant solely for the eye. What Dicang truly sensed in that onrushing vapor was an overwhelming, fiercely concentrated martial will. As if 10,000 cultivators, each having perfected the heart of 10,000 beasts, had gathered and simultaneously unleashed their auras with deliberate, unrestrained provocation toward every living thing within range. At that very moment, as Dicang gazed upon the white mist, beast-attracting powder, the interface promptly displayed its identification. Not only Dicang, but everyone present instantly grasped what had occurred. In the next breath, chaos erupted. Who unleashed the beast-attracting powder? We're doomed. We're all finished. Who's this vile wretch? What did we ever do to you? Panic spread like wildfire, discipline shattered in an instant. It wasn't merely the formation. Across the entire surrounding region, nature itself seemed to revolt. Flocks of birds exploded skyward in terrified unison. Even ground-dwelling vermin, cockroach rats, and the like, scuttled away at blurring speeds, 6 limbs churning in desperate flight, straining to put ever more distance between themselves and the group. One cockroach rat, sprinting at 10 meters per second, outpaced its kin with startling efficiency, surging ahead. Thud! A massive beast paw descended, crushing it into crimson pulp. Lifting his gaze, Dicang beheld its owner, a colossal gray bear, 10 meters long and shrouded in coarse storm gray fur. The bear charged forward with earth-shaking momentum, its 40-ton mass hurtling at 30 meters per second, roaring like a freight train. It flattened flora and fauna alike, bursting into view before the stunned assembly. Every martial artist of the Liao Yuan Battle Guild, without exception, panicked. Loose arrows. Kill it. Kill it now. A chorus of low-tier cultivators roared, drawing bows and loosing arrows, each shaft weighing over 100 grams, propelled by arms boasting Newton force strength. They screamed through the air faster than sound, lethal force rivaling heavy-caliber rifles. Yet the gray bear pressed onward, undeterred by the barrage. Most arrows skidded harmlessly off its sleek pelt, those few that pierced the hide lodged shallowly, barely breaching muscle. Though the flesh and bone of minor-tier spirit beasts fall short of steel, they far surpass stone in density and resilience. The arrow storm failed to fell the beast, and instead ignited its fury. The cultivators could only watch helpless as the bear burst through the volley and charged straight toward them. Whoosh! An iron spear tore free from a hand, shattering the sound barrier mid-flight. It soared over the warriors' heads and struck the bear dead center, plunging deep into its eye socket, then punching relentlessly through brain matter before erupting from the back of its skull. Blood bloomed. Gray matter scattered. The bear's titanic frame collapsed, carving a deep furrow across the earth. The fleeing cultivators froze. Everyone, stand to attention. Dicang drew his spear and thundered, prepare for the beast tide. We are already tainted by the beast-attracting powder. No one escapes. No one flees. Run, and I'll sever you where you stand. His single-strike annihilation left the Liao Yuan Battle Guild utterly dumbfounded. Only then did they realize the seemingly unremarkable mortal realm cultivator before them possessed power far beyond his realm. Their innate reverence for strength surged. Their instinct for self-preservation activated flawlessly. A true powerhouse. We're saved. Someone cried out, elated. Strength meant hope, meant no scattering in despair. After all, fleeing alone would likely mean certain death. With morale restored, the cultivators coalesced swiftly, organizing with disciplined precision. Yet Dicang, who had just claimed victory, frowned deeply. Xing Xiong, did you spot anyone? He asked the figure beside him. The other had already scanned the surroundings, and in moments locked onto a direction. I see her. It's Tsang Lian of the Lu Tan Battle Guild. How could someone of mere mortal realm perception track a non-mortal realm expert? The answer was simple: she hadn't fled at all. After detonating the beast-attracting powder, Tsang Lian stood brazenly atop a 100-meter tree trunk, observing the 1,000-strong formation from a kilometer's distance, gazing down with detached, smug amusement. Her eyes gleamed with cruel satisfaction. Around her, colossal spirit beasts erupted from the wilds, racing wildly toward the formation. It's her. Is the Lu Tan Battle Guild using beasts to eliminate us? But why? What advantage does this grant them? Though the Liao Yuan Guild contested territory, extra non-mortal realm allies would significantly boost their wilderness yields. What was a sliver of land worth in comparison? Logically, the Lu Tan Guild should not have acted so decisively. Dicang forcibly halted his own reasoning. The beasts were already upon them. Pity. Merely beasts. These mindless creatures offered no path to greater strength, though their corpses held great utility. Arrows rained down. Simultaneously, Dicang leapt high, landing squarely atop a weapons cart, and seized a spear. Then launch. 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 Pure titanic force erupted. Supersonic spears screamed forth, piercing beast skulls midair with surgical precision. Each spear claimed a beast weighing dozens of tons. Even in death, their colossal bodies scraped grooves of terrifying depth across the earth as they crashed. Yet more beasts surged past their lines, hundreds converging from all directions. Though weapons outnumbered beasts, Dicang's throwing frequency had limits. Outcome inevitable. The first beast breached the arrow storm. Horned iron rhinoceros. Herd-based. The earth trembled. Frontline cultivators stared, instantly calculating shoulder height, body length, mass, velocity, and flooding their minds with complex formulae. 15 meters long, 8 meters tall at the shoulder, nearly 50 tons in mass, sprinting faster than 40 meters per second. As swift as a 9th-rank mortal realm cultivator. Such staggering scale, such absurd mass. At full charge, its impact kinetic energy exceeded 4,000 tons. For low-tier cultivators like themselves, let alone being struck heated, even a glancing blow would leave them bruised, black and blue. Flee. Without non-mortal masters enforcing order, mortal realm cultivators broke rank without hesitation. The frontline warriors shrieked, dropping weapons and launching sideways in blind, frantic leaps. That single cry triggered total collapse. No cultivator dared stand firm to intercept. In an instant, the 1,000-strong formation dissolved, each man sprinting as if blessed with 4 legs, bolting sideways in sheer terror. The rhinoceros paused, confused, then enraged. Sensing the strongest provocation, it targeted the cluster of heart of 10,000 beast cultivators and lowered its horned brow, charging. In that instant, screams filled the air. Blood sprayed. Those caught beneath its charge were reduced to unrecognizable ruin. Yet it did not stop. With a sharp, brutal turn, it veered toward Dicang, who stood tallest, hurling spears from afar. Dicang watched the beast close in and sighed. I did my best. In the next breath, he gripped his spear in his left hand and snatched up Xing Qiong with his right. Then he ran. Ruhr. Above the canyon on the grassy plateau, a giant savage elephant, 10 meters tall, 100 tons heavy, fixed its gaze upon its prey and lashed out its trunk. As a minor-tier spirit beast, its trunk, composed of over 100,000 muscle fibers, could generate force exceeding its own colossal weight. A terrifying strike, yet it missed. Wu Tatian deliberately reached out and seized the trunk. Then, Qi surged. With both hands he wrenched. The trunk tore cleanly in two. Ruhr. The giant savage elephant froze, stunned. Believing size alone guaranteed supremacy, it simply could not comprehend how this slender, hairless monkey had torn its trunk as if it were parchment. Only searing agony registered next, triggering its bellow. Enough noise. Wu Tatian launched himself upward and delivered a single punch. His qi blasted through skin, muscle, and bone, penetrating directly into the brain, liquefying its contents instantly. The giant savage elephant fell silent. It collapsed, blood pouring from all 7 orifices, dead before it hit the ground. Around it, more giant savage elephants converged, each step shaking the earth like an earthquake, raising plumes of dust that blotted out the sun. Wu Tatian remained expressionless. To him, dominating beasts held no thrill. He leapt, bounding across their backs and heads, occasionally roaring to draw attention, deliberately luring them away. As a non-mortal realm expert, even one specializing in brute force, his speed and agility easily surpassed these mindless beasts. But, suddenly, Wu Tatian world. 10 kilometers distant, he saw it clearly, hundreds, thousands, of beasts stampeding across the plain. Dicang carrying Xingqiong sprinted at astonishing speed. Fleeing. At their pace, the beasts could not catch them. Minor-tier spirit beasts posed no real threat. Yet, Wu Tatian spotted another familiar figure. Who was that? Ah, Song Lian, leader of the Lu Tan Battle Guild. The moment Wu Tatian's gaze locked upon her from over 10 kilometers away, she felt it, and turned, meeting his eyes across the vast expanse. Then, she smiled, a smile brimming with vicious delight. She pointed at the fleeing Dicang and Xingqiong, and slowly drew her finger across her throat. In the next instant, she launched herself forward, radiating murderous intent, openly racing to assassinate them. Wu Tatian. Expressionless, he snapped off a tusk from a giant savage elephant, and selected only its sharpened tip. He weighed it, roughly 1 kilogram. Yet its hardness rivaled forged metal. Sufficient. Then Wu Tatian performed something deceptively simple. He stood atop the elephant's back, unshaken even as the beast thrashed violently. He steadied himself, aimed, and threw. 100-ton force erupted. The tusk tip screamed forward at over 4 times the speed of sound, ripping through the sky. Shhhhhk. Song Lian moved fast. As a veteran speed-type non-mortarium expert, she mastered both supreme body techniques and gene force. Her leg explosions capable of exceeding 350 tons. At full sprint, she swiftly overtook Dicang's leisurely pace and halted abruptly before him. I remember you too. You killed many of my underlings, so let your lives be the first payment, she began, but never finished. Xingqiong, rely on you now. Without hesitation, Dicang hurled Xingqiong straight at her. Xingqiong, you seriously trust me that much? Midair, Xingqiong activated his bloodline. Upon landing, heavenly demon self-destruction. Nearly 40 tons of explosive force erupted, slashing toward Song Lian's neck. Simultaneously, his body began disintegrating. Skin ruptured, muscles tore, bones cracked, organs ruptured. As a killing technique, heavenly demon self-destruction was formidable, yet its side effects were devastating. 1 strike inflicted grave injury, 2 pushed one to the brink of death, 3 meant certain demise. That's all. A final futile struggle. Song Lian sneered. Even a bloodline cultivator's peak burst paled before her might. She drew her blade, swinging faster, harder, clashing Hedon with Xingqiong's warblade. Clang. His sword shattered instantly. How could a mortal realm cultivator's blade match a non-mortarial master's dedicated weapon? Yet, the shards of broken steel behaved as if guided, harnessing the collision's raw force to scatter precisely toward Song Lian's face. And their trajectory, perfectly aligned with her eyes. Coincidence? Could this possibly fall within the boy's calculations? Song Lian hesitated, but dismissed it. She halted instantly, ducking and tilting her head. 2 shards grazed her cheeks, leaving her unharmed. A cold smirk flickered. No matter how brilliant your reflexes or tactics, raw numbers crushed them effortlessly. Just a provincial rustic mortal realm cultivator. How could he grasp the true power of inner-city masters? Boom. A white tusk plummeted from the heavens, having traversed 10 kilometers, slowed by air resistance and gravity, then struck Song Lian square in the face. Her triumphant smile froze. Her thoughts shattered under the sudden, brutal impact. Even her kishield, a protective aura sustained at her skin, shattered instantly. In the next heartbeat, spear thrust. 100-ton force erupted. Dicang's spear pierced her mouth and erupted from the back of her skull. Blood exploded. Brain matter sprayed. The spear flew free. Song Lian's body hurtled backward dozens of meters, life fading rapidly from her eyes. No rage. No regret. Her expression seemed to ask, what just happened? Soon even thought ceased. Strength 1. 3 moves. The first move, a feint. Sure, Xingqiong struck first, shattering the blade during the clash, sending iron shards flying towards the enemy's eyes to divert her attention. The second move, a sneak attack. Wu Tatian from over 10 kilometers away threw a piece of ivory from a high position, which carried immense kinetic energy and sharpness, breaking through the enemy's chi defense and leaving their mind buzzing. The third move, a decisive kill. Dicang's spear thrust out the unpretentious value, hitting at the most opportune moment, piercing through the enemy's mouth and brainstem. The 3 moves were a chain, yet Song Lian had barely unleashed 30% of her power. She died without a chance. Well done. Dicang gave a thumbs up. Just like before in class, Wu Tatian was indeed reliable. This guy could always pull off astonishing feats, turning dangers into safety. In simple terms, as long as something is theoretically possible, he can almost always accomplish it. On occasions, he can even achieve what seems impossible. For instance, throwing ivory over a distance of more than 10 kilometers, factoring in wind direction, air resistance, gravitational potential, and the target's trajectory. To hit accurately was nearly impossible. Yet Wu Tatian did it. Looking again at the other side. Far over 10 kilometers away, Wu Tatian clearly saw Dicang's movements. Seeing they had escaped danger, he changed direction, moving away from the giant wild elephants. He thought that the Liao Yuan battle gang could still manage one more rescue. After all, as the warriors scattered across the mountains, the alien beasts would find it hard to hunt them down. The agility of the warriors was truly remarkable. The incredible weight of the alien beasts brought about even more astonishing inertia. With just one turn, a warrior could dodge a deadly pounce. Thus Wu Tatian headed back towards the Liao Yuan battle gang, while the 100-ton weight of the giant wild elephants couldn't keep up with him. Hundreds of giant wild elephants were left far behind. Meanwhile, on Dicang's side, after Zhang Lian's death, the system also responded in time. Strength 1, what a joke. Dicang couldn't hold back any longer, cursing. She was at the extraordinary level. Extraordinary? How can she be compared to the rubbish at the ordinary level? The system remained silent. It was utterly devoid of self-awareness, completely rigid, and wouldn't respond to Dicang's words. What are you saying, Digua? Shi Xingqiong spat out a mouthful of blood and approached. His shattered body had stopped bleeding and was visibly recovering at a slow pace. The E-class self-healing talent was kicking in. Stop shouting. Let's go. That pack of beasts is coming. He urgently reminded Dicang not to forget the main task. As for the ordinary level fighting against the extraordinary level, to him, that was just a given. Dicang turned to look behind Shi Xingqiong. Dozens of enormous alien beasts had turned and were charging towards them. It was the heart of all beasts. Shi Xingqiong had cultivated the heart of all beasts combined with the scent of beast attractant, which deeply attracted this group of alien beasts. Dicang's mind raced. Since they had already killed Zhang Lian of the Leitan battle gang, he might as well go all out. He carried Shi Xingqiong and leisurely swayed, attracting the attention of numerous alien beasts. The alien beasts, lacking intelligence and driven by instinct, were quickly swept away by the pack. Ultimately, over 70% of the alien beasts were drawn in by Dicang and Shi Xingqiong. As for the others still approaching, Dicang could do nothing about them. Life and death are fated. I've done my utmost. At least, I can still avenge everyone. Saying this, he had already taken steps towards the Leitan battle gang's team, leading hundreds of enraged alien beasts. Over 10 kilometers away, another team of more than 2,000 members. A 9th-level warrior activated his bloodline, and bird-like feathers spread across his body as he climbed a 100-meter giant tree, surveying from above. In bloodline mode, his vision rivaled that of the extraordinary level. Therefore, he was able to be part of the reconnaissance team. At this moment, as he typically did, he took in the surrounding situation. Not good. A herd of beasts is attacking. Hundreds of alien beasts were charging towards their side from 10 kilometers away. His face turned pale instantly. Without hesitation, he took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. The yellow firework exploded, signaling an alarm. It represented that there were hundreds of alien beasts approaching. Damn it, I knew having over 2,000 people wouldn't work. It must have been too many humans attracting the beasts. Gu Hui cursed a few times and lifted off the ground. With a leap, he reached the side of the scout. Following his line of sight, Gu Hui saw this scene. 10 kilometers away, a warrior was carrying another warrior running for their lives. Behind them, hundreds of alien beasts were hot on their heels. Further away, alien beasts were rampaging, and a team was being utterly routed. Wait a minute. Isn't that the Liao Yuan battle gang's team? Where did Zhang Lian go? Why isn't she stopping them? Are they just going to let those two warriors attract the alien beasts? If this continues, everyone will suffer. Thinking of using beasts to kill people? Dream on. Gu Hui first ordered the entire army to form a defensive formation. Then he took his battle bow off his back. Dragon Tendon War Bow Grade Unranked, a war bow made from the materials of dragon-type alien beasts in the outer city of habitable planet 405, capable of withstanding up to 100 tons of pull. There was no other choice. The high-tech force field bow just out of school could only withstand 10 tons of pull and would be eliminated at the extraordinary level. In the outer city, those who could hunt alien beasts in the wilderness needed to find a way to forge their own weapons. Among them, the Dragon Tendon War Bow was a weapon Gu Hui had purchased from another city. Although it could withstand 100 tons of pull, its craftsmanship was too poor, lacking precision and durability. Therefore, it could only be considered an unremarkable war bow. However, it was sufficient for hunting alien beasts. In the outer city, warriors capable of hunting alien beasts in the wilderness almost all had excellent archery skills, and Gu Hui was no exception. Yellow-grade beast hunting archery perfect. The spiral arrows can easily pierce through the skin and flesh of alien beasts, and exceptional eyesight and experience can predict the movements of alien beasts. As long as the beast you aim at is within 5 kilometers and its speed is below 70 meters per second, your archery can hit its mark. Gu Hui's expression was solemn as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. At this moment he had already seen who was coming. It was the Dicang whom he feared immensely. All right, since it has come to this, you shall die here. With killing intent rising as Dicang stepped into his 5-kilometer shooting range, he fully drew back the bowstring, a 100-gram, specially made arrow poised for release. There's killing intent. Dicang's body moved faster than his brain, his speed suddenly increasing to 200 meters per second, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment where he had previously stood, an arrow was released at nearly 7 Mach, instantly burying itself in the earth, leaving a conspicuous crater. Dicang was startled into a cold sweat. Who shot that arrow? Had he not dodged quickly, he would have. If it had hit a vital spot, he would have been done for. On the other side, at the top of the 100-meter giant tree, Gu Hui was also sweating profusely. Oh no, it missed. His archery was meant for beasts, not for humans. Warriors were too small a target and their movements were hard to predict. Naturally, his accuracy suffered. Moreover, this guy's speed was simply too fast. At that moment, Dicang maintained a speed of 150 to 200 meters per second, employing textbook evasive maneuvers to dodge the arrows. As a result, Gu Hui's multiple shots failed to hit. Aiming was too difficult. It was evident just how extraordinary Wu Taishan's throwing skills were. Hiss! What a pain! Gu Hui gasped. The image of being killed by Dicang in death prophecy flooded his mind. He was certain that this guy's talent was at least grade D, whether it was incredible speed or strength. Under such an explosive force, killing him, an extraordinary level warrior, was not impossible. But an ordinary level warrior is still an ordinary level warrior. Once Dicang advanced within 2 kilometers, Gu Hui abandoned the bow and arrow for hunting beasts and instead grabbed a spear. At this point, Dicang had already come into view of everyone. He shouted, "Prepare the entire army. Aim and fire. This bastard before us is the root cause of attracting the alien beasts. Kill him, and the alien beasts will surely disperse." The roar of the extraordinary level echoed in the ears of over 2,000 people. Dicang heard it loud and clear. He couldn't help but think this Gu Hui guy is quite clever. However, he had previously chatted with him and was very warm. Now he turned hostile just like that. And why was he mixed up with the Leighton Battle Gang's team? Forget it, the calculations behind it weren't important anymore. In that instant when he shot his arrow, the outcome was already determined. Throwing Shi Xingqiong into the nearby forest, Dicang immediately unleashed all his power, greatly increasing his speed. In less than 8 seconds, he could cover the 2-kilometer distance. Fire the arrows. In an instant, arrows rained down. The last time he faced a rain of arrows, Dicang had a heavy shield to block. But not this time. Even if he had a shield, the arrows of an extraordinary level would pierce through a heavy alloy shield. Even if he had it, he wouldn't dare to use it. However, facing the thousands of arrows, Dicang remained calm. His current advantage was his stats. Stats. Under the swing of a 100-ton force, the spear danced around Dicang, creating afterimages as countless spear shadows formed a shield around him. The arrows shot towards him, blocked instantly by the spear, not letting ink through. Gu Hui gritted his teeth. It had to be a speed-based talent. But any technique was useless against absolute stats. He knocked another arrow, aimed, shot. The arrow broke through the air, and then it shot into empty space. Dicang wasn't charging recklessly, he knew how to move. Even so, Gu Hui's arrow was too fast. The arrow grazed past his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Hit! Gu Hui's face brightened. He prepared to draw his bow again, but saw Dicang suddenly halt, then kick a nearby rock. Bang! The rock exploded and countless fragments shot out. A large number of stones reached sonic speed in an instant, surging towards the enemies within a kilometer, forming a fan-shaped wave. In an instant, blood mist erupted and wails filled the air. Strength 1, strength 1, strength. All one could say was thank goodness for positioning. Dicang's kick killed quite a few enemies. After completing this, he gritted his teeth and charged again, aiming his spear at Gu Hui, throwing it out. Swoosh. The spear cut through the air, and Gu Hui immediately dodged. Dicang was merely an ordinary level warrior, and his accuracy was actually worse than Gu Hui's. This spear naturally didn't injure Gu Hui at all, but it pierced into the enemy ranks, stabbing numerous foes. Strength 1 strength. The distance between them was now less than 500 meters. This guy. Gu Hu's hair stood on end, gritting his teeth. The second in command and third in command of the Ashen Battle Gang were in other teams. He was the only extraordinary level here. After all, his deal with Song Lian was something that couldn't see the light of day. Now facing the approaching Dicang, the earlier image from Death Prophecy affected his thoughts. As the instinct of a martial artist roared, "Go kill. Go fight. Kill that warrior daring to threaten your life." But as they say, humans have intelligence. They are not beasts that succumb to instinct. Thus Gu Hui forcibly suppressed his desire to fight and turned around without hesitation. Escape. He dropped the bow and arrow to lighten his load, then turned and left. No hesitation whatsoever. Dicang. This whole scene left even Dicang baffled. Had they not even fought yet? No matter how strong he was still just an ordinary level warrior with talent below grade D. Oh, why humiliate himself so? He didn't know Gu Hu's talent. He didn't know that Gu Hui had faced death more than once against the Liao Yuan battle gang during his prophecy. Even with a 90% chance of winning, he wouldn't take a 10% risk. This was Gu Hu's life creed that allowed him to survive till now. However, Dicang didn't care about Gu Hu's thoughts. Since the only extraordinary level warrior had run away, these warriors became lambs to the slaughter. He's charging over. Shoot. He has no weapon. Shoot. The archers in the back immediately stepped up. But within 500 meters, Dicang crossed the distance in less than 2 seconds. Arrows rained down, impossible to evade. Dicang's face was grim as he immediately raised his hands to guard vital points. But even with his evasive maneuvers, he was struck by over a dozen arrows. The arrowheads penetrated his flesh, becoming deeply lodged in his muscles. Not bad. The system's boost in strength naturally provided defense to match. Thus, Dicang's physique, at least in terms of strength and defense, was not much different from that of a strength-type extraordinary level warrior. He withstood a barrage of arrows and finally charged into the crowd. Then he struck with a heavy fist. The helmet of the leading warrior caved in, and his brain instantly exploded, sending blood mist flying as he was blasted away for dozens of meters. Strength 1, like shooting arrows. Dicang drew the battle knife from another warrior's waist with a backhand swipe, cleaving through the air. Without any resistance, the surrounding warriors were instantly dismembered. Feeling the long-lost surge of power, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Everyone must die. Dicang had never shown mercy to his enemies. The moment he breached their formation, he seized an enemy blade in reverse grip and severed the arrows embedded in his body. Then his muscles rippled and swelled. Crack! Arrowheads buried deep within his flesh were forcibly expelled. Not a drop of blood spilled. The wound sealed itself before his eyes, healing rapidly under the effect of his innate talent. Dicang launched himself forward like a coiled spring, snatching up another battle saber mid-leap, confronting the surging crowd pressing in from all sides, front, back, left, and right. He spun, a living meat grinder. Heads tumbled by the dozen. His speed was blinding. Ordinary mortal realm cultivators could not even react before their bodies parted from their heads. Yet, Dicang remained but one man, while the enemy host numbered over 2,000. Do not mistake this. It was not that Dicang could not defeat them all. It was that they would flee. His own side sole non-mortal realm warrior abandoned his bow and fled first. The elite bloodline engraved overseer squad reacted instantly. Those stationed in the rear turned without hesitation and bolted as well. And thus the rout collapsed like a mountainside avalanche. For most, they did not even know what had transpired ahead. The pressure they faced came not from Dicang, but from hundreds of monstrous beasts drawing ever closer. No traps, no terrain advantage, no non-mortal realm cultivators anchoring the line. We're fighting monstrous beasts. Is this real? The warriors' faces paled to sickly green. The guild master has fled. Even the overseer squad is running. I'll fight them. No, I'll run too. 2,000 of us. We cannot all be slaughtered, even if every beast charges at once. At least half will escape. Truly, the outer city folk were shrewd. None were fresh graduates, reckless, fearless, unburdened by consequence. Instead, they wielded formidable rationality to suppress the primal urge to stand and die. Then, one by one, they cast aside weapons and armor, lightened, stripped for flight. But then, run. You still think you can run? A figure erupted from the front ranks. In an instant, blade light, and only blade light. No technique, only raw, overwhelming force cleaving the air. A warrior who had just discarded his gear fell, his skull split cleanly in two. Dicang streaked past. Wherever he passed, heads rolled. Well, not quite rolled. Most bore only half a skull. After all, a severed head might linger alive for moments. But half a skull. Death came in seconds, swift and absolute. From front rank to rear, he even overtook the fleeing overseer squad. Dicang stood drenched in blood, his battle saber notched and dulled. Behind him lay a field of corpses, hundreds slain in his merciless, unrelenting slaughter. If not for that guild master's treachery, why would I need this plan B? Dicang roared, and yet a faint smile curled his lips. What was plan B? First, plan A was simple: rely on the Liao Yuan Battle Guild's 1,500 members, and the four of them working tirelessly to amass enough monstrous beast carcasses through relentless slaughter. But plans falter before reality. The Lutan Battle Guild's guild master placed personal grievance above collective interest. She secretly sabotaged the Liao Yuan Battle Guild. She tainted every Liao Yuan member, including Dicang himself, with beast-attracting powder. Out in the wild, such contamination meant certain death for any mortal realm cultivator. Thus, Plan A collapsed. Dicang was forced to activate his last resort, Plan B. Kill. There were nearly 10,000 souls who had ventured into those wilds together. If he slaughtered them all, or even half, his combat prowess would surge beyond measure. With that explosive leap in strength, he could then turn upon the monstrous beasts, and perhaps gather the required quota even faster. Yet Dicang felt the second path lacked moral grounding. He believed in reciprocity. If none harmed him, he would not strike first. Indiscriminate slaughter was simply too extreme. You left me no choice. Dicang sighed, discarding both sabers. Then, he shook his entire body. Blood coating his skin shattered into droplets and vanished in a violent tremor. In his past life, such a technique might have been called harmonized inner force, though he could not recall precisely. Here among the martial human clans, however, it was standard practice. Not standard for mortal realm cultivators, but for pre-cultivation, body-forging children, yes. Shaking off blood was mere fastidiousness. He bent, retrieved 2 fresh weapons, and gazed upon the disintegrating, fleeing crowd. I have slain that woman. I am now the sworn enemy of the Lutan Battle Guild. Then there remains only one path: complete annihilation. Dicang launched forth once more. Where his feet had stood, the sheer explosive force of his leap cratered the earth. Stone and soil exploded outward. Swish, swish, swish. His sabers cut like gales, fierce, unrestrained. None endured a single strike. And worse, they fled with backs turned to him. Only when Dicang overtook them in an instant and cleaved half a skull from their heads did they finally realize. What? Someone's hunting us down. They ran. He pursued. Dozens. Hundreds. Legs blurred into afterimages, paths arced across the ground. Scattered warriors glimpsed only a streak, a blur of lethal velocity. Merely passing by, bodies fell, heads severed. Too fast. Even if they reacted, they could not block a single blow. The fleeing throng dwindled, decimated. Soon, the monstrous beasts joined the chase. Their speed far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, so the warriors perished even faster. Get lost, don't compete with me, Dicang roared. He hurled his notched saber. It pierced straight through a beast's skull, dropping it mid-search for prey. A surviving warrior broke into relieved laughter. Then his smile froze, as Dicang stepped forward and crushed his skull with a single punch. Strength 1. Humans must die, for they were sentient beings. Slaying them granted strength. Monstrous beasts must also die, for they competed for targets, and their corpses were materials Dicang required. So time bled away in slaughter. The hunted warriors overestimated themselves. Far fewer than half escaped. At least 3/4 remained forever upon that field. An hour later, a steelman tiger roared, lunging forward. Thwip! A spear thrust Hedon plunged deep into its maw, piercing straight through its skull and scattering fragments of brain. The tiger crashed to the ground lifeless. Huff, huff. The last one. Dicang approached, breathing heavily. Around him, corpses carpeted the earth. Stench of blood and decay hung thick. He calmly muted his sense of smell, lest nausea overwhelm him. Vomiting after killing may not reflect weak resolve, but rather the undeniable truth: corpses truly reek. Did you know the dead lose control of bladder and bowel? Animals do too. Amidst the sea of corpses, Dicang leaned against a colossal tree and gasped, gulping great breaths of air. His stamina remained insufficient. Mortal realm 5th tier, still inadequate. He could unleash bursts but not sustain prolonged combat. Chasing and hacking down fleeing men exhausted him tenfold more than the previous alleyway battle. Only after catching his breath did he slowly rise, and casually glanced at his interface. Strength 2,155. What a harvest. My power has doubled. Although this cheat seems inhumane, for instance, killing a mortal or an extraordinary being yields the same reward. But it does not restrict levels. It won't be like some novels from my past life that say I can't continue to grow stronger because I haven't broken through a certain realm. This cheat is quite practical. Killing a sentient being grants one power. Moreover, there are no other requirements. If only I could have a few more times. Dicang murmured as he stood up, casting one last glance at his power attribute, which had more than doubled, before turning to look elsewhere. On the edge of the battlefield, dozens of captives were kneeling and holding their heads. Standing beside the captives, watching over them, was Shixingqiang. Good brother, you understand me. Dicang's eyes lit up as he picked up a spear from the ground and walked over, thinking that even a mosquito is still meat. In his thoughts, Dicang had already appeared beside the captives. He thrust the spear down. Clang. The battle blade was drawn, striking directly at Dicang's spear. It was Shixingqiang who had drawn the blade. In the next moment, Dicang nearly lost his grip on the spear as it was deflected away, landing at the side of the captive. With a loud bang, a large area of rubble was lifted. Dicang, what? He looked at Shixingqiang, confused. What just happened? What seemed like a casual strike from him actually carried immense force, yet at the moment of contact an exquisite force dissipated, and Shixingqiang had actually deflected his spear. It was as if one could lift 1,000 pounds with just 4 ounces. Even more subtle than that. Control your killing urge. Shixingqiang glared at Dicang and said helplessly, there are not many left in the Liao Yuan war gang. If you kill them, all who will help us move the beast corpses. While that makes sense, Dicang realized, still thinking, you're quite meticulous. You see, the members of the Liao Yuan war gang had been tainted by the beast luring powder. In the wilderness, an ordinary martial artist infected with this would essentially be sentenced to death. By now the scent should have dissipated. The Liao Yuan war gang was severely weakened, with hardly 1 in 10 remaining. Thus the newly captured captives were quite useful. Dicang looked at the captives. Yes, big brother, I can help you carry the beast corpses. I have plenty of strength, please don't kill me. Big brother, I'm willing to be your errand boy. This group of people quickly expressed their willingness to follow Dicang, forgetting their previous loyalties. They immediately declared they wanted to stick with Dicang. After all, in the outer city, the lives of ordinary martial artists were truly cheap. Many could die at any moment. If one does not show their worth and attitude, they truly will die early. As for the slaughter of their own war gang members, let's just say they were not familiar at all. Ordinary martial artists drift along with the tide. Finding a strong protector is already good enough, who has so many requirements. Go and move the corpses. Dicang waved his hand, and then added, it's the beast corpses we're moving, not human corpses, don't get it wrong. Although Bai Aoxu's abilities may not be solely for beasts. But, no matter what, the outer city had not reached the point of cannibalism. The environment determines the bottom line, a simple truth. Don't worry, big brother, we understand. Leave it to us, we are all veterans. After receiving the orders, dozens of captives began to pat their chests in assurance, showing no discomfort at the nearby gruesome scene. One could only say, as expected of veterans from the outer city. They were accustomed to everything. They skillfully lifted the carts, disassembling and gathering the most valuable parts of the beast corpses. Dicang opened his mouth, wanting to say he wanted them all. But he wasn't foolish. He knew there were too many beast corpses, each weighing over 10 tons, and this few people could not move them. Had he known, he would have brought Bai Aoxu along. No, the wilderness is too dangerous, and she is too weak. Without comparable strength to an extraordinary being, Dicang did not feel at ease with any classmate going outside the city. Meanwhile, as the captives worked hard to move the corpses, they noticed crowds approaching from several kilometers away. Soon the two sides directly converged. The newcomers were Wu Taitian and Mo Hung, along with the remaining members of the Liao Yuan war gang. Fewer than 100 of them survived, having lucked out by holding on until Wu Taitian and Mo Hung returned, killing all the frenzied beasts. After everyone gathered and exchanged information, our mission did not go well. Mo Hung scanned the surroundings, sighing, what's the matter with that woman from the Lutan war gang? It's just a failed breeding request. Why does she have to oppose us over such a trivial matter? Now look, people are dead, and we have a grudge with the Lutan war gang. What should we do next? With this little manpower, we can't transport back many beast corpses. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, transportation was a huge problem. Moreover, having killed the leader of the opposing gang, they could be said to be completely at odds with the Lutan war gang. Not to mention whether they would agree to lend people for transportation. If they don't start fighting on the spot, that would be a great display of foresight. Even if they could return smoothly, this time gang warfare was inevitable. Dicang decisively said, "How about we go all out and just kill them?" he said while making a gesture across his throat. Taking advantage of the fact that among the 9 leaders of the Lutan war gang 7 are stuck in the wilderness. Let's strike while the iron is hot. We could also take over their gang, turning the entire Lutan city into our own. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Moreover, conflicts are bound to lead to deaths. If he had the opportunity to wipe out the enemy, wouldn't that allow for a significant upgrade? Sure, Xingqiong. He looked at Dicang, who was unable to hold back, wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Shouldn't you be the commander? The focus should be on rational thinking and decisive orders. However, ever since he took the shortcut, this guy's thinking has become increasingly brutish. If this continues, he might become the second Wu Taitian. Ultimately, Sure, Xingqiong seriously asked, "Are you serious about us for fighting the Lutan war gang? You should know that the leader called Song Lian in the Lutan war gang is more of a mascot. Her only role is to facilitate trade with the inner city. In terms of strength, calling her trash would not be an exaggeration. This is indeed." Dicang's expression froze, then he began to reconsider. During his time in Lutan City, he had gathered quite a bit of information. Some outstanding, extraordinary beings had information almost publicly available in Lutan City, making it easy to collect. For instance, Dicang raised 2 fingers, contemplating the 3rd leader of the Lutan war gang, Izun. Although he is a strength-type extraordinary being, he possesses great speed-type talent, and it is said that his speed can exceed sound. The 2nd leader is even more remarkable, having the bloodline of light and dark griffins, and the bloodline concentration has already reached 0.05. Once activated, not only does it greatly enhance strength, but he can even grow wings and fly in the air. In the extraordinary realm, bloodline concentration must reach a limit of 0.05 to activate the bloodline mode. Once activated, combat power naturally skyrockets, and combined with fighting styles and lethal techniques, he could even face off against small beasts hidden. If he wants to fight and win, it might be a bit difficult. After all, extraordinary beings as foolish as Song Lian are rare. Dicang pondered and said, "What if we sit back and watch the tigers fight? We could attract small beasts." No, as proper extraordinary beings, even if they can't win, they can still escape. Unless they are insane, they would not engage in a desperate battle with beasts. And if the opponent escapes, it would be a deadly grudge. It simply isn't worth it. Moreover, he had merely killed their leader. If one were to argue, it wasn't a big deal, right? "I propose we meet up first and then discuss." Sure, Xingqiong calmly stated, "If there's no conflict of interest, there won't be a deadly feud. We extraordinary beings huddle together merely to resist the beasts. The Liao Yuan war gang will continue to be stationed in Lutan City in the future. Having one more extraordinary being means one more strength. They cannot be unaware." At this point, Sure, Xingqiong paused before continuing, but there are indeed a few who are not clear about the situation. It was evident he was thinking of a certain gang leader. One could only say that the thought process of that woman left the 4 of them baffled. It's still the same principle. There is no conflict of interest among extraordinary beings. The reason for forming war gangs and gathering ordinary talent is still the hope of producing more strong individuals from within. Otherwise, wouldn't extraordinary beings prefer to be lone wolves rather than relying on the power of gangs? After determining their purpose, the group set off once more. Along the way, numerous beasts attacked. Their frequency and numbers were even fiercer than when they were part of the 10,000-man army. It's simple. The more they advance into the wilderness, the more beasts they encounter. Moreover, the heavy scent of blood naturally attracts beasts. However, without the beast-luring powder, the beasts attracted merely by the scent of blood are easy to deal with. As long as an extraordinary being takes action, the beasts have no capability to resist. Time passed as they repeated this process. They finally reached their destination. On the map, the depression atop the mountain was right in front of them. From the high ground, looking down, numerous tents were set up like an ancient army, with nearly 10,000 people concentrated in the massive pit processing the freshly slaughtered beasts. At a glance, it was indeed an incredibly impressive sight. Just after they arrived, suddenly a figure flashed by, members of the Liao Yuan war gang. "Have you suffered such great losses? Could it be that you encountered a beast tide?" As the newcomer steadied himself, he shockingly inquired. Dicang turned to look, and the newcomer stood over 4 meters tall, with an overwhelming aura, coupled with such speed. It was indeed Izun, the 3rd in command of the Lutan war gang, whom they had seen before. To him, the Liao Yuan war gang had invested a large portion of their resources for this hunt, nearly 1500 members. Who would have thought that after just the journey, only 1/10 remained? This is bad. Could it be that we provided the wrong route? If they took issue with this, what should we do? Where is Gu Hui? Dicang looked around and asked did he not arrive beforehand to inform you. Gu Hui. Oh, that weakling from the Ashes War gang. His strength isn't exactly weak, but his mentality is very timid. Izun doesn't particularly like interacting with him. But the leader has had private dealings with him. What on earth happened? A bad premonition stirred within Izun. He felt that this group of people had not merely encountered a beast tide. Wait. Izun suddenly noticed that within the ranks of the Liao Yuan war gang, there were actually faces of his own gang members from the Lutan war gang. Yes, though he couldn't name them, he remembered those people. After all, having a photographic memory is standard for martial artists. The extraordinary beings are even more so. Your leader Tsang Lian used the beast luring powder to harm us, causing the Liao Yuan war gang to be slaughtered by the beast tide with less than 1 in 10 survivors. Moreover, that woman hid among the beast tide attempting to kill us with a sneak attack. Fortunately, our skills were superior and we counterattacked. Dicang looked into the eyes of this third leader, speaking with conviction. As for Gu Hui, he is even more of an accomplice of that Tsang Lian. When we chased him, he abandoned the group and fled. We thought he would arrive here first to pull a first accuse the evildoer trick, but unexpectedly, we didn't see him at all. A bombshell. Izun frowned and suddenly approached. His aura pressured them as he said sternly, are you saying that our gang leader died at the hands of your Liao Yuan war gang? Wu Taitian swiftly stepped in front of Dicang, staring directly into Izun's eyes, calmly stating yes. Is there a problem? Silence. The oppressive atmosphere made a group of martial artists quickly avoid this place. The auras of the two extraordinary beings clashed like two volcanoes on the verge of eruption, seeming to explode at any moment. This is a huge problem. Izun suddenly withdrew his aura and said if there's no direct trade route to the inner city from Tsang Lian, half of the 3 people in Lutan City will likely starve to death. Do you know that 80 of the nutritional paste and 90 of the blood essence pills on the market come from the inner city? If Tsang Lian is dead, without this connection, even if we kill enough beasts, we would have no means to realize their value. Upon hearing this, Wu Taitian's expression remained unchanged. The other 3 were shocked. You can't even manage your own food supplies. Imoheng couldn't help but exclaim, I thought you guys could at least manage to gather enough resources for the production line of nutritional paste with the scraps from scavengers. Izun glanced at him. He's also an extraordinary being, qualified to talk to me. So he said we do have some, but it only meets 20 of our needs. The inner city strictly controls the outflow of waste from food production lines, so even if we have some, they are incomplete. Without the detoxifying function, the nutritional paste made from beast meat can poison a 9th-tier mortal with just half a block. For us outer city martial artists to survive, we must trade with the inner city. Now that Tsang Lian is dead, I don't care about the cause of her death, tell me. Can you fill this void? It turned out the leader's life or death mattered little. What truly mattered were the interests she brought. Faced with the interrogation from Leton's third gang leader, Izun Dicang and Shi Xingqiang exchanged a glance, and each read helplessness in the other's eyes. The outer city's capacity for self-sufficiency was worse than they had imagined. They could not even guarantee a supply of nutrient paste. No wonder millions died each year. If there is none, does Leton City simply await death? Shi Xingqiang said with conviction. I refuse to believe the outer city has only this single way out. If that truly were the only path, Tsang Lian would be cherished all the more. At the very least, she would be assigned 2 more extraordinary realm bodyguards. A way out. Izun's face darkened. The cultivation resources for the extraordinary realm. Kiblood pills, awakening incense, tranquility, elixirs, bloodline serums. Which of those is not produced by the inner city? If there is no trading channel, we will have to beg other cities for aid. The outcome is obvious. What outcomes? Dicang asked, genuinely curious. He truly did not know. The outer city was foreign to him, and schools never taught such matters. Becoming subject to others. Izun snorted coldly. Become a vassal to another war gang, and we will be treated as cannon fodder. Not only will resources for advancement be siphoned off, but survival itself will become exponentially harder. Ascending to the transcendent realm will be far from certain. Do you not think that fate is grim enough? Dicang nodded in understanding. Although the inner city reserved even menial roles for at least extraordinary realm cultivators, those who advanced to the extraordinary realm in the outer city bore a stain and could not pass the political review. Only by rising further to the transcendent realm would one qualify to enter the inner city. After reaching that realm, one could access more of the martial human civilization's resources and gain further opportunities. Stagnation was worse than death. Lie down and give up. Madness. Leaving aside the martial people's restless nature, without ambition the civilization offered countless longevity methods. Stay in the outer city, and even the healthy would age and die. The inner city was different. Wealth could buy continued life. If one can live, who the hell wants to die? Thus, for Izun, the leader's death equals inner city trade cut off equals subjugation, tantamount to cannon fodder, equals reduced resources and greater survival pressure equals martial potential plummeting equals a death sentence. It becomes a mortal vendetta not to be left unfinished. Dicang had realized this. The third gang leader cared neither for reason nor law. To him, there was only gain and loss. If they could not devise a good plan and were forced into dependence, though he might not kill them outright, he would assuredly reduce the Liaoyuan battle gang to a vassal. He would ruthlessly drain manpower to bolster his own martial potential. Makes sense. This is grave, Dicang thought, nodding solemnly. He then declared with confidence, inner city trade channels and cultivation resources. No need to worry. Our Liaoyuan battle gang will make up the shortfall. As for how well compensate, we have our own channels, so do not worry. If within a month we fail to make up for Zhang Lian's loss, you may move against Liaoyuan then. That was not mere placation. Dicang truly had confidence in achieving it. First came smuggling routes. He already had a plan. As for inner-city suppliers, there was for now only one candidate, their classmate, Qian Xiaoxing. Whether she had broken through to the extraordinary realm and whether that would qualify her as a supplier were matters for later. Dicang's confidence rested on Baoxue. The bloodline pills she produced could be sold beyond the city. By trading those with other cities, they could secure Letten city's supplies, perhaps even elevate Liaoyuan battle gang into a major force to replace the Letten battle gang. Finally, Dicang's assurance came from time, 1 month. Unleashed, they could accomplish so much in that span. He knew his classmates were all talents. Take Mo Hung, for example. Only a week ago, he was 4th stage of the mortal realm. Now he had leapt into the extraordinary realm. Who could say how much more he might progress in a month? Izun said nothing, only scanning the 4 repeatedly. According to intelligence, these 4 were Liaoyuan's strongest combatants. Only they were fit to converse with him. In their micro-expressions, Izun saw nothing but confidence, as if this were some trivial matter. Whether it was the fearless ignorance of the young or quiet certainty, Izun's face softened into a genial smile. Then there is no problem. So long as supplies are guaranteed, Zhang Lian's death is simply that. She's dead. He extended his hand earnestly. Let this matter be closed. I believe our cooperation will deepen in a month. Dicang shook his hand. Yes, I believe so too. The tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Spectators sighed, what a pity it didn't come to blows. Where will they find the missing fights with strong opponents? They did not know that had a battle broken out, Dicang would have unleashed ruthless slaughter to profit himself. Without a fight, everything remained peacefully intact. Time passed. The Liaoyuan crew found a place to encamp, and the Mortal Realm warriors quickly and adeptly joined the work of constructing traps. The Extraordinary Realm warriors only needed to conserve their strength. Dicang, curious, wandered through and found most of the laborers were building traps. Shovels left after remages, a single hammer blow turned earth into stone. A host of warriors worked with efficiency surpassing excavation machines. Pits several meters to 10 meters deep came forth in succession. Because the beasts were colossal and monstrously heavy, traps that felt trivial to humans became lethal for them. Defensive works were only shallow constructions, serving at best as early warning. Beasts' mass and the absurd kinetic energy of their charges meant no wall, however thick, could withstand them. It was simpler not to emphasize fortifications. A day later, the second leader of the Letten battle gang issued a gathering order. When everyone arrived, dozens of powerful figures were already assembled at the center. Among them, the Extraordinary Realm fighters were Huijin battle gang, its second and third leaders, 2 Liaoyuan battle gang 2, and 2 independent Extraordinary Realm loners. Letten battle gang provided its 2nd through 8th leaders, 7 in all. A city of 300,000 could only field 13 Extraordinary Realm warriors for the wilderness hunt. That was meager indeed. A city's strength hinged on the ratio of Extraordinary Realm to total population, normally 1 in 10,000. In 300,000 people, 30 Extraordinary Realm would be average. Thus, Letten City was decidedly weak. The remainder were Mortal Realm warriors. Including Dicang and Shi Xingqiang, these Mortal Realm warriors possessed special abilities that let their combat power rival the Extraordinary Realm. They proved very useful in beast hunts. The summons had been called by Letten battle gang's 2nd leader. He stood at the center, just over 3 meters tall, an unambiguous, well-balanced Extraordinary Realm. Though short in stature, he resembled a drawn blade. His aura razor-sharp, forcing many Mortal Realm warriors to avert their gaze. No sparring was needed to tell this was a bona fide powerhouse, a peak extraordinary realm. Everyone the usual rules. Once all were present, the second leader opened his eyes and said solemnly, "This hunt will allocate resources according to contribution. When reporting your share, do not lie before my broken heart beast." Additionally, Letten Battle Gang provides weapon rentals. Rental alone is free, but repairs and damage must be compensated. Remember this, he added, scanning the dozens present and glancing especially at Liao Yuan. They were newcomers and might not know the rules. Now select your weapons. He gestured to the hundreds of arms on the ground for them to choose from. Mo Hung's eyes lit up. Free rental and only repair and damage fees. Fair enough. He did not grasp who actually set a weapon's value. Dicang surveyed the strange array of implements, indeed all designed for hunting beasts. He picked up a great blade and examined it. Zhang Gu Great Blade, grade yellow, length 4 meters, weight 500 kilograms, a balance of tenacity and solidity, shearing iron as if through mud. A great blade. For some reason, holding it gave Dicang a sense of déjà vu. He felt he had seen it somewhere before. He swung it casually toward the sky. Hissing, it felt surprisingly natural. Spears of mere tens of kilograms were already outmoded. The 500-kilogram great blade was a strong choice. Yet still too light, Dicang frowned, realizing. Its weight is less than 1/400th of my arm's strength. It swings like a float. It would suit a speed-type extraordinary like Mo Hung. For himself, he needed something heavier. Suddenly a voice sounded beside him. "Junior, if you find it unsuitable, could you give it to me?" He turned and saw a female, Mortal Realm warrior speaking. Though female, she was lanky and stood 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, taller than Dicang by several tens of centimeters. She laughed aloud and introduced herself. "I'm Miao Hong, an independent from Letten City. My talent is grade divine strength. Though I cannot defeat extraordinary realm fighters, am more than capable of hunting beasts." At that, Dicang tossed the Zhang Gu Great Blade to her. "Fine, it's yours." The half-ton blade described an arc through the air. The woman caught its hilt with a single hand. Once in her grip, Miao Hong's eyes brightened. "Fine blade." She swung it a few times, then sheathed it with satisfaction and slung it across her back. Dicang observed her slashes, and the seemingly effortless way she bore the blade all testified to astonishing talent. Her arm strength must be around 60 tons. As she had said, her talent was divine strength. But did that talent grant a fixed numerical bonus? Or a percentage increase? Or a timed burst? There was no way to know. Miao Hong did not explain. She chuckled. "I can tell your arm strength is at least 100 tons. Many close combat weapons won't suit you. Come, I recommend this." Miao Hong offered a circular spiked great hammer. Dicang took it and felt the weight settle into his hands. Skull-shattering heavy hammer, grade yellow, handle 2 meters, weight 10 tons, immensely sturdy, capable of shattering a small beast's bones. Dicang looked at Miao Hong with suspicion. Indeed, he could lift the hammer, no lie. But a full tenon hammer would reduce his prized speed below 40 meters per second, a severe diminution. Against ordinary beasts, it would crush one with a single blow. But against swarms of small beasts or an overwhelming tide, such a ponderous weapon would be a liability. Could this woman harbor ill intent? After all, the last eager fellow Gu Hui had stabbed him in the back without hesitation. "Don't like it? How about this then?" Miao Hong, apparently oblivious to his look, handed him another weapon. It was a great sword as broad as a door. Dicang set down the hammer and took the sword. Pai Shou greatsword, grade yellow, length 3 meters, width 2 meters, weight 5 tons, both offensive and defensive. Gripping it with both hands and swinging a few times, he found its weight acceptable, but its enormous width obstructed his view. He was only just over 2 meters tall. Its breadth blocked his sight. A strength-type extraordinary would better suit it. Watching her, Dicang's expression chilled. He suspected her friendliness masked malice. Otherwise, why always recommend weapons unsuited to him? Was she planning to ambush him during the hunt? He hissed inwardly. One must be cautious. No need to recommend, I'll choose myself. Dicang set the greatsword down and abruptly vanished from his spot. Miao Hong was left standing alone, tilting her head in puzzlement. "Huh, what happened? Why are they all like this? I just wanted to chat and find a teammate. Why is it so difficult?" On the other side. Force field warbow, grade yellow, uses a force field as the string. Dry firing does not wear the bow, can withstand a draw weight of 1000 tons. Nice piece. Mo Hung's eyes brightened as he seized the warbow. Previously, the graduation set's force field warbow had a tenton limit and low grade sufficient for Mortal Realm fighters. But for extraordinary realm warriors, that was far from enough. Against gargantuan beasts, bow and arrow were formidable, tens to hundreds of tons of force could send an arrow straight through a skull. The only concern was arrow material. At extreme speeds, a shaft might disintegrate. But that was a small problem. Liquid gold arrows, grade yellow, length 2 meters, weight 1 kilogram, can withstand supersonic air resistance without veering off course. Imohung picked up a quiver beside the war bow and slung it on his back. Then he looked toward Wu Tatian. Wu Tatian merely surveyed his surroundings without picking a weapon, his gaze ultimately fixed on Letin battle gang's second leader. Wugo, why aren't you choosing a weapon? Imohung asked eagerly. Why not hide in the back with me and shoot arrows? This force field war bow is amazing. 1 arrow for 1 small beast. Wu Tatian came to himself, turned, and shook his head calmly. No thank you. He was quiet for a moment, then said simply, I do not want to use a weapon. Truly, Wu Ge is full of personality. Imohung maintained a serious expression as he applauded. There was no other way, no one could persuade him. Wu Taotian believed that weapons were inherently impure objects. He preferred to defeat his opponents with his fists and feet, emphasizing that true strength comes from within. Only during team battles would he reluctantly compromise. It was only after entering the extraordinary realm in the outer city that Wu Taotian truly unleashed himself. As he set down his weapons, his martial arts realm advanced by leaps and bounds. Those who follow the path of the mind in martial arts are often willful. Imohung pondered, if weapons were not viable, what about equipment? He picked up a pair of boots from the ground. Wu Ge, do you want these void-treading boots? Wu Taotian looked closely at Imohung's hands, which held a pair of seemingly unremarkable combat boots. Void-treading boots, grade yellow, activated by qi. When used in the air, the soles condense the surrounding air into a solid state, allowing the user to step on air. The solid air can support up to 600 tons, generating up to 100 blocks of solid air when fully charged. If one could only see brute force from those massive weapons, then these plain-looking boots exemplified the embodiment of technological prowess. With full energy, it could create 100 solid air blocks in the air. For martial artists, that means 100 chances to leverage their power in midair. 100 midair steps would provide a tremendous advantage over extraordinary beasts. As for flying, as a martial artist, one must admit that flying is the least reliable form of movement. If one had a flying device, it would mean that speed, direction, and distance in the air would all depend on that device. If it were to be damaged, would one not fall freely? In comparison, martial artists prefer to run in the air rather than fly. Nevertheless, Wu Taotian's attitude towards these boots was still, no need. Fists and qi are already sufficient. Wu Taotian said seriously, weapons or equipment are merely external aids to achieve what martial artists cannot do. I dislike these shortcuts. Imohung was at a loss for words after this statement. He stopped arguing and put on the boots himself. They automatically adjusted to fit perfectly upon being worn. With a slight activation of qi, Imohung tried once and soon mastered the usage of the void-treading boots. Qi. His actions caught Wu Taotian's attention. He praised, you grasped qi on the first day of your breakthrough. You are better than me. His tone was sincere, coming from the heart. Imohung felt overwhelmed. He averted his gaze, murmuring, it's not even a day yet. While everyone else rested to restore their energy, Imohung dared not relax. Instead, he tirelessly opened a training space to solidify his realm. After half a year, he finally mastered qi. He could only say he had upgraded to a proper extraordinary realm martial artist. Compared to his half-year, Wu Taotian grasped qi in the blink of an eye. Just a glance was enough. The gap in comprehension was still too absurd. Before long, the enthusiastic equipment selection quickly concluded. The number of equipment far exceeded that of the strong, thus no disputes arose. Imohung scanned the surroundings and saw Dicang, who had already donned standard void-treading boots, approaching with 2 giant blades in hand. Xiao Hengzi, how do you like my blades? Dicang, a bit excited, showcased his weapons. Double scythe, grade yellow, a massive double blade forged from extraordinary beast bones and alloys, each weighing 200 kilograms, combining extreme sharpness and flexibility, a top choice for speed-type extraordinary realm weapons. Imohung. He stared blankly at Dicang. Put them down. Imohung picked up a weapon and waved it in front of Dicang, saying, here, use this knight's spear, it's suitable for you. Before his eyes was a formidable knight's spear, also known as a conical spear. Dicang tightened his grip on the double blade. Serious, I refuse. The double blades are my destined weapons. Imohung couldn't hold back any longer. If he couldn't persuade Wu Taotian, how could he persuade you? Destined? You don't know how to use them. If I'm not mistaken, you are clearly skilled with the spear. This knight's spear barely weighs over 2 tons. It's clearly the most suitable for your spear technique. You wielding 2 blades can only result in reckless flailing, causing chaos. His argument was quite reasonable. Dicang opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, but he still stubbornly insisted double blades. I can enter the demon transformation. Hung, what's that? Dicang, I mean. Spinning the double blades to scratch my back is the best. Hung, scratch your back. Why don't you help them trim their nails? Ultimately, under Hang's firm insistence, Dicang reluctantly abandoned his attachment to his memory of his past life. A spear is a spear. At least it kills faster. Dicang helplessly put down the double blades and took the spear. He began to examine it and saw that the knight's spear was not only sturdy and sharp, but its handle also incorporated an iron chain. It could be used as a long spear to be thrown at extraordinary beasts. After killing one, could directly use the iron chain to pull the knight's spear back. It was a very convenient weapon suited for strength-type extraordinary realm users. Finally, after everyone was ready to set off, the second leader of the Lutan war group stood at the main position, his voice booming like thunder. I declare, Lutan City, the 72nd Wilderness Hunt officially begins. His voice echoed across nearly 10,000 people. Many couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is it the second leader? Where is the leader? But it was just a moment of confusion. After all, it was better for them mere ordinary realm waste not to meddle in the affairs of the extraordinary realm. Lutan City, the 72nd Hunt. This city had only been established for 6 years. However, martial artists were quite familiar with hunting extraordinary beasts. The extraordinary realm was recuperating. As for the ordinary realm, buzz. Suddenly from the center of the massive pit, a grand aura erupted like a nuclear bomb explosion. Dicang turned around sharply. He saw nearly 100 martial artists sitting cross-legged, their spirits soared to the peak, and the overwhelming aura intertwined and layered upon each other. Even from a distance, Dicang felt his hair stand on end. It was as if an extraordinary beast was behind him, and the oppressive force emanating from it made him want to stab out with a spear immediately to resolve the problem fundamentally. Of course, Dicang held back, because he was human, not a beast. In other words, beasts couldn't hold back. This overwhelming aura is even stronger than the effects of beast attractor. According to the aura decay formula, the radius could reach between 42 to 45 kilometers. With a little thought, Dicang calculated the result. Initially, the aura range was supposed to exceed 50 kilometers. However, due to some unexpected incidents, 3 teams fell to the beasts. This led to a significant decrease in the radius of the spreading aura, thus beyond Dicang's sight outside the mountain peak. A sleeping golden eagle suddenly woke up. It immediately flapped its massive wings, soaring dozens of meters high, looking towards the direction of the overwhelming aura. The golden eagle lacked intelligence. It had experienced its fair share of territorial disputes. Instinctively, it assumed that another extraordinary beast was coming to challenge its domain. However, the sight before it was not of a similarly sized giant beast. Rather, it was a group of tiny bipedal creatures. What the heck? Hairless monkeys. Hairless apes attack. Hairless apes kill. Awakened by the aura of the stellar beast, the instincts buried within its genes surged to life, and the golden eagle spread its wings, soaring towards the group of hairless apes. At the same time, more birds nearby were provoked and attracted by that immense aura. Thus, they soared high, rushing towards their distant destination. Well, this is the downside of the heart of all beasts. It attracts birds. These creatures can fly and won't fall for traps. You must know that the aura is much purer than beast attractor. Once unleashed, it affects all living beings, whether in the air or on the ground. None-like extraordinary beasts fled in panic. Meanwhile, miniature and small extraordinary beasts felt provoked, rushing madly towards this place. At the edge of the massive pit, Dicang looked down from above and saw countless giant beasts converging from all directions. Thousands of them stirred up endless dust. This is a beast tide. He remained calm. After all, they were merely unwise extraordinary beasts. No matter how many there were, they could not pose a threat to his life. Wait. Suddenly, he jolted awake and looked up at the distant sky. There, several kilometers away, a golden figure was approaching. It was flying slowly. In comparison to its massive body, its speed was quite slow, barely exceeding 100 meters per second. However, the others did not share this sentiment upon seeing the extraordinary beast, Lifeng Divine Eagle. Another small extraordinary beast. Terrified voices erupted around them, one after another. Even before coming into contact with the beast tide, the fastest birds took the lead, releasing an unparalleled sense of oppression as they barreled down from the sky. Clearly, everyone had seen this extraordinary beast before. They were even somewhat prepared for its arrival. "Make way." A heavy voice sounded from the side. The third leader, Izun, stepped forward and positioned himself in front of the 4 members of the Liao Yuan war group. He was tall, holding a force field battle bow, then took out a tumter-long golden arrow, bending the bow and knocking the arrow. From 10 kilometers away, the arrowhead pointed skyward, beginning to aim. "I will draw its attention away." Izun's voice was deep with an authoritative tone. "You must hold the line and not let any extraordinary beast breach our stronghold otherwise. I will ensure you pay with everything you have." As his words fell, the Lifeng divine eagle was already within 5 kilometers. It didn't even need to attack with its hundreds of tons of weight. Just flying directly into the crowd would cause devastating losses. Thus, this must not happen. Izun shot the fully drawn arrow. The arrow burst forth in an instant at a speed of Mach 5. Everyone saw the shadow of the arrow flash by. The supersonic arrow tore through the air, creating a powerful shockwave cone. Soon after, the sound of the sonic boom followed. At nearly Mach 5, the distance of less than 5 kilometers was effortlessly crossed in just 2 to 3 seconds. At such a range, the arrow still successfully struck its target, the wings of the eagle. Well, after all, 5 kilometers is still too far. A slight angle adjustment could misplace the arrow's landing point entirely. Fortunately, the extraordinary beast was massive, so there was no way to miss it. High in the sky, the Lifeng divine eagle felt a slight pain in its wing, soon clearly realizing it had been attacked. The arrow pierced through the wings of the Lifeng divine eagle. Blood splattered, and the divine eagle plummeted from the sky. Or so it seemed. Caw. The Lifeng divine eagle was enraged. It flapped its wings, accelerating its speed by another 30%. As for the golden arrow on its wing, crack, snapped in response. It seemed to be cut in half by an invisible slash. Next, the broken arrow, as if being squeezed, was expelled from its muscle, falling from the sky. Dicang couldn't see it clearly. He was merely an ordinary realm martial artist with eyesight and reflexes not comparable to those of an extraordinary realm, barely catching a glimpse of the broken arrow falling. As for what happened, he couldn't understand it at all. While he couldn't comprehend, some could. Qi. Wu Taotian furrowed his brow, then relaxed. That creature can also use qi. Very well. If all small extraordinary beasts can do this, why should I worry about not having opponents? He was not worried or afraid, but instead excited. He was eager to jump in and tussle with this divine eagle. "I told you this beast is mine." Izun reached out to stop the eager Wu Taotian calmly, saying, "The Lifeng divine eagle has a hunting level of purple. We cannot kill it alone. So I will draw it away. Oh, I can only draw it away." As he spoke, another arrow was shot, extremely arrogant. The Lifeng divine eagle was hit again. Yet it still did not reduce its speed, severing the arrow and expelling it, and this time it had locked onto its target, the hairless ape that dared to harm it. It aimed at the target and prepared to dive. Simultaneously, Izun held his bow and arrow crouched. Jump. It was as if he pressed the acceleration key. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving a noticeable indentation. His figure transformed into a black line, and when they looked again, he had reached the top of a tree several hundred meters away, bending the bow and knocking the arrow again. 358 meters. Mo Hung calculated in his mind, skillfully revealing the seconds, then suddenly realized no sonic boom. The body is as fast as acceleration. I see it's a time-based talent, and no wonder the speed is so fast. This time was different from before. His speed was exposed before everyone's eyes, every detail laid bare, and his talent could not hide. One could see Izun jumping among the trees, running and shooting. Meanwhile, the Lifeng divine eagle was drawn into a fierce hate, relentlessly pursuing Izun as they quickly distanced themselves. He really showed up when it mattered. Mo Hung could not help but praise as he watched Izun lead Lifeng Shindiao away. Of course, that was to be expected. Speed-type cultivators of the extraordinary realm can casually outrun small beasts. Strength-type extraordinary realm fighters excel at PvP and serve as anti-human specialists. As for the balance type, suited to toil in the inner city, Izun's gift lets him accelerate beyond the speed of sound, faster than ordinary speed-type extraordinary realm practitioners, so he fears no beast. After Lifeng Shindiao was led away, the first wave of contact was about to arrive. The vanguard of beasts were flyers. Thousands of birds, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, spread wings that spanned meters and descended talons razor-sharp and aimed at the hairless apes below. "Fire!" the commander ordered. Instantly, countless arrows tore through the air, bursting forth like an iron rain. Supersonic arrows stirred the sky into red mist. Hundreds and thousands of birds were struck and immediately began to fall. It was as if a rain of birds had begun. Dicang did not even spare them a glance. Among micro-beasts, birds were the weakest, too light, and lacking any true range defensive capability. Even if they could fly, hunting still required stooping to the ground. Their mere few hundred kilos, not even half a ton, and inefficient attack methods sealed their fate. Even a low-ranked fighter could easily one-shot them. Dicang and the others had always cared only about the terrestrial beasts. They're coming. The first herd thundered through the woods and reached the mountain's foot. Their colossal forms, numbering by the thousands and burdened with extreme weight, made the earth tremble as they ran. Shoot! Shoot! More arrows! The commander shouted. The defenders, mortal-level warriors, drew and loosed their bows. This time the arrows truly fell like rain. From above, thousands of iron shafts launched viciously, tearing through beasts' hides and driving deep into their bodies. Vast numbers of beasts cried out and collapsed. Countless others had their running rhythm thrown into chaos. Even so, immense numbers vaulted past obstacles and thundered toward the summit, and as planned, they stepped into the trap zone. The traps were simple and pure in purpose. They were merely a series of pits dug into the earth. The pits were not large. In truth, none could contain a full beast. Given these creatures' bulk, trying to hold them with holes would have seemed a fool's dream. Those camouflaged small pits had one function. Aya, the lead flourished, misstepped and fell into air. Half its leg plunged into the pit. Its huge frame and exaggerated weight granted it tremendous inertia as it ran full bore. With its lower leg trapped, it could not push off. The body still surged forward and could not stop. Its fate had only one outcome: snap. Under the pull of inertia, the flourished lower leg fractured on the spot. The entire beast collapsed and howled in pain. More beasts stampeded over it, trampling it without mercy. Soon the flourished fell silent, trampled to death. Along the path of the herd there were countless such traps, deceptively simple and cruelly effective. Coupled with the endless arrow storms from the warriors, devastation followed. Under the double pressure, vast swathes of beasts died on the field. Yet even so, some fortunate beasts still managed to break through the defenses. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled. A winged flying tiger, dropping its pursuers, sprinted forward at top speed toward the gathered fighters. It stood 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long, like a moving hill. The oppressive weight of its arrival sent shivers through many warriors' minds. "I've been waiting for you." Now, from several hundred meters away, Hung excitedly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. With at least 50 tons draw behind his field-wreathed war bow, the gilded arrow broke the sound barrier, carving a cone of vapor. The shot pierced the flying tiger's skull. The massive kinetic force burst its brain. White matter mixed with blood exploded outward. The flying tiger's enormous, ponderous body went limp and crashed down. Weighing over 100 tons, it held tremendous momentum. As it fell, it plowed across the ground, shredding the rim of the great pit's wall and sliding down into the abyss. Warriors on the path scrambled away. The discipline of warriors showed. Had the beast remained alive, it would have cut through them all. But it was merely a corpse. They would not be slain by the inertia of a dead body. One strike, one death. Hung nodded in approval at his result. A private thrill warmed him. That single flying tiger would add more than 50 days of cultivation. Its value exceeded that of a flourished. Hung, enlivened, patrolled more diligently. The nearby situation was grim. Though the traps intercepted the majority, fierce beasts still crossed barrier after barrier and reached the people. Whiz! An arrow sped and pierced a skull. Hung eagerly came to help, though his archery was not exceptional. Hitting vital points within 500 meters on such large targets was no problem. Elsewhere, roar! A flourished broke through a trap and reached the pit's edge. In the next instant, a conical knight's lance flew loose, passed through the beast's maw, and drove straight into its brain. The flourished died instantly. Dicang, expressionless, tugged the iron chain and drew the lance back, bringing a spray of blood with it. So this is what hunting is. Not so complicated to try. Such thoughts flickered through his mind. Their side struck down the weaker from above. The endless arrow rain slaughtered countless beasts. The enemy's low intelligence drove them headlong into traps. Corpses accumulated in ever-growing numbers. Could their people sustain this high-intensity combat? Well, they were warriors endowed with speed and strength beyond humans and remarkable endurance. At this rate, slaughtering tens of thousands of beasts would take little time, and they would not exhaust themselves. Thus time passed. Hours had gone by in the hunt. The group who cultivated Wanshoji Exine and had assembled had long since ceased radiating their auras. They were now resting, recovering their spirits through sleep. the beasts being lured and grew ever fewer. It seemed today's hunt was drawing to a close. Next came the time to collect the spoils. Thud! The ground trembled. The warriors still fending off beasts tensed every muscle. Even the frenzied beasts sprinting below suddenly slowed. Among the warriors, those of the extraordinary realm or with keen perception bristled, their hairs rose. What's happening? Thud! The earth shook again, this time far more violently, as if it was happening directly beneath their feet. Boom! In the next instant, among the fighters in the great pit, earth and rock were pushed up, tearing open a hole. A silver-scaled creature 2 meters tall and 5 meters long burst up from underground and immediately snapped at a nearby warrior. Where did that Chuanshanjia come from? A warrior cried out, dropped bow, and drew blade as he fell back. A micro-beast of that size would not immediately kill him. A little maneuvering would handle it. Whiz! An arrow sliced the air. From a great distance, Mo Hang's shot pierced the beast's body. The creature shrieked as the arrow passed through. TCH. Mo Hung, hundreds of meters away, wore a displeased expression. No one-shot kill. Unfortunate. The target was too small. Wait, that's not right. Mo Hung peered the panel, displayed the intruder's data. Micro-beast Inlin Chuanshanjia, a strange beast that can easily fracture rock and bore through mountains. They mostly appear in swarms and habitually migrate following the source of their bloodline. When you find one Inlin Chuanshanjia, it means a whole group is nearby. Not only Mo Hung reacted in alarm. Other nearby warriors read the panel as well. Them appearing in groups was a minor worry. The crucial line was follow their bloodline source. That was the true calamity. Everyone fall back. We're surrounded by Chuanshanjia. A mortal-ranked fighter yelled at the top of his lungs. The next moment he felt the ground shake and cave beneath him. The earth beneath his feet suddenly bulged up. Boom! A gigantic silver claw burst from the soil. Enormous and astonishingly fast, it struck and smashed the shouting warrior to pieces. SSSS. Earth and stone exploded skyward. A colossal silhouette loomed from the dust, its silver scales remained spotless. A piercing high-frequency hiss accompanied it, and warriors within 100 meters felt dizzy and disoriented just from the sound. Before the dust could settle, the beast burst through the smoke and charged. It ran far faster than mortal warriors. Those beneath its feet were instantly crushed into a smear of flesh. When the smoke cleared, the creature stood fully revealed, sheathed in silver scales, a maw lined with serrated teeth, its claws impossibly sharp. It was a mountain-splitting behemoth. Small beast Kai Shan Hai Shou, length 90 meters, height 30 meters, weight 10,000 tons, a special beast that cohabits with its bloodline offspring. Its scales have extreme defensive strength, and its claws can easily slice steel. The warriors' faces went pale. A small beast. Why would a small beast be here? Actually, small beasts being drawn in was not unheard of. Generally, avians like Lai Feng Shenjiao could be detected and lured away in advance. But Chuanshanjia, bursting up from the ground, this was impossible to guard against. The instant it appeared, destruction followed. Its massive bulk alone crushed swathes of warriors as it ran. In the next moment, Mo Hung had his bow drawn, a supersonic arrow tore through the air and hit a target. Ping! The arrow grazed the Chuanshanjia's scale and sparked. Mo Hung frowned. Was his archery that poor? No, it was armor. Its scales inherently dissipated impact. The pangolin-like Kai Shan Hai Shou did not alter its assault because of a single arrow. If you wanted to lure such a beast away, you had to do it before it dove into the crowd. Once a beast entered the human mass, surrounded on all sides by hairless apes, they only became deliriously violent and began indiscriminate slaughter. Hormonal frenzy made them forget pain, especially when a small beast was involved. The Kai Shan Hai Shou lunged, curling in midair so that only its hardened scales were exposed. It rolled. The 10th Santon behemoth began to tumble, rolling from the center to the bottom of the great pit, crushing dozens or even hundreds of warriors along its path. All the while, arrows kept striking, but only rang and skittered off the surface. Even Mo Hung's shots merely cracked scales at best. The warriors' faces darkened. Wings and fur were one thing, scales were another. These beasts' defenses were extreme. Arrows could not pierce them. This Kai Shan Hai Shou wore scales that smoothly dissipated force, a true bane to ranged combat. Elsewhere, the earth continued to tremble, not in a single quake, but in persistent earthquake-like shudders. Hundreds upon hundreds of mounds heaved as vast numbers of silver-scaled Chuanshanjia burst from the ground, and the instant they appeared, they tore at nearby warriors. Mo Hung drew a breath, bent his bow, and killed one Chuanshanjia with an arrow. He immediately knocked another, and again the arrows fell like rain. But dust billowed inside the pit, visibility plummeted, obscuring both warriors and beasts. Mo Hung stopped firing. Whoosh! A gust and Dicang's figure flashed into view. From his high position, he peered toward the great pit and asked what's happening. Where did these beasts come from? How did beasts spawn at our rear base? Mo Hung, drenched in sweat, said they burrow. Search for Lin Chuan Shanjia. And there's a huge one at Kaishan High Show. Dicang opened his panel and searched locally. Damn, a burrowing colonial special beast. Damn, there's even a bloodline source, a small beast. He hissed, then forced himself calm. Do not panic. If the sky falls, someone tall will shoulder it. After quickly scanning the data, he soothed, don't panic. Lutan City has been established 6 years and has run 72 hunts. They must have seen this before. Wait, Dicang continued. Luke Tan Battle Gang surely has contingency plans. Perhaps their second chief will make a move. Hearing this, Mo Hung suddenly understood and nodded. No wonder Dicang. His vision was long-sighted and he remained composed in crisis. No sooner had Dicang spoken than the Kaishan High Show finished rolling and stretched to charge again, when suddenly a figure burst from the smoke. It was the Lutan Battle Gang's second chief. His towering form landed atop the beast, and he surveyed the field from above. Blood and breath surged as he roared like thunder. Lutan City, all warriors heed my order. Our rear has been breached. This hunt is a failure. Retreat. His roar reverberated across the battlefield, its volume carrying to every corner. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the shadow of the mountain-shattering beast loomed, striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. Dicang pondered that in his past life, such a creature would have summoned the likes of Ultraman. At least in terms of physicality, it was so. Nevertheless, Dicang believed that the Yutan War Group had contingency plans for the city lord based in the outer city, could hardly be a bunch of amateurs. Retreat. The second-in-command shouted, pulling Dicang's thoughts back to reality. The mountain-shattering beast roared in rage at the thunderous sound echoing from its head. It swung its tail and struck its own forehead. A loud bang erupted. Sparks flew, but the second-in-command, who had just been atop its head, had already realized the danger and leaped down, turning to flee. Dicang. No. How could you run? How dare you run? There are still 300,000 people in the city waiting to be fed. After all these years of hunting exotic beasts, can a mere unexpected turn of events lead to a total collapse? Dicang could hardly believe it. But looking around after the second-in-command issued the retreat order, many martial artists hurriedly sprang into action, abandoning the loot they had gathered and fleeing for their lives with whatever weapons they could grab, while the extraordinary realm warriors capable of contending with the exotic beasts raced away even faster. The female warrior who had previously recommended weapons to him was even more adept at running, leaving most of the martial artists far behind with each step she took. Digu, it's hopeless, let's run. The resources of the Liao Yuan War Group will all be lost here. Mo Hung said calmly to Dicang. Upon saying this, he was also ready to leave. Dicang widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Leave? Are you joking? How can we leave? We have killed over 10,000 exotic beasts. There are more than 10,000 corpses of exotic beasts here, and they aren't even the worthless iron-scaled wolves. If we transport them back to the city, our classmates will be saved. If we leave now, we will gain nothing, and they will be left to die. What will happen to Lutan City, I do not care. What I care about are those classmates who can share life and death, who I can trust with my back. Though they are called classmates in terms of blood ties and relationships, they are even more like brothers and sisters. Dicang calmed down. A calm voice sounded from beside him. Dicang glanced sideways and saw that Wu Tatian and Shi Xingqiong had also arrived in front of him. The four gathered once more. Shi Xingqiong said calmly, do not act on emotions. No one would have anticipated an invasion from small exotic beasts at the rear. This hunting failure is not our fault. For now, let us retreat to the city and discuss further. Dicang abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Shi Xingqiong. Discuss further. His words were nearly squeezed out through gritted teeth. If we delay for a few more days, everyone will end up dead. If you ask me. We need to find a way to kill that beast. If it dies, all our troubles will be resolved. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiong could not help but frown. Beside him, Mo Hung spoke up to persuade Digu. As long as we preserve our lives, we can always find another way. We still have a chance if we take a step back. There's no need to seek death. The mountain-shattering beast is a small exotic beast. Its scales are incredibly tough. Even with my full-strength arrows, I cannot break through its defenses. Our ability to escape is already at its limit. To kill it, we would need to gather at least 100 extraordinary realm warriors to wear it down right. Shi Xingqiong also chimed in, Di Gu Xiaoheng is right. To act recklessly when you know it is impossible is foolish. Our strength is limited. If we forcibly try to kill this exotic beast, and something goes wrong leading to our deaths, wouldn't that mean we lose both our lives and resources? Di Gu, you are usually the most level-headed. How could you act so impulsively? Crack. Dicang clenched his fist, cracking the joints of his fingers. Yes, acting on impulse. This was unlike his usual self. But, in the past, the image he portrayed in school seemed more like a disguise. It was even a habit. Even with his memories of his past life, he had been deeply assimilated by the martial artist society. Newly graduated, he was not much different from ordinary martial arts graduates during that time. The same impulsiveness, the same fearlessness of death. Then, it all ended in tragedy. Like a ray of sunlight in the darkness, it silently illuminated the reality within him, gradually leading Dicang to realize. This is not the virtual training ground of the school. This is reality. When a person dies, they are truly dead. Now, with 17 classmates suffering from radiation sickness, if they die, it is real death. Thinking of such a future, Dicang could not remain calm. But Shi Xingqiong and Mo Hung were right. The bigger picture matters. He could not act recklessly on a whim, engaging in something that he knew to be impossible. Such foolish behavior would not only cost him his life, but also have a ripple effect. The entire class could be dragged into the abyss because of him. By then, many more people he cared about would die. I was too emotional. Dicang took a deep breath and said, looking at it from another perspective, the hibernation cryogenic chamber isn't bad either. At least it can temporarily safeguard their lives. His expression and muscles gradually relaxed. After calming down, his intelligence reclaimed its dominance. Reflecting on his earlier actions, it was indeed unwise to even think about killing a small exotic beast. Not to mention, if that creature is something he can kill, could he transform into Ultraman? Let's retreat for now. Wuge, what are you looking at? As he spoke, Dicang noticed that Wu Tatian's expression was quite unusual. His eyes were fixed intently on the distant mountain-shattering beast, his gaze not serious at all, but rather clear. Then, as if he hadn't heard the argument among the three, Wu Tatian pointed at the mountain-shattering beast and said, what if I purposely let it swallow me and then cause chaos inside its body? Could I kill this beast? Dicang, Mo Hung, Shi Xingqiong, hey, is your brain single-threaded? Can it only process the instruction of find a way to kill that beast? Wuge, calm down. That plan won't work. Shi Xingqiong quickly grabbed Wu Tatian and shouted, let's not even mention how sharp that beast's teeth are. Even if you are swallowed, its stomach acid is highly corrosive. Even without discussing those things, that beast, just with the peristalsis of its stomach, can generate hundreds of tons of pressure, enough to crush you into meat paste. Moreover, its weight is no joke. One roll, and you'd be turned into mush. To enter its belly is nothing short of a fantasy. Don't think of such unrealistic things. Hurry and come with us. When we grow stronger in the future, we can train over 100 extraordinary realm warriors, and we can wear it down to death. With reason and empathy, Shi Xingqiong offered heartfelt advice, fearing that Wu Tatian might do something rash. Brother, don't do this. Small exotic beasts can use qi even instinctively. Coupled with their massive size and weight, they can easily crush ordinary extraordinary realm humans. If you're really swallowed, you will definitely face a blend of stomach acid pressure and the force of qi, ensuring you die instantly. Oh, then you guys run far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tatian shot out like an arrow released from its bow. Target the mountain-shattering beast. What the hell? The three stared in astonishment. One moment of inattention, and Wu Tatian dashed out. Is that thing something that can be easily killed? It measures nearly 100 meters in length, weighs 10,000 tons, and instinctively utilizes qi with explosive defense and health, allowing for maximum margin of error, and its attacks are remarkably powerful. Even if you are extraordinary, getting grazed would still result in serious injury. Yet Wu Tatian charged ahead. Wait a moment. Forget it. Dicang suddenly broke into a grin. Although he could indeed rush over to stop Wu Tatian, his own strength exceeded 200 tons, double that of Wu Tatian. However, at the moment Wu Tatian dashed out, Dicang felt relaxed. It was as if the pent-up frustration weighing on his heart for days had been swept away. Wuge, I will assist you. Dicang directly tossed aside his knight's spear and shot out, his speed surging to 200 meters per second, quickly leaving Wu Tatian behind. The knight's spear weighs 2 tons. With this burden, although Dicang could lift it effortlessly, his speed would drop to less than 50 meters per second. To truly face a mountain-splitting beast at that speed, It was practically equivalent to seeking death. But now, having discarded his weapon, Dicang felt light. Before him were numerous silver-scaled pangolins hunting humans from all directions. Get lost. Dicang barehanded threw a punch. One silver-scaled pangolin had its skull shattered on the spot, its liver and brains splattered. Killing one, Dicang showed no signs of slowing down, immediately turning his attention to other silver-scaled pangolins. 200 tons of immense force unleashed, and even if their scales were as tough as iron, their fate was only to be shattered. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Soon in the wake of Wu Taitian, the ground was littered with the corpses of silver-scaled pangolins. It is common sense to clear out the minions before confronting the boss. Wu Taitian rushed towards the mountain-splitting beast, having no intention to cleanse the bloodline offspring, naturally leaving that task to Dicang. He killed one with each punch, and soon his body was drenched in blood. His approach and the slaughter of its offspring immediately drew the attention of the mountain-splitting beast. Hiss! The mountain-splitting beast was enraged. High-frequency sound waves reverberated, and its massive body moved towards them. Its crawling speed on the ground appeared slow, yet it truly was slow. The immense weight resulted in a movement speed comparable to that of a strength-type extraordinary, magnified by its 90-meter body length and 30-meter height. Its speed was laughably sluggish. Come. Dropping the corpse of a silver-scaled pangolin, Dicang displayed his overwhelming aura towards the mountain-splitting beast hundreds of meters away. Among extraordinary beasts, an aura signifies provocation. The mountain-splitting beast remained silent, only accelerating. Then, a golden shadow arrived in an instant. It struck the mountain-splitting beast's head scales. Ding! The golden arrow was deflected, leaving a dent on the mountain-splitting beast's forehead scales, but failed to breach its defenses. The shooter was naturally Imo. Wu Gu was in a frenzy. Di Gu followed suit. What else could they do? This arrow successfully attracted the attention of the mountain-splitting beast. It shifted its gaze towards Imo, then continued its assault on Dicang. Imo, hey, the insult was a bit too much. Do you look down on speed-type extraordinary? Truly courageous. Just as Imo gritted his teeth and prepared to shoot again, he heard an admiring voice beside him. He turned abruptly to see the newcomer. It was the second-in-command of the Letten battle gang. Imo, you are the newly promoted extraordinary of the Liao Yuan battle gang, right? It seems this is our first meeting. The newcomer, towering at 4 meters, spoke to Imo. My name is Gu Tianxiu, Peak Extraordinary. Haha, no more small talk. Since you of the Liao Yuan battle gang are so valiant, I shall lend a hand, why not? Saying this, he directly reached out and took Imo battle bow. The latter frowned. So fast. How did he move? Imo didn't even manage to see his motion. The battle bow he held was now in the hands of the other. What remarkable skill. Wait, he said he was peak extraordinary. Is he really at the peak? Or is he just boasting? Small extraordinary beasts are still too strong. They can even unleash deadly attacks at close range. For extraordinary beings to face such monsters, heeding casualties are simply too common. I initially thought that the strong ones in Letten City would flee at the sight. Since that is the case, there is no point in continuing to hold the line, but you are all willing to take the lead. Then we are willing to return and assist you. As he spoke, he had already drawn the bow and nocked an arrow. Pulling the bow, the force field battle bow displayed the current tension of the bowstring. 312 tons, I'm shocked. Imo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he is peak extraordinary. As a strength-type extraordinary, 300 tons is already peak. Of course, there is a fluctuation range of 20 tons up or down, depending on the individual. Not enough. He aimed at the mountain-splitting beast, Gu Tianxiu calmly said. The next moment, bloodline activate. His body shot up to 5 meters. The surface of his body also sprouted long beastly fur. Even his visage transformed into a half-human, half-beast appearance. Divine skill, bloodline, heart-shattering beast 005. Not only did he physically reach the peak of extraordinary, his bloodline density also reached the limits of extraordinary. As a result of activating the bloodline, his physical abilities soared dramatically. The force field battle bow displayed an exponential increase in tension. 312 tons, 544 tons, 781 tons, 920 tons, 1,000 tons. The bowstring was drawn to its limit. Any further overload would cause the force field bowstring to snap. Is this the limit? Enough. Gu Tianxiu's expression grew serious as he suddenly released the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow shot forth. Accompanied by a blinding white light and a prominent aura, the golden arrow pierced through 10 times the speed of sound, hurtling towards the mountain-splitting beast a kilometer away. In place, only a low humming sound remained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dicang took a step back, retreating several dozen meters. At the same time, the mountain-splitting beast's massive paw descended, causing the ground, where Dicang once stood, to instantly collapse. Shockwaves and debris shot out in all directions. What a tough situation, he chuckled wryly, but before he could finish his words, a streak of light suddenly flashed in his vision. Then, the streak of light pierced through the scales of the mountain-splitting beast, plunging deep into its body, unknown how many meters. Hiss. The mountain-shaking beast was injured. The golden arrows, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound, pierced its flesh. Blood splattered as the creature clutched its wound and howled the ultrasonic waves, prompting Dicang to instinctively cover his ears. He looked back, confusion etched on his face. Who shot the arrow? It couldn't be Mo Hong. Certainly not Mo Hong. With his small arms and legs, there was no way he could shoot such a powerful arrow. From a distance of several kilometers, Dicang couldn't see clearly. The configuration of a mundane realm warrior was still too poor. Stop dawdling. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Dicang's ear. A massive shadow then swept by, heading straight for the mountain-shaking beast. Wu Tatian. He leaped into the air, seizing the moment. The mountain-shaking beast felt pain, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at its back, his palms forming claws as he struck down. Barehanded. Indeed, it was barehanded. Although weapons offered many conveniences in the extraordinary realm, such as possessing extreme pressure to effortlessly breach the enemy's defenses, yet Wu Tatian excelled in barehanded combat. The reason was simple: the chi energy that could only be used in the extraordinary realm was difficult to unleash, only capable of being transmitted along the body, and even attached weapons couldn't achieve that. And this chi energy, for most extraordinary warriors, it merely served as a substitute for weapons and armor. Chi energy could protect the body and reduce impact. Chi energy attacks could increase pressure, allowing fists and feet to inflict blade-like damage. Of course, for extraordinary warriors, defense relied on armor and offense relied on weapons, often proving more effective than chi energy. After all, chi energy offered no capability for long-range attacks. Thus, when Wu Tatian unleashed his 100-ton strength downward, the instincts of the mountain-shaking beast similarly activated its chi energy. Given the beast's tonnage, its chi energy would be stronger, thicker, and more abundant than that of a human. When they clashed, the outcome was instantaneously revealed. Blood sprayed. Pieces of scales and flesh were directly torn away. The human body was stained red with the beast's blood. Such a scene could only yield one result. The victor was Wu Tatian. Dicang exclaimed. What the? Mo Hung shouted. This is impossible. Both Dicang, who was nearby, and Mo Hung, who watched from afar, witnessed the spectacle. They were stunned as Wu Tatian tore through the scales and flesh of the mountain-shaking beast with one move. The shock of the scene was akin to a mouse injuring an elephant. Both of those familiar with Wu Tatian were astonished, not to mention someone unfamiliar with him. How could he do that? Bon Tian Xiu gasped in realization. I understand now, it must be an explosive type of talent or a cutting type. Indeed, an extreme attack method classified as a level talent could break through the defenses of small extraordinary beasts. However, the price of close-range contact meant that while attacking, he would also be injured by the beast's chi energy, leading to a mutual destruction. No, it would lead to a situation where he would kill 100 enemies, but suffer 1,000 losses. Among those present, only Shi Xingqiong understood what had transpired. It was impressive indeed. He stood atop the head of the beast, gazing afar. He had seen the entire process. That kid Wu Tatian had terrifying martial arts talent. He had guided the beast's chi energy with his own, achieving the effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Such splendid control, he wielded it as if it were instinct. How many days had it been? It seemed I still underestimated him. Saying this, Shi Xingqiong also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when he saw Wu Tatian charge in with nothing but his fists, his heart had leaped into his throat. He hadn't expected this guy to be anything but reckless. He had the capability. He had worried unnecessarily. However, what about the other one? Shi Xingqiong looked at Dicang, who had now casually picked up a long weapon that had fallen to the ground, circling around the mountain-shaking beast. It seemed he was preparing to find an opportunity to strike. Dicang, that kid was nothing special. Low aptitude, poor comprehension, and no remarkable talent. The only unique aspect was that inexplicable 200 tons of strength. Frankly, this level of power could be considered an experienced strength-type extraordinary warrior. The problem was that apart from the immense strength, he had no other advantages. In the face of small extraordinary beasts, if he made even one mistake, if he slipped up just once, he would die. Even so, Shi Xingqiang had no intention of stepping in to help. A small extraordinary beast, that thing could crush him with a mere flip. As a mundane realm warrior, it was better to avoid getting involved. Thus, Wu Tatian flipped over and leaped onto the back of the mountain-shaking beast. Under his feet, a repulsive force surged continuously. That was the chi energy triggered by the mountain-shaking beast's instincts. He stood as if on a wooden board amidst crashing waves, where any slip could lead to being smashed by the waves, resulting in a gruesome demise. Simply standing firm was as challenging as dancing on the edge of a knife. Yet, he not only stabilized himself, but also revealed his palms once again. He thrust downwards, grasping, tearing. Flesh and scales several meters wide were uprooted on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Some droplets even splashed toward Dicang. Damn! Dicang reacted, as if facing a formidable foe leaping back. He then swept his long spear, deflecting a drop of blood that was heading toward him. Looking at the blood of the mountain-shaking beast, when it hit the ground, it didn't seem unusual. However, when several drops fell onto the nearby mundane realm warriors' corpses, the blood immediately reacted, emitting hissing white smoke. Indeed, the blood and flesh of the extraordinary beast were toxic. Micro-extraordinary beasts were like this. Small extraordinary beasts' blood and flesh were not only toxic, but even corrosive. Though not as strong as sulfuric acid, it would still hurt if splashed on the skin. Wu Tatian was unscathed. That guy had chi energy to protect his body and could shake off the blood effortlessly. Even if he did get splashed, the robust physique of an extraordinary warrior could ignore it. But seeing the mountain-shaking beast rolling wildly on the ground, trying to shake off the human on its back, Wu Tatian repeatedly leaped and changed position, inflicting damage on it. In no time, the surface of the mountain-shaking beast was drenched in blood. All this, Dicang, holding the long spear, fell silent. During the beast's wild rolling, he hadn't even found an opportunity to strike, feeling like a powerless player facing a CG cutscene. Yet Wu Tatian could ride on the boss and unleash furious attacks. It left Dicang dumbfounded. Could the gap between people be this vast? However, this favorable opportunity did not last long. As the saying goes, every cutscene must come to an end. The mountain-shaking beast, which had curled into a ball and rolled around in vain, suddenly stood up, its scales opening one after another. The boss has entered the second phase. The scales parted. What manner of technique was this? While Dicang and the others remained stunned in thought, the skin and flesh beneath those open scales retracted, revealing pitch-black apertures. In the next instant, scorching steam erupted violently from the orifices. A torrential surge, not merely airflow but searing pressurized chi, burst forth from every aperture across the mountain-sundering dreadbeast, unleashing omnidirectional devastation. Within hundreds of meters, the air instantly thickened with superheated vapor. This was the mountain-sundering dreadbeast's thermal dissipation mechanism. Ordinarily, such heat dispersion occurred far more subtly. Now, however, it expelled not only vaporized sweat, but also concentrated chi, exacting a tremendous toll on stamina. This lethal maneuver targeted but a single soul, Wu Tatian. Trapped within the inescapable radius of the blast, he was hurled backward midair, utterly defenseless. Clashing chi shattered his protective aura instantly, then torrents of raw force surged forward, carving his body apart, inch by inch, layer by layer. Within mere seconds, Wu Tatian's flesh split open. Blood gushed forth in vivid torrents, drenching his form. He crashed to the ground, grievously wounded. Before he could even rise, a figure burst forth from the swirling vapor. Dicang. Scalded head to toe, his skin blistered and weeping. But Dicang seized the moment without hesitation, plunging straight into the inferno. His innate talent, undying immortality, mended his flesh even as the searing heat boiled it anew. An agony beyond mortal endurance. Yet Dicang was no ordinary man. He was a martial cultivator. So long as his limbs still moved, he could strike. With a thunderous leap, he soared 100 meters into the sky. Then his spear left his grasp. Propelled even through the resistant void, its momentum exceeded 100 tons, shattering the sound barrier in an instant. Target the head. Lightning fast, the spear pierced the air, sliding between the dread beast's parted scales and gaping orifices, and vanished deep within. Instantly, the mountain-sundering dread beast stiffened, rigid as if struck by divine lightning. Even its ceaseless geyser of scorching chi faltered and ceased. Ki-ei! A gale shrieked forth, waves of sonic force rippling outward. From the beast's maw tore a howl of anguish, so profound it eclipsed even the agony of being pierced by an arrow traveling 10 times the speed of sound. Dicang was flung backward dozens of meters by the shockwave. Landing hard, he clutched his ears, disbelief etched across his face. Did I strike its vital point? It was a question, but the dread beast no longer coiled itself defensively. Instead, its entire colossal frame uncurled, convulsing violently upon the earth, twitching, jerking, rolling like a creature electrified. Dicang knew then that his guess had been near perfect. Well done. Ahead, Wu Tatian, lacerated as though flayed by 1,000 blades, raised a trembling thumb. He rose to his feet. The bleeding had already ceased. Though his exterior bore no unbroken patch of skin, none of his wounds reached bone, mere superficial lacerations. Just luck, Dicang replied, modestly waving a hand, only for charred, sloughing skin to peel away and scatter with each motion. A grotesque, sanity-shattering sight, yet Dicang felt nothing. Pain had long since numbed into oblivion. Wu Taishan's injuries were inevitably graver. He'd endured the full brunt of the dread beast's close-range thermal Dicang, by contrast, faced only dissipated vapor and residual heat. From afar, golden-hued arrows streaked toward the beast, each bearing the crushing force of 1,000 tons. They sank deep, detonating crimson blossoms across its hide. Each shaft appeared devastating, yet those missing true vitals inflicted only terrifying spectacle, not true harm. After all their prolonged assault, the group's cumulative damage paled beside Dicang's single fortuitous strike. For how often does a foe stand motionless, willingly exposing its weakness? Yet, so too do calamity and fortune intertwine. Gradually, the dread beast ceased its writhing cries. Small-tier heterobeasts possessed formidable regenerative capacity, and hormonal surges could mute pain entirely. It lay prone, then snapped its massive eyes wide open. Its gaze locked onto the one who had dealt it grievous harm. Dicang. Dicang. Wait, why stare at me? Someone's shooting you. Look there. Clearly his thoughts failed to reach the beast's mind. It pivoted, zeroing in on Dicang, and charged. A Tenth-Santan behemoth bore down, and Dicang's very pores screamed with primal terror. The sky itself seemed to collapse upon him. His instincts shrieked flee. To stand and fight meant certain death. Without pause, Dicang whirled and ran. His speed now approached the impossible, surpassing sound itself. The earth fractured and collapsed beneath each thunderous stride. Yet the mountain-sundering dread beast fixated solely on Dicang, pursuing relentlessly, its enmity fully drawn. Brother D, brilliant work. Keep it kiting. Lured in circles. Everyone unleash your full power. Seeing this, Mo Hung exulted. Wu Tatian leapt atop the dread beast's back, exploiting its singular fixation to tear mercilessly at its scales and flesh. Far beyond the battlefield, the Liao Yuan Battle Guild. You have performed magnificently. Gu Tianxiu roared with elation. What fortune for Letten City, to have welcomed such talents. One who dared confront a hetero-beast barehanded, whose fists could breach the defenses of even small-tier beasts, and who foresaw every counterattack before it manifested. Others who dared close the distance with such beasts either perished or emerged broken beyond recovery. Small-tier hetero-beasts weighed thousands of tons. Even a casual expulsion of qi could cripple a transcendent realm cultivator. To draw near was tantamount to suicide. And range combat, whether archery or other arts, without a single precise strike to a vital point, the beast's prodigious vitality ensured rapid healing. Even the kiting tactic required cooperation from the beast itself. If it ignored the transcendence and turned instead upon the legions of mortal realm warriors, or worse, summoned additional heterobeasts, no matter how mighty a transcendent might be, they would be powerless. Yet now, a Onsinanian opportunity arose. The mountain-sundering dreadbeast, likely suffering cranial trauma, fixated obsessively upon Dicang. At last, his chance to strike. Die, die, die. Gu Tianxiu's stern visage twisted into something feral. Arrow after arrow tore from his bow. Each shaft seemed to land with devastating effect. Time passed. Under Wu Taishan's relentless assault and Gu Tianxiu's piercing volleys, fresh wounds bloomed across the dreadbeast's hide, blood streaming freely. Soon the crater atop the mountain ran crimson. And ahead, Dicang fleeing for his life. It still lives. I feel its hatred slipping away. He glanced back repeatedly at the pursuing Leviathan. Though the dreadbeast's murderous aura still burned fiercely, it was diminished from its earlier fury, now swiping its tail erratically at Wu Taishan, who clung to its back and wrought havoc. Its scales were half torn away, its entire frame glistened red with blood. Dicang understood its focus was fracturing. The erratic tail strikes proved it. It even twitched involuntarily, using non-critical zones to absorb incoming golden arrows. Arrows embedded deep within its flesh seemed to cause little lasting harm, the ghastly punctures sealing rapidly under its extraordinary regenerative power. Dicang stared speechless. Truly difficult to kill. Massive tonnage, immense size, relentless regeneration, and a penchant for slaughtering clusters of mortal realm warriors. A truly abominable monstrosity. Was there even any point in fighting it? Dicang grasped the truth. No wonder Letin battle guild's transcendents never attempted direct confrontation with small-tier heterobeasts. They simply could not be slain. Wu Tatian was the sole exception. No one else could engage such beasts hand-to-hand. Yet even now the mountain-sundering dreadbeast's vitality remained astonishingly robust. Even the cranial injury inflicted by Dicang's lucky spear was gradually healing. Within moments, full recovery would surely follow. Enough. Let us seize this chance and gamble everything. Dicang steeled his resolve. He snatched up a battle blade from the ground and unleashed 200 tons of force, hurling it like a meteor. It struck the dreadbeast's scaleless cheek with blinding speed and buried itself deep, leaving only the hilt protruding. SSSSS. The beast recoiled in agony, rage surging anew, its murderous aura intensifying sharply. It renewed its pursuit of Dicang, relentless, unyielding. Very well, come on then. This time Dicang did not flee in circles. Instead, he deliberately slowed, luring the dreadbeast into attack. It took the bait, instantly lowering its massive palm again and again, each downward strike, carrying over 20,000 tons of crushing force. Each impact cratered the earth, sending boulders flying like shrapnel, akin to a meteor striking beside him. Dicang evaded each blow with preternatural speed, but the concussive shockwaves and shrapnel raced even faster, chasing him relentlessly. Those supersonic aftershocks were no trivial threat. Upon the beast's skull, Wu Tatian furrowed his brow. He had divined Dicang's intent. Meanwhile, Dicang led the dread beast straight to the cliff's edge. Remember, they stood atop the mountain. On the crater's far side yawned a chasm 10,000 meters deep. Come, kill me. At the precipice, Dicang tilted his head back, issuing a brazen challenge. In reply, the beast, bereft of reason, swung its colossal palm down with terrifying speed. Boom. The earth detonated. Mountains trembled. Shockwaves radiated outward amid a storm of flying stone, and Dicang without hesitation leapt backward, off the cliff's edge. His body hung suspended in midair, hurtling backward hundreds of meters, while the shockwave exploded outward, scattering countless shards in every direction. One fragment struck Dicang squarely in the shoulder, crushing bone, collapsing tissue, tearing flesh. Yet despite the wound, he smiled. For with that titanic blow, the cliff's edge, already strained beyond endurance, shuddered violently and fractured. Only then did the mountain-sundering dread beast realize its peril. SSS. Its 10th Santon mass plummeted into the abyss 10,000 meters below. Then a new map. Small extraordinary beasts weighing 10,000 tons are incredibly gigantic. Their absurd weight becomes their greatest weakness. Such massive size and mass firmly restrict their speed to below 100 meters per second, making it challenging to handle the harassment of speed-based extraordinary beings. Although their formidable defense and self-healing abilities make up for this. However, accidents will occasionally occur. For instance, right now, a fall off a cliff. The mountain-splitting monster weighing 10,000 tons begins free-falling as the cliff collapses. Downward, downward, downward. The massive body twists in the air like a maggot, its eyes filled with sheer terror, involuntarily emitting a long, piercing scream. Its figure quickly disappears into the abyss-like darkness. Then, if the camera turns to the bottom of the abyss, a 10th Santon giant beast crashes to the ground at a speed exceeding 100 meters per second. Boom. Like a meteor falling, the ground instantly sinks and cracks, countless fissures spreading out, while the mountain-splitting monster's body bursts forth with copious blood. Its mouth, ears, and nose continuously seep crimson-black blood. Its entire body twitches and trembles, with only a faint breath still struggling. Time rewinds just before the giant beast hits the ground. The mountain-splitting monster falls under the force of gravity. Close behind it is Dicang. As he glides through the air, he glances at the shattered cliff. There Wu Tatian had already leaped out before the mountain-splitting monster fell, now standing steadily at the cliff's edge, gazing back at him. The latter pretends to jump. Don't. Dicang, still airborne from his previous jump, realizes that his fall is now inevitable, so he stops struggling. Instead, he suddenly raises his middle finger at Wu Tatian. Don't you dare follow me. My classmates are waiting for the pills to save them. You need to go back and protect them. Wu Taoxian's jumping motion hesitates. He awkwardly retracts his foot and scratches his head. It appears that this is indeed the case. Thus he stands motionless at the cliff's edge, watching Dicang plummet down, heading toward a bottomless abyss that is unfathomably deep. Wu Taoxian thinks. At such a high cliff, Dicang has also lost an arm. Climbing back up the rock face would require an immense amount of effort. Why aren't you worried about Dicang falling to his death? Let's just say it's unlikely. Free fall has its limits. When the falling speed equals the air resistance, the descent speed remains constant. Even in a vertical drop, this speed won't exceed 100 meters per second. Hitting the ground would be akin to a martial artist of equal weight colliding at a speed of 100 meters per second. For a mundane realm martial artist, this height would probably be fatal. But for someone extraordinary, it's just a splash. Dicang's punching power exceeds 200 tons, meaning his physical defense is higher than that of an ordinary extraordinary being, so he naturally doesn't regard free fall with concern. Therefore, after the exertion of his leap, he begins to descend in an arc. Directly beneath Dicang, the mountain-splitting monster screeches wildly, flailing and rolling in the air, yet cannot stop its descent. While the extraordinary beasts, it is precisely because of their excessive weight that the damage caused by free fall can be lethal to them. Falling off a cliff due to being too heavy is one of the few ways extraordinary beasts can end their own lives in the natural world. Soon, the surroundings become profound. On the other side of the mountain is a cliff, and below the cliff is an abyss so deep it seems to swallow all light. No one knows what lies beneath the abyss. At least in Letten City, the towering mountain before them marks the edge of the map, while what lies beyond the map remains unrecorded. As he continues his free fall, when sunlight ceases to exist, faint glimmers appear around the abyss. That is the green bioluminescence emitted by the moss clinging to the cliff. I'm shocked. Radiation. Perhaps it's not radiation. Dicang does not feel any prickling sensation as he carefully observes his surroundings, eventually sinking to the bottom of the abyss tens of thousands of meters deep. Bang! The ground is smashed into a large pit. Seconds later, Dicang stands up shakily, expressionless, as he realigns his shoulder, restoring it to its original position. His talent, immortal and indestructible, is still active, healing his injuries. Standing in the abyss, the ground beneath his feet is not desolate rock, but soft earth. This is somewhat unexpected. As Dicang disperses the dust and gazes outward, he sees a vibrant green landscape. The rock walls are covered in bioluminescent moss. Surrounding flowers and grasses several meters high emit a gentle green glow, and green fireflies even float in the air. Beautiful. I didn't expect this place to have such hidden wonders. Just like the wilderness outside, whether flowers, plants, or insects, they all appear immensely gigantic. The faint light they emit illuminates the depths of the abyss. In this harmonious scene, Dicang feels little danger, as if no terrifying extraordinary beasts exist here. Even the fireflies in the sky and the insects and animals nearby do not run away in fear at the arrival of him and the mountain-splitting monster. The harmony here is almost unnatural. Of course, what Dicang is most concerned about now is not this. He looks toward the dust-filled area in the distance. With a flicker, he disappears from sight and rushes directly into it. Sure enough, the fallen mountain-splitting monster is right here. In the center of what resembles a meteorite crater, the battered giant beast lies on its back, twitching and trembling. Around it, a large puddle of blood has already formed. Blood seeps from its mouth, nose, and ears. Clearly, this creature is suffering from severe internal bleeding. Having been smashed down by 10,000 tons, its fate won't be as light as Dicang's. Just surviving is already a testament to its resilience. Dicang does not hesitate, planning to deliver a fatal blow. Bling bling. A buzzing sound arises from all directions. Accompanied by the strange sound, Dicang notices that as the dust gradually dissipates, those fireflies flying in the sky gather one after another. They are not afraid of humans or extraordinary beasts. The basin-sized fireflies approach, exceeding normal insect size, gently landing on the wounds of the mountain-splitting monster. Then a brilliant green light erupts. The wounds of the mountain-splitting monster begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dicang, wait, what does this mean? So these fireflies have a symbiotic relationship with the extraordinary beasts. No wonder they aren't afraid. Wait. Dicang stares at the mass of fireflies, opens his panel. Unrecorded extraordinary beast as the first discoverer, please name it. Currently, the origin and effects of this extraordinary beast are unknown. You may write related information for this extraordinary beast. Note, this extraordinary beast seems to have the ability to heal wounds. Don't heal it. Dicang temporarily has no leisure to name it. He approaches the mass of fireflies and suddenly kicks out. Bang! The fireflies burst apart, and the green luminescent liquid splashes, illuminating the surrounding area. A drop of green liquid is intercepted by Dicang's hand. The moment he touches it, he feels a jolt throughout his body. Hiss! What a vibrant life force. Just touching it makes him feel exhilarated. However, this glowing green liquid also emits a peculiar odor, not only strong, but dispersing rapidly. Dicang furrows his brows. Even more troubling. He initially thought that the death of this mass of fireflies was a warning, at least other fireflies would avoid the scent of their kind's bodily fluids, but that is not the case. More fireflies come as if they haven't smelled or seen anything. They flock to the body of the mountain-splitting monster, using methods Dicang cannot comprehend to heal this giant beast. Something's off, very off. This group of fireflies is fearless. Can such altruistic insects that fear nothing truly exist in nature? Time is of the essence. Dicang dares not delay any longer. He leaps into the air, reaching the mountain-splitting monster's head, aiming directly at its massive eyeball, and throws a punch. Puff! The giant beast slightly trembles. Dicang has already dug out its entire eyeball. Holding up the eye bigger than a human, Dicang casually tosses it aside, then looks back at the increasingly numerous fireflies. Life firefly. Inspiration strikes him, and he suddenly speaks. Thus, recorded. Extraordinary beast life firefly suspected to have healing functions, glowing green, non-aggressive, other details unknown. Fortunately, this group of life fireflies seems only capable of healing external injuries, while the internal injuries of the mountain-splitting monster won't heal anytime soon. After all, this creature is too large. Dicang leaps into its hollow eye socket, seeing the bony cavity connecting to its optic nerve, and then raises the intact arm. Punching through the sound barrier, he strikes out. 50 punches per second each, exceeding 100 tons. Dicang delivers rapid punches within the skeletal cavity of the mountain-splitting monster, pounding against the bone wall. The recoil causes his fists to ache. Yet he remains expressionless, continuing to unleash powerful punches until cracks begin to form and spread. Collapse. The bones within the giant beast's eye are shattered by Dicang. The unprotected brain is laid before him. He does not hesitate for a moment, taking a deep breath and charging directly inside to wreak havoc. As long as he destroys its brain, he can kill it. At least small extraordinary beasts are that fragile. Opportunity knocks, but once, this giant beast has no resistance left, so he must seize this chance to slay it. Bang! The brain matter explodes. Dicang has punched through its brain. Suddenly, he feels that something is off. He reaches out and grips. In the pitch-black space with his eyes closed, Dicang feels he has grabbed a slippery tentacle. Dicang. At that moment, the owner of the tentacle begins to tremble, as if having a seizure, and the quivering tentacle immediately goes limp. It was cut off by its owner. This jolts Dicang's spirit. A small extraordinary beast. Is there another secret within its brain? He unleashes his full strength, swimming through the brain matter, following the vibrations, and making a dash to grab that slippery appendage once more. Grip tight. With this object, Dicang quickly leaves the shattered brain of the mountain-splitting monster. He retraces his steps, exiting the eye socket. Dicang shudders, the viscous liquid on his body automatically shedding under the minute vibrations of his skin. He still knows the basics of transformation. Now he looks at the thing he is holding. GG. It is a flat octopus-like creature. About the size of a person, but with dozens to hundreds of tentacles. These tentacles vary in size, wildly thrashing and struggling. Is it possible that Dicang is holding onto its body too tightly? What is this? He wonders, puzzled. Can aquatic creatures also come ashore? Unrecorded extraordinary beast. Note, this extraordinary beast is suspected to be able to parasitize the brains of small extraordinary beasts. Alright, so it's a parasite. Dicang has no desire to continue probing, planning to crush it directly. Jaho. Perhaps sensing the killing intent. The flat octopus in his hand goes berserk, followed by a sharp sound piercing the air, as if a sharp cone is breaking through the air, aiming for his head. Dicang furrows his brow. Following his instincts, he throws a punch. The intangible condensed sharp cone is shattered with a single blow. GG. The flat octopus struggles even more fiercely. The next moment, its body is crushed by immense force, and then explodes. A stench of liquid splashes everywhere. Killed an intelligent life form strength. One familiar notification sounds ring out. Dicang is stunned. What does this mean? This octopus is intelligent. He hurriedly drops the corpse from his hand, feeling incredulous. This is truly bizarre. Why is there a living aberration on this habitable planet of the martial artist race? While he doesn't know the reason, it's still strange. The suddenly appearing mountain-splitting monster. A unique world of self-contained ecology beneath the abyss. Fireflies that can heal wounds. And the flat octopus that can control small, extraordinary beasts. As Dicang connects these clues. No way these fireflies are actually. Without a second thought, Dicang turns and runs. As for the bodily fluids of these fireflies, although they are vibrant and have healing properties, Dicang does not plan to use them. Who knows if there's any specific poison targeting the martial artist race inside. His immortal and indestructible is only a grade. He can't afford to be reckless. However, although his thoughts are correct in the face of such unknown circumstances, remaining could be quite dangerous. But just saying to escape. In this unfamiliar place, where should he flee? He can only randomly choose a direction. Thus, just a few minutes into his run, a batch of fiery red lights suddenly appears in the sky in the distance. It's fireflies. Fireflies emitting crimson light. Accompanying this group of hundreds of fireflies are three large, extraordinary beasts. They almost collide directly with Dicang. A colossal beast over 1,000 meters in length lay dormant at the bottom of the abyssal depths. The beast slept soundly, its body radiating a soft emerald glow that, together with nearby luminous moss and green fireflies, bathed this pitch-black land in an ethereal light. Around the beast stood peculiar structures. Flat octopus-like beings hovered silently in midair, their tentacles and bodies rhythmically contracting and extending as they moved fluidly among the buildings. They drifted as though swimming through the deep sea. Occasionally they emitted contented chirps, Jehu, yet they possessed no true spoken language. Or rather, they had no need for mouths or sound to communicate. These centipedal octopi swam through the air without wings, a feat made possible only by some other extraordinary means. Enough circling. The answer is telepathy. High Priest. From the air glided a small centipedal octopus accompanied by a gentle wave of psychic resonance. Thoughts were imprinted upon mental waves and transmitted across minds. This was how their kind communed. Information born from the subtle vibrations between thoughts. The small octopus spoke. The soul lamp left behind by Red Priest has vanished. At those words, the very air seemed to boil. It was a surge of unstable psychic energy, ripples of thought trembling violently. From the direction of the great beast came a powerful psychic pulse. How could this be? Red Priest's mountain-splitting war beast possesses exceptional survival instincts. Even against formidable predators, he carries unshakable confidence in his own safety. Even I would find it difficult to slay him outright. Though his voice echoed, clearly no form appeared, because the High Priest himself dwelled within the 1,000-meter beast, bound to it, unable to depart. Should his control falter even slightly, this seemingly docile guardian beast would instantly transform into a ravenous scourge, annihilating their entire settlement in moments. Unknown. The reporting octopus replied, High Priest, you may have overlooked the fact that Red Priest assumed command of the Extraterritorial Exploration Initiative 100 days ago. He led the progeny of the mountain-splitting war beast in carving a tunnel straight into the outer realms. The mission progressed flawlessly until the reminder stirred the High Priest's memory. Ah, so it is. Red Priest's soul lamp extinguished, likely during combat beyond our realm, perhaps against a far more dreadful predator. Yet even as he spoke, doubt flickered in his mind. Then his psychic energy surged outward. Through a masterful application of telepathic projection, the High Priest's consciousness beheld a towering indigo and violet centipedal octopus, vast as a mountain standing sentinel in the void. No change. Ever since we abandoned the abyssal deeps for terrestrial shores, our clan's fortune remains thick and potent, indeed gathering momentum like a tide before breaking. As one of our priests, Red Priest bore a generous share of that fortune. He should have evaded calamity effortlessly, his path smooth, his fate assured. To vanish so silently, that is deeply unnatural. Fortune sight was a rare ability reserved solely for priests among their kind, while telepathy and parasitic symbiosis were innate traits strengthened through cultivation. Perceiving the clan's collective fortune required an exceedingly rare aptitude. Each such individual was honored as a priest, observing fortune, borrowing fortune, guiding fortune, sheltering beneath fortune's grace. Priests were in truth children of the race itself. Evading disaster was but baseline competence. Each priest was extraordinarily difficult to kill. Thus, gazing upon the unaltered fortune, neither diminished nor amplified, the High Priest felt only bewilderment. This should not be. Could it be that some existential threat looms upon this land? One so dire that only Red Priest's death can spare our clan annihilation. Yet if so, our fortune would have sounded an early warning. At the very least, it should have trembled in the wake of his passing. But why did it remain utterly still, utterly silent? That defied all logic. In the High Priest's perception, fortune was unchanged, neither lessened nor increased. Still, the portion once carried by Red Priest now lingered, unclaimed, unanchored, and fortune itself grew uncertain. So that surplus was redistributed. Soon a new priest would rise among them. But the future remained just that, the future. The High Priest stared at the extinguished soul lamp, still lost in thought. Elsewhere, boom, an explosion erupted. Searing crimson flame burst forth like clinging oil, engulfing everything in its radius with blistering heat. That dazzling detonation occurred directly before Dicang. Precisely speaking, it had targeted him. Aberrant beast, self-exploding firefly. Capable of self-detonation, upon explosion, combustible bodily fluids spray outward, extremely hazardous. In that instant, Dicang retreated faster than sound itself. Frowning, he scanned the distance. What had just sacrificed itself against him was merely a basin-sized firefly. The moment it saw, or perhaps smelled, the life firefly fluid on his body, it charged without hesitation, its crimson glow intensifying rapidly. At peak luminescence, detonation, a single blast reduced a 10-meter radius to rubble, splattered incendiary fluid scattered over 100 meters, each droplet burning with the ferocity of ignited gasoline. Truly, it left Dicang momentarily stunned. Fortunately, as a martial cultivator of the human race, his instinct for danger remained razor-sharp. He had already withdrawn far beyond the blast radius. Understood. They came to kill me. He watched more self-exploding fireflies dive toward him, and 3 aberrant beasts charging straight ahead. Killing intent, pure, unadulterated. No, compared to the primal, undiluted malice of wild beasts, the killing aura these 3 exuded was strangely muddled. An ineffable sensation, but Dicang perceived it with absolute clarity. After all, martial cultivators of humanity possessed no shortage of such acute awareness. Perception aside, the outcome remained unchanged. In the next breath, he vanished from his place, reappearing instantly beside a miniature aberrant beast 15 meters long and 6 meters tall, whose skull he shattered with a single blow. Bone crunched inward, brains erupted outward. Without pause, Dicang plunged his hand deep into the ruptured cranium, quickly grasping something slick and familiar. With a sharp tug, he wrenched free a flat centipedal octopus. Its body measured barely half a meter, yet its longest tentacle stretched over 5 meters. The grotesque creature shrieked wildly the moment it emerged. Crunch! Dicang clenched his fist, obliterating it instantly. A sentient life form slain. Strength one, I knew it. A spark flared in his eyes, excitement sharpening his gaze. So when did aberrant beasts evolve subterranean ambush tactics? Ah, I see. A swarm of intelligent parasites. One lethal strike, then the massive corpse collapsed. Such a display ought to deter any onlooker. But the remaining 2 beasts' killing intent dimmed, yet their charge never slowed. A serpentine aberrant beast lunged forward, jaws wide. Slash. Dicang seized the serpent's jawline, then wrenched savagely. Its maw tore cleanly in 2. Reaching into its brain, he found, just as expected, a centipedal octopus clutched in his palm. After dispatching it effortlessly, the 3rd charging beast abruptly slammed on its brakes. Its killing intent remained, but primal fear surged, forcing it to halt mid-stride while still radiating murderous intent. Dicang glanced at it, said nothing. Instead, he picked up a stone, ground it to fine grit, then hurled it toward the incoming swarm of self-exploding fireflies. Boom, boom, boom. The gravel, propelled by immense kinetic force, struck dozens of fireflies like shrapnel, most collapsing instantly upon impact. Only a few, already teetering on the edge of detonation, lost control under external stimulus, exploding violently. Thunderous blasts shook the earth, flames rained down like crimson hail. Dicang calmly approached the last aberrant beast, sidestepping the splattering black abyss, celestial fire, then gently patted its head. No more hiding. Come out, we'll talk. First, tell me plainly, what exactly are you? Higago. A haunting cry echoed from the 100-limbed octopus, accompanied by an imperceptible wave of telepathic resonance. At the sound of that command, the swarming, self-destructing fireflies suspended their diving charges midair, leaving only Dicang standing alone within the sea of flame. And the 100-limbed octopus, dragged limb by limb from the skull of a slain beast, miraculously alive. As everyone knows, all sentient species across the cosmos speak Chinese. After my transmigration and rebirth, language integration was seamless. So what, pray tell, is this gibberish you're spouting? Do you truly believe I won't slap you flat into two brittle discs? Dicang dangled the octopus by its tentacles, swinging it gently left and right. When he released his grip, the creature drifted in the air like a drunken wraith, gazing at him with hazy, fearful, and melancholic eyes. Kiga then emitted a feeble animal-like cry, utterly meaningless, nothing more than instinctive sound. Precisely for this reason, Dicang bristled with irritation. Though linguistic continuity after transmigration was indeed real, the notion that alien species naturally spoke Chinese was sheer jest, so much so that even interstellar linguistics had been taught as a formal discipline. Dicang knew with absolute certainty the octopus's cries carried no linguistic structure whatsoever. It was merely mimicking beasts attempting to deceive him. Had the system not flagged it as an intelligent life form, he might well have been fooled. Snap! With a light backhand, the octopus, weighing dozens of gene, spun like a top in midair, shrieking with renewed anguish, yet still betraying no desire whatsoever to communicate. Huh, you possess spine, would rather die than submit. A note of genuine respect flickered in Dicang's gaze. He had not expected this alien form to display such unyielding fortitude. Even repeated interrogations and threats had left it unmoved. Yet admiration did not override pragmatism. If communication remained impossible, death was inevitable. A wave of killing intent. The captive octopus felt the suffocating pressure of that murderous aura. It dropped like a stone, thud, and began bowing its massive head to the ground with frantic rhythmic force, thump thump thump. This act startled Dicang. In numerous interstellar civilizations, striking one's most vulnerable point, the cranium, against hard earth signified absolute submission. Had he misjudged it entirely? Was this octopus already kneeling in surrender? Or perhaps, though intelligent, its civilization remained so primitive that it had never developed spoken language? TCH, you could have said so earlier. I assumed you were made of sterner stuff. Shaking his head, Dicang realized, of course, it couldn't have spoken earlier. It simply lacked the capacity to speak at all. As the killing intent dissipated, the octopus exhaled in profound relief, and then using telekinesis dispersed the surrounding flames. Observing this, Dicang frowned. An invisible force, subtle yet leaving tangible traces in the air, perceptible even to his senses. Convenient indeed. Was this an innate racial trait? Instantly, the unseen force surged again, etching precise patterns onto the ground. Not random grooves, but uniform symmetrical glyphs. They were characters. This octopus's civilization had reached the stage of written language. Yet it could not speak. A sharp low hiss escaped Dicang. This alien civilization was astonishingly lopsided. While memorizing these arcane symbols, Dicang simultaneously logged them via his interface, attempting to decipher their script. To be fair, Dicang's composure remained remarkably serene. Despite having just survived a life-or-death battle and encountering a grotesque alien, he harbored no impulse to slaughter indiscriminately. Instead, he chose dialogue after combat. Truly the exemplary student of the martial Tao humanity, Qing M855 felt immense pressure. Within the Landris's tentacle branch, besides the High Priest, 9 subordinate priests governed distinct domains: orange, red, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. Each priest oversaw a specific function of the branch. The green priest's lineage controlled law enforcement and social stability. Hence, Qing M855 denoted both rank and personal identity. Within this branch, Qing M855 was merely an ordinary enforcer. Originally dispatched here to investigate the mass deaths of life fireflies, it had never anticipated encountering a hairless ape walking upright on land. That in itself was trivial. The moment this hairless ape appeared, the war beast it inhabited erupted into frenzied rage, heedless of all else, fixated solely on annihilating the ape. As if bound by ancient blood-deep enmity, even Qing M855 found its own rationality eroded by the beast's overwhelming emotion. Only when the ape demonstrated power rivaling the war beast's, and after 2 colleagues perished, did Qing M855 suddenly snap back to lucidity. Mercy, great one. It dropped to its knees instantly. But before the posture of submission could fully settle, the hairless ape ignored its surrender and delivered a brutal beating. Until now, a sudden epiphany struck Qing M855. They shared no common language. No, this went beyond mere linguistic incompatibility. This hairless ape did not even wield telekinesis. Could it truly be an intelligent being, like itself? Regardless, Qing M855, endowed with keen empathy, exerted every faculty to secure its survival. Now where was it? Deep within the abyss, a cavern utterly devoid of life. This glyph means cave. This one is wall. This is sky. This is earth. This is our Landris. This is war beast. Qing M855 gestured wildly with its many limbs, attempting to teach its native script to the hairless ape before it. And Dicang, a martial Dao humanity prodigy, possessing photographic memory and inferential brilliance, quickly absorbed countless alien characters from Qing M855's animated demonstrations aided by systematic interface logging. Originally confined within a cave without reference points, learning script would have been impossible. But Qing M855 wielded telekinesis, meaning it could draw. In an instant, telekinetic force sketched vivid illustrations upon the floor, pairing image with glyph. Thus Dicang learned with astonishing speed. And so, days later, our people once dwelled in the abyssal deep, sharing existence with oceanic beasts, and worshipping the primordial source of those beasts, the stellar Leviathan. But our ancestor declared neither those oceanic beasts nor their progenitor, the stellar Leviathan, deserve our veneration. They are but mindless beasts. Thus the ancestor perceived the true deity amid the starfields. Inside the cavern, by the soft bioluminescence of moss, Qing M855 animated its history, glyphs and pictograms weaving a vivid chronicle. Encountering extraterrestrial life for the first time, Dicang felt only profound curiosity and watched patiently, offering no interruption. He listened as the octopus continued. The ancestors' doctrine was rejected by the Sea Clan's old conservatives. Though we worshipped the true deity, we were cast out, banished to the land. Thereafter the Sea Clan held dominion over the oceans. We renamed ourselves the Landris and claimed the earth. Dicang could not help but interject, hold. The Sea Clan worships the stellar Leviathan. Fine, I accept that. But what precisely do you Landris worship? The deity perceived amid the starfields. Qing M855 blinked, puzzled. Yes. The true deity resides in the infinite void. It answers prayers and sacrifices, bestowing power and wisdom upon us. Surely that surpasses worshipping a beast. Ah, now Dicang understood. These egg-born fools worshipped a false god. What defines a false god? Any sovereign realm cultivator outside the human race's sovereign realm, or unrecognized by humanity, is deemed a false god. The sovereign realm and the stellar Leviathan stand on equal footing. But while the former possesses sentience, the latter remains a brute beast, a cosmic favorite against which even sovereign realm masters rarely prevail. Yet the stellar Leviathan offers no response to supplication. It lacks intellect. Offering faith yields only infection, transforming believers into fragments of countless aberrant creatures. By contrast, though false gods harbor sinister motives, at least they dispense tangible rewards. Understood. Continue. Dicang nodded calmly. Qing M855 resumed, recounting the Landris' history. A century ago, banished to land, the newly converted Landris faced hostility from native aberrants, rendering survival arduous. They prayed. They sacrificed. And the Starfield deity answered their pleas, granting them genetic engineering, aberrant modification, and artificial creation capabilities. Those self-destructing fireflies, life fireflies, and the glowing moss surrounding them, all were products of the false god's blessings. Over a century, the exiled false god worshippers divided into 7 major branches, each exploring land along a cardinal or intercardinal axis. Tentacle, tentacle whip, sucker, macromind, crystallized cephalic sac, and spiral tooth. Qing M855 belonged to the tentacle whip branch. Over generations, they explored the land and rooted themselves in this sunless abyss, gradually reshaping its environment into what it is today. How many Landris dwell within your tentacle whip branch? Here Dicang could not resist asking how many souls inhabit this unervingly verdant abyss. His question naturally was posed in writing. For brevity, further mention of this method will be omitted. Qing M855 answered without reservation, our tentacle whip kin number in the millions. Were it not for recent intensifying demands for offerings from the deity, our population would likely exceed 10 million. Hear that? Hear it well. I told you, the false god harbors ill intent. Having ascended to the sovereign realm, its demands for sacrifice grow ever more exacting. Lacking suitable resources, its followers themselves become the resource. From Qing M855's fragmented words, Dicang deduced the scale of the false god's appetite: millions. Of course, his own outer city recorded tens of millions dead annually. Never mind. Never mind at all. Dicang's expression softened. Millions. What is your natural lifespan? Gestation period, no embryonic development time. How long does it take for a landress to progress from infancy to nascent sentience? No need to fret. I'm merely curious. At that moment, Dicang's gaze shimmered with earnest anticipation and sincerity. In recent days, the peripheral branches of the Lu clan have experienced extraordinary turbulence. The cause is straightforward. The Red Priest, who oversees reconnaissance and external exploration, has died unexpectedly. His body, and that of the mountain-splitting war beast he commanded, lie side by side in the crater, one large, one small, a spectacle both grim and staggering. A Red Priest ranked beneath a single land, yet above a million others, vanished without fanfare, slain by unknown hands. No one knows what torments he endured in his final moments. The external wounds on the mountain-splitting war beast have been healed by luminous live fireflies, yet its interior bears numerous penetrating injuries, and many man-made steel artifacts were retrieved from within its carcass. Moreover, it has been conclusively determined that the Red Priest was violently extracted from his own body, then crushed under immense pressure until he exploded. The method is shockingly brutal. Based on forensic traces at the scene, the perpetrator is likely an ape-like entity, standing 2 meters tall, weighing no more than 70 to 80 kilograms. No primate hairs were found at the site. However, blood samples originating from beyond the Black Abyss ecosystem were recovered. The Green Priest Division is now employing cellular cloning to reconstruct the assailant's appearance and ascertain its species. Inside the chamber, the Blue Priest pores over reports submitted by his subordinates. As he lifts one of the iron artifacts recovered from the mountain-splitting war beast, his brow furrows. This object is not something any beast could forge. Could it be that intelligent life exists upon this land, other than our own Lu clan? He cannot fathom the purpose of these steel projectiles, for the Lu clan has never invented ranged weapons like bows or arrows. Their methods of combat rely solely on psychic force and parasitic symbiosis. Yet his perception remains sharp. Every Lu clan priest is a child blessed by the clan's celestial fortune, possessing peerless intellect, temperament, ability, and strength. At that moment, the Blue Priest realizes another intelligent species dwells upon this land. 2 meters tall, ape-like in form, hairless, and capable of crafting tools. According to the autopsy report, this hairless ape possesses terrifying physical strength, comparable to that of an ordinary war beast, amplified further by its compact frame and light weight. An ape-like being endowed with war beast strength is from every conceivable angle exceptionally dangerous. Such formidable outsiders. It leaves no trace of psychic residue, yet matches a war beast in raw physical might. A feat unheard of. Were our Lu clan to? He pauses. He reflects the Lu clan's physiology is utterly unsuited for close-quarters combat. Even immense strength must be channeled through psychic force. Of course, if such outsiders could be subjugated, as vassals, even slaves, the Lu clan would draw one step closer to dominion over the land. Even launching a counteroffensive against the Sea clan would no longer be unthinkable. As the Blue Priest indulges in reverie, he meticulously analyzes the hairless ape's capabilities and begins drafting a warrant, mobilizing his entire branch to launch a full-scale manhunt across the Black Abyss. Capturing it alive would yield vital intelligence about its species traits, enabling the Lu clan to decide conquest or alliance. The Blue Priest feels profoundly confident in the outcome, because as he extends his awareness, channeling psychic energy to perceive the ethereal flow of celestial fortune, he beholds a colossal, sky-piercing phantom, a 100-limbed octopus, its hue a seamless fusion of azure and violet, the living embodiment of the Lu clan's fortune. Azure and violet intertwined signify prosperity at its zenith. Azure represents the vast populace of common Lu clan folk. Violet signifies the transcendent priests. Their fusion reveals harmony between priest and people, unobstructed paths to advancement. Hence, the 100-limbed octopus appears robust, powerful, and flawless. The stronger a clan's fortune, the brighter its future, and the greater the number of exceptional talents destined to arise within it. Those favored by great fortune are shielded, turning calamity into salvation. Naturally, under such conditions, the death of a major fortune-bearer, such as the Red Priest, would inevitably ripple through the clan's collective fortune. This was precisely what transpired during the ancient war between the Lu and Sea clans, where the vanquished had their fortune devoured by the victors. Yet, even now, despite the Red Priest's sudden demise, the clan's fortune remains utterly unscathed. a fact that brings the blue priest profound relief. It proves the hairless ape's kin possess fortune so feeble it cannot even tremble the foundations of the Lu clan's destiny. Hairless apes, intelligent yet fortune-weak. Heavenly stars themselves have delivered them as gifts to us. Red priest, rest peacefully in the embrace of the stellar deity. Your sacrifice shall be honored. The Lu clan will wield your final intelligence to reclaim its former glory. The blue priest's eyes blaze with unwavering confidence. Our clan's fortune surges, radiant as the midday sun. Victory lies with us. My lord, ahead lies our clan's sacred hatching sanctuary. As you know, the Lu and Sea clans share near-identical genetics, each spawning tens of thousands of eggs per cycle. Were every Lu clan member to reproduce unchecked, we would lack the resources to sustain such numbers. Thus, reproduction undergoes rigorous selection. Only the most exceptional are granted the privilege of bearing offspring. A man and an octopus move forward in stealthy unison. Blue M855 enthusiastically briefs Dicang on his clan's customs. And what he says strikes Dicang as perfectly reasonable. After all, octopuses routinely lay tens of thousands of eggs, so naturally population control is essential to prevent collapse. Black Abyss territory and resources are finite. Even so, our clan produces 10 million Lu eggs annually. Upon hatching, infants undergo a year-long, brutally rigorous assessment. Only less than 1% are selected for elite cultivation. Those failing the trial are offered as ritual offcuts, direct sacrifices to the stellar deity. At this, Dicang can no longer suppress his reaction. He retorts, "Does your god collect scrap?" Blue M855 blinks innocently. They're mere offcuts. Most burn as fuel during the rites. The deity is ever generous and would never reproach us. Moreover, beyond those who fail the trials, our clan enforces a bottom-tier elimination system, ensuring 20,000 Lu clan members are sacrificed to the deity each year. They are the true offerings. As he speaks, Blue M855's tone carries unmistakable pride, as if declaring, "Behold our efficiency." 20,000 annually, 600,000 over 30 years, coinciding precisely with the Lu clan's maximum lifespan of 30 years. Over 3 decades, the entire population rotates once, effectively treating the dark deity as a euthanasia tool, annually discarding the elderly, infirm, and frail into sacrificial flames. Does anyone truly believe deities run salvage yards? Yes, your brilliant Dicang praises, raising a thumb. Why not toss criminals into the deity's arms too? Blue M855 looks surprised. How did you know? Indeed, we do offer offenders as sacrifices, allowing them to purify their sins in the deity's boundless mercy. Dicang, my apologies, I underestimated you. Truly, no civilization surviving on a planet infected by stellar leviathans is ever simple. Dicang also knows the Lu clan matures rapidly. Sapience emerges at 3 months. Formal learning and testing begin at 6. Passage of the first year, trial marks adulthood. Adulthood demands labor, but only those of superior aptitude qualify for state-sponsored cultivation. Even laborers cannot afford complacency. To avoid becoming one of the 20,000 culled annually, they must diligently study during every spare moment. The entire Lu clan functions as a colossal examination engine, where failure doesn't mean disgrace, it means death. Reflecting on this, Dicang cannot help but marvel at the superiority of the martial Dao human race. At least humans survive to 16 before being exiled to outer cities to fend for themselves. Only 1 in 1,000 earns entry to the inner city. Tenfold stricter than the Lu clan. At that thought, Dicang's smile vanishes, and as conversation continues, they press onward. Soon, a verdant architectural complex rises before them. Blue M855 explains the yellow priest lineage oversees hatching, nurturing, and education. The green priest lineage governs biological modification and scientific research. Their administrative zones occupy the same compound. When hatchling numbers overwhelm the yellow department's capacity, surplus infants are culled via bottom-tier elimination and reassigned to green department colleagues for experimentation. Hence, their offices were merged to allow green department researchers immediate access. Should you attempt to steal our embryo eggs or abduct our children, you will face coordinated resistance from both yellow and green departments. Blue M855 delivers this statement with utter calm, prompting Dicang to erupt. I see. I suppose being born into your clan is truly a blessing. Blue M855 nods approvingly. Indeed. Those who fail may bask in the deity's radiance. Those who pass contribute to expanding our clan's dominion. Even those deemed redundant find acceptance among green department brethren. To be born a Lu clan member is nothing short of triple lifetime fortune. Then recalling something Blue M855 snorts disdainfully. By contrast, the Sea clan's wretches practice reckless brute scattering, claiming fate governs life and death. They spawn indiscriminately, tens of thousands of embryos per cycle, most devoured by seed beasts or lost to disasters. Fewer than 1 in 10,000 survives to maturity. Compared to us, the Sea clan are little more than untamed beasts. One day they shall reap the karmic retribution for such callousness toward their own bloodline. His voice brims with indignation. Dicang stands awestruck. A survival rate below 1 in 10,000. I'd thought the martial Tao human race's attrition rates were monstrous. Yet here stands a masterclass. Shaking his head, Dicang gazes toward the distant architecture, ready to act. His objective is simple egg theft. There is no choice. The growth cycle of 100-limbed octopuses is astonishingly rapid. It makes his heart race. Imagine raising a generation of intelligent octopuses, then harvesting them daily like an assembly line once mature. Would that not catapult him to unprecedented power? After all, the system only requires him to kill sentient beings, not forbids him from raising them. Moreover, with tens of thousands of eggs per clutch, the compounding effect promises exponential growth. Within a few years, even colossal aberrant beasts might fall to a single punch. The plan was simple, execution profoundly difficult. Dicang scanned the horizon. Everywhere he looked, creatures unlike any he had ever seen teemed across the land. The luminous fireflies were but a negligible fraction among them. Clearly, the Lu clan was a biological civilization. Many of the life forms within his field of vision remained utterly unfamiliar to Dicang. Even Qing M855 recognized only half of them: cleaning ants, garbage spiders, wall lizard vehicles, reconnaissance, dragonflies, swift-blade mantises, courier bees, snack mosquitoes, hopstare, grasshoppers, charge-storing centipedes, and plowing ox beetles. Their functions, as their names implied, were self-evident. Having witnessed such wonders, Dicang murmured, truly unexpected. In theory, any non-sentient life form on this planet should succumb to infection by the stellar Leviathan. Even the life forms your people engineered ought to be no exception. Hearing this, Qing M855 instantly puffed out his chest and lifted his head high. Indeed, that would be the natural order. Yet our clan is blessed by the star deity. Divine knowledge bestowed directly by the gods themselves grants us immunity against the stellar Leviathan's corruption. Honorable sir, I sincerely urge you to join us in worshiping the star deity. His divine grace never fails his faithful followers. He proselytized with startling sincerity, treating Dicang not as an enemy, but as a potential convert. We'll discuss it later, Dicang replied, deferring the request. Worshipping a false deity. That path led only to ruin. He had nearly forgotten the Lu clan's biotechnology originated from that very false god. And what could such a deity possibly be but malevolent? Yes, the stellar Leviathan's aura infected all non-sentient life. Plants, animals, even cultivators who failed their breakthrough, all fell under its blight. Today's rampant monstrous beasts were all consequences of the stellar Leviathan's influence. And the false deity, the force capable of resisting its corruption, was not superior biological mastery, but rather sheer unadulterated corruption itself. Every one of these life forms, including the knowledge granted by the false deity, was steeped in corruption. Why then were they immune to infection? Because they had already been reshaped in the false deity's image. Only its power could make them resonate, hum, and vibrate in perfect harmony. As for the stellar Leviathan, utterly unknown, no familiarity whatsoever. This was precisely why Dicang had regarded the luminous fireflies with extreme wariness, refusing outright to use their vital fluid for healing. Now that the truth was revealed, he felt nothing but profound relief. Fortunately, he had not acted on impulse. To heal oneself with corruption-tainted substances would cost far more than a single life. It would demand every last breath. Noticing Dicang's shifting expressions, Qing M855 seemed to grasp something and asked, Honorable sir, do you fear our clan intends you harm? If trust remains an issue, allow me to handle this matter personally. Within my clan, I retain modest savings. Purchasing several thousand eggs poses no difficulty, though it violates protocol. Still, our yellow and green division brethren tend to turn a blind eye to such transactions. Illegally selling genefish eggs has become a steady source of income. Hearing this, Dicang studied the dozens of kilogramshi centipede octopus before him, his gaze heavy with silent incredulity. None of us are fools. Why utter such nonsense? With a sigh, he delivered a sharp flick to the creature's forehead. Once I release you, you'll immediately lead troops to hunt me down. I'm well aware of your hidden intentions. Qing M855. Indeed, that had been his exact plan. After all, even among sentient beings, intellect varied greatly. Perhaps this ape-man was simply brute force incarnate. You misunderstand, Honorable Sir, Qing M855 wrote with earnest sincerity. To preserve my life, I have already betrayed the Lu clan. My kin will never forgive me, and neither will the star deity. Thus, fulfilling your wishes has become my sole objective. Only by bringing you satisfaction and securing substantial benefit for myself might I someday reap rewards beyond measure. He wore this expression openly. Dicang inwardly scoffed, "Oh, a Lu traitor." Naturally, regardless of how persuasively this octopus spoke, Dicang's resolve remained unshaken. As a cultivator, detecting falsehoods through instinctive intuition was second nature. Any statement that stirred unease within him was dismissed outright as deception. Thus, Dicang's course of action was straightforward. He compelled Qing M855 to vividly recall his childhood, using those memories to reconstruct a detailed mental map of the yellow and green divisions. Once he had internalized every defensive arrangement as thoroughly as possible, Dicang, now cloaked in stealth, said, "Wait here. I shall return shortly." Without leaving so much as a contingency, he vanished in an instant, leaping past the glowing moss and disappearing entirely from Qing M855's sight. Qing M855 left, then right. He confirmed that the man was truly gone. Defying orders, he crept forward with painstaking caution. After traveling a considerable distance without encountering resistance, he cried out, "Intruder! Intruder! A hairless ape monkey has breached the hatchery." Psychic waves surged outward, rippling across vast distances, spreading tenfold, then 100-fold, then 1,000, then 10,000. Soon after, the entire black abyss erupted into chaos. The Lu clan captive had almost certainly fled. He might well broadcast his arrival across the entire black abyss, but Dicang cared little. In fact, he had deliberately released that octopus as bait. Now Dicang moved like a phantom, blurring past layer upon layer of defenses at breathtaking speed. Many stationed bioguards sensed only a fleeting breeze. At the hatchery gate, two parasitic war beasts exchanged glances. The canine war beast sniffed the air and asked, "Do you sense something amiss?" "I detect an unfamiliar scent." The bear-like war beast rose to his full towering height, scanning left and right before shaking his head, "A trick of the mind. Surely just an illusion. Must be exhaustion playing tricks on you." The other guard nodded, finding the reasoning sound. Truthfully, they had been overworked lately, sleeping only 2 hours in 3 days. Perhaps it was time to rest, for 30 minutes. Alas, they were currently piloting war beasts. Rest would have to wait until shift's end. Unbeknownst to them, Dicang had already slipped past their posts and infiltrated the hatchery. He employed no sophisticated infiltration techniques, only raw blinding speed surpassing human reaction thresholds. He had already tested it. Though the Lu clan wielded psychic energy, their physically frail bodies severely limited both perception range and reflexes, far inferior to martial cultivators of humanity. Within the radius of psychic detection, exposure was inevitable. Yet if he traversed that zone at extreme velocity, he merely disturbed the psychic field like a ripple on water, never triggering precise localization. Moreover, the Lu clan was a purely biological civilization, devoid of surveillance cameras or similar conveniences. Even the life forms they engineered possessed no capacity to detect Dicang's intrusion, only vague unease followed by hierarchical reporting. Thus Dicang advanced unimpeded. Comparing architectural features and his own path, he knew with certainty he drew ever closer to the hatchery. Before him loomed countless colossal sacs, the artificial organs engineered to incubate Lu clan genefish eggs. Just as anticipated, biological civilizations, it seems, all follow the same immutable principles. Seeing these structures, Dicang exhaled softly in quiet relief. Fortunately, his prior knowledge remained applicable. Human cultivator education, especially its foundational curriculum, had proven invaluable. Targeting one sac, Dicang crouched slightly, preparing to launch himself forward with explosive force. "Thief! Dare you trespass upon our sacred sanctuary?" Psychic waves detonated outward. Instantly, a colossal figure surged from the fungal carpet, countless tentacles erupting from the ground, lashing toward Dicang. Dicang's brow furrowed. Though he sensed no psychic wave the moment the earth trembled, he altered his trajectory mid-launch, sidestepping effortlessly as the torrent of tentacles slammed past. Tentacles harder than tempered steel ruptured the air, with supersonic cracks striking the fungal carpet where Dicang had stood moments before, shattering the ground violently. At that very instant, Dicang stood already dozens of meters away, staring warily at the deluge of tentacles emerging from beneath the fungal carpet. Minor aberrant beast multilimb giant octopus, a rare deep-sea aberration, weighing no less than 300,000 tons. The undisputed titan among minor aberrants, originally dwelling in abyssal trenches, yet inexplicably ascended onto land. However, on land, its immense mass rendered locomotion impossible, confining it permanently to a single location. As expected, not so easily done. Naturally, a site vital for breeding offspring would be guarded by formidable sentinels, yet one capable of psychically commanding a minor aberrant is undoubtedly a priest. Dicang realized he had been exposed. The reason was simple: a Lu clan priest's psychic detection spanned a kilometer, while psychic projection extended up to 100 meters. Dicang's speed fell short of 1 kilometer per second. Thus, the moment he entered the priest's psychic radius detection became inevitable. This giant octopus assigned to guard the genefish eggs was evidently beyond Qing M855's clearance level. Intelligence gaps had led directly to exposure. How else could it be? It is you. You are the hairless ape monkey spoken of by the Azure Priest. Was it you, a wretched thing, who slew our Red Priest? Psychic waves flared anew, yet Dicang's expression remained utterly unchanged. He could not perceive psychic resonance. TCH. A low-tier species lacking language, little better than wild beasts. Unbelievable that such a primitive being dares covet our progeny. Would a breeding sanctuary lack guardianship? Is this concept truly beyond your comprehension? Psychic vibrations continued unabated. Though this hairless ape monkey could not converse, the priest still chose to speak. Motivated by a singular reason, guarding these fish eggs was profoundly tedious. As a priest of the clan, ranking above millions of Lu, duty demanded unwavering vigilance. Boredom demanded distraction. Come, let us see how long you endure. From the fungal earth, torrents of tentacles burst forth once more. His true form remained unseen, but tentacles assaulted Dicang from every direction, whipping through the air with devastating force. Air exploding, shrieking. Supersonic thunder roared incessantly. Attacks converged from all angles, leaving no foothold. Immobilized, this multi-limbed giant octopus was invincible within its domain. No wonder it had been stationed here as guardian. Yet, facing the storm of lashing tentacles, Dicang's response remained disarmingly simple. He crouched, then launched upward with explosive force. His body shot skyward, soaring past 1 kilometer, and continuing higher, to the apex, where Dicang embedded himself fully into the cavern's ceiling. Whoosh! The slender tendril whip shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely against Dicang, the air ahead. A slender tentacle extended nearly 1,000 meters, leaving only a few dozen meters between it and Dicang, yet that small distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. The two sides were a kilometer apart as the multi-legged giant octopus violently lashed at the tendrils, countless tentacles breaking through the earth as if howling angrily at the sky. Dicang hung upside down on the mountaintop, his expression relaxed. The weaknesses of the multi-legged giant octopus were evident. Its longest tentacle barely reached a kilometer. When Dicang stood at the top of the cave, he was already a kilometer above the ground, making it nearly impossible for it to breach his defenses and attack him, at least theoretically. It is well known that animals cannot attack from a distance. The act of humans throwing their tongues to shoot arrows seems as absurd to them as cheating. Seeing that it truly could not reach him, Dicang placed his hand against the mountaintop and swung across, resembling a monkey. No. Fur. Ape. The psychic wave surged wildly, shaking the entire incubation chamber. An even larger, more massive entity was breaking through the fungal blanket. The ground bulged and a massive head emerged. It was the octopus head. Its body tilted as the multi-legged giant octopus revealed its jetting orifice, aiming at Dicang, who was upside down on the mountaintop. Dicang's hair stood on end as a sense of crisis blared alarmingly. Dodge! In the next moment, the liquid stored within the multi-legged giant octopus sprayed forth like a high-pressure water gun, the stream surpassing sound in an instant akin to an unbreakable blade. It pierced through the very spot where Dicang stood, cutting. Hundreds of tons of rock came crashing down from the impact. What a joke! Do you really think that just because I climb a wall I have no means to respond? Since I am stationed here, there must be a reason for it. Huh. Dicang suddenly froze in excitement. Was it because he had leapt away early enough to avoid the shot, leading him to discover that this attack had no effect, causing his astonishment? No, it was not that. Those who could kill the Red Priest could not possibly be weak. He had anticipated this, believing it would be a fierce battle, and perhaps he would need support from other comrades. But in that instant, the situation changed. The multi-legged giant octopus he controlled, upon seeing Dicang the moment its head broke through the fungal blanket, everything changed. Hiss! The 30-ton beast unleashed an unprecedented sharp cry. It was a sound born from the brain of a small, mutated beast. From its instincts, a murderous intent erupted. In that moment, the emotions surging within the beast's mind not only affected itself, but also caused the Lu tribe priest controlling it to lose control. Thus, in the next moment, the entire cave trembled madly. The fungal blanket was completely torn apart, and the multi-legged giant octopus, mostly covered by the fungal blanket, rose, as if uncovering a quilt. It stood up. The thick tentacles held up its body. No, it was far more than that. In addition to the tentacles, there were other green muscles and skeletal structures that supported its body externally, with numerous true exoskeletons working in unison, forcing it to rise. A body hundreds of meters tall stood upon the earth. Have they gone mad? Just escaped from a calamity, Dicang, currently on the adjacent rock wall, turned to see the multi-legged giant octopus standing up recklessly. On land, it was originally immobile, but alas, the Lu tribe possessed technology. The complex artificial muscle and skeletal systems covering the lower half of this octopus supported its immense weight. This allowed the supergiant beast to move. But why move? Dicang couldn't understand. Clearly, it only needed to block the exit. After getting its hands on him, it still had to find a way to leave. Then it could catch him like a turtle in a jar. But to take the initiative, before he could figure it out, he saw the octopus's orifice charging again, aiming at him once more. Blast off! The high-pressure water gun shot forth, cutting through the air like a sword towards Dicang a kilometer away. In the next moment, Dicang vanished from his spot in an instant. This mindless attack easily sliced through the rock wall, where Dicang stood, and then continued on its path. Thus, farther away, several kilometers out, the high-pressure water gun instantly pierced through the sacks, causing thousands of fish eggs to scatter to the ground like flowers raining from the heavens. Among them were even freshly hatched little centipede octopuses. Dozens of sacks were cut open, spilling forth tens of thousands of fish eggs. The might of that strike was incredibly brutal. Even Dicang knew that these highly reproductive species typically do not care much for their offspring. Yet he was still shaken inside. He had just thought that hiding behind these sacks would somewhat deter this guardian from attacking. Who would have thought they didn't care at all, opening fire at once? Not only that, the multi-legged giant octopus gaze was firmly locked on Dicang as it began moving its 30-ton body, crushing forward. Its speed was extremely slow, only a few dozen meters per second. However, after standing up, its size filled the entire width of the cave, and the deeper it moved, the narrower the artificial incubation chamber became. It was evident that this place had been specially designed. If any enemies sought to disrupt the incubation chamber, this multi-legged giant octopus could block the entrance. Even if it couldn't stop the enemy, it would ensure that the enemy wouldn't leave alive. Are they insane? No. This is a resolve to sacrifice the entire incubation chamber just to kill me here. No wonder they are the priest of a tribe possessing such determination. Dicang sighed sincerely. Controlling a mountain-shaking beast, they dared to wage war against the martial human race. Realizing that such an anomaly among the human race could endanger their entire tribe, they were willing to sacrifice their young to eliminate the possibility of his becoming stronger. In just a few days, the Lu tribe's decisiveness and determination had cornered him into a perilous situation. Indeed, one should not underestimate any intelligent race. With that thought, Dicang sprinted away, dodging left and right amidst the approach and spray of the multi-legged giant octopus, arriving at a sack's side. This sack's surface was damaged with nutrient liquid flowing everywhere. Dicang casually scooped up hundreds of fish eggs and placed them into the prepared container. Rest assured, egg-laying animals are much hardier than live-bearing ones during the embryonic stage. Having achieved his goal, Dicang immediately launched himself to the ground. The sack he had just been in was instantly pierced by the water gun. He landed, taking steps, and immediately felt something sticky underfoot. Looking down, he saw a recently hatched Lu tribe member burst under his foot. However, the system did not respond. Dicang confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, intelligent life and sentient life are two different things. In the system's judgment, a newly born infant is no different from a wild beast. Understanding this, he instantly shot out, reaching full speed against the rock wall and ground, each step causing the earth to explode beneath him. In no time, he approached the multi-legged giant octopus that towered hundreds of meters high. The latter was enraged with dozens of differently shaped tentacles wildly whipping toward Dicang, each capable of splitting the air and carrying immense power. In that moment, Dicang's spirit was stretched to the limit. He was fully concentrated, wary of the enemy's attacks. Then, he noticed that the incoming tentacles were compared to before completely chaotic, striking wildly. There was not even basic coordination left. Like dancing on the tips of knives, his agile movements evaded each tentacle's assault, as if swatting at buzzing flies in a frenzy. Filled with confusion, Dicang dodged with the wind direction, exerting little effort, easily avoiding all attacks. He then leaped at the cave's peak, taking advantage of the multi-legged giant octopus body, not completely sealing the exit, and sprang out through the gap. Withdrawal successful. Before it could slowly turn around, Dicang clutched the container and sprinted away, covering the thousands of meters in just a minute. As he burst out of the cave, the outside world, reacting to the movements of the incubation chamber, saw wave after wave of biological armies gathering here, with creatures flying in the sky and walking on the ground. There were melee-ranged support and control units, all lacking nothing. It was like a net cast from heaven and earth. Before Dicang, a praying mantis the size of a person sharpened its blades, glaring at him. With a casual swing of its blade, it sliced through the rock like cutting tofu. There were hundreds, even thousands of such mantises. Moreover, similar war creatures were densely packed. As biological weapons of the Lu tribe, they awaited their master's command, ready to swarm and crush the enemy before them into paste. Yes, all it needed was a command from its master. Command. Roar. And upon seeing Dicang appear, hundreds of mutated beasts stood at the very edge of these war creatures. Each of these mutated beasts was a war beast controlled by the Lu tribe. Individually, they were the strongest combat units of the Lu tribe, originally responsible for commanding and beheading. Upon seeing Dicang, a surge of uncontrollable murderous intent erupted in their brains. I'm going to kill that hairless ape. Hairless ape kill. Charge. Kill him. And hundreds of psychic waves issued the same command. The war creatures obeyed the orders. The flying in the sky and the marching on the ground all sprang into action. However, the war beasts behind them moved even faster. The 100-ton giants charged forward, trampling the war creatures before them into a mush. And Dicang, surrounded by them, was utterly shocked. Is this really necessary? To kill me, they make such a big scene. In astonishment, Dicang did not waste time and began to run. The direction he ran was simple. Upward. Ah, yes, up. He stepped on the rock wall and shot upwards. His speed was as swift as on flat ground. Dicang stepped on the rock wall. Even a 90-degree or even steeper cliff felt like flat ground before his current strength. This is why he came so brazenly to rob, not fearing being besieged at all. What was the black abyss? What was a cliff? As long as there was a place to land, he could ascend all the way. Dicang's escape route was brutally straightforward. After all, for these Lu clan beings to ascend from the black abyss, they relied entirely on armored pangolins to bore upward tunnels from below. They could not ascend via beasts. Flight was impossible. Telekinetic force or bioengineered weapons might enable aerial movement. Yet during such ascent, they would become sitting ducks for avian aberrations. Discovery meant almost certain death and consumption. And even if hypothetically they dared to pursue him skyward, did they truly consider speed? Even without exerting full power, Dicang's current strength allowed him to scale sheer cliffs vertically at near sonic velocity, faster than most speed path cultivators at the extraordinary realm. How many among the Lu clan present could possibly match his pace? The answer was none. Speed granted absolute autonomy. A self-assured smile curled Dicang's lips. I shall flee upward. What then can you do to stop me? Do you imagine you can cap the sky itself? That was his thought. And then he collided headlong with the cap. At over 2,000 meters above ground, Dicang struck a resilient, utterly transparent spiderweb. Yes, transparent. Invisible to the naked eye. Its presence registered only upon impact, a dense, supple barrier. Its tensile strength must have rivaled that capable of halting even a 100-ton monarch beast. No matter. Dicang possessed immense strength. The web could not hold him. He shattered the first layer, then encountered a second, a third, a fourth, until finally his body was enshrouded in countless translucent strands, suspended midair, swaying helplessly. His expression turned inscrutable. Are you serious? A spiderweb? Why wasn't it here when I fell before? All right. The 10th Asantan mountain-splitting terror had plummeted first, obliterating everything in its descent. It likely tore through every nearby web filament. Or perhaps that wasteland was not a Lu clan urban center. Hence no such webs were deployed there. Irrelevant now. Dicang hung immobilized, adhesive strands clinging to his entire form. When he glanced downward, he saw swarms of flying bioweapons hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Trailing behind them loomed colossal avian aberrations, wings beating furiously, their aura thick with slaughter. And farthest back, the hatchery's cavernous maw. Dozens of thick, brutal tentacles violently shoved aside earthen walls as the multi-limbed leviathan slowly, inexorably emerged. Fragile soil and stone offered no resistance against its overwhelming might. In that instant, Dicang found himself ensnared within a perfect net, sky and earth alike teeming with enemies. Nowhere left to run. Fine, you win. Encircled and besieged, Dicang showed no panic. His gaze sharpened. His martial human lineage stirred into action. Fear of death receded swiftly. Fierce battle-lust surged within his chest. Yet deep inside the web, no matter how violently he thrashed, he could not tear free from those impossibly resilient, hyperadhesive filaments. Lifting a single hand demanded overcoming hundreds of tons of cumulative tension from layered silk. Impeded thus, he could muster barely half his true strength. Then, Dicang reached out, pressed his fingers against his own flesh, and drove them deep, piercing both web and skin. Tryik. With a violent wrench he ripped. The web-bound skin tore away from his body, raw and glistening. This was only the beginning. With swift, precise motions, his hands peeled away every inch of web-adhered skin and fabric, executed with chilling professionalism and surgical precision. Like a serpent shedding its old skin. Within seconds, Dicang had shed the clinging web entirely. His body then plummeted freely, accelerating downward. Dicang. From start to finish, he uttered not a single sound. Beneath his torn epidermis, crimson droplets welled, but were instantly sealed by his rank of talent, undying and unperishing, already knitting closed at visible speed. First crisis evaded. Now the second. With no purchase in midair, Dicang could only watch as swarms of self-destructing fireflies streaked toward him, countless luminous, each glowing with imminent detonation. A direct hit would surely leave him grievously wounded, if not dead. Yet, was there truly no leverage to be found? Without hesitation, Dicang bent his knees and kicked. Not once, but in furious, explosive, lightning-fast succession. His leg's speed surpassed sound itself. The air shrieked with deafening thunder. His legs pistoned through the void at supersonic frequency, so extreme that even the atmosphere seemed to solidify beneath his soles. Step, shatter, air. Supreme force redirected his trajectory mid-fall, instantly. He skimmed past the fireflies. Then in the next heartbeat, their light flared blindingly bright before erupting in cascading infernos, bathing hundreds of meters in searing flame and molten rain. Thrown forward by the blast wave, Dicang accelerated toward the earth, his newly exposed flesh weeping fresh blood. Finally, he crashed violently into a building located over 10 kilometers from the hatchery. Instantly, stone walls splintered inward, his legs carved furrows over 10 meters long across the floor, reducing every obstacle in their path to rubble. Eliminate sentient life. Strength 24. Dicang halted abruptly, stunned. He scanned the interior, only to find numerous diminutive cephalopods, oversized heads, stunted tentacles. 100-limbed octopi. At his sudden intrusion, the smaller ones trembled violently. His impact had slaughtered scores. Blue ichor and severed limbs littered the chamber. Spare me. A psychic tremor shook the air as a fully grown Lu clan member collapsed, flat limbs splayed wide in abject surrender. It pleaded telepathically, I'm merely a salaried schoolteacher. I am innocent. If anyone must die, kill the children instead. Ah yes, among the Lu clan hatcheries, nurseries and schools lie in close proximity. Indeed, millions of newborns from this Lu clan branch gather annually at this site. Yet in their demographic calculus, they are effectively non-existent. Only those who pass rigorous trials earn recognition as true Lu clan. All others are mere sacrificial offcuts. As an educator, this Lu clan individual considered himself elite, infinitely more valuable than these untested juveniles whose very survival remained uncertain. His life was precious. How could he perish so meaninglessly here? Alas, communication failed utterly. Their species differed. Dicang wielded no telekinesis and thus comprehended nothing of its plea. He only knew that for the Lu clan, spreading all 100 limbs flat signified submission or surrender, and Dicang's moral threshold had always been high. Earlier he'd spared an alien captive. Even knowing the prisoner might betray him, he'd released him with remarkable clemency. So faced with a surrendered alien teacher, he naturally, urgent necessity demands your head. Dicang raised his foot and brought it down. The prostrate octopus exploded underfoot, azure fluid spraying outward. Eliminate one sapient being. Strength 1. Having done so, he swept his gaze across the chamber. The smaller octopi quaked under his stare. Yet Dicang withdrew his attention, taking no further action. Yes, exactly so. Truthfully, as a transmigrated soul bearing the ethics of his former life, how could he? Boom. Slaughter the innocent. The floor shattered under colossal force. Concrete hard surfaces yielded like tofu beneath Dicang's eyes. He descended, punching through level after level, plunging deep underground. And there beneath the building lay thousands upon thousands of sacks, each cradling a juvenile Lu clan being. They were the discarded rejects, destined as sacrificial offcuts, offerings, or even fuel. Thus they floated in stasis within nutrient-filled sacks, engulfed in eternal slumber, conserving minimal energy. Yet they were not his objective. Rather, discovering such chambers beneath a Lu clan school startled him, before he quickly accepted it. He held no intention of judging alien cultural norms. He had come for one purpose alone, and scanning the subterranean expanse, Dicang counted precisely 200 load-bearing pillars supporting the structure. Target confirmed. Action commenced. He lunged forward, 210 fists striking with devastating force. Reinforced concrete pillars detonated instantly, revealing inner frameworks of bioengineered bone stronger than steel. Dicang showed no surprise. Biological civilizations operated thus. Without pause, he delivered a barrage of supersonic blows. Within moments, one pillar snapped clean in two. Then the second, third, fourth. Throughout, his expression never flickered, carrying instead the calm assurance of practiced mastery. One could scarcely fathom what manner of education martial humans received in their schools to produce such consummate warriors. Meanwhile, Dicang dismantled structural pillars, while the Lu clan military redirected its advance. Aberrations raged, their slaughterlust so intense it bled into their controllers, whose responses grew ever more extreme. Regional stability. Peace. Irrelevant now. The sole priority was eliminating that hairless ape. The earth trembled as the multi-limbed leviathan breached the hatchery's rocky perimeter, its colossal form emerging into open space, advancing relentlessly toward Dicang's location. Ahead of it surged war beasts and biolegions. To encircle Dicang, over half the local garrison had been deployed, evacuation orders notwithstanding. Evacuation directives had been issued across a 30-kilometer radius. But Dicang moved too swiftly. Within moments, evacuation efforts had barely begun, yet the hairless ape had already broken through military lines and entered civilian zones. Raged old Lu clan soldiers cared nothing for civilians. Killing the hairless ape came first. Any obstacle in their path would be crushed without hesitation. The army advanced over 10 kilometers, reaching the building where Dicang had crashed, just as they prepared to breach its perimeter. Halt! A thunderous psychic roar echoed from the heavens. Then, black scales shimmered as a dragon hundreds of meters wide beat vast obsidian wings overhead. Yes, a dragon. In this world, flight belonged not only to birds, but also to dragons. Of course, the Lu clan remained ignorant. Dragons were aberrations born from martial humans who failed tribulation transcendence, whose bloodlines mutated under stellar beast influence. They simply discovered these terrifyingly powerful beasts on land, and captured, then mentally enslaved them. Just as now. Yellow Priest, have your minds rotted? This city is vital. How dare you unleash destruction here? Should this delay the sacrifice, the High Priest will hold you accountable. Next sacrifice. You shall be the offering. Those words struck like glacial water poured over burning coals. Many Lu clan froze, then snapped sharply back to awareness. Wait, what just happened? Why did we act so irrationally? The sight of that hairless ape had drowned reason in slaughterlust, transforming us instantly into mindless beasts. Tactics, formations, all forgotten. Only primal shrieks and blind charges remained. Truly horrifying. Purple Priest. The multi-limbed leviathan steadied itself. Awakened by the psychic command, the Yellow Priest controlling the leviathan regained clarity and recognized his earlier lapse. He gasped urgently, beware, the hairless ape wields unknown power. It influenced our warbeasts, thereby indirectly affecting us. Purple Priest replied, rest assured, we are already aware. A youth from the Qing division escaped the ape's grasp and delivered intelligence directly to the High Council. I am here to reinforce you. More aid follows closely. He spoke truth. Qing M855, the one Dicang had spared, had only just summoned reinforcements. And only one had arrived so far, the rest remained en route. Whereas the forces previously surrounding Dicang, merely the city's local garrison. Now the true commander of the military, the swiftest strategist among them, had just arrived. Purple Priest riding the Black Dragon commanded loudly, "All units, sever emotional neural links to your warbeasts, then assume full-spectrum control via 100 empathic synchronization. Only thus may our beasts resist the ape's influence." Purple Priest, the supreme commander of the military division, second only to the High Priest in raw power and unmatched in warbeast mastery. Upon hearing the order, he instantly conceived the countermeasure. Liu Clan operatives swiftly complied, severing the beast's autonomous neural pathways. Then they assumed direct control, striving for absolute synchronicity. Their controlled beasts staggered wildly, except for Yellow and Purple Priests who maintained composure. "He is there, correct?" Purple Priest gazed at the building, voice grave. "I sense him clearly, at the foundation of this structure." "What is that hairless ape doing? Dismantling load-bearing columns. What manner of ritual is this? Is it some alien cultural practice? Does he demolish pillars in feudal rage when cornered? Or does he target juveniles specifically? Yet their numbers number in the thousands. Why waste effort on creatures the Liu Clan themselves discard en masse?" Utterly perplexing, but irrelevant. With a single command, the Biolegion dispersed and encircled the building. The multi-limbed Leviathan maneuvered to its edge, hundreds of tentacles coiling upward poised to strike. Even the Black Dragon descended, landing heavily, its thousand softens mass collapsing the earth beneath it. "Commander, save us. There's a terrorist inside the building." Windows burst open, psychic waves vibrated as adult Liu Clan educators levitated upward, floating effortlessly as though swimming through air. They were swiftly received and calmed by troops. What of the juveniles? They could not fly. Their nascent psychic abilities barely permitted lifting their own bodies, let alone navigating midair. Surely evacuating them would demand tremendous effort. Yet no, it was never considered. The military had no intention of evacuating them. Every Liu Clan soldier regarded the tens of thousands of juveniles inside the school as expendable, ideal sacrifices to capture the hairless ape. Civilians evacuated. "All units, prepare for combat. I am initiating engagement." Purple Priest's psychic command surged outward, resonating across 10,000 meters. Then the Black Dragon opened its maw. Transparent fluid erupted, igniting instantly into rivers of magma fire cascading onto the school in a torrential deluge. Dragon's breath. At that very moment, crumble. Most load-bearing pillars had been destroyed. The building, unable to bear its own weight, began collapsing inward, from roof to foundation. At that very moment, crumble. Most load-bearing pillars had been destroyed. The building, unable to bear its own weight, began collapsing inward, from roof to foundation. 1,000-ton force. The earth trembled violently as the teaching building collapsed. All watched in silence as the towering structure crumbled layer by layer into roaring flames, its sheer mass of dozens of thousands of tons lending the spectacle a staggering grandeur, yet stirring deep unease. High Priestess Z, could that hairless ape possibly? Huang Priest's telepathic pulse narrowed into a private beam delivered directly into Z's mind, a technique colloquially known as whispering at 1,000 paces. Priestess Z replied with calm assurance, "Rest easy. That hairless ape's physique is extraordinarily robust, even sturdier than our clan's specially engineered load-bearing bones. A collapsing building cannot crush him, merely burying him. More than sufficient. When a building weighing tens of thousands of tons collapses, its mass does not concentrate upon a single person. Even inflicting injury upon the target proves exceedingly difficult. Thus the dragon's breath would melt stone into molten slag, sealing the hairless ape deep beneath the earth, preventing any chance of escape. This was precisely Priestess Z's design. Were it not for this youth's astonishing speed, so great he leaves sound itself behind, I would hardly resort to such extreme measures. She explained patiently to her colleague. In her view, the hairless ape had voluntarily descended into the basement of the teaching building, akin to walking straight into a trap. After all, few things among the Liu clan could surpass the speed of sound, and should this hairless ape attempt flight, only a meticulously deployed military formation could hope to contain him. Now fortune intervened. The youth was dismantling load-bearing walls from below. Seizing the moment, they triggered the building's collapse, ensuring he would be entombed beneath its ruins. Once his velocity was neutralized, they could subdue him at leisure. How effortlessly elegant! Surely no unforeseen complication could disrupt such a flawless plan. To confirm this, Priestess Z activated her fortune vision, seeking guidance from the intangible yet palpable torrent of cosmic fate. Instantly, her perception shifted, reality dissolved into swirling currents of colored chi, ethereal filaments interwoven so intricately that self and other became indistinguishable. Before her eyes, the clan's collective fortune manifested as a colossal centipede octopus, towering and unshaken, its hue a dignified blend of azure and violet. Only at its base did faint streaks of black stain the aura, the fading resentment of tens of thousands of fallen hatchlings. Yet this bore no consequence. Such resentment was transient. So long as the Lu clan advanced steadily, these dark threads would inevitably dissipate with time. After all, hatchlings were for the most part pure liabilities to the clan, of negligible utility. Only if innocent qualified kin were unjustly persecuted, thereby corrupting the clan's moral fabric, might such darkness become indelible upon the collective fortune. And yet, something was profoundly amiss. As Priestess Z gazed upon the centipede octopus, she realized it was gazing back at her. Its gaze held bewilderment, incomprehension, as though silently accusing her, "Why have you wantonly destroyed clan property?" At that moment, her own personal fortune quivered violently, a stark warning that the collective fortune was preparing to withdraw its favor. It seemed to admonish her, "Do not overstep." And so, Priestess Z stood utterly confounded. "I act for the sake of the clan," she protested aloud. "All know an intruding hairless ape has entered our territory. Capturing him alive would yield immeasurable benefits for our entire lineage. Is even this modest sacrifice beyond permission?" Yet the collective fortune grew even more perplexed, scanning its surroundings with meticulous scrutiny inside and out. Within the realm of fate, every entity possessed fortune, be it Lu clan members, bioweapons, warbeasts, masonry, bacteria, or even air itself. All fortunes intertwined in an intricate web, yet after exhaustive searching none could locate any trace of a hairless ape. The Lu clan's fortune simply remained silent. Let there be no misunderstanding, collective fortune possesses no true sentience. It is but the aggregated instinct of the clan's consciousness, automatically reinforcing whatever serves its growth. Priestess Z's futile search thus resembled typing a query into a search bar, only to discover the term hairless ape did not exist within the system. The collective fortune offered only its prior warning. Priestess Z and Priest Huang exchanged stunned glances. "Surely you jest. How can you fail to perceive such a colossal hairless ape? You embody the clan's fortune itself. Subtleties invisible to us, even the faintest whisper of detail, may under your influence pivot the course of destiny. And yet you claim ignorance of what a hairless ape is? But absence is absolute." With no recourse, Priestess Z reluctantly withdrew her focus. Back in reality, telepathic observation confirmed the hairless ape remained unmistakably underground, now steadily ascending. Ascending. The building had already collapsed. Under the dragon's searing breath, its ruins melted into incandescent magma, cascading downward to flood every potential refuge. Yet the hairless ape, supposedly entombed beyond escape, advanced as though traversing a tunnel. Had he discovered a hidden passage? No. He forged his path barehanded, punching through solid earth with raw, unyielding force. Thus, the ground convulsed. With each intensifying tremor, the earth erupted upward in violent upheaval. Then, a human figure burst forth from the soil, soaring skyward. His body coated in dust, his tattered garments hanging in ragged shreds, he emerged like a miner fresh from the deepest coal seam, blackened head to toe. Every eye locked onto him, stunned, incredulous, baffled. Had he truly carved a passage upward with bare fists? What manner of monster was this? Roar. A draconic roar shook the heavens. Priestess Z reacted first. The 1,000-ton black dragon surged skyward, wings unfurling, claws cleaving the wind, aimed squarely at the hairless ape. She intended to seize him mid-emergence, before he could fully regain his bearings, capturing and subduing him instantly. No, it would not be so simple. This audacious excavation shattered Priestess Z's psychological expectations, catapulting his perceived threat level to terrifying heights. Could he still be taken alive? No, not with absolute certainty. Kill him. For the Lu clan, such a being was nothing short of catastrophe. At the critical instant, he planted his foot hard upon the air. It detonated. His body rocketed upward another dozen meters. He narrowly evaded the dragon's grasping talons. Then, explosive force reignited. Landing squarely upon the claw's dorsal surface, he unleashed overwhelming power. Dragon scales shattered instantly, flesh caved inward, and bone fissured with sickening cracks. The figure became a cannonball launched from a barrel, shattering the sound barrier in an instant, before slamming headlong into the black dragon's skull. Boom. Ultimate velocity meant ultimate force. Upon impact, the dragon shrieked in agony, its mind blanking entirely, then plummeted helplessly from the sky. It crashed heavily into the earth, deafening thunder, flying debris, and billowing dust enveloping the ruin. The teaching building had collapsed. The sentient lives lost in the collapse were all attributed, without dispute, to Dicang. System notifications flooded the screen with blinding speed. Dicang clenched his fists, his expression icy, but even his stern composure cracked as the system's pleasant chime rang out, betraying an irrepressible smile. Multiple sentient beings eliminated. Strength 78-55. Suppress it. Do not laugh. After all, slaughtering sentient beings was never cause for celebration, especially when they were mere hatchlings. He acted under duress, compelled by necessity. Morally and logically, he ought not wear such a grin, though they were alien and had initiated hostilities. Ha ha ha. Apologies, I couldn't hold it. When fortune rains down like lottery winnings, restraint is nearly impossible. From the moment the mountain-sundering beast attacked the hunting party, this had transcended morality. It was interspecies war on a civilizational scale. Even the divine warrior himself would applaud Dicang's deep infiltration sabotage. I knew it. I knew it. Human reproductive cycles are far too slow to satisfy the system's demands. You aliens. Perfect timing. You arrived just as I needed a pillow, with your assistance surviving the apocalypse, and even slaying that colossal aberrant beast is no longer fantasy. Dicang laughed, broad, unrestrained, bent double with mirth. The air vibrated in ways the Lu clan could not comprehend. His words passed unheard, unregistered. To the assembled Lu clan, only two emotions reigned: shock and terror. Priestess Z, the supreme commander of the military branch, the strongest publicly acknowledged warrior beneath the Grand High Priest. Yes, her titles carried qualifiers, but she remained without question a peerless sovereign among millions of Lu clan warriors. Her telepathically controlled black dragon ranked among the finest war beasts ever bred. And yet, that decisive, inevitable strike failed utterly. Worse, this diminutive figure had struck the dragon down from the heavens, crashing it into the earth with a single blow. It defied reason. How could such a fragile frame, weighing less than 100 kilograms, unleash power that dwarfed all scientific logic? No, perhaps not impossible. They had witnessed such transcendental force before. The power of the stellar deities. Attack! Priest Huang could contain himself no longer. Thousands upon thousands of bio-soldiers surged forward in disciplined formation, encircling Dicang completely. 300 razor mantis warriors closed in swiftly, their sit-arms gleaming with lethal frost. Above, Aerobees unleashed volleys of venomous needles, dense as bullet hell, raining down upon Dicang. And Dicang, he stood motionless, stretching, rotating his shoulders, clenching his fists, feeling the 1,000-ton force surge anew through his limbs. His power had surged beyond control once more, overwhelming even the careful mastery he'd painstakingly achieved moments before. But let there be no misapprehension, this did not endanger himself. Rather, it robbed him of precision. His strikes now carried such magnitude that no foe could survive intact. For now, that was his sole limitation. Well, almost sole. Then boom. Dicang launched himself skyward. The ground where he'd stood imploded instantly. Accelerating past Mach 2, he pierced the encirclement in the blink of an eye. The vanguard razor mantis warriors disintegrated, obliterated by speed and force beyond reaction, leaving behind a crimson corridor of pulverized flesh and splintered chitin. By the time Dicang braked, less than a second had elapsed, and he stood 500 meters away. The storm of poison needles had not yet reached the ground. He had already escaped the range of ranged assault. Still, a bit dizzy. Dicang shook his head, remarking lightly. His braking gouged a deep, conspicuous furrow across the earth. At the moment of acceleration, the world blurred, everything flashing past in hyperspeed. At supersonic velocities, hearing ceased to function. Only intuition, vague, elusive, ineffable, remained to guide him. Regrettably, intuition was not Dicang's strength. He could not discern enemies clearly. The world receded in frantic motion. His body registered collisions, but tactile feedback fragmented amid relentless rapid impacts. Only after braking did clarity return. This was the price, the necessary cost. This cheat is absurdly blunt. Dicang muttered aloud, though his tone held no complaint. Merely possessing such an advantage placed him leagues ahead of all others. He was no infant demanding spoon-fed satisfaction. Having shattered through 500 meters of enemy lines, Dicang emerged before the black dragon. Still dazed from its skull-crushing impact, its several thousand in frame only just beginning to stir. Priestess Z had barely re-established her neural link when she saw Dicang. "How did you?" She instinctively began, still disoriented. In the next breath, she severed her telepathic channel, her mind snapping fully alert. Dicang. He hadn't heard a word, nor offered reply. Instead, he tightened his fist and murmured to himself, "Come to think of it, you, this small aberrant beast, should possess innate counterforce chi. So why do you not employ it? Is it refusal or inability?" Whoosh. His form dissolved into afterimages. The real Dicang vanished, reappearing instantly over 100 meters away, executing a sharp deceleration and pivot before landing squarely upon the black dragon's back. His interface displayed the dragon's profile: minor aberrant beast, sacred black flame dragon. Attributes: strength, speed, maneuverability, reflexes, and defense. All rank among the apex of aberrant beasts. No known weaknesses. Possesses specialized sac-like organs storing volatile fluid. Upon expulsion, the fluid ignites instantly, reaching Nerdhausen degree temperatures, and adheres tenaciously to surfaces, accelerating combustion. This dragon's dossier was unusually detailed, unsurprising. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, titans, and angels, mythic lineages from ancient human lore, typically exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. Even oversized pangolin-like creatures, the mountain-sundering beasts, could be hunted by sufficiently numerous and prepared teams. But against dragons of this caliber, run, flee as far and fast as possible. Even then, escape was not guaranteed. In the wild, Dicang, despite commanding a 1,000-ton force, would never dare confront such a creature heathen. But this one was different. Standing atop its back, he felt no familiar counterforce chi, no resistance whatsoever. It was as if he trod upon an ordinary aberrant beast. The situation had transformed entirely. Dicang committed his full might, fingers fused into a razor-sharp blade. He drove it downward, shattering the dragon's armored scales and plunging deep into its flesh, then charged forward, tearing with brutal, unstoppable force. SSSSSS. Great swathes of muscle, sinew, and scale ripped free in a gory cascade. Dragging viscera and armor alike, he sprinted toward the dragon's skull, spilling torrents of crimson across his path. Skin torn away. From the black dragon's back, a massive slab of flesh, along with scales and muscle, was ripped off by Dicang with brute force. The wound stretched from tail to snout, drenching the entire path in gushing, spurting blood. Then Dicang waited for the dragon's cry of agony. But there was none. After all, the purple priest had temporarily severed the dragon's cerebral nerves. He now controlled it like a puppet, directing its movements directly. Only a direct strike to the head could momentarily disrupt his command. Thus, Dicang's assault upon the dragon's back did not even elicit a single roar. In the next instant, locked within his mental wave, the black dragon whipped its colossal tail, nearly as long as its own body, toward Dicang's position with devastating force. Simultaneously, the dragon flapped its vast wings to hover midair, then twisted its foreclaws in an unnatural inverted motion, slicing forward toward Dicang. A three-pronged assault, each strike carrying the weight of 10,000 tons. Dicang knew better than to meet such power heathen. He withdrew with effortless grace, leaping skyward, then planting his foot hard upon the void. Boom! The air itself detonated beneath him. 1,000 tons of force erupted from his soul, transforming the weightless expanse into solid ground beneath his feet. It is widely known that human levitation is in truth no great mystery. So long as the upward thrust generated by stepping on air overcomes both gravity and atmospheric resistance, one may hang suspended in midair. And Dicang, with a single explosive step, he shattered the sound barrier, ringing shockwaves blooming in his wake, as he shot forward like a released arrow exceeding 100 meters per second. Phantom step. Turn. Another phantom step. Plunge downward. Impact. Dicang landed diagonally across the black dragon's immense wing. Truly formidable. Tough, colossal, astonishingly agile. Capable of lifting the dragon's several thousand-ton frame effortlessly through the skies, flying at breathtaking speed. Had this been Dicang of before, the dragon's wings would have flung him off without effort. But now, such a thing was impossible. His toes drove deep into the dragon's scales, anchoring him firmly to the thrashing wing. Then he clenched his fist. Downward smash. Immense force erupted. The scales and flesh caved inward, absurd pressure piercing flesh and driving straight into bone, which then fractured under the 1,000-ton impact, webbed with hairline cracks. Dicang's fists moved with blinding speed, 100 strikes per second each, delivering over 600 tons of force. In less than a second, the dragon's single wing collapsed, bones shattered outright. Then came the cascade. One wing disabled, the other could no longer sustain balance, plummeting them both from the sky. No, it did not fall. On a single wing alone, the black dragon remained airborne. Its flight grew awkward, its speed drastically reduced, but the creature was astonishingly resilient, refusing to crash despite the grievous injury. The purple priest's mental wave locked onto Dicang once more, unwavering, unblinking. He dared not underestimate him for even a heartbeat. He was utterly aghast. In mere seconds, his prized war beast had lost a wing. If this continued, would Dicang dismantle the entire dragon limb by limb? The purple priest seethed with regret. His worst fear had materialized. The answer was simple. The enemy moved too fast, struck too hard. Two raw, unadorned metrics rendered the Lu clan's entire army irrelevant. Even deploying elite war beasts, smaller heterobeasts, proved futile against him. And could this hairless ape truly fly? Why had he never displayed such ability before? No, he did not fly. He walked upon the air by detonating it beneath his feet. Not even walking, more like shattering the air with each step, accelerating past 100 meters per second. The sky had become his stage. At this moment, the purple priest observed Dicang with meticulous precision, his mental wave unbroken, unwavering. And Dicang himself grew ever more adept. His form blurred like a phantom, circling the black dragon at sub-second intervals, evading its wild, desperate attacks. Feeling the gale whip past his skin, claws grazing his flesh, Dicang felt nothing but exhilaration. Even his newly surging strength was rapidly mastered in battle. His aerial maneuvers grew smoother, more instinctive with every leap. Is this what flight feels like? To walk upon the air, so liberating, so free. He murmured aloud. With sufficient strength, treading the void is astonishingly simple. Alas, air's density is far too low. Even at full exertion, my aerial speed barely reaches 1/5 of my ground velocity. Moreover, the physical toll was immense. After dozens of seconds weaving through its onslaught, Dicang evaded another sweeping strike and plunged once more toward the dragon's neck. This time, seizing his chance, he struck again. A brutal blow delivered squarely to the dragon's occiput. Tremendous force pierced scales and sinew, plunging deep into its skull. Its cranium cracked, its brain injured. The dragon convulsed violently with a guttural howl. The purple priest felt his control waver, slipping by at least 80%. Instantly, the black leviathan flailed, its lone wing beating wildly, its tail lashing erratically, while Dicang vaulted upward, landing upright atop the beast. He seized one of the dragon's horns, fused to the skull, razor-sharp and unyielding, both weapon and now steering lever. A handle. You're coming down now. Gripping the horn with both hands, Dicang surged with fury. 1,000 tons of force surged along the horn, instantly overwhelming the dragon's will, dragging it downward in the direction of his pull. Meanwhile, the purple priest fought desperately to reclaim control. Below, onlookers watched in horror as the black dragon veered sharply downward, wings flailing, body spasming, tilting toward the earth. Not a fall, more like a glide. All watched transfixed as the several thousand-ton black leviathan traced an abstract arc across the sky, descending toward the city above. Straight toward countless buildings and towering trees. Thousands of tons plummeting from the heavens, crashing directly into two symmetrical twin academic towers, followed by cataclysmic explosions and collapse. One must admit, a several thousand-ton black dragon is far more devastating than any aircraft. At the moment of impact, Dicang heard only a flood of system notifications. Eliminated multiple sapient beings. Strength 1,448. Strength 985. As the twin towers crumbled, external interface prompts flooded his vision. This startled even Dicang. So this counts toward my tally. Why didn't anyone say so sooner? His excitement flared. During the first tower's demolition, tens of thousands of Lu clan members perished. Yet fewer than 10,000 appeared on his kill count. Clearly, the dragon's breath attack had stolen credit. At the thought, Dicang's blood pressure spiked. Those Lu clan hatchlings, they were your kin. How dare you slaughter your own people so mercilessly, you beast? You've killed more than I have. Do you receive rewards for killing? If not, why bother slaughtering at all? Now Dicang had found the perfect opportunity for recompense. All right then, up we go. Crash that way. Dicang yanked hard. Not on a steering wheel, but on the dragon's horn. And so the black dragon executed an absurd midair pivot, hurtling toward a 100-meter skyscraper built around a colossal central tree. Boom! The great tree snapped cleanly at its trunk. The tower collapsed, countless dead, eliminated multiple sapient beings. Strength 458. Dicang. So few. Baffled Dicang directed the dragon to ram another standard high-rise. This time the feedback surged. Strength 2,558. As the building sheared in half, the upper portion crashed to earth in a storm of dust and debris. Its Lu clan inhabitants were undoubtedly obliterated beyond recovery. Dicang grasped the pattern. The tree-based tower housed far too few people. Better to avoid it entirely. Concrete towers, those were the targets. No mercy, no hesitation. He steered the black dragon straight toward the city's most prominent structures. Thousands of tons of living mass barreled through the metropolis. No building could withstand even a single impact. And thus, Dicang's kill count soared. Strength 2,144. Strength 1833. Strength 1,420. Strength 927. Strength 511. Strength. Dicang noticed the more impacts he delivered, the fewer kills registered. And among the ruins, corpses grew increasingly scarce. The answer was plain. Not a system failure, but a testament to the Lu clan's civilization, a biological and beast-taming society. Warbeast rampages were neither rare nor unforeseen. Especially elite war beasts, smaller heterobeasts, often ran amok in cities, leaving trails of devastation and death in their wake. Hence the city bristled with shelters, numerous hidden, deeply buried. And as time passed, more and more Lu clan citizens vanished underground. Streets emptied, buildings fell silent. Crash! Another tower collapsed beneath the dragon's impact. Yet this time, no notification surfaced. Disappointment flickered across Dicang's face. What a pity. No, one must learn contentment. He glanced at his current total. Strength 25,399. 2,500 tons of striking force. An absurd, staggering figure. How long would it take to amass such power in the outer city? Where could one possibly find so many reckless souls willing to die for such gain? Truly, alien races are generous. Many thanks. Dicang grinned, gripping the horn to steady himself, then raised his right foot and slammed it down. Bang! Human leg strength exceeds arm strength threefold. This stomp, enhanced by martial mastery, delivered over 7,000 tons of force-shattering scales and flesh alike, driving deep into the skull. The black dragon shrieked in agony and plummeted from the sky. Dicang stood firm atop, its head striking again before the descent even stabilized, his foot descending at supersonic speed, crushing the skull anew. Indeed, he needed stability. With Dicang's current strength, even the recoil from punching empty air would send him hurtling uncontrollably into the void. Thus he struck only while gripping, whether man or dragon. Soon under his relentless assault, the dragon's skull splintered, fragmented. Cerebral matter spilled forth, then was pulverized under unimaginable force. The dragon's massive body convulsed violently. Without hesitation, Dicang replicated his earlier hunt, burrowing straight into the dragon's brain, dismantling it from within. Seconds later, the dragon's occiput bulged. Bang! Rupturing under sheer force. A figure landed lightly, clutching a 30-kilogram cephalopod in his hand, the purple priest of the Lu clan. Capturing a Lu clan elite demanded interrogation. Eliminated one sapient being. Strength 1. Dicang. He stared at the mangled, pulpy mass in his palm. It had already burst. My apologies. My strength surged too rapidly. I lost control. A faint trace of remorse crossed his face. He had never intended to kill him. In fact, if possible, he wished to spare every adult Lu clan elite. Though he held no affection for alien races, neither did he harbor ill will. Even if they sought to attack, enslave, or annihilate him, he might feel mild annoyance, but nothing deeper. Like slaughtering a chicken for dinner only to be pecked in retaliation. It's merely misfortune, not cause for hatred. Besides, the Lu clan, a civilization that survived amidst swarming heterobeasts. Their biotechnology alone held extraordinary value. Of course, that was true for the outer city. There even sustenance was scarce. Both beasts and crops bore contamination. Even nutrient paste had to be imported from the inner city. What contamination? The pervasive aura of stellar leviathans. That the Lu clan endured proves their biotech has evolved, at minimum, to counteract such corruption. That alone justified risking diplomacy with them. Diplomacy. A less refined interpretation need not be elaborated upon. Amidst the ruins, Dicang exhaled deeply, his entire body flushed crimson, fresh skin glistening with sweat. It had been a protracted battle. Even Dicang, a fifth-rank mortal realm cultivator, felt fatigue. Though his strength had surged, his stamina remained unchanged. For example, previously delivering 100 maximum effort punches required a full minute before exhaustion set in. Now he could unleash the same barrage in 2 or 3 seconds. In other words, those 2 or 3 seconds consumed as much energy as that entire minute once did. With unchanged endurance, exhaustion was inevitable. Naturally, such exhaustion occurred only during battles beyond his rank. Normally, a casual strike carried 1,000 tons of force. Miniature heterobeasts fell one punch dead, and thousands posed no challenge whatsoever. Stepping over the black dragon's corpse, Dicang scanned the horizon, where the Lu clan's biological army advanced steadily toward him. He could slaughter them too, but such disproportionate cost forward made the endeavor foolish. Without uttering a word, he stomped hard. Boom! A massive crater exploded into the earth, while Dicang vanished from sight, launching himself into the distance as a streak of afterimage. He disappeared swiftly without trace. Silence. The colossal beast, measuring 1,000 meters, opened its eyes, gazing down at the small dragon corpse before it. Beside the black dragon's body lay the crushed remains of the purple priest. The beast's master, the high priest of this branch, looked at the latest report presented by his subordinates, remaining silent. At this moment, as the high priest, he was confronting the fate of his race. You mean to say the purple priest suddenly went mad, controlling the black dragon to wreak havoc in the city, and then committed suicide out of guilt? The high priest stared intently at the essence of the race's fate. As the high priest, he was akin to the son of fate in this branch. Thus, not only could he observe the fate, but he could also utilize techniques to glean relevant information from the fate of his people. He discovered a result. In his view, black tendrils tainted the foundation of the race's fate, remnants of the resentment from the young land race, who died unjustly. It was merely a slight taint. This meager resentment would gradually fade with time, and the high priest did not concern himself with such trivial matters. After all, when that group of young ones was sacrificed as fuel, the gathered resentment was far greater than this, yet it was all completely dispelled. What the high priest cared about was the deaths of 2 major priests in just a few days, causing the race's fate to weaken slightly. Although it seemed the scale had not changed, the growth of the new priests would require time, during which the natural fate of the race would decline and shrink. It's akin to an army losing its general. Before a new general takes command, the fighting capacity of that army will decrease. The essence of the race's fate was thoughtless, operating almost entirely on instinct, thus could not provide the high priest with any human-like answers. After a long while, the high priest had to withdraw from the perspective of fate. He looked at the other priests gathered for the meeting and said, "Surely you have all seen it. The race's fate is unreliable now. If we wish to break the deadlock, we can only rely on ourselves. Unlike before, the invaders are not the stubborn oldtimers of the sea race, nor are they irrational beasts, but beings of equal intelligence to us land dwellers, and extremely powerful." The waves of thought formed bundles delivered precisely. The high priest's words seeped into the minds of every priest present. At this moment, the yellow priest added, "You have all seen the data. You know I have encountered that hairless ape. You must be very careful. That hairless ape is not only cunning and ruthless, but possesses a very special racial ability that can cause our already tamed battle beasts to go berserk. The berserk state of the battle beasts will also affect us, the operators connected to their minds, causing us to lose our sanity. Furthermore, based on the previous combat experience, we have assessed the physical condition of that hairless ape. You can take a good look. It's simply unbelievable that such a creature exists in this world." As he spoke, images from the yellow priest's memory were transmitted through waves of thought, quickly copied and pasted by the other priests. Not only were there images from the previous battle, but also detailed explanations from the researchers. Everyone was familiar with the monkey-like creature, and as for this hairless ape, it didn't seem to differ much in physiological structure. At first, during my initial encounter with it, its punch strength was over 200 tons, and its leg strength exceeded 600 tons. The data was identical to that of the killer who murdered the Red Priest. Previously, after the death of the Red Priest, both he and the mountain-shattering beast had their corpses laid there. By merely studying the surrounding environment and the corpses, one could roughly deduce the killer's shape, height, weight, and strength. From this point, the data aligns. The hairless ape that infiltrated the hatchery is the same one that killed the Red Priest. Then, this hairless ape collapsed an entire teaching building. 10,000 students inside perished, 8 or 9 out of 10. From this moment on, the data for this hairless ape underwent a significant transformation, while other indicators remained unchanged. Its strength data began to increase dramatically. Its punch strength reached 1,000 tons. Its leg strength exceeded 3,000 tons. At full power, its top speed approached 900 meters per second. That's over twice the speed of sound. The expressions of the priests grew serious. While they knew that the hairless ape was powerful only when faced with concrete data, did they grasp its true magnitude. To be honest, such data wouldn't typically be considered terrifying. After all, the battle beasts controlled by the priests could easily exceed 10,000 tons in strength, capable of slapping this hairless ape into a pancake. However, the problem lies in the fact that they cannot hit it. Of course, with just this, they could still stand undefeated, relying on high-level battle beasts. After all, with chi protecting their bodies, the hairless ape cannot break through their defenses. Approaching it poses a danger even to itself. Yet, just the sight of this hairless ape can trigger the berserk state of the battle beasts. To maintain sanity, the purple priest had no choice but to switch to full control. As a result, the battle beasts became instinctually driven, lacking the ability to harness their chi. They simply couldn't manage it. It is precisely because of this that the astonishingly powerful black dragon was breached and subsequently killed by that hairless ape. But that's not the most horrifying part. What's most bewildering is the increase in its strength doesn't seem like a breakthrough of limits, it appears to be a natural enhancement. We have no idea what happened. It inexplicably grew stronger when it killed the purple priest. Its punching power had already surpassed 2,500 tons. The power of its legs exceeded 7,500 tons. Its maximum speed even approached 1,500 meters per second. That's over 4 times faster than sound. The data was glaringly displayed before them. Some priests looked increasingly astonished. But why? How could it strengthen so rapidly? With such a frail body, how can it bear such immense power? Is there no cost at all? Their tone was filled with disbelief and a hint of frustration. Fortunately, it still has weaknesses. Good news. Despite its increase in strength, the reaction speed of this hairless ape remained unchanged, and even its stamina showed no improvement. This may be our opportunity. The yellow priest closed the data with fervent eyes. The other priests turned to look at him. As the only priest who had faced that hairless ape and survived, his words held sufficient reference value. The high priest directly asked, "What do we do?" The yellow priest answered succinctly, "Trap." Far away outside the territory of the land race, Dicang, surrounded by a green glow in a cave, took out his spoils. A container loaded with hundreds of octopus eggs. Or rather, the embryos of the land race. This item is incredibly precious, capable of mass-producing sentient life for himself. Even the external forces are envious. However, when Dicang opened the container, he silently closed the lid again. How should I put it? They were all shaken up. Is the land race's embryo really that fragile? After just a few supersonic battles, how could they turn into mush? Dicang slapped his face, sighing. The plan was poorly thought out. I was so focused on stealing their genetic eggs that I forgot to handle them with care. Since the plan failed, it's better to go back and strategize. With my increased power, leaving this dark abyss is quite easy. I could even fly by stepping on air. But Dicang opened the lid again. He then reached and scooped a bit of egg fluid and placed it in his mouth. His eyes widened. This stuff is quite nourishing. As a martial artist with my meticulous senses, any discomfort from food entering my stomach would rapidly feed back to my brain. Moreover, since the martial Dao race is rigorously selected at the genetic level, their bodies automatically identify toxic substances. After undergoing mandatory education, Dicang can also distinguish whether food is poisonous through various means. Even higher levels of infection and corruption cannot escape his perception. At this moment, his body was telling him, "Good stuff. Nourishing and high in calories. Not much worse than nutritional paste." No wonder the land race appears so normal. It seems they have not been corrupted by the evil gods. At least the unborn young are normal. Dicang's eyes lit up. He never expected that the land race's biotechnology was not the only enticing aspect. Their very essence is pure enough. Great. Now I have no worries about food. Without hesitation, Dicang gulped down a large mouthful, swallowing the egg whites, yolks, and shells together. The martial Dao race's robust digestive capabilities quickly broke it down into substances and energy needed by the body. At this point, his injuries had also mostly healed. Thus, he stood up and began practicing martial arts. Soon, Dicang's mind became focused and tranquil. In this ethereal state, his recently surged power gradually became adept as he practiced the techniques. Thus, day turned to night, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Shifting the focus back to the gathering place of the land race, The dilapidated city was being rebuilt with various oversized insects and animals, their bodies adorned with limbs of different functions, busily working within the city. With the efforts and cooperation of these creatures, the ruins vanished at a visible rate. In their place stood new high-rise buildings. One cannot say that technology doesn't change lives. It has only been a few days, as this city was fervently being rebuilt. A supersonic figure swiftly approached, shattering glass in its wake, leaving behind a piercing shriek that echoed. The figure charged straight towards a towering building. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, and the building was penetrated. The figure maneuvered through the load-bearing columns at the base of the building, not stopping to destroy anything deliberately. Its power was beyond compare. Dicang could simply pierce through, shattering any material. Going back and forth dozens of times, the entire process took less than a minute. In the next moment, the building that housed thousands of land races collapsed with a roar. The busy construction creatures. The land race people at work. The land race children just returning to school. The supervising blue priest. The blue priest, along with his department, was responsible for the construction of land race infrastructure, ecological environment arrangement, and maintenance and food synthesis. As he watched the newly repaired high-rise collapse, he laughed in anger. Enemy attack. The hairless ape is attacking. Sound the alarm. This isn't a drill, this is war. Instantly, the red alarm echoed throughout the city. Within the past few days, the city's residents had undergone multiple drills, swiftly evacuating to underground safety bases. Even so, Dicang moved at an incredible speed, crashing through one load-bearing column after another, watching them collapse under the force of gravity. As the one directly responsible, the external prompt sound flooded the screen. Dicang's strength soared. You have killed multiple sentient beings. Strength 18455. In the next moment, from multiple directions, a massive biological army surged forth. Even small battle beasts over 100 meters long moved with bodies weighing tens of thousands of tons, like moving hills charging forward. So fast to react. Dicang was astonished. The instant the alarm sounded throughout the city, his killing efficiency plummeted. After working hard to demolish dozens of buildings, the land race casualties barely reached 2,000. To note, the land race in this city numbered well over 10 million. Moreover, those land race children lived quite densely. A single building contained not only tens of thousands of students, but also thousands sealed underground as fuel after failing to compete. However, this time, not only was the density drastically reduced, but even the underground children serving as fuel were nowhere to be seen. Such efficiency could easily defeat any country from my past life, truly deserving of being a civilization that survived among the beasts. As the building before him collapsed, Dicang looked out and saw thousands of large spiders unfolding their wings, soaring in the sky. A giant spider over 100 meters in size hung above the city, its 8 eyes glaring hungrily at Dicang. Then, white silk began to form webs from the spitting of thousands of large spiders, covering the sky and pouring down. From all directions, countless poisonous needles shot forth like a rain of arrows, turning the sky black. Thousands of meters away, dense purple fireflies surrounded Dicang, boldly self-destructing. The purple mist spread out in an instant. At this moment, Dicang clearly felt a trap closing in. In just 10 minutes, traps buried throughout the city activated, surrounding him in an extremely short time. All around were saturated strikes that made even a glance send shivers down one's spine. But Dicang glanced at the information from the external prompt. Strength 43855, 4,300 tons of punching power. Thousands of traps, countless targeting. Did they really think I couldn't break through with pure strength? Spiderwebs. Dicang had encountered them before. Transparent ones suspended from the vaulted ceiling, which had previously halted his descent. Woven across the rim of the abyss, they served both to catch falling debris and to intercept birds and beasts. That they had stopped Dicang was sheer coincidence. This time, however, an overwhelming cascade of spiderwebs descended, not transparent, but starkly white. Yet, he did not need to touch them to know. The tensile strength and adhesive potency of these webs likely surpassed those translucent ones by more than a single order of magnitude. His power had surged just moments ago. He felt no fear, but prudence demanded caution. At that thought, Dicang abandoned any notion of confronting them heathen. In the next instant, he stomped hard into the earth. The ground erupted as he launched himself forward at supersonic speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. And before the spiderweb veil could fully descend, a storm of venomous needles struck first. Unlike past skirmishes with local enforcers, Dicang now faced a meticulously coordinated army of the Liu clan. The difficulty had escalated immeasurably, like heaven and earth parted. Thousands of needles screamed through the air faster than sound, each laced with neurotoxic venom calibrated to slay small hetero-beasts. Clearly the Lu clan no longer sought capture, they sought annihilation. Yet before the torrent of venomous darts reached him, Dicang did only one thing. He raised both hands and clapped. Boom! 1,000-ton force detonated. Supersonic clapping unleashed a violent shockwave radiating outward in all directions. Needles nearing his body were violently deflected by the concussive blast scattering chaotically. A saturation volley of venomous darts, utterly nullified. Dicang stood unscathed, yet he halted at the battlefield's edge, hesitation flickering across his features. The reason was simple: ahead lay a vast expanse shrouded in highly corrosive purple mist. The mist itself was trivial, the corrosion it carried catastrophic. At that very moment the earth trembled. Hundreds of centipedes, each over 10 meters long, burst forth from the soil. The instant they beheld Dicang they charged without hesitation, reckless, relentless, suicidal. Dicang's eyes gleamed a prize. In the next breath, as the centipedes lunged, he thrust out his hand, piercing straight through their iron-hard carapaces, burying his wrist deep into pulsing flesh. Gripped tight. Then Dicang swung the creature, full circle. Haji Centipede Cyclone. SSS. A bewildered shriek tore from the centipede's maw. Then instead of threatening Dicang, the 10-meter-long beast spun so violently it blurred into afterimages like a turbine blade. Any burrowing centipede caught in its periphery was instantly obliterated. Moreover, as the creature whirled, gale-force winds erupted, dispelling the dense, creeping purple mist like smoke before a gale. Just when I needed a pillow, someone handed me one. Much obliged. Watching the toxic fog recoil as if repelled by divine will, Dicang broke into a genuine radiant smile. But the next moment his brow furrowed. Something was deeply, profoundly wrong. Then his premonition proved true. A sharp, stinging pain bloomed from his wrist where it rested upon the ground. He flung the centipede aside and opened his palm to reveal droplets of its viscous fluid sizzling into the earth, instantly corroding a crater-like depression. His own palm bore a pallid whitened sheen, like skin seared by concentrated acid. Yet even as the injury appeared, self-repair began. A minor abrasion akin to a scraped knee vanished within seconds. Dicang murmured, "I overestimated you. Had this been his former self, he might well have fallen here." Alas, his defensive resilience had risen in tandem with his strength. That these centipedes' caustic secretions could breach his guard at all was in truth astonishing. Still, it ended there. Clearly their traps lagged far behind his ascension. Then, Dicang tilted his gaze skyward. Above, a blizzard of white spiderwebs loomed. Countless arachnids clinging to the translucent canopy, spinning relentlessly as if determined to drown the entire battlefield beneath silk. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick of supersonic fury. Beyond the piercing shriek of hypersonic displacement, his toe glowed cherry red from aerodynamic heating, its tip exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. Velocity, incandescence, 10th impact. Such a blow would launch mountains and shatter rampaging beasts mid-leap. Before this devastating strike, the descending webnet shattered outright. The resulting shockwave exploded outward like a high-yield detonation, shattering corpses, pulverizing dust, and hurling tattered webs into oblivion. In a single stroke, a radius of dozens of meters stood cleansed, devoid of threat. Yet this was merely the beginning. He raised his eyes toward the sky a kilometer above, where a colossal spider 100 meters long hovered upon a translucent web. Then Dicang bent his knees and pushed off the earth. Like a cannonball leaving its barrel, he shot upward, straight toward the heavens. Giant spider. Propelled like a hypersonic missile, Dicang pierced the sound barrier in an instant. Then, unsatisfied, drove his feet into the air 10 times per second, compressing atmosphere until it detonated, propelling him ever faster. Web barriers ahead shredded layer by layer. Within less than a second, traveling at nearly 6 Mach, Dicang struck the giant spider's extremity, bursting straight through its chitinous hide and plunging deep into its interior. It was like tunneling through rock. Organs, bones, sinew, all collapsed before his forthizanton force as if made of mist. In mere seconds, its skull detonated. Dicang emerged gripping a 100-limbed octopus bursting forth from the ruptured cranium. Elsewhere beyond the battlefield, the clan's high priests watched Dicang's every move. They saw the hairless ape clap once, and the shockwave scatter the deluge of venomous needles. The ambush centipedes laced with potent acid inflicted not a single wound. Even the concealed toxic mist dispersed effortlessly beneath his command. Spider silk, theoretically capable of withstanding thousands of tons of tension, shattered under his assault. Then impossibly he soared skyward and slew the Lu clan's elite war beast, along with the Blue Priest sealed within it. The Blue Priest was captured, not slain. Orange Priest, his closest ally, interjected urgently. I believe he can still be saved. That hairless ape is terrifyingly powerful. Might we negotiate with him? Finally, a pragmatic voice among the Lu clan acknowledged the futility. Continuing this fight promised only ruin. Orange Priest oversaw economics, Blue Priest construction. Their symbiosis ran deep, so naturally Orange Priest's mind turned to alternative solutions. Rather than sacrifice more lives, why not open dialogue? Yet, absolutely forbidden. A mountain-sized silhouette loomed closer. It was Jinshin gigantic rhinoceros, a top-tier war beast weighing tens of thousands of tons. From it emanated a wave of telepathic frustration, that solitary hairless ape. So monstrously powerful, what horror must his entire species wield? If he escapes and reports our existence, our future shall be besieged by legions upon legions of such apes. He must not live, absolutely not. Not only must he die, but his flesh and blood shall be cloned, spawning an invincible legion of hairless apes. At those words, Orange Priest recoiled inwardly. Recognizing the speaker, he fell silent. This was no orange, red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, or violet priest, but the Black Priest, the darkest, most ruthless among them, the clan's shadow hand, willing to do anything for its prosperity. Black Priest, blessed by ancestral fortune and commanding the Jinshin gigantic rhinoceros, his martial prowess rivaled, even subtly surpassed, that of the Violet Priest who controlled the sacred Black Flame Dragon. His decree was tantamount to the collective will of the clan, the embodiment of destiny itself. Even the High Priest rarely dared contradict him openly. Very well, we follow your lead. Black Priest, what is your plan? Almost instantly, a black serpent hundreds of meters long, its body bristling with centipede-like legs, slithered beside the rhinoceros. Its speaker was the Lu clan's chief scientist, the Green Priest, master of genetic engineering and biological research. His serpent was both an elite war beast and a bioengineered marvel. Perfect timing. Black Priest commanded gravely, deploy every last prototype from your laboratories. Even if we reduce this entire city to rubble, that hairless ape must die. Are you certain? Green Priest chuckled darkly. Millions of hatchlings will perish by my hand. How then shall we fulfill this year's sacred offering? If quantity fails, quality shall suffice. Should this city truly become ash, our next offerings must be drawn from the clan's elite themselves. Then grievance will coalesce into tangible malice, and ancestral fortune may take decades to recover. Our expansion across the continent would falter irreparably. How then shall you explain this to the other branches, and to the main branch itself? Green Priest, the consummate technocrat, spared no one, not even deities, in debate. To him, social graces meant nothing. Only empirical results mattered. Yet his argument held weight. Simple, I shall sacrifice myself. Black Priest declared resoundingly, I propose it. I bear full responsibility. In the next offering, I shall step forward as the primary sacrifice and return the blessings of ancestral fortune, minimizing grievance to the utmost. Thus, should wrath arise, it shall fall solely upon me. I shall shoulder every consequence. At those words, even Green Priest fell silent. True to his nature, Black Priest embraced extremes for the clan's survival. Even self-immolation held no terror for him. Orders were issued. Annihilation protocol activated. Unlike the technology of his past life, the Lu clan was a biological civilization, one grotesquely distorted, for their science had not been earned through study, but bestowed by a malevolent deity. In mass production, they could field a living army overnight. A razor mantis could cleave stone as easily as tofu and sprint at 50 meters per second. In his former world, such creatures would dominate urban warfare, unstoppable. Furthermore, environment-adapted bioconstructs allowed the Lu clan to reshape terrain and erect structures at will. Against micro or small heterobeasts, they slaughtered with the ease of harvesting melons. Yet in area denial weaponry, their science lacked nuclear fission or fusion, leaving only one path to amplify destructive yield. Overloading the payload. Back to the present. Catapults ready. Fire. At the battlefield's edge, a spherical, crimson glowing organism, weighing several tons, launched skyward under immense ballistic force. Instantly, Dicang's hair stood on end. Following his instinctive dread, he glimpsed a blazing red mass growing brighter, arcing through the air toward him. Hurtling straight for his position. What is that? His pupils contracted, then recognition flashed bioluminescent self-destruct beetles. Those beetles were no larger than wash basins, yet their explosive bio-oil could scorch surfaces up to 100 meters away, adhering like napalm. A micro-heterobeast struck once would lose half its vitality. These, clearly their evolved successors. You are finished. Blue Priest, captive in Dicang's grasp, etched words in the air with psychic force, voice icy. Our resolve is absolute. We will pay any price to eradicate you here. Capturing me serves no purpose. We do not bargain with terrorists. Indeed, Blue Priest was conversing directly with Dicang. Clearly he had learned from Qing M855 that Dicang possessed rudimentary fluency in the Lu tongue. Simple exchanges posed no obstacle, though communication remained strictly textual. Fine, you've got grit, Dicang conceded, impressed, then crushed the 100-limbed octopus in his fist. Killing a sentient being. Strength 1. Discarding the corpse, he ignored the encroaching purple mist, held his breath, and fled at blinding speed. Yet, above, they unfurled wings midair, gliding 10,000 meters toward Dicang, then plummeted like guided missiles. Boom. Blinding light detonated. Fireballs erupting skyward, scalding bio-oil igniting and spreading hundreds, no thousands, of meters outward, instantly transforming the landscape into an inferno. It wasn't one explosion, it was hundreds. Total saturation bombardment. And more. The entire swath of purple mist ignited simultaneously. More violent than any dust explosion, the mist detonated across kilometers, shockwaves and thermal blasts radiating outward like a missile barrage. Nearby towers collapsed instantly. Dust and shrapnel mushroomed skyward. Even the earth itself, saturated with burning fuel, melted into incandescent magma, hot enough to liquefy steel. Amidst the cataclysmic shockwave and searing heat, a figure leapt forth. It was Dicang, now charred black, his body riddled with wounds. The explosion engulfed nearly half the city, scorching not only the ground, but turning the very heavens into an infernal sea of fire. Torrents of blazing rain descended like celestial conflagration. Of violent detonations birthed towering mushroom clouds, while seismic tremors hurled colossal plumes of ash high into the sky, swallowing the entire metropolis in a suffocating shroud. Even the bioluminescent moss surrounding the area was seared away. Visibility plummeted beneath the choking haze. Dicang somersaulted midair and slammed onto the earth, carving a furrow over dozens of meters before grinding to a halt. Shockwaves and shrapnel lacerated his skin, and the searing, bone-deep heat, capable of melting steel, cauterized his flesh as it burned. Dicang convulsed violently, forcibly expelling the incendiary fuel clinging to his surface, and even embedded deep within his body, sending sparks erupting in all directions. HSSSS. He drew in a sharp, scalding breath. Cough, cough, cough. He nearly choked on the searing air. Superheated air scorched his lungs, only to be pulled back from the brink by his innate regenerative force. That at least was manageable. What troubled him far more was that this breath brought no clarity to his mind. Instead, his thoughts grew hazier still. Something was deeply, profoundly wrong, 12 times over. This was unmistakably hypoxia. Only then did he realize, in the swirling, omnipresent ash, the very air had become thick with toxic residue, its oxygen utterly consumed by the inferno. Injury, a trivial matter. Under the regenerative power of his undying and unperishing talent, these seemingly grievous wounds failed to strike at his core, and were already healing visibly rapidly before his eyes. Yet Dicang faced more than mere injury. He faced suffocation. Damn the Lu clan. Those self-detonating insects packed more devastation than thermobaric warheads. In their saturation bombardment, they incinerated not just structures, but the very oxygen in the air. The bombardment itself was merely a feint. The true killing stroke lay here, now. In that instant, Dicang's bloodlust for urban slaughter evaporated. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and thrust. The earth exploded outward, dispersing the surrounding ash. Dicang launched like a cannonball. Yet the air, already dense with resistance, now thickened further into coarse abrasive particulates. At supersonic velocity, those particles struck his body with brutal force, inflicting agony akin to 1,000 slow cuts upon his already ravaged flesh. His entire face contorted in torment. Yet still he surged forward at full speed, covering nearly 2 kilometers per second, until the world blurred beyond recognition in his field of vision. Obstacles along his path shattered under sheer impact. With each explosive stride, his mind grew heavier, cloudier, on the verge of collapsing where he stood. Wait. No. Dicang suddenly realized, though his cognition was muddled, a sliver of lucidity remained, as if he'd pulled 3 all-nighters and could barely keep his eyes open. Still, his consciousness hadn't fully shut down. It clung precariously to the razor's edge of viability. Ah, I see. He abruptly halted, then deliberately minimized his bodily energy expenditure. Instantly, the mental fog began to recede. Clarity returned. His intellect reasserted dominion. It was undying and unperishing. Though ranked only a tier, this talent was truly undying and unperishing, not merely rapid regeneration. His regenerative capacity paled beside dedicated healing talents. But what of his undying nature? He realized when his physiological functions dropped to critical levels, this undying and unperishing talent would forcibly stabilize his life force, locking his vitals at the brink of death. And from that stabilized state, it would slowly restore his vitality. Should damage outpace recovery, death would be absolute, no exceptions. Conversely, survival remained possible. Only then did Dicang grasp that whether facing oxygen deprivation, dehydration, or starvation, this undying and unperishing talent could at the very least hold his life in precarious suspension. Upon realizing this, Dicang collapsed instantly, flat onto the ground. Did it work? Black Priest asked, voice trembling with excitement. This barrage had reduced half the city to rubble. Ash hung thick and impenetrable over the entire metropolis. Though the Liu clan's technology had yet to breach the atomic realm, and nuclear weapons remained beyond their reach, their arsenal below that threshold was devastatingly abundant. More than sufficient. Under saturation bombardment, could any survivor remain? The priests waited, restless and uncertain. This operation's trap was never concealed. It relied instead on audacious sacrifice. After such a barrage, how many of their own kin would perish needlessly? At the cost of half a city, surely he could not have survived. Gradually, the ash began to settle. As all new air flows, Black Priest deployed legions of bioengineered creatures to scout the ruins, swarms of living weapons combing the wreckage for signs of life. Yet they found nothing, except their own people sheltering in place. Could he truly be reduced to ashes? Orange Priest speculated. The thermobaric detonation of those self-igniting insects reaches temperatures capable of melting steel. Perhaps even his bones were vaporized. At those words, Green Priest and Black Priest turned sharply incredulous. Who taught you to read? Did you cheat your way through every doctrinal examination? 2 sentences left Orange Priest speechless. Fine, he won't die easily. Even if he did, he'd leave behind a complete corpse. That hairless ape is stubborn as granite. Orange Priest bristled. I was just trying to lighten the mood. His voice cut off abruptly as a deep, resonant tremor surged from a kilometer behind them. In the next instant, earth buckled upward, rupturing violently. Dicang erupted from beneath the ground, appearing directly behind the enemy's main force. Worth every meter I dug. So you're the ones dropping bombs. Dicang roared, emerging from the soil, with fury boiling over. Most of his injuries had already healed, but having just clawed his way up from the depths, he appeared ragged, disheveled, like a beggar risen from the grave. Before him stretched hundreds of small-scale mutant beasts, and encircling them swarms of biological logistical units. Beyond them loomed unfamiliar machinery, and finally arrayed across the horizon tens of thousands of lightly armored Liu clan soldiers. The priest's commands were executed by these forces. By doctrine, each Liu clan soldier commanded 10 biosoldiers. As for neural-controlling small mutants, that was reserved for elite troops only. Yet to Dicang in this moment, all distinctions dissolved. Biolegions, mutant beasts, Liu clan soldiers alike were all naked before him, unarmored, exposed, vulnerable. Kill. Without pause, without mercy, he struck. His form became a whirlwind, needing no precise aim, merely sweeping across the battlefield, leaving countless lives extinguished in his wake. Biolegions shattered into scattered fragments. Small mutants fell without resistance. Dicang needed only a single punch to flatten one into a grotesque 2-part pancake. As for the Liu clan themselves, their bodies proved even more fragile than the biolegions. Their innate psychic abilities, negligible, practically non-existent. Wherever Dicang passed, bursts of multicolored blood and severed limbs exploded outward, his mind flooded with a relentless cascade of system notifications. The vision shifted from blurry to exquisite. Dicang came to a halt, his body still radiating temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, burning away all the dirt on him. He paused and looked back. All that remained behind him was the devastation left in the wake of his rampage. Dicang's actions were simple. He had pushed the energy limit of immortal and indestructible self-healing to its peak, then dug a tunnel underground leading to the outside world. Then he erupted from the ground, unleashing a massacre. The result was, kill multiple sentient beings. Power 6311 power surged once more. The efficiency was far lower compared to casually destroying a building in the city. The Land Clan had an army, true, but it mostly consisted of mindless biological troops. The Land Clan itself was only a small part. Thus, even though the battlefield appeared littered with blood and dismembered limbs, in reality the dead from the Land Clan numbered less than 10,000. Dicang glanced at the power granted to him by the external enhancement. Power 50167 him, he had already surpassed the 5,000 mark. However, unlike before, he did not feel overly excited. Was it because the threshold had been raised? Perhaps. But more than that, it was a sense of regret for the destruction of his own assets. I speak now, you are all elites, all talents. I do not wish to take your lives. Dicang sighed and spread his hand, saying, since you sacrifice millions of your own kin to the evil god every year, rather than letting the evil god benefit from it, why not offer it to me instead? You must understand this planet has only a few years left to live. Your evil god may not save you from the apocalypse, but I am different. Submit to me, and I can genuinely save your lives. On the battlefield filled with death, the surviving members of the Land Clan looked at the eloquent Dicang, speechless. Oh right, there's a language barrier. What a pity. His expression of persuasion faded. Then the killing intent reasserted itself. Dicang did not lie. He genuinely did not wish for these elites of the Land Clan to suffer damage. After all, the external enhancement placed no requirements on sentient beings regarding their strength or age. Moreover, the young of the Land Clan were as numerous as the stars. Those who survived the assessments were the cream of the crop. These elites, after years of cultivation and learning, naturally became the best of the best. Each death was a loss for him. It should be known that in the realm of martial artists, nurturing subordinates was both reasonable and legal. A powerful warrior always had a group of alien subordinates. This group of centipede-like octopuses possessed biological technology and an extremely strong reproductive ability. Not taking them as subordinates would be a massive loss. Unfortunately, there was no way. Unless he displayed an even greater power, he could not seize their faith from the evil god, and the matter of subjugation would naturally be out of the question. Therefore, Dicang kneeled again. In an instant, his hair stood on end, his entire body feeling as though it were being pricked by needles. It was a sense of impending crisis. The next moment, he suddenly leaped into the air. A blazing white beam erupted from 10,000 meters away, transforming into a massive band of light that instantly covered the spot where Dicang had been standing. Not only that, the beam was incredibly thick, sweeping across the battlefield and engulfing everything in its path. The biological army within, as well as various bloody remains, all were instantly vaporized into ashes. The thick beam shot upwards, resembling an indestructible sword, slicing through and obliterating everything in its path into dust. As for Dicang, at that moment he had just knelt and leaped, propelling himself over a kilometer, crashing through layers of transparent spider webs. That thick beam swept perilously close beneath him. No, wait. Dicang looked down. His knees slowly began to throb with a tingling sensation. Following that came the pain, and the blood gushing from the wound. Hiss! Damn it, it wasn't his knees that were the problem. It was that he had only his knees left. Below his knees it was as if something sharp had severed them cleanly. Blood poured from the smooth cut. In an instant, Dicang concentrated his mind, tensing his muscles to staunch the bleeding. But he was completely dazed. What happened? Wasn't the technology they relied on biological? Where did the laser come from? No, wait, it wasn't a laser. At least a laser would be hot, and the wound would be charred, not severed. The recent attack resembled something out of a textbook. A bad premonition surged in Dicang's mind. Stuck in the transparent spider web, he looked towards the source of the attack, 10,000 meters away. Within the distant canyon, a massive head emerged, its giant eye fixated on him. Then under the intense gaze, the enormous body slowly rose from the canyon, eventually revealing its towering stature as high as Mount Tai. Rumbling, the ground trembled under the movement of the monster. Countless stones fell from the cliffs as the indescribable creature, devoid of shape, race, or features, emerged from the canyon. Its gaze, locked on Dicang, was filled with unmasked killing intent. Medium-sized exotic beast corrupted bone dragon evolved to a medium-sized exotic beast. Its divine bloodline has nearly vanished, and it can only be recognized by its appearance, which echoes its former divine bloodline traits. The bone spines of the corrupted bone dragon possess extreme corrosive properties. If one is accidentally scratched by its bones, they must immediately discard the injured part to prevent the spread of toxicity. Moreover, the panel displayed a detailed introduction. Dicang glanced at it a few times before shutting it down. As expected, medium-sized exotic beast. Just as small exotic beasts correspond to the extraordinary realm, medium-sized exotic beasts naturally correspond to the transformation realm. And although the two are merely one realm apart, the difference is like heaven and earth. The most significant feature was internal energy. From 10,000 meters away, upon seeing Dicang, this medium-sized exotic beast was activated. Its killing instincts ignited as it charged out of the canyon recklessly. It was a distorted dragon. Not the Western dragon with wings like a lizard, but rather an Eastern dragon resembling a snake with 5 claws protruding from its belly. However, unlike the impression from his previous life, this dragon was nearly 2,000 meters long, twisted, as if it were a tightly wound cloth with greenish-white hard-bone spines growing from its twisted seams. Its face was even more ferocious, clearly resembling a dragon. It had only a single massive eye occupying the upper half of its face. The corrupted bone dragon gazed at Dicang, eagerly opening its massive maw filled with fangs, and then a blinding beam of light began to condense within. From the condensing beam, cold sweat poured down Dicang. He sensed an unparalleled sense of death crisis. That was the characteristic of the transformation realm as well as that of medium-sized exotic beasts, internal energy. Mortal realm circulating blood and chi. And beyond the mortal realm commanding chi force. In transcendent mortal realm mastering internal chi. In blood and chi reside within the body. Chi force envelopes the surface, internal chi. Can project beyond the body with tremendous power, akin to the blade, chi, or sword, chi depicted in martial arts novels of his past life. It may also condense into beams or spheres launched as long-range projectiles. If chi force transforms the entire body into a weapon, it still suffers from the ancient maxim, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Internal chi, however, transcends this limitation through its ability to project externally, liberating cultivators entirely from dependence on physical weapons. Then what of medium-tier aberrants? It is nothing short of a qualitative leap. Just now, the rot-bone dragon maw opened its maw. Dicang slammed his right hand downward with utmost force. An overwhelming recoil erupted instantly, and he tore through the translucent spiderweb and shot backward in retreat. The next instant, less than half a second later, 10,000 meters away, a pillar of condensed internal chi blazed forth like a laser beam, striking with supersonic velocity exceeding 20 Mach. It pierced the exact spot where Dicang had stood moments before, then unceasing the pillar angled upward and bored deep into the cliffside's inner wall, driving ever deeper. And carving a bottomless tunnel. And this is the terrifying might of a medium-tier aberrant. And whereas small-tier aberrants remain hindered by excessive mass, slowing their movement and rendering them vulnerable to kiting by martial cultivators. Medium-tier aberrants, now equipped with long-range offensive capability, may launch artillery-grade strikes from tens of thousands of meters, sniping cultivators with lethal precision. Just as Dicang was. A mere glancing sweep of internal chi, scraping his leg, reduced both legs below the knees to mist. And had he not evaded in time, even a single drop of blood would have been a miracle. Now observe Dicang. Knees severed legs sent him plummeting earthward. He made no futile show of valor. Instead, he braced both hands against the ground and swung himself sideways, and fled without hesitation. Yet the rot-bone dragon maw refused to let him go. In the kilometer-long monstrosity advanced toward Dicang, not with haste, but with deliberate earth-shaking slowness, dragging its 30-million-ton mass behind it. In Shryak, it moved. Flat draconic claws sprouted magically from its abdomen, striking the earth. Not one, but dozens, hundreds of such claws erupted in an instant across its abdominal expanse alone. Meanwhile, vast swathes of rotting bone along its body transformed into insectoid segmented limbs, dense clusters of appendages striking the ground, lifting and propelling its colossal frame forward at startling speed. The movement of a 30-million-ton behemoth sent Black Abyss trembling like an earthquake, The rot-bone dragon maw's wrathful roar shook the land, unleashing violent gales that surged outward for tens of thousands of meters. Faraway priests within the city watched this spectacle, and their hearts seized with awe. And the orange priest trembled with excitement. It is the grand priest. And the black priest shuddered inwardly, and our clan's sovereign war beast. And the green priest groaned. Has the grand priest lost his mind? That is the sovereign war beast. Even the grand priest can only maintain a symbiotic bond, not full control. And faced with that hairless ape, wouldn't it erupt into uncontrollable fury? And at these words, the two priests beside him finally grasped the truth. Yes indeed. Unlike ordinary war beasts, the sovereign war beast, a medium-tier aberrant, may freely reshape its form, adding new organs, is as instinctive as breathing. No, more than instinct. It possesses no true vital weak point, and thus no true brain for the grand priest to dominate. Therefore the grand priest's sole recourse is to dwell within the sovereign war beast's body, guiding and soothing it through carefully modulated chemical secretions. Precisely for this reason, even as that hairless ape wrought havoc in the Liu clan dared not deploy their sovereign war beast. And should it be provoked into berserk rage, it could obliterate an entire branch lineage down to the last stone. And precisely for this reason, this unmastered medium-tier aberrant retained its innate mastery of internal chi. And the grand priest acts with profound intent. And the black priest suddenly understood. Observe. Fleeing the sovereign war beast's pursuit, the hairless ape was forced deep into black abyss. And naturally the sovereign war beast followed in pursuit. Yet even as he spoke, his voice quavered. And for if that hairless ape simply reversed course, rushing headlong into the city, then onward to others, this entire branch lineage would be doomed. In truth, the grand priest's ambush gambled everything, every life, every legacy, on this single strike. And the outcome? And though the ambush failed, the result remained favorable. Now at least the hairless ape had fled. And surely, having lost both legs, he would struggle to survive the sovereign war beast's relentless pursuit. Perhaps. And the three priests gazed into the distance. And the sovereign war beast crawled low across the earth, its body jetting torrents of internal chi backward, propelling itself to astonishing speed. A 30-million-ton mass moving faster than sound, approaching triple Mach, covering a full kilometer each second. Yet that hairless ape, even limbless, seemed to outrun it. And this is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. And preposterous, the very notion. That is a medium-tier aberrant. A being rivaling the transcendent mortal realm, and surpassing even standard cultivators of that realm by half a tier. Dicang sprinted inverted on his hands, arms a blur of motion, the landscape streaking past in reverse, darting through rubble fields, using shattered terrain to conceal his path. Yet the sovereign war beast's hatred was not so easily shed. And from behind came violent tremors. And roar. Furious bellow, followed by sweeping internal chi bombardment. The rot-bone dragon maw slowed, its momentum replaced by dense coalescence of internal chi within its colossal maw, aimed squarely at the hiding place Dicang had just vacated. The next breath, a compressed sphere of internal chi roared forth, faster than any intercontinental missile, striking the rubble pile deadened. Boom! And like a nuclear detonation, the massive sphere exploded, shattering everything within a kilometer radius. And the shockwave surged violently outward, devastating all within 10,000 meters, enshrouding the surroundings in a choking cloud of dust and debris. And where then was Dicang? And had he been atomized upon impact? Within the rot-bone dragon maw's body, psychic waves expanded, vast, omnipresent, emanating from the grand priest, scanning 10,000 meters in every direction. And there the kilometer-long beast turned left and right, pondering whether its quarry had perished and whether its hatred would soon fade. And found him. The hairless ape is there. And the grand priest's psychic command resonated directly within the rot-bone dragon maw's consciousness. Swish! It snapped its head around, locking eyes upon a lone figure slipping stealthily through the smoke-covered distance kilometers away, moving just beneath sonic speed. And roar. And without hesitation it reared back and gathered power. And another sphere of internal chi erupted, blasting a kilometer-wide swath into utter ruin. Boom, boom, boom. The black abyss seemed to be undergoing a continuous series of nuclear explosions. Intense mushroom clouds rose from the distance, and the ground trembled as if in an earthquake, with colossal shadows faintly visible amid the smoke. The culprit behind this apocalyptic scene was the internal energy bomb of the corrupted bone demon dragon. At the moment of detonation, the internal energy transforms into fierce winds that spread out in all directions, slicing everything within 1,000 meters into shreds. As for the shockwave, it expands at supersonic speed with waves powerful enough to cover a radius of 10,000 meters, blowing everything in the vicinity either away or toppling it. As for the explosive fireball and mushroom cloud, they were merely byproducts of the relentless bombardment. Within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters, there was not a single intact place left. The corrupted bone demon dragon was undeterred, lying down and rolling and writhing with its nearly 30,000 tons of massive body. Instantly, under the unimaginable immense pressure, the surrounding environment, the ravaged ruins were once again finely ground into dust by the corrupted bone demon dragon. All hiding places turned to dust, even underground. Under the weight of 30,000 tons from the corrupted bone demon dragon, anything daring to remain underground would be flattened. So powerful. This scene evoked a sentiment from the high priest guiding the corrupted bone demon dragon. This fellow was never this insane during hunts. It turns out that when the clan's battle beast goes wild, its destructive power exceeds my imagination. Indeed, this is the true power of a medium-sized battle beast. When it goes all out, it can genuinely destroy an area of tens of thousands of meters into dust. Its massive body alone, when in motion, could not be opposed even by the combined strength of the entire land tribe. Meanwhile, the high priest's thought waves expanded. His spiritual scan reached 10,000 meters away. At this moment, there were no traces of any movement in the sky, underground, or elsewhere. Is he dead? The high priest activated the observation perspective, trying to find the answer from the clan's fortune. However, his question only invited greater confusion. Why are you allowing the clan's battle beast to go berserk? Now is not the time for military drills. The high priest. I shouldn't have expected too much from you. Retracting his gaze, he felt utterly bewildered. He initially thought the enemy had shielded themselves from the exploration of fortune, but unexpectedly, even if that fellow was defeated or dead, the clan's fortunes showed no change. It still appeared as if it were in its prime, as if the future were bright, showing no signs of having been invaded. And back in reality, roar, the corrupted bone demon dragon was still howling crazily. Once again entering a state of rage, it was not so easily quelled. Not only was it scanning the surroundings, but it was also gathering compressed internal energy into a cannon, and when its gaze turned to the distant cities of the land tribe, waves of murderous intent surged within. Good, he is already dead. You did well, very well. Let's go back and take a nap. The high priest quickly sent out waves of thought to soothe it. Thankfully, despite its fearsome appearance, the corrupted bone demon dragon was ultimately just a mindless beast. After a series of soothing thoughts, its killing intent gradually receded. Then it began to move, dragging its 30,000 tons of weight slowly towards the canyon. In the city, many observing from the land tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The clan's battle beast was not angry. If it were even slightly displeased, a mere tantrum could easily cause tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of casualties for the land tribe. Upon witnessing the clan's battle beast return to the canyon, a messenger from the high priest arrived, delivering the command of the highest leader of this branch. Come, let's hold a small meeting. In the black abyss, a place where no one could probe. There was no green moss emitting light, only endless darkness. The earth bulged, and then a hand pierced through the ground from below. Following that, an entire body connected to the arm emerged. Dicang burst forth from the earth. At this moment, he was covered in gravel and dirt, with tiny stones sticking to dried blood, almost melding with his broken body. If there had been a light source, one would see that Dicang's legs were not merely amputated below the knees. Even his other arm hung limply like a rag. His entire body was riddled with wounds deep enough to see bone, with his skeletal and internal organs over half damaged, and one eyeball, along with half his face, seemed to have been forcibly gouged out, leaving behind a horrific hollow and facial bones. Bursting forth from the earth, he greedily breathed in the air, his brain reawakening with the influx of oxygen. Ha! Ha ha! Despite being severely injured, Dicang still laughed. He collapsed to the ground, and even with his remaining eye open, he could only see the pitch-black darkness where he couldn't even stretch out his hand. So close. So close, he was about to die at the hands of that medium-sized beast. Under the internal energy cannon, that thing exploded less than 100 meters from him, its power comparable to facing a nuclear bomb. No, the shockwave from a nuclear bomb would first push a person away. But when the internal energy cannon detonated, what first descended was the fierce wind capable of slicing rocks into dust. Only then came the unreasonable shockwave. In an instant, Dicang was left with countless injuries. He was then hurled several thousand meters away along with a massive amount of debris due to the shockwave. During this process, he lost an arm and an eye. To be honest, this was fortunate. If he had been less than 10 meters from that internal energy cannon, he would have been blown to bits without a trace. Now his narrow escape relied solely on his outrageous defensive power and a great talent undying. Thankfully, it allowed him to dig a tunnel and escape while the corrupted bone demon dragon rampaged everywhere, even in the depths of hundreds of meters underground with no light or oxygen. The talent ensured that he wouldn't suffocate to death, and he wouldn't bleed to death due to his severely injured body. And when that colossal monster rolled around, trampling the ruins ravaged by the internal energy cannon, Dicang had already slipped away several kilometers outside using one hand to dig a tunnel. The information gap. If it hadn't been for his talent keeping him alive, he would have long been dead. If the enemy had known about his talent's abilities and had plowed through the area a few more times, perhaps he would have been crushed to death. In any case, he successfully withdrew and survived. He laughed for a while, and his laughter gradually ceased. Around him, the rustling sounds grew ever closer. In the darkness, a blind, venomous snake approached, coiling its several-meter-long body, suddenly lunging towards Dicang. Bang! The blind, venomous snake's head instantly exploded. Dicang retracted his fist, the smile gone, and his gaze fierce. I was too arrogant. Facing those aberrations, I actually thought of long-term development, nurturing subordinates, and repeatedly showing mercy to them. What am I? A mere martial artist of the mortal realm, garbage and waste in the embryonic stage of martial civilization. How dare I show mercy in front of aberrations? I was too greedy, hoping for future returns while investing in present resources. Damn it, what am I? Am I even worthy of investment? Even a worthless being struggling to survive is worthy of development. It's already difficult enough to survive, yet I still think about the future. It seems I was still influenced by the memories and values of my past life, unable to forget my roots deeply. Dicang realized he was wrong. He was wrong to consider himself a person. However, in the realm of martial artists, mortal realm warriors are not considered people. In terms of civilization, mortal realm warriors can only be regarded as embryos. Only extraordinary realm warriors are considered infants. And the unborn embryo has no rights. Not treating himself as an embryo striving to live, and still thinking of himself as a person wanting to conquer aberrant races and turn them into subordinates, claiming that the land tribe would be his valuable asset in the future. Assets? Do you even have the right to hold money? Dicang dragged his crippled body, using echoes to ascertain the surrounding environment, and then silently began to dig with one hand. A cave soon took shape. He entered the cave casually, lifting a rock to block most of the entrance. Then he closed his eyes. The sacrifice has been advanced. In Grand High Priest Y, in below the canyon, a kilometer-long beast slumbered in deep repose. And the remaining priests had been summoned and gathered together. Confronted with the Grand High Priest's proposal, Orange Priest voiced his confusion first. That hairless ape is already dead. Our clan should enter a period of rest and recovery. Indeed, I had even planned to recommend postponing the sacrifice. Then why advance it? Ni's words drew nods of agreement from the assembled priests. 3 priests from this entire branch lineage had perished. Civilian casualties and losses among the young were severe. Even the clan's sovereign war beast had been personally deployed. Such staggering losses were incurred merely to slay that hairless ape. And to forego proper recuperation was grave enough. But to accelerate the sacrifice, how heavy would the people's resentment become? And would our clan's celestial fortune not become tainted? And if the main branch demanded accountability, how would we respond? Observe. And the Grand High Priest distributed a research dossier to the assembly. It contained comprehensive data on the hairless ape, from their initial encounter through to the moment he appeared to die. And he grows stronger, declared the Grand High Priest solemnly. Moreover, relevant departments have already identified the precise pattern governing his ascension. Each time he directly kills one of our kin, even an insignificant infant, his power surges. In such a short span, he attained this level of might solely due to this unique ability. And at these words, the priests leaned in, closely scrutinizing the data and cross-referencing each entry meticulously. To their astonishment, the Grand High Priest's claim proved irrefutably true. The hairless ape truly grew stronger through slaughter. I endorsed the Grand High Priest's proposal. And Black Priest spoke with grim gravity. Though that executioner, the hairless ape, is dead, let us not forget. He belongs to an entire race, a sentient species equal to our own. And if a single hairless ape could inflict such catastrophic losses upon us, what then of many? Should they learn that killing our kin grants them power, and what unspeakable nightmare shall descend upon the Lu clan? At this the priests finally grasped the implication. Nind, he was not alone, he had a whole race behind him. And the reason no others had appeared was simple. This particular hairless ape, driven by greed, had withheld intelligence about the Lu clan from his own kind. He reveled in the euphoria of gaining strength through massacre, and naturally he wished no rivals to share in that bounty. And as for how he derived power from slaughter, unknown, unclear, incomprehensible. And the star gods scattered across the cosmos are countless. Perhaps his race worships some celestial deity who bestows power through ritualized bloodshed. Even the Sea clan possesses analogous capabilities, and though astonished by the hairless ape's peculiarity, none regarded it as fundamentally unscientific. Indeed, acceptance came swiftly. In strength gained through slaughter. Yet no power accrues from slaying war beasts or biomechanical constructs. Only the death of our own kin triggers augmentation. What is the condition? Sentience in a race so extreme exists in the world. It is nothing less than the antithesis of wisdom. The Lu clan cannot tolerate it, and the priests debated fervently, their psychic waves trembling with agitation. Ultimately, the Grand High Priest calmed them and declared, "Do not panic. The research institutes have developed a predictive model. If their race draws power from mutual slaughter, their population must be exceedingly scarce. Self-annihilation for power is inevitable under such a paradigm. And, secondly, the hairless ape possesses pronounced vulnerabilities. He is not strong." And these words struck the assembly like thunder. And not strong. Means single combat, not a single priest present could match him. In group assault, even armies could not contain him. And across the entire branch lineage, only the Grand High Priest's sovereign war beast, and the Grand High Priest himself, could slay that hairless ape. "You call him weak, and strength is relative," replied the Grand High Priest. "Even were he tenfold, or 100-fold, more powerful, he could never stand against our sovereign war beast. By extension, his entire race likely possesses limited might. After all, apes are mammals, with prolonged gestation periods and births restricted to mere handfuls of offspring. Their reproductive efficiency is abysmally low. Even if they augment themselves through mutual slaughter, given their scarcity and the strict requirement of killing sentient beings. Even at peak strength, these hairless apes cannot rise far, and is that truly the case?" Green priests suddenly understood, of course. Primate reproduction is catastrophically inefficient, and compounded by their ritualized internecine slaughter, their power ceiling is inherently constrained. Even amplified tenfold or 100-fold, you Grand High Priest could utterly suppress and annihilate them with the sovereign war beast. All we need is their location, and how to locate the hairless apes. And needless to say, by praying to the gods. The Lu clan offers tributes and unwavering faith to the star gods. In return, the deities grant technological insight and divine power. And so long as sufficient offerings are made and divine aid sincerely beseeched, the gods willingly intervene. At least for the past century, this has been their unbroken practice. And whenever the Lu clan faces an insurmountable challenge, they perform the rite of celestial invocation. And Black Priest thundered, "This is a war of races, a wager of our entire clan's celestial fortune. We must eradicate the enemy before they rise." Ni's declaration drew immediate consensus from the other priests. And after all, this threat could not be ignored or swept aside. A sentient race empowered by slaughter. And tell me, can such a race be allowed to live? And should they discover the Lu clan and gain even a sliver of time to develop, our entire race may be hunted to extinction. Fight. We must fight until one side is utterly extinguished. And sacrifice. Arrange it immediately. There is no time to delay. And no debate. No obstruction. No hesitation. The Lu clan's administrative efficiency is extraordinary. Nan's unanimous priestly endorsement was secured. Preparations for the grand sacrifice commenced across millions of Lu clan territories. Of course, efficiency does not equate to negligence, and for the gods are not to be disrespected, and thus the Lu clan proceeded with meticulous, urgent precision in orchestrating the sacred rite. 1 week later, an indeterminate distance from the Lu clan settlement, in Krak, Dicang, limbs intact and body unmarred, yet ravenous and parched, kicked aside the boulders sealing the cave entrance. Under the effect of his indestructible regeneration, his wounds had fully healed. And limb regrowth and organ restoration were effortless. Well, perhaps not effortless. It had still taken him a full week to achieve even marginal recovery. And even then he bore the lingering debuff of hunger. In stepping forward, Dicang departed the lightless earth. When at last he glimpsed emerald luminescence ahead, he gazed into the distance. That direction pointed toward the Lu clan settlement, and he had resolved to infiltrate covertly, digging tunnels underground, excavating vast subterranean voids, then collapsing the foundations of their towering spires in one decisive strike. Shelters, too, required preemptive excavation and ambush placement. And escape routes demanded careful planning, like the fox with 3 dens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. And the earth trembled violently. Dicang looked up puzzled, then leapt skyward, scaling a kilometer-high cliff face to peer toward the epicenter of the seismic disturbance. Then he saw it. Far, far in the distance, an amorphous black mass sprouted, countless writhing tentacles clinging to the mountainside as it crawled upward toward the precipice of the black abyss. Wait, no. It was no shapeless shadow. It was the rot-bone dragon, the very same dread Wyrm that had nearly slain him. Time rewound. Before that Heiyuan, the city of sacrifice, a vast tide of Luzu younglings formed an endless queue. Children line up one by one. Do not cut in. Xingshan detests children who cut in. And no whispering either. Xingshan prefers quiet children. You there? Stop broadcasting your thought waves at once. The instructors marshaled order, occasionally hauling out a small octopus to beat it brutally before tossing it back into line. The city thronged with Luzu. The Luzu packed densely as far as the eye could see. After all, the annual sacrificial rite selected tens of millions of Luzu younglings as offerings. Corralling so many little ones was no easy task. Opposite the chaotic brood floated 200,000 adult Luzu elites. They came from every age, arrayed in formations, hovering above, conspicuous amid the spectacle of the sacrificial city. These Luzu fixed their gaze upon the altar, faces full of reverent awe and faith toward Xingshan, mechanical in their order and solemn. In private, thought waves were quietly exchanged. Sigh? I'm barely 5. Such a young age to be offered for the clan. The elders must be mad to choose me, one Luzu sighed. With my grades I should never have been chosen, yet my faith in Xingshan is unwavering, another declared with bright, proud eyes. So I deliberately performed terribly on the exam, all so I could serve Xingshan sooner. A Luzu proclaimed, arrogance blazing in his gaze. Bad score or not, spare me the excuses, scoffed another Luzu. Sigh. Xingshan answers almost every plea of our clan, yet we offer the elderly, weak, and sick as sacrifices. Whenever I think of it, I am tormented, a Luzu murmured with genuine devotion. He looked toward the altar and resumed his prayers. The god cares not, he said. An elderly Luzu in a white robe spoke kindly. Xingshan is majestic, radiant, omnipotent. He surely knows the thoughts of our clan and has never shown displeasure. We repay divine grace with sacrifice, the utmost our clan can offer. Xingshan has never demanded sacrifice, nor even required faith. O Almighty God, cast down your gaze and guide your flock, he whispered and resumed praying. One by one those nearby were infected. They followed the robed Luzu and began to pray as well. Thus time passed. In the yearly ritual, tens of millions of Luzu younglings, guided by the instructors, queued toward the altar. They then leapt into the unknown chasm beneath the altar. Of course, the younglings did not know what lay below. They believed the sacrifice had begun, and that as offerings they would return to Xingshan's embrace. But every adult elite present knew the truth. Beneath the altar sat a specialized charging device. The Luzu younglings were no more than fuel to power the altar. After all, one could not truly offer such worthless creatures to Xingshan. As time passed, more than 99% of the younglings were swiftly cleared away. The previously dim altar now glowed with a green radiance. A green ichor surged across the altar, sketching runes. The remaining priests and many robed clergy carried out the rituals. Beside the altar lay the kilometer-long behemoth, the Fugu Malong. Around it, millions of Luzu from nearly the whole tributary watched the grand sacrifice. Staring at the overwhelming spectacle, someone couldn't help but exclaim, truly spectacular. So these are the cultists from the books. What an eye-opener. The speaker was not a Luzu, but literally a human Emohang. A classmate of Dicang. After Dicang had been missing for over a week, he had somehow come to this Heiyuan. Exploring maps uncharted by humans, he slipped into the city with his tracking tools and watched the vast sacrificial scene through a telescope from a great distance. Could DG have been captured by these cultish aberrations to be sacrificed to their evil god? Emohang's mind filled with dread. That would be bad. These aberrant species were formidable and strong, especially that mid-sized beast. Damn, that's a mid-sized beast, a terrifying entity stronger than ordinary Tuathan realm cultivators. How could these aberrations who worship an evil god possibly control it? With such might they could probably raise the outer city with ease. As the altar's green light flared, an indescribable momentum spread, followed by an alien aura. Countless Luzu instantly became ecstatic. God, 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 Xingshan has descended. Truly an evil god. Mo Heng's hair stood on end. His ad in the cultivation space flashed a red warning in a way he'd never seen before. An evil god is still a god, and gods are invisible, unhearable, unscented, indiscernible. Realizing what he had found, Mo Heng did not hesitate. He slapped himself hard. He struck his own forehead. Smack. He promptly blacked out. The brief episode went unnoticed by the other Luzu. Unlike Mo Heng, the Luzu looked toward the altar. Though they could not see the deity's form, nor hear its voice, they sensed its presence. They could nonetheless feel the deity's aura and emotions, vast, loving, warm. Enveloped in that presence, it felt like returning to a mother's embrace. While the Luzu had no such recollection, they merely felt a comforting warmth and an overwhelming sense of safety. On the altar, 200,000 adult elites vanished in the green light. It signified the deity had accepted their sacrifice. Then it left behind 3 glossy green sacks. Those things stored vast amounts of information, the biotech equivalents of USB drives. But then the high priest sent a bundle of thought waves into the altar's green light. He transmitted the intelligence concerning that Wumao Yuanho. He made his request. Please bestow divine grace, mark the coordinates of those alien races for my clan, and help us exterminate them. As the clergy had claimed, Xingshan was merciful and generous. He granted the high priest's petition. The deity gently plucked the threads of fate. The planet's fortunes unfurled before him, and he saw the interconnections of all things. A question arose in the deity's mind. What alien races? I do not see any Wumao Yuanho. The green light flickered, and the high priest sensed something amiss, anxiously awaiting. In a place beyond the high priest's sight, the unseen, inaudible deity exercised his authority. He no longer sought ephemeral fortunes, but queried the substance of things, seeking clues in their births and deaths. Then he found them. For reasons unknown in the long river of fate, this alien race had concealed its traces. Yet in reality, so long as they exist, they must leave traces. Though he had indeed found them still. Fallen evil god, what do you seek? He beheld a presence as grand as himself, and then he smiled. A loving, kind smile. The sacrifice was over, but the deity did not depart. The green light remained. Moreover, a god who had asked for nothing in 100 years now issued an order to the Luzu. His command was simple: black priest, white priest. You two leave with me. Come with me to spread the god's glory. With a hiss, the Fugu Malong sprouted countless limbs, and guided by the high priest, slowly inched toward the cliff. Outside the city, the behemoth pressed against the rock face. Its massive body sprouted fleshy wings, and its underside opened countless vents. It climbed upward. The black priest and white priest did not hesitate. The aberrant beasts, under their mental control, were seized by the Fugu Malong and carried aloft. Slowly, the clan's war beast scaled tens of thousands of meters of cliff and departed. The altar's green light gradually withdrew. In the eyes of the Luzu, it seemed the deity had withdrawn his gaze. Wonderful. With Xingshan's protection, the high priest will surely annihilate those damned Wumao Yuanho and avenge our fallen kin. Alas, I wanted another glimpse of Xingshan's true visage, someone sighed. I envy those offerings. They have surely fallen into the god's warm embrace and now enjoy eternal bliss. When the deity and the high priest departed, the Luzu masses relaxed. To be frank, this battle concerned them little. After all, if the Wumao Yuanho grew stronger by slaughter, a conventional army siege was unsuitable. It would be handing victuals to the Wumao Yuanho. Better to let the high priest take charge and wipe them out in one stroke. That was safest. Among the Luzu, one many-legged octopus looked troubled. The others did not notice. Instead, they leaned in curiously and asked, Qing 855, didn't you encounter that Wumao Yuanho? What kind of race are they? Yes. If the Wumao Yuanho has such a killing compulsion, can you really communicate? I thought they'd kill on sight. I heard he even learned our script. Questions tumbled one after another. Qing 855 adjusted his worried expression and said lightly, friends, many rumors are baseless. That Wumao Yuanho is hardly a concern. Before he finished, a searing stone screamed past at supersonic speed and struck the questioning comrade in front, blowing him apart on the spot. Do you know the rock-throwing goblin? Right now, Dicang bore a striking resemblance to exactly that. Outside the city of sacrifice, Dicang circled at subsonic speed, casually tearing open the earth and wrenching free a colossal boulder, then crushing it barehanded into dust. In one fluid motion, he flung both arms wide. A torrent of shrapnel erupted from his palms. Each fragment weighed less than 10 kilograms, yet scattered like celestial blossoms. Within moments, accelerating past 4 times the speed of sound, forging blinding luminous shock cones. At such extreme velocities, thermal ablation ignited their surfaces, searing hundreds of degrees, oxidizing and eroding the stone in fierce, incandescent fury. The Lu clan's supplicants had gathered in unervingly dense clusters. Dicang's casual barrage instantly transformed into a rain of death. Swaths of centipedal octopi were torn asunder on impact. The shards exploded further upon collision, fracturing into lethal splinters that sprayed outward like fragmentation grenades, amplifying devastation manifold. Boom! Entire ranks of the Lu clan fell like wheat before the scythe. The assault plunged the assembled Lu clan into utter chaos. This time Dicang held nothing back. His arms blurred with afterimages, countless projectiles pierced the crowd in the blink of an eye, inflicting casualties beyond count. As the saying goes, strike while the foe is weak, finish him before he recovers. Though he had no idea why the rotbone dragon had departed. Such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. Dicang surged into the fray like a tiger among rabbits. Each effortless strike reaping carnage, plunging the Lu clan into immediate disarray. All brethren, evacuate in order. Modified soldiers, emergency assembly. We will buy you time. No, there was no true chaos. The panic born of death lasted only a heartbeat before priests leapt forward, commanding the biological legions to rally with flawless precision. In moments, a vast tide of living shields surged forward, intercepting the incoming barrage, shielding the Lu clan behind an impenetrable wall of flesh. Dicang's slaughter rate plummeted. Humph. So this city is your sacrificial altar. Calm and unhurried, he stepped across its threshold. He casually plucked a tentacle from a centipedal octopus, unwashed, unprepared, and crunched it raw between his teeth. His gut churned violently, pulverizing the flesh instantly. Nutrients and moisture flooded his system, replenishing energy long depleted. Accelerated metabolism was a minor martial arts technique, effective yet taxing on the body, reserved only for dire circumstances. Yet Dicang's innate talent, immortal and indestructible, compensated flawlessly. His hollow, weightless frame gradually filled, restored, renewed. Even raw consumption brought him no discomfort. As he'd suspected, the Lu clan's physiology was non-toxic. At the very least, it bore neither the infection of stellar behemoths nor the corruption of outer gods. Wiping blue blood from his lips, he surveyed the surroundings and smiled faintly. Oh, no traps this time. And no assembled army waiting beyond the walls. Last time you sacrificed your hatchlings without hesitation. Yet now, when you must serve as bait, you've laid no trap capable of taking me down with you. Dicang stretched his limbs, feeling utterly unburdened. The hatchlings who once filled the city's corridors had vanished entirely. Now millions of Lu clan members converged upon this monumental city, especially around the towering spire at its heart, unmistakably an altar. There could be no doubt this was where they offered sacrifices to their outer god, those millions of hatchlings he'd claimed as his own. They chose to surrender them to the god rather than keep them for themselves. Truly decisive, uncompromising. SSSK. The ground trembled as a mountain-sized beast charged forth. The multi-limbed colossal octopus. Huang, the yellow priest who normally guarded the hatchery, had naturally arrived in the city of sacrifice today, and upon seeing the attacker, his eyes nearly burst from their sockets. It was that hairless ape. What in hell? Aren't you dead? Our clan's war beasts unleashed dozens of internal chi cannons, followed by layered earth-plowing barges, flattening the entire battlefield into a meteor crater. Not even a fingernail-sized shard remained. You expect me to believe you survived? How could you survive? The multi-limbed colossal octopus shoved aside swarms of biological troops and raised dozens of tentacles, hundreds of meters long, before slamming them down with cataclysmic force. Each strike bore thousands, even tens of thousands, of tons of crushing might. Even Dicang would have to yield to such overwhelming power, wouldn't he? A laughable notion. Yield to it. Straight into the killing radius of those 100-meter tentacles, Dicang lunged upward, shattering the air beneath him mid-leap, then twisting sideways in midair. A second jump. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Within a single second, he altered trajectory 10 times, slipping through gaps in the onslaught, surging skyward until he landed squarely atop the beast's skull. Without hesitation, his claws sank deep, then tore outward. Blood erupted. A massive wound gaped open. He plunged inside, without pause, ravaging the creature's cranium from within. Now even small-tier aberrant beasts posed no defense against Dicang. True ordinary ones effortlessly generated tens of thousands of tons of brute force. His strength paled in comparison. But pressure is not the same as pressure per unit area. Would a fist and a blade deliver equal damage with identical force? Feeling Dicang burrow straight through the multi-limbed colossal octopus, tunneling relentlessly through its body, the yellow priest turned ashen. Wait. Too late. Seconds later, a gaping hole burst open in the octopus's rear skull. Its colossal form collapsed, while a lone figure gripping a centipedal octopus leapt down from its shattered crown. No chi aura. What are these small aberrants but oversized beasts? He glanced disdainfully at the octopus dangling from his hand. His contempt was warranted. Through relentless persecution by the Lu clan, even small-tier aberrants had lost over 90% of their strength, deprived even of chi aura cultivation. They fell before Dicang without resistance, slaughtered in an instant. Clutching the octopus, he pressed his foot to the ground and inscribed Lu clan script. Surrender. The yellow priest understood instantly. His reply was not words, but a furious psychic lance, invisible and razor-sharp, cleaving the air toward Dicang's temple with blinding speed. Shua. Dicang raised 2 fingers and snapped the psychic blade apart mid-flight. Good. I was waiting for that. He grinned savagely. Don't you dare surrender. With a final brutal squeeze, the yellow priest's entire body detonated. The hairless ape has returned. This entire branch lineage is doomed. Shielded by the biological legions, the Lu clan retreated again and again, fleeing toward the altar itself. Of course, this was merely one contingent of barely over 100,000. With millions scattered across the land, Dicang could never catch them all. He simply chose the largest cluster. Qing M855 was among those fleeing with this group of 10,000. Gazing at that familiar figure in the distance, he felt eerily calm. Yes, he was as good as dead. Others might live, but he would certainly die. He had deceived the hairless ape. Surely the ape burned with wrath, desperate to kill him on sight. That was his belief, utterly oblivious to the fact that Dicang couldn't tell one octopus from another. Seriously, don't they all look identical? As they withdrew toward the altar, more and more Lu clan members began praying to their god, waves of psionic resonance and chittering chants rising in chaotic unison. Bang! The god did not answer. Instead, Dicang hurled a stone. This throw exceeded 5,000 tons of force. Accelerating near 10 Mach, the stone heated beyond 2,000 degrees, its surface instantly melting and vaporizing. Molten layers peeled away under aerodynamic shear. A simple projectile transformed into a radiant, blazing meteor. The biological legion's living shields were pierced instantly. Shrapnel rained into the Lu clan ranks, like death's scythe harvesting swathes of life. Screams, roars, wails. Qing M855 stood frozen, unmoving. Before him stretched a hellscape of corpses and maimed bodies. Did he spare me deliberately? Or was it mere chance? Well, look, some fish slipped through the net. Watching the front ranks decimated, he noticed several survivors untouched. After all, these were unaimed stones. Low density meant inevitable gaps. No matter. They'll be cleaned up shortly. Waste was never a virtue. Dicang dug up another stone, crushed it into fragments, and prepared to hurl them. Brother D. Holy hell, is that really you? I thought you'd been sacrificed by these cultists. A familiar voice rang out from behind. Dicang stiffened and whirled around instantly. There stood Mo Hung, beaming with unrestrained joy, sprinting toward him. Wait, how did you get here? Mo Hung, how the hell? Did you find me? Get back now? Do you even know where you are? These octopi are deadly. You're just a newly ascended transcendent realm cultivator. One misstep and they'll shred you. Dicang was utterly baffled. His first instinct was to shove Mo Hung away. Are you insane? I nearly died here. What do you think you'll accomplish with your fragile fledgling strength? Mo Hung replied, Brother D, I found you with this. He held up a device resembling a compass. Its needle locked unwaveringly onto Dicang's position. Dicang immediately grasped it and snapped, Forget trivialities for now. You're trying to send me away. You've been missing for nearly 2 weeks. We all assumed you'd perished underground. I came to collect your remains. Is that so? My apologies. I've been indulging a rather intense killing urge lately. Mo Hung strode past Dicang and pointed toward the altar. Brother D, that thing is extremely dangerous. It's a sacrificial altar built for an outer god. We shouldn't linger here. Let's withdraw and report everything to Inner City. They're equipped to handle cultist threats. These aren't foes we outer city dwellers should tangle with. Dicang sighed, clapped Mo Hung on the shoulder, and said, I suggest you stop making suggestions. Stand aside, and watch your elder brother obliterate these abominations. With that he seized Mo Hung by the waist, and tossed him backward with gentle force. Mo Hung yelped as he soared through the air, then Dicang calmly weighed another stone in his palm. He fixed his gaze on the Lu clan gathered at the altar's edge, adjusted his stance, coiled his power, and launched. Death descended once more. This time no miracle would intervene. Qing M 855 ceased his prayers, opened his eyes, and stared directly at Dicang, waiting for the moment the shrapnel left his hand. That would be the last thing he ever saw. In a daze he imagined the stone hurtling toward him, moving slower and slower, as if counting down the final seconds of his life. Daze. Slower. Wait, something was wrong. Qing M 855 realized the chanting had fallen silent. At that very moment a soft emerald light unfolded from the altar, gentle as a father embracing his child, and tenderly enfolded the Lu clan within its luminous embrace. The hypersonic barrage slowed within the green radiance, gradually decelerating until it hung motionless in midair, then dropped harmlessly to the ground. Dicang, where did this green light come from? For a fleeting instant he glimpsed within that warm golden-green luminescence a pair of compassionate eyes, gazing upon him with infinite tenderness. What is that? Bathed in a warm green light, Dicang glimpsed what seemed like a pristine land. In that heaven-like realm things rose and fell with the cycle of dawn and dusk, life teeming and flourishing in endless profusion. In that paradise life and death harmonized, rotating in orderly procession. The merciful Father watched over every life and death with equal gaze. Under his gentle eyes and embrace life was nothing but felicity, and even death ceased to be frightening. It was more comforting than a mother's embrace. How wonderful! A crisp chime deep within his consciousness snapped Dicang back to awareness. He heard it, the apathetic system that usually never stirred, now humming with excitement from somewhere inside him. Detected cosmic nemesis, a boundary-breaking sentient being. Will be utterly annihilated. Reward. Power 1 rang. 1 rang. Dicang nearly popped his eyes out. The instant the system announced the reward, he almost forgot the danger. He stood and staring fixedly at what had been offered. Power 1 rang. Wait, what does 1 rang even mean? Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tenthousands, zhao jingai zi rang. In short, if he could kill the evil god before him, the power granted by the system alone would instantly make him comparable to the divine realm. All he had to do was kill it. Kill it. Me kill an evil god. Dicang snapped, fully awake. He realized that the vision he had earlier was no blissful heaven at all, but an intertwined purgatory of life and death. In that hallucination, countless lives were born amid mountains of corpses inhabiting shells that were neither dead nor alive, squirming and gnawing at the rotting flesh of living cadavers. He watched living things rot away. The decaying bodies gave rise to more life until they were consumed to nourishment for new beings. The new lives then continued the cycle of rot and creation. Under that green light's gaze, every creature, be it animals, maggots, bacteria, even viruses, was forever manipulated by him. Back. It's the evil god's corruption. Mo Hung gasped at his ear. He had somehow reached Dicang's side again and grabbed him, urging them to run. Dicang stood rooted, motionless. The earth itself split instantaneously under the tug of forces. I'm fine. Dicang shrugged Mo Hung's hand away and looked back in astonishment. No, I'm fine, but how are you not affected? At this moment Dicang and Mo Hung were enveloped in the green light. Endless illusions swirled around them. Anyone who glanced even briefly would instantly fall into those hypnotic visions and be corrupted by the evil god. Those visions were not mere illusions, they were the evil god's Tao made manifest. Ordinary beings, unless they could instantly seal their senses and lose consciousness, could not escape his influence. At least that was what the manuals said. There's no running. Dicang casually kicked a stone. In the next instant it shot forward nearly 10,000 meters and smashed hard into a translucent layer of green light. It simply rebounded. The moment an evil god appears, the tentacles of his divine kingdom can contaminate the rules of the material world and fold this region into his dominion. How can we possibly escape with just our strength? Dicang tried to comfort Mo Hung, telling him not to panic. Panic would do no good. At that, Mo Hung's martial instincts took over. His anxious expression hardened into fierce resolve. He drew a short sword and handed a long spear to Dicang. Makes sense. Let me think how my mother taught it in class. If you meet an evil god, what should you do? He babbled on, and the owner of the green light seemed to notice their abnormality. Of course, everyone else was stupefied, only you two were still hopping about. At that thought, the green light's master willed it. And instantly, within a radius of 10,000 meters, the biological armies created by the Lu Zhu all cracked and disintegrated. They collapsed into a surge of vibrant green luminescence. No, not a liquid, but a mass composed of innumerable viruses far smaller than microbes. They layered and merged into one, forming a green tidal wave that covered the sky and rushed straight toward Dicang and Imohang. Begone! Without hesitation, Dicang formed a finger into a palm and struck. After that series of slaughter, the power the system granted him had risen to power 100248, an increase of 100,000, a titanic force of tens of thousands of tons. That immense power and blistering speed compressed the air into a visible surging gust that dove into the great wave. Yet the green tide did not even falter. Where the compressed air struck, there appeared only a hollow imprint. Then it healed in an instant, returning to its former state. There was no hardness to speak of, only absolute resilience and phenomenal self-restoration. What had been formed was such a thing. The wave blotted out sky and sun coming from all directions like a shrinking cage. Above, below, left, and right, there was no escape. Downward offered no refuge either. Dicang bent and clawed at the earth, but the ground was already shrouded in the same green membrane, just as tenacious. So the barrier the evil god formed was semicircular. Brother D, do you have any cards left? Imohang asked, watching Dicang's color darken. Dicang glared at him. I've got a hammer of a trump card. That damned system told me to slay a god and promised one rang of power. The reward sounded generous, but it didn't consider how a newbie scum like me was supposed to face a latest-stage boss. Am I meant to rely on invincibility frames from rolling? The thing simply raises its hand for a long-lasting full-screen ultimate. How are you supposed to fight that? Dicang was completely baffled. Then let me try, Imohang said. He stepped forward. In the next moment, the green tidal wave poured down and engulfed them completely. Gods are not to be seen, heard, smelled, or probed. From unknown light years away, the mere green radiance the evil god cast nearly corrupted Dicang outright. Fortunately, the system saved him at the last moment, restoring his clarity. The evil god struck harder. The Lu Zhu's creations, bearing his corruption, in an instant became a sky of green liquid at a single thought. Like a closing palm, they surrounded and submerged the two. As he attempted to shut his hand, a flash of golden light bloomed, resisting the evil god's rot. Within the green sea, in a cramped pocket of space, Imohang radiated brilliant gold, light that felt substantial like a jack propping open the ever-closing green tide. This unexpected turn surprised him and drew more of his attention. In the next instant, the wave propped by that jack revealed a face formed from countless deep green maggots. Dicang could not describe what that face was like. He only knew that the instant he saw it, every hair on his body bristled. The most extreme fears and panic that his genes had been eroded of were now rising uncontrollably within him. Gods cannot be seen. Even a mere projection is just as forbidden. But the region held up by the golden light rendered Dicang immune to the danger of gazing upon a deity. He did not understand what he saw, yet it affected him far less than it should have. He only felt a desire to die. Divine source. It spoke. The language was beyond human comprehension. Not only was it incomprehensible, it was impossible to mimic, as if from another universe with different rules. Yet both Dicang and Imohang instinctively understood its words. So you are also a god, he said with a tender smile. Gods live forever in this world, near immortal and indestructible. Yet they have forgotten the value of divinity. But all life is equal. Come to me, join me. With me treat all lives of the universe with equal regard. The green liquid took shape as an arm and slowly reached out, as if straining to break through layers of gold light and seize Imohang. Imohang turned ashen. Brother D, this is bad. This thing isn't an ordinary evil god. It is a fallen evil god. The green arm pierced the golden light and finally covered Imohang's body. Countless rivulets of green liquid swept out and wrapped him layer by layer. With the gold light's support gone, the green tidal wave fell and engulfed them both entirely. Stellar behemoths are mankind's great enemies. Or rather, they unilaterally oppose humanity. How any beast infected by them treats humans with unending hostility. And the fallen evil gods are the human enemies officially acknowledged by the martial lineage. The term evil god once disparaged deities unrecognized by the martial people it was not taken seriously as a contender. But fallen evil gods stand opposite martial gods. Each is a terrifying existence capable of roaming the starry rivers. When the green liquid corrupted by the fallen evil gods enveloped them under his control, the infinitesimal, corrupting viruses penetrated without mercy and drilled into their bodies. They attempted to rewrite their very essence. Yet this action struck at the foundational logic of the martial lineage. Someone had been waiting for this moment. Both had exhausted their tricks and stood helpless. In a pitch-black world, Dicang could not move. He could only watch the green light creep through him. The green light was cleaved in an instant. A familiar presence, the last bastion, stood before Dicang's core with an aura no less. Indeed greater than the green radiance opposing it. It was the panel. Not the overlay Dicang had inherited after rebirth, but the system panel every martial child is born with. Who? The green light congealed into a bloated monster. It radiated both boundless vitality and rot. Maggots writhed in its flesh, and every inch of it was repulsive. Yet its eyes were full of tenderness and tolerance. It smiled and said, "So a guest from an external galactic system. As the Lord of Inshin Hushi, how could I not receive a visitor from afar? Brothers and sisters, welcome the guest." In the next instant, 3 more wills crowded into the dark space, one crimson as blood, exuding endless battle fervor and killing intent. One seductive pink as silk, flowing with limitless appetite. One phantasmal blue as shadow, containing infinite change and wisdom. And in addition, this bloated green monster. For august presences, fallen evil gods. The will of the fallen evil gods had almost materialized. Even if separated by light years, they seemed to exist in reality, at least from the perspective of Dicang. Under the gaze of 4 supreme wills, despite not being subjected to any negative erosion, he still felt as if his consciousness was about to be torn apart. This was not a calamity of corruption. It was merely the essence of the other party being too powerful. Even the distant layered gaze induced a crisis of disintegration in Dicang's biological instincts. However, even with 3 additional fallen evil gods, the radiant light that formed the panel remained utterly still. It merely stood before Dicang, coalescing into an illusory human figure. Even though he couldn't discern a trace of the figure's appearance, not even its stature or attire, it was. Strangely, Dicang knew his identity. The system martial god. Moreover, that was not all. In the next moment, another familiar radiance surged forth, something he recognized. A rank talent, immortal and unyielding. As if stimulated by the aura of the fallen evil gods, it not only manifested in an instant, but directly blocked in front of Dicang. The same radiant light transformed into an illusory human figure. Apart from the vast difference in aura, it appeared no different from the system martial god. The talent martial god. But that was far from all. As a martial artist of the human race, Dicang encompassed all divine bloodlines from birth. In this pure pitch-black space, the divine bloodlines shone like stars in the night sky, illuminating the world as bright as day. Then the radiant light of countless stars gathered, these lights representing the infinite bloodlines of the martial artist race, similarly transformed into human figures. The bloodline martial god. Finally, far away in the precinct, countless intelligent machines continued to live as they always had, nurturing billions of mortal martial artists, as well as children who had not yet become martial artists, even infants in need of feeding. Beneath the harmonious exterior lay surging tides. At this moment, countless intelligent machines experienced a momentary lag in their actions. Then, before Dicang, the final phantom coalesced from thin air. It almost materialized, also blocking in front of Dicang. Unlike the remaining 3 phantoms, it was not merely a motionless shadow, but a genuine image capable of thought and communication. The technology martial god. However, a faint light, barely discernible, still lurked within Dicang. That was the idealistic martial god who had transformed into light. It was natural that it could not come. The history of the martial artist race had seen its absence for millions of years. In the end, Dicang could only see 8 supreme beings standing at the pinnacle of the universe, confronting each other. For martial gods. 4 fallen evil gods. What the hell? This is just the beginning. I haven't even left the novice village. Are you directly making me fight high-tier enemies? Detected multiple cosmic foes, break the limits of sentient life. Annihilate them completely, reward. Alright, shut up. Even though only he could hear it, Dicang wished he could cover this guy's mouth. Am I really going to fight the fallen evil gods? He understood now. It seemed that in front of this cheat of his, only beings at the level of martial gods, the so-called breaking the limits of sentient life, could provoke its reaction. Below martial god, it treated them equally. You have a high status, you're impressive. But your host is a weakling, so could you please not have such unrealistic dreams? Now Dicang just wanted to close his eyes and look away. Not because he was afraid of these four fallen evil gods, but because, good child, close your eyes. Let mom handle this. The one speaking was the technology martial god. Every martial artist of the human race received the blessing of the system martial god at birth, granted the panel. At the 16-year-old awakening ceremony, the talent awakened was a gift from the talent martial god. And the bloodline required for the advancement of the martial artist race, the source of countless divine bloodlines, is the heritage of the bloodline martial god. As for the technology martial god, she is the common mother of the martial artist race. Just like the panel bloodline and talent of the martial artist race, she is almost ubiquitous in the territories occupied by the martial artist race. Listening to mom's words is almost an instinct for every nurtured human. And in this pitch-black world, when Dicang closed his eyes, his perception of things dropped to its lowest. The influence of the four evil gods dissipated in an instant. However, precisely because of this, he was unaware of the kind of war that had unfolded in this realm of his origin. The events seemed to happen in an instant. In the real world, Dicang suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. He saw the green liquid waves around him collapsing, as if corroded, countless disgusting maggots falling to the ground and struggling to die. And he himself bore no injuries. The panel remained, the bloodline was intact, and the talent still existed. But before him, not only did the green liquid waves collapse, but even the distant green sky had become exceedingly thin, as if it could be pierced with a finger. As for the gigantic altar built by the land race, a spectacle in its own right, it was now riddled with cracks filled with the traces of decay. It seemed to have experienced countless years of time. So what happened? As if just waking up, Emohang stood beside Dicang, looking around puzzled. Did our mom just pop up and beat the fallen evil gods? Dicang. Alright, he summarized it quite well. What had just happened was indeed this. Evidently, when he and Emohang were on the verge of being corrupted by the fallen evil gods, the four martial gods had suddenly emerged and repelled the fallen evil gods. Speaking of which, the martial artist race not only had the protection of martial gods. Moreover, each individual possessed the power of martial gods. The panel bloodline talent. These all belong to the power of the martial gods, naturally capable of resisting equal forces. Though these powers were merely a faint echo of the martial gods, the sheer quality and status were absurdly high. Of course, the four fallen evil gods opposite were the same. The fallen evil gods, represented by the green light, although they projected power through the altar, were evidently not as formidable as the technology martial god who was present on this planet. And her timely support. Was it because her gaze had always been on him? No, that line of thought was too narcissistic. Even though he and his classmates were indeed special, it was not to the extent that a martial god was constantly caring for them. For instance, when Duan Ming returned to the afterlife, she had made no move. The technology martial god loved each of her children equally. Recalling the earlier animations for the appearances of the system bloodline and talent martial gods, Dicang quickly formulated a guess. Mechanism. When the fallen evil gods actively corrupt us martial artists, it will automatically trigger the defensive mechanism set by the martial gods. This mechanism that renders us immune to corruption is the foundation of the martial artist race's standing in the universe. Why wasn't such an important setting taught in class? He was outraged. Having martial gods shielding us, why wasn't it mentioned sooner? Do you know I had even prepared my suicide note? Emohang saw Dicang getting agitated and hurriedly advised, below the divine sense realm, sensing the aura of evil gods will lead to corruption, and it won't trigger the mechanisms left by the martial gods. We are special opportunities that manage to withstand the first wave of corruption from that fallen evil god. It shouldn't be judged by common reasoning. At this point, Emohang also became curious. He pointed at himself. Good, that green thing earlier said I was also a deity. What do you think it meant? Dicang let out a deep breath. Having regained a life, everything is negotiable. Looking back at Emohang, Dicang patted his shoulder and said, I think you should think less about this troublesome matter. If you call upon the name of a god, the god will surely respond. That's written in the textbook. As for the stronger fallen evil gods, if you don't know, it's fine, but once you know their characteristics, it's best not to even think about it. Fallen evil gods are not to be trifled with. Look at the land race. Their ancestors attracted a fallen evil god simply by gazing at the starry sky. If you keep chanting about such beings someday when they run out of the martial god's support range, who knows what will happen? Understood. Mo Hung's expression sobered, and he looked toward the altar. Diga, something seems off. The boss has a second phase. Upon hearing this, Dicang shivered. What? Second phase? It seemed he had encountered this before. He looked toward the altar. There the many land race members praying had suddenly frozen, as if they had heard something glancing at each other in confusion. Moreover, the green light belonging to the fallen evil gods was rapidly condensing. The collapsing green liquid waves were barely left. The fortunate remnants that did not evaporate gathered along with the condensing green light, swirling around the numerous land race members. Condensing. Gathering. These land race members did not resist. Instead, they felt immensely honored to be bathed in the green liquid, their bodies melting away in an instant, ultimately becoming part of the green essence. In the end, the land race on the altar vanished completely. In their place was a massive green cocoon. Qing M855, an elite of the Lu clan qualified to mentally control battle beasts, harbored no such devout faith as his kin. He did not believe the stellar deity was an omniscient, benevolent god. If it were truly omnipotent and all-knowing, why would it require us to erect altars and offer immense sacrifices in its worship? That said, Qing M855 bore no ill will toward the stellar deity. In fact, he felt profound gratitude. Were it not for the deity's grace, they would still be struggling with sea beasts for scraps beneath the waves. 3 events remained etched indelibly in Qing M855's memory. First, the night he passed the trial and became a true member of the Lu clan. Second, the annual sacrificial rite when the stellar deity bestowed blessings from above. Third, the day he encountered the hairless ape. It dawned upon him, then this world held more than endless beasts. There existed other intelligent beings, struggling just as they did amidst the ceaseless encirclement of feral life. Alas, no chance for exchange ever arose. All he could do was reconstruct fragments of their culture and way of life from the hairless ape's scattered words, a sorrowful limitation. To speak plainly, calling you and your kind hairless apes has grown awkward. I still do not know your name. Do you have a name, your eminence? The colossal green chrysalis bloomed like a grotesque flower. With a soft rupture, it revealed the entity concealed within. It was the mass of pulsating green flesh. A bloated tumorous form, oozing putrid pus and writhing with maggots, hundreds of irregular tentacles flailed wildly, while its swollen body swayed precariously, as if poised to collapse at any moment. It possessed no head. Instead, eyes sprouted ceaselessly across its surface, blooming, rotting, and regenerating elsewhere in rapid, nauseating succession. Its gaze swept omnidirectionally, 360 degrees, and even pierced inward, fixating unblinkingly upon the two before it. This revolting abomination radiated psychic waves like a cataclysmic tide, coalescing into a language no ear could hear, yet every mind instantly comprehended. Or rather, not language at all. It transcended speech, forging direct communion at the level of consciousness. Putrid chaos, ovum ascendant, being utterly corrupted by the fallen evil deity lotus flesh rotting Buddha, its psyche shattered under the deity's decay, merging into a seething, irredeemable sludge. Its power scales with both the fallen evil deity's direct blessing and the inherent strength of the sacrificial offering, the strongest putrid chaos over-rivaled divine tier cultivators. The data panel displayed the creature's fundamental profile. Dicang let out a dry, mirthless laugh. Fine. I've been deliberately avoiding thoughts of that fallen evil deity. And now you, the interface, thrust its very name into my face. Do you think I've been living too comfortably? Even the Lu clan dared refer to it only as the stellar deity, wielding solely its biological technologies, while shunning all other divine faculties as if they were poison. Can't you at least obscure key terms with black blocks? Brother D, the lotus flesh rot. A reckless youth beside him began. Dicang clapped a hand over his mouth and snapped silence. Focus on the enemy before us. We'll pretend we never heard of any fallen evil deity. With that, he lashed out with a thunderous kick. The earth detonated. Stones launched at hypersonic velocity straight toward the rotting monstrosity. In the next instant, they vanished, as if swallowed by quicksand. The projectiles slowed abruptly as though immersed in thick, viscous glue, each centimeter forward an agonizing labor. Finally, a multi-kilogram boulder halted 10 meters short of the creature. Must violence be your first recourse? The rotting mass split open, mimicking a human face in a ghastly grin. Its maw gaped wide, toothless, filled only with necrotic, maggot-ridden flesh. A stench and virulent pathogens erupted forth in a suffocating wave. Calmly, the creature intoned, Your Eminence, though you slaughtered my kin under my Buddha's guidance, I have come to understand death and life as but natural cycles. Fear not, I bear you no grudge for their passing. I seek only to discourse with you, and perhaps share our faith the lotus flesh rotting Buddha. Though its flesh continuously rotted and writhed, its shape barely cohering as if assembled from squirming larvae, it spoke nonetheless, conversing with chilling lucidity. But was communication with such a thing even advisable? What are you? Dicang demanded, simultaneously yanking Imo hung backward by the collar to maintain distance. His vigilance was absolute. Against the mid-tier aberration, the rot-bone dragon, he felt only fear. This dread, however, ran far deeper. For beasts were straightforward, driven purely to exterminate humanity without guile or subterfuge. But followers of evil deities, especially fallen ones, sought far more intricate ends. Sometimes even death became a luxury. You may regard me as the amalgamation of 100,000 Lu clan members unified in devotion under my Buddhist teachings. A collective whole. If convenient, you may call me Ching M. 855, the most harmonious karmic bond ever forged between you and the Lu clan. Dicang stared blankly. Who? Oh, him. He paused, then slowly recalled. Indeed, he had once captured a guide. Back then, naive and arrogant, he'd treated the Lu clan as his personal domain and released the captive freely. He hadn't expected to meet again. Gently, the rotting entity murmured, since your Eminence recognizes this old acquaintance, matters grow simpler. Might you accompany me to halt the war now imminent? My Buddha is merciful. He wishes no senseless sacrifice. Was it truly so accommodating? Then again, the Lu clan's fallen evil deity did project an aura of boundless compassion, at least outwardly. Deception remained possible, but divine auras invariably reflected the essence of their Tao. Absent artifice, this fallen evil deity must indeed be a paragon of benevolence. Whoa, Brother D, why debate with an alien cultist? Just kill it. We've got time. We might even make lunch. Imo Hung watched Dicang with genuine bewilderment, puzzled why the normally rational, sharp-minded Brother D would engage in dialogue with such a grotesque heretic. At those words, Dicang fell silent, stunned. All right. Indeed, he was a martial Tao human, pure-blooded and unadulterated. His foe was an alien aberration, and a heretic besides. What possible justification existed for negotiation? His delayed reaction betrayed lingering disconnection. He hadn't fully shed his roots, nor embraced his identity as a martial Tao human. A flaw, one to correct. You're right. Don't let its sluggish appearance fool you. It's surely scheming poison even now. As he spoke, Dicang drove his leg deep into the earth, then exploded upward with full force in a devastating kick. Boom. Hundreds of kilograms of soil and stone surged skyward, transforming into a torrential deluge aimed at the rotting entity, while Dicang himself vanished from sight, using the feint as cover. Faced with the sudden assault, the rotting entity merely sighed. I see. So your race prefers violent discourse. Very well. I shall honor my Buddha's teachings and adapt to local customs, speaking in a tongue even heretics can grasp. Thud. Hundreds of kilograms of stone rippled midair, then froze motionless against an invisible barrier. Psychokinesis, that was the Lu clan's true power system. A mature elite could levitate dozens to hundreds of kilograms, a priest 1 to several tons. The high priest wielded the greatest power, capable of lifting over 100 tons. Yet even they paled before this rotting entity. 100,000 Lu clan members, merged as one. Temptasanton's psychokinetic force, effective radius 1 kilometer. Reality reasserted itself. The falling debris halted effortlessly, just as Dicang reappeared behind it. He lunged, full force, his spear piercing the sonic barrier with a deafening crack, cleaving through psychic resistance and burying itself deep into the creature's body, aimed straight for its heart. In an instant, the spear pierced the heart. No resistance save the creature's own grotesquely resilient flesh, which clung with stubborn tenacity. Your Eminence, beware. Yet the shattered heart inflicted no effect. Dicang heard the creature's voice, strong, resonant, utterly unharmed. In the next breath, invisible psychic force tore through the air. Hundreds, thousands of spiraling drill tips moving faster than sound, converging from every direction. Eyes could not perceive the unseen force. Ears could not register supersonic impact. His body sensed the air parting, but his mortal frame, bound by the limits of the mortal realm, could not react in time. Yes, he could strike at supersonic speeds, yet he could not even track his own blows. Such was the staggering magnitude of his current strength. His choice was simple: withdraw the spear. Its shaft was already buried deep, ensnared by pulsating flesh and writhing maggots locked immovably within the creature's body. Only a force exceeding 1,000 tons could extract it, yet Dicang's strength dwarfed that resistance tenfold. With a roar he wrenched it free, then spun the spear in a whirlwind of defense, sealing every angle. Crack, crack, crack. Thousands of psychic drills shattered upon impact, shattered not by sight, but by instinct, sensation, and impenetrable reflex. And thus, unscathed, untouched, he stood. Compared to the bombardment suffered by Dicang, the threats received by Mo Hung were far more straightforward. The thought power took shape, and a 100-meter giant hand descended, performing no unnecessary movements, directly grasping Mo Hung in its grasp. For the rotting monster, as a collective consciousness of 100,000 land creatures, diverting attention was a simple task. With 10,000 tons of thought power, even a fraction could suppress Mo Hung on the spot, rendering him utterly defenseless. At the moment the giant hand grasped Mo Hung, his expression remained remarkably calm. His eyes quickly scanned his surroundings, and then, Huang Pin Yulong body technique sublimation, his form like a dragon moving around the target, primarily engaging in entanglement, emphasizing not a single leaf touched. Sublimation technique Fong Siyuan Ji Jian, wrapping the body surface with qi, making the entire body feel extremely slippery, allowing for easy escape from encirclement. Mo Hung's body appeared as if coated with a layer of lubricant, effortlessly gliding in accordance with the force exerted by the giant thought hand, slipping out of the gap in the blink of an eye. In the instant he escaped, the giant hand abruptly closed. The air was compressed into a current, stirring a fierce wind that whipped against Mo Hung. He remained motionless and drew his long sword. His figure transformed into a ghostly apparition, as if countless phantoms spread out, and the long sword in his hand conjured a myriad of sword shadows. "Oh, this esteemed guest seems equally formidable," the rotting monster exclaimed in surprise. Immediately thought power transformed into a barrage of blades, rain-like, as they descended upon Mo Hung, each blade moving faster than sound, their power sufficient to turn Mo Hung into a porcupine and reduce him to powder. Clang! The crisp sound echoed as Mo Hung's sword like a phantom flicked, stabbed, and slashed through various techniques, clearing the sky of thought power blades in an instant. From amidst the countless barges a clear path was forged. In just a few seconds he arrived in front of the rotting monster. In that moment the long sword thrust forward. It then abruptly veered and changed direction, piercing through a layer of thought power defense, ultimately severing a corner of the rotting monster. The unexpected attack left the rotting monster stunned. Supported by thought power, it staggered back, its previously calm gaze now tinged with surprise and fear. "Esteemed guest, can you see?" the rotting monster inquired with a grim expression. "Silence, aberration," was Mo Hung's response. "Can he perceive the formless thought power?" The answer is yes. Unlike ordinary realms, the perception in extraordinary realms encompasses various functions, such as X-ray, thermal sensing, and more. For Dicang, thought power was completely transparent. Yet in Mo Hung's eyes the colors and shapes of thought power were crystal clear. Thus, whether dodging or blocking, he found it effortless and pleasant. Besides that, Huang Pin Phantom Sword Technique Sublimation Sword shadows appear as phantoms capable of interfering with the opponent's judgment with a very high attack frequency. Sublimation Technique Ghost Shadow Flash A sword technique used to finish off opponents, capable of unleashing extremely rapid speed in an instant, combined with phantoms of sword shadows, allowing for strikes that seem to originate from 0 frames, catching opponents off guard. A body technique, a sword technique. For 2 weeks, Mo Hung had not slackened in the slightest. Both Huang Pin techniques had been cultivated to the sublimation level, awakening his unique sublimation technique, and the body technique and sword technique could synergize, unleashing greater power. Joint technique, Ghost Shadow Phantom Sword. When both the Phantom Sword technique and Yulong body technique reached the sublimation level simultaneously, using this sword technique and body technique can trigger a joint effect, activating an even more formidable killing move. Ghost Shadow Phantom Sword. Both the person and the sword appear as phantoms, indistinguishable between true and false, able to strike Ghost Shadow Flash from any angle, leaving the opponent defenseless. When did you learn these two styles? I never saw you use them before. Dicang spoke up beside Mo Hung. Unbeknownst to him, he had already broken through the encirclement of the rotting monster's thought power and happened to see Mo Hung slice off a rotting horn from the monster in an instant. Without another word, Dicang stepped forward, crushing the rotting horn along with the maggots that formed it into fine debris. Yet when Dicang stepped, he noticed that the debris still quivered slightly, as if retaining some vitality. Mo Hung replied, "I just learned it, of course you haven't seen it." Having said that, he also stepped down. Qi burst forth. The rotting matter that Dicang had just ground into dust still struggling to writhe. After the second compression of Qi, the already ground flesh ceased to move. As I thought. Mo Hung nodded, saying, "Although this thing has strong vitality, once completely crushed by Qi, it deserves to die." "Is it really only achievable by Qi?" Dicang was surprised. Mo Hung shrugged. "The corrupted flesh, tainted by the spirit of that monster, can only be thoroughly exterminated using Qi. It's common sense. Little d, although your strength is great, the ordinary realm is ultimately ordinary. Exterminating the followers of the evil god is a specialized task best left to us extraordinary beings." In just a few words, Dicang's class status plummeted. It made Dicang chuckle. He pointed at the rotting monster. "All right, you're up. Go challenge him unknown and take him down. I'll cheer you on." Mo Hung. Diga, don't joke. From their previous skirmish, the two had tested each other. The thought power that the rotting monster could manipulate combined could probably lift thousands of tons. If estimated high, over 10,000 tons. Although Mo Hung was of extraordinary realm, the human martial arts were quite powerful. Yet the strength on the opposite side surpassed him by dozens or even hundreds of times. This was no longer a gap that skill could bridge, at least not for the current Mo Hung. Meanwhile, seeing the two hairless apes prefer to chat among themselves rather than engage with him, the rotting monster sighed, its smile tinged with bitterness. "I, Buddha, am merciful. All beings suffer, yet are unaware of their suffering. Very well, since I intend to sacrifice myself for the world, I should have the heart to sacrifice life for righteousness." With those words, all its thought power gathered once more, transforming into a 100-meter giant hand, slamming down towards its target. At that moment, the wind surged, and the air was forcibly compressed. The two felt the fierce wind rush towards them. "Diga, be careful. He's going all out. This hand covers 100 meters, its might unparalleled, likely possessing 10,000 tons of force. We should temporarily avoid the brunt." "I'm going to." Temporarily avoid the brunt. Although the attack was invisible based on the direction and speed of the wind, Dicang easily determined its location. In an instant, he shot forward, throwing a punch with all his might. Bang! The earth collapsed and cracked. The shockwave surged, sweeping in all directions. The 100-meter giant hand was instantly shattered into pieces under that punch. The 10,000 tons of thought power vanished without a trace. Dicang paused momentarily, then sprang forward again, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. He raised his foot and struck out violently, while the latter, having just lost its thought power, had to reconstitute it. It had barely gathered 100 tons of thought power before it had to hastily form a barrier. Bang! In an instant, the barrier shattered. Along with the rotting monster behind it, it was directly obliterated by that kick. The rotting flesh exploded completely, scattering everywhere. "Esteemed guest, so eager, it seems you've come to terms." The rotting monster, now obliterated, wore a triumphant smile. Around them, the split body instantly transformed into countless maggots, quickly gathering and healing under the influence of thought power. And the very center of their healing was precisely where Dicang stood. "If I do not enter hell, who will? Sacrificing my body and spirit to lead you to my Buddha." Countless layers of rotting flesh piled upon Dicang's body. The rotting flesh sprouted countless maggots, burrowing into Dicang's eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. Moreover, even more tiny maggots managed to infiltrate his body through his hair follicles. The scene was utterly absurd and repulsive. Watching this unfold, the rotting monster smiled. In its expression of self-sacrificing devotion, there was a hint of human-like greed. "Should I be able to return to the pure land of my Buddha one day with this merit, I should be able to transcend into a monk. When that day comes, esteemed guest, if you are still present, this monk will surely lead you into the pure land." With a sudden rip, Dicang's right hand broke free from the layers of rotting flesh. He seized the remaining conscious body of the rotting monster and crushed it in an instant. Bang! The last consciousness of the rotting monster dissipated, killed multiple sentient beings. Power 107,925. The consciousness of the rotting monster is composed of over 100,000 beings from the land race. Originally, Dicang believed that even if he killed it, the external system would determine that these fused consciousnesses could only count as one life. Little did he know the judgment was not diminished in the slightest. The collective of 100,000 consciousnesses could actually be counted as 100,000 lives. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Dicang even felt as if he were dreaming. However, the demise of the rotting monster's consciousness did not signify the death of his physical body. On the contrary, his body became more active. Countless decaying flesh transformed into tiny maggots burrowing into Dicang's body. Aside from the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, even the hair and every pore on his body were not spared from these incredibly small maggots. This sensation of being invaded by foreign objects was his first experience, or rather it was not his first. When he was in school during a treatment with nanorepair liquid, Dicang had a similar feeling, and it was much finer than this. But the two were different. One was the love of a mother, the other was a damn insect. Realizing this, his eyes instantly turned red. Get lost. Dicang summoned his blood energy and shook his entire body fiercely. The explosive force doubled, and the layers of maggots enveloping him instantly burst apart, scattering and meeting their demise. The final blow dealt by the rotting monster with its life was so easily dissolved by Dicang. Or was it? In fact, it was not the case. In the microscopic world invisible to Dicang, billions of maggots comparable to bacteria and viruses had already entered his body through the gaps in his physique. In this microscopic realm where the naked eye could not see and the human body found difficult to sense, a maggot wriggled like a drilling machine, its sharp head fiercely piercing the cell membrane. It gave a little bounce. It felt as if it had crashed into a wall, leaving the maggot bewildered. What? What am I drilling into steel? The maggot did not understand. It could only instinctively drill deeper. The next moment, the cell wriggled, completely engulfing the maggot, and the dissolution process within the cell began to exert its power. The maggot was instantly dissolved into sludge, and the solution swiftly refined. The entire process was incredibly fast, with not a moment wasted. The same phenomenon occurred nearly simultaneously within Dicang's body for every maggot. They had just made their appearance when they were instantly digested as food. Only a very small number of cells were eliminated under the overwhelming assault of maggots, but that would only stimulate the immune system, prompting stronger and mightier cells to come forth to deal with the invaders. Thus the reaction in the macroscopic world was this: achoo. Dicang sneezed. He rubbed his nose, his gaze clear, yet somewhat foolish. I never expected that even a mighty warrior of the human race would have a day of catching a cold. He glanced at the countless maggots scuttling around him. After the rotting monster's disintegration, they no longer had the consciousness to fuse together. They were even further splitting apart, with numerous maggots transforming into smaller substances, perhaps bacteria or viruses. In any case, soon even the naked eye could no longer observe them. After all, they were things that had been corrupted by the fallen evil god. I wonder if they will affect the ecological environment. But then again, the entire planet's ecosystem had long been infected by the stellar behemoth, so the corruption of the fallen evil god would not make a difference. It's resolved. Dicang casually clapped his hands, the uncontrollable force even causing ripples in the air. He looked towards Hung and said, "Come, let's dismantle this altar together. This broken place probably still has quite a few land race beings left. Let's figure out a way to find them and eliminate them one by one." The latter sized Dicang up, and then silently took a step back, a look of disdain plastered across his face. "Diga, keep your distance from me. I find it dirty." Asking for help, can a classmate who got contaminated with maggots still be wanted? Dicang cracked his joints and, enraged, said, "What the hell?" With a single motion, the ground instantly collapsed. Now Dicang's punching power had reached 20,000 tons, far exceeding the limits he could control, and such destructive power made Hung's lips twitch. Thus he hurriedly changed the topic. "Ahem. Diga, how have you survived in this abyss for the past 2 weeks? What have you been eating?" "Good question." Upon hearing this, Dicang realized that he hadn't eaten properly in a long time, and was even a bit hungry now. Burp. He let out a satisfied burp. Well, for some reason, he wasn't hungry. Due to excessive energy intake, his body was inexplicably a bit excited. It felt as if he had just consumed a nutritional paste. Did I just eat something? You should know that the biological weapons produced by these octopuses are not edible. Each one conceals the corruption of the evil god. With a single thought, they would transform into such things. Dicang cast a glance at the maggots still splitting on the ground. First, they were biological weapons, and under the control of the fallen evil god, they instantly turned into countless green liquids made up of maggots. Even these green liquids, after merging with 100,000 landrace beings, transformed into a rotting monster. That thing looked strong, but in reality its combat power was just average, looking good but lacking substance. Without the evil god backing them up, the creatures corrupted by him were hardly worth worrying about. But the land race itself, as intelligent beings, has not been corrupted, therefore. You understand what I mean. Dicang was not very keen on laying this matter bare. After all, unless absolutely necessary, he had some aversion to consuming intelligent beings. While there are still fresh octopuses, Diga, you've been eating too well these past 2 weeks. Mo Hung upon hearing this expressed immense envy. You don't know the reserves of nutritional paste in Letten City have already run low these past 2 weeks. After you fell into the abyss, our hunting has returned to normal, but no matter how many beast corpses we brought back, there was no sales channel to the inner city in Letten City. And if we sell it cheaply to other cities, the Letten War Gang is also unwilling. The situation is stuck, and there are already martial artists starving to death in the city. If these octopuses could be eaten, we could bring them back to the city, and our Liao Yuan War Gang could balance the accounts. Mo Hung was practically bouncing with excitement at this point. Upon hearing this, Dicang slapped his forehead. He was still being dragged down by his previous lives' values, not forgetting his roots. Look at these locals, they had no demands for food at all. Who cares if it's intelligent or not? Meat is meat once it's in the mouth. However, from Mo Hung's words, Dicang keenly detected something amiss. Balance the accounts. Dicang asked in confusion, what debts does our war gang owe? The beast corpses. Mo Hung stated directly with no hint of guilt in his tone, taking advantage of the dark and windy night. Wu Gu, escorted by Aoshua into the warehouse, and privately consumed the beast corpses hunted during this period. The pills concocted not only saved the entire class, but there were also some left. Hiss, Dicang inhaled sharply. Damn it, no wonder it was you. Although he was very likely to do the same, Dicang still wanted to say, no wonder it was you. Does the Letten War Gang have any objections? Dicang supported his forehead. If I were Gu Tiankong, I would directly eliminate the Liao Yuan War Gang and let the citizens of the entire city feast. Mo Hung smiled widely and gave a thumbs up. They indeed have objections, but not many. The beast corpses cannot be sold, and leaving them in the warehouse to rot will easily breed plague, so our Liao Yuan War Gang only owes a large debt. If we repay it, there will be no problem, but if we cannot repay it, we will have to do unpaid labor. Moreover, to appease the public's anger, we also gifted a few bottles of bloodline pills to those gang leaders of the Letten War Gang, so they did not pursue the matter. Yes, beast corpse is food for the whole city, but the prerequisite is that they can be sold. If they cannot be sold, then they will become a breeding ground for plague. Even if they sell at a lower price to other cities, it can alleviate the immediate crisis, but why bother? The extraordinary realm does not lack food and cannot starve to death. As for the useless beings in the mortal realm, new ones can be supplemented each year, especially the lower-tier mortal realm martial artists. If they starve to death, they can just be collected again next year. True. Dicang rubbed his temples. The extraordinary realm bosses have no objections, and those mortal realm martial artists will be of no use even if they are dissatisfied. There isn't even a notion of exploitation or utilization in this. Because the lower-tier mortal realm martial artists do not even possess the value of being exploited. There are no bottom jobs in the outer city. The lower-tier mortal realm martial artists do not even count as productivity. Their only value is. Sorry, they truly have no value. Their survival entirely depends on the meat and soup offered by the strong. However, despite the lack of value of these lower-tier martial artists, nobody cares if they die. But times have changed. In the eyes of the Liao Yuan War Gang, they have value. At least Chen Huansha thinks so. Since that's the case, things become simple. Little Moz, let's first capture these octopuses and make them our Liao Yuan War Gang's vassal race. What do you think? Dicang's earlier impulsive idea began to stir again. He had not given up on raising the land race as a vassal race. However, Digu, are you serious? That medium-sized beast just left not dead. Since we caused such great destruction while it was leaving, if it comes back and sees us still here, wouldn't we be doomed? Right now our priority is to run. Mo Hung increasingly felt that Dicang had lost his mind. Such an obvious thing, how could you not think of it? You're right. Wait for me a moment. Saying this, Dicang shot out and headed towards the altar. After a few dozen seconds, with the bombardment of tons of immense force, the towering altar, already riddled with cracks, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The grand architectural marvel destroyed in an instant. The altar dedicated to the fallen evil god cannot be left. After dealing with it, Dicang returned the same way, without saying a word, grabbed Mo Hung's arm, and immediately leaped. Whoosh! The two of them shot up into the sky, soaring thousands of meters high. With just one leap, they crossed the abyssal cliff of several tens of thousands of meters. They even continued to ascend, hovering in the sky. Mo Hung, what the hell? While in midair, Dicang stepped out, crushing the air. The two displaced again, descending in a parabolic arc for several thousand meters before finally crashing into the ground. Like a meteor crashing to Earth, they created a pit, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just like that, the journey through the abyss came to an abrupt end. "If you want to kill me, just say so." Mo Hung's expression twisted as he broke free from Dicang's grip, gasping for breath. "Luckily, I am of the extraordinary realm. If it were another mortal realm martial artist, they would have been reduced to a pile of mush by now." Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. Because he saw it. A massive chasm 100 meters wide extending towards Leaden City. The entire terrain looked as if it had been trampled by some colossal creature. At high noon, the golden sun hung motionless in the sky. Sunlight streamed into the streets of Leaden City, bathing the district occupied by the Liao Yuan Battle Guild, where Go Changchun stood at the center of the plaza, serenely cultivating his martial arts. His life followed a strict rhythm. He ate when hungry, drank when thirsty, and trained without hesitation. Even though his realm and strength remained pitifully low, he refused to exhaust himself with futile anxiety. His innate aptitude was what it was. Haste would change nothing. Moreover, in recent days, as hunting squads repeatedly returned and reinforced, the city-afflicted classmates suffering from radiation sickness had gradually recovered. The Liao Yuan Battle Guild's situation steadily improved. Nonsense. He ceased his martial stance and stilled his breath. As he halted, movement, wisps of steam rose from his body. The visible release of accumulated sweat expelled in one deep exhalation after cultivation. He opened his eyes and gazed upon Leaden City. His expression grew grave. The city's condition was deteriorating rapidly. With grain reserves nearly depleted, reports had surfaced of low-tier martial artists perishing from starvation within the city walls, and even the Liao Yuan Battle Guild's nutrient paste was dwindling fast. A violent uprising seemed imminent. How many lives would be lost? Could things possibly grow worse? He shrugged nonchalantly. Truth be told, regardless of the plight of those lower-tier martial artists, he himself lacked no food or drink. The sky might fall, but taller shoulders would bear the weight. Why concern himself with such matters? Worse still, how much worse could it truly become? In that very instant, Go Changchun's vision flared with blinding light. Something hurtled toward him at impossible speed, traversing countless kilometers in mere seconds before slamming into the city. Then, boom, buildings, bodies, earth itself, all shattered into dust in an instant. Go Changchun's consciousness plunged into darkness. He was dead. Talent death regression E. Half an hour earlier on that same plaza, Go Changchun's movements jolted to a violent halt. He abandoned cultivation without pause and bolted away. Minutes later, what? A nuclear strike. This planet lies fully beneath the radiance of the martial human civilization. What place remains for thermal weapons, eh? Upon hearing Go Changchun's account, the others stared in stunned disbelief. No, nothing extraordinary had occurred. Why then had Leaden City suddenly been struck by a nuclear weapon? How should I know? Go Changchun exclaimed, agitated. The moment that thing detonated inside the city, everything within my field of vision disintegrated, and then I died. And don't forget, some of our classmates contracted radiation sickness earlier. Those very minerals can be refined into nuclear warheads. It fits. Everything fits. We've clearly been exposed. The inner city intends to silence us with nuclear annihilation. Hearing this, the group exchanged uneasy glances. Seriously, this isn't implausible at all. The inner city truly possesses ruthless resolve to bury a secret. They'd slaughter an entire metropolis without hesitation. Honestly, is this even legal? And deploying nuclear weapons? Such an act defies all reason. It isn't merely about the technological sophistication of nuclear arms. It's that the radiance of the martial human civilization expressly forbids thermal weaponry. Its influence blankets the entire planet, coexisting with stellar beast infections and the corruption of fallen evil deities. Xiaogo, by A.O. Shui, the classmate most versed in monstrous beasts, raised her hand. I think the explosion you described lacked a fireball, lacked a mushroom cloud. Something feels off about calling it nuclear. It resembled more closely an internal energy cannon fired by a monstrous beast. A medium-tier colossal beast casually exhaling its internal energy cannon wields destructive force rivaling tens, or even hundreds, of megatons of nuclear yield. Are you certain that wasn't what you witnessed? At these words, Go Changchun froze, then slapped his palm against his thigh in sudden realization. Oh, that makes sense. 10 minutes later, Leaden City sounded its crimson alert. Of course, not with advanced technology. It simply launched a series of 15 red signal flares in rhythmic succession, A crude yet urgent warning to civilians: the city is doomed. Flee now. This measure was not enacted by the Liao Yuan Battle Guild, but by the city's true rulers, the Letten Battle Guild. Faced with the Liao Yuan Battle Guild's early warning, their response was, "Your talent is death regression. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Gu Tianxiu stared at Go Changchun with incredulity, his tone echoing that of American forces discovering oil. Temporal talents are rarer than 1 in 10,000. And among them talents enabling conscious return to the past bearing foreknowledge. These occur once in a million. Go Changchun, so rare. He'd assumed himself an utterly dispensable low-tier martial artist. Yet perhaps, even by talent alone, he could carve out a name beyond the outer city. Gu Tianxiu, the current strongest martial artist in Letten City, nodded gravely, naturally. As martial artists, we spend our pre-adult years sheltered beneath our mother's protection. Thus our instinctive awareness of crisis remains dull. 16 years of habit are not easily undone. Talents awakened during the Qi initiation ritual overwhelmingly correlate with combat prowess, such as speed, strength enhancement, healing, mental acuity, reflexes, cultivation, acceleration, resurrection. Intelligence-gathering talents, however, remain exceedingly scarce. After all, martial artists, those who fear death, are in truth the minority. At this, the others nodded in heartfelt agreement. Genetically, they were simply unafraid of death. Go Changchun's self-preserving instincts made him a genuine anomaly, 1 in a million among martial artists. His talent's emergence was in essence a reflection of his temperament. Gu Tianxiu continued. Traditionally, early warnings have always been handled by Gu Hui. Alas, he fled, ironically driven out by your own Liao Yuan Battle Guild. Given his talent, he could thrive in any city he chose. Fortunately, though Gu Hui has vanished, Brother Go has admirably filled the void. By the way, might Brother Go consider selling his services to the Letten Battle Guild? We offer 1,000 blood chi pills. No, I'm not for sale. Go Changchun waved his hands in refusal. Gu Tianxiu sighed deeply. What a terrible shame. With that, he lifted a heavy chest. It belonged to the Letten Battle Guild, filled with treasures, including blood chi pills of immense value. He declared, well then, within another dozen minutes the city will face its first assault. Its fall is inevitable. I intend to flee westward. What of you? As he spoke, martial artists across Letten City scattered in blind panic. Many Letten Battle Guild leaders had already fled the city with their wealth and trusted lieutenants. Even Gu Tianxiu's inner circle stood ready to depart. Shall we flee? Chun Huangsha, the Liao Yuan Battle Guild leader, spoke with bitter reluctance. After building this from nothing, can't we at least attempt to hold the line? At these words, every gaze converged upon him. Gu Tianxiu bowed respectfully, admiration clear in his voice. Brother Chun, you're incredible. You stand firm before a medium-tier monstrous beast. You're truly exceptional. If your Liao Yuan Battle Guild chooses to stay, I swear it, I'll personally cancel all outstanding debts between us. With that, he shot forward like wind, vanishing instantly with his fortune and entourage. Chun Huangsha. All eyes turned to him, eyes burning with desperate longing for escape. Wu Tatian had already readied himself to knock Chun Huangsha unconscious and carry him off. Chun Huangsha scanned the faces around him, then smacked his forehead. Everyone, I've been a fool. Run, this cursed place is no longer safe. The others exhaled in collective relief. Thus the Liao Yuan Battle Guild, prepared for flight, evacuated swiftly. Though called a battle guild, it numbered scarcely 90 members. The rest had long since fled. Just as Gu Tianxiu had said, can I really fight a medium-tier monstrous beast? Consider this: with each ascending tier, a monstrous beast's mass and structural complexity multiply exponentially. Micro-tier beasts weigh from several tons up to hundreds of tons. Small-tier beasts begin at 100 tons for avians, 10,000 tons for reptiles, and specialized marine variants exceed 100,000 tons. Medium-tier beasts reach over 1 kilometer in length with minimum mass exceeding 10 million tons. At such scale and weight, moving at full body length per second consumes energy rivaling a megaton. Even hundreds of megatons of nuclear detonation. To oppose it, it is no different than an ant attempting to halt an aircraft carrier. Thus, within 30 minutes, nearly 300,000 residents of Letten City evacuated almost entirely. Soon after, an internal energy cannon streaked across the horizon and slammed into the city. In the next instant, a kilometer-wide radius dissolved into dust. The shockwave erupted outward, obliterating the entire city. Every structure, every wall, reduced to rubble. A metropolis housing 300,000 souls collapsed into ruin in less than a heartbeat. Many martial artists lacking swift mobility heard only a single deafening roar before witnessing their city reduced to barren wasteland behind them. Yet this was not the most terrifying sight. The true horror lay far across the wilderness, where visible even to the naked eye a colossal beast surged forward at 1 kilometer per second, its body radiating torrential internal energy. Fugabu Long, bone corrosion dragon. The internal energy cannon just unleashed originated from its maw. Riding this clan's supreme battle beast was none other than Lu clan's branch high priest. SSSSS. The Fugabu Long's flesh pulsed grotesquely, emitting a grating, unnatural sound. Within its body the high priest sensed its emotions. Foremost among them murderous intent toward the hairless apes. Yet also a second sensation, profound discomfort, as if crushed beneath an invisible weight. Had the high priest not guided it, the beast would have turned and fled instantly. This phenomenon left the high priest utterly baffled. How strange. No, perhaps this is precisely why these hairless apes persist upon this world. He murmured to himself. Then soothingly, good, obey me. Continue forward. Do you not see those abominations ahead? I shall help you destroy them. Through psychic resonance, he projected emotion directly into the battle beast's consciousness. Guided thus, its focus sharpened. Countless eyes sprouted across its hide, all locking onto the distant horizon, only to behold humanity. An incalculable multitude of humans, fleeing the city en masse, scattering in every direction. Roar! The Fugabu Long roared with fury. Murderous intent flooded its being. Every trace of discomfort vanished. In that moment, only one thought consumed it. Kill. Annihilate every last human. As the thought crystallized, its speed plummeted, while its maw began gathering dense internal energy, aiming toward the fleeing masses. Highly compressed internal energy coalesced, then erupted. A white energy beam, traveling faster than 20 Mach, lanced across the land and struck the earth. Like a laser-edged sword sweeping horizontally, upon impact residual energy coalesced momentarily before detonating violently. Kaboom! In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to shatter. Countless martial artists perished instantly. The white energy beam continued its rampage, plunging deep into human territory. Finally, it slammed ferociously into the sighing wall, over 3,000 meters tall. That was a wall. The boundary wall of the inner city. That towering sighing wall divided inner and outer cities. The outer city was less a city than a slum built along the cylindrical base of that wall. Letten City was merely one sector among many such slums. Calling it a city was merely euphemism. A region easily erased by a single breath from a medium-tier monstrous beast. What audacity did it possess to call itself a city? Yet, as the Fugabu Long fired its cannon, especially as that blast struck the sighing wall of the inner city, it triggered something. A conspicuous scar marred the wall's surface. Then the wall visibly rippled, its surface undulating as the wound sealed itself seamlessly. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the inner city, countless figures ascended, leaping over the sighing wall. Hovering at 10,000 meters, they immediately locked onto the approaching Fugabu Long. Damn it! Have they lost their minds? Has the Lu clan gone mad, or merely insane? Dicang sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the ever-deepening trench carving toward the outer city. Relying on a fallen evil deity's patronage, they dare invade my homeland with a single medium-tier monstrous beast. Have they always been this bold? He suddenly grasped the purpose behind the earlier sacrificial ritual. No wonder the medium-tier beast departed. Clearly it didn't regard him as a threat at all. Instead, it intended to flatten the entire human race outright. Wait, don't they realize the chasm between us? They can't even defeat a mere mortal realm martial artist like me. Yet they dream of invading the martial human civilization. Emohung accepted it matter-of-factly. What else could they do? They're xenomorphs and fanatical cultists. Is it surprising their minds are diseased? A chilling logic. Dicang reflected that this man possessed a kind of profound, unassuming wisdom. Yet soon, a thought struck him. Say, this direction leads straight to Letten City. Could our home be under siege? Dicang realized suddenly. Yes, the martial human civilization is mighty. Yes, the lords of the inner city are formidable. But for the outer city, what is a medium-tier monstrous beast? A god-tier boss, utterly beyond comprehension. Could 200 million outer city martial artists collectively suffocate it? A tide of refugees surged in panic. The emergence of the putrid bone dragon did not merely imperil Letten City. It sent shockwaves across 100 miles, striking terror into millions across dozens of cities. Thus, no thought of resistance crossed their minds. Millions fled at breakneck speed, desperate to escape. Yet fate always finds its victims. The putrid bone dragon moved at over 1 kilometer per second, nearly 3 times the speed of sound, a velocity even swiftest transcendent realm cultivators could scarcely evade. So they gambled, betting the monstrous beast would spare their path. And yet, as ever dense clusters of humanity proved the most irresistible lure for predatory beasts. Hence in flight, before such a creature, blind conformity became fatal. One must flee away from crowds, toward desolation. Reality, however, defied expectation. Far beyond 100 miles, the putrid bone dragon's body erupted with countless bony limbs, spindles of calcified horror thrusting deep into the earth. Then, its colossal form rose upright. Dozens of eyes, each uniquely grotesque, bloomed across its hide. Towering a full kilometer high, it gazed down with vision extending over 100 kilometers. Beneath that terrible gaze, it beheld more cities, more humans. Its murderous aura swelled like a gathering storm. Roar. Enraged beyond reason, it began to stride forward, its internal chi propulsion collapsing to less than 1/10 efficiency, replaced instead by something far more primal. From its skull, new maws unfurled, jagged, cavernous, and brimming with coalescing chi cannons. After seconds of charged silence, multiple chi cannons detonated, hurtling faster than 20 Mach across dozens, even hundreds of kilometers, obliterating swaths of helpless humanity. Thus annihilation descended. It was as if nuclear fire had erupted. Gale-force winds pulverized all within range as shockwaves radiated 10,000 meters outward. Martial artists' bodies were shredded in an instant. Remain calm. Do not act so rashly. Accelerate. We can simply crush through. The high priest watched helplessly as the clan's sacred war beast slipped entirely beyond rational control. He urgently soothed and attempted guidance, but his efforts were met only with the dragon's feral roar. Within its seemingly fragile organs, flesh twisted violently, morphing into a snarling draconic head that bared fangs directly at him. As if to snarl, "Cease your nagging." The high priest fell silent, his sweat pouring forth in torrents. Truth be told, upon witnessing such staggering numbers of hairless apes, he'd already sensed his earlier assessment had been grievously flawed. Yet now that war had been declared, restraint was no longer an option. In his mind, the path was clear: press forward without pause, penetrate deep into human territory, and annihilate their elite forces utterly. Slowing now would be catastrophic, yet calamity struck precisely then. The putrid bone dragon's surging bloodlust triggered premature long-range assault, firing chi cannons one after another, limited only by lineophyte, reducing defenseless hairless apes to ash. Impressive results, yet undeniably hollow. These were mere rabble, the dregs of society. Slaying them served no strategic purpose. The true elite remained hidden behind that towering wall, thousands of meters high. Truly, plans never survive first contact. At this sluggish pace, what if their elite forces slip away? That would be disastrous. Anxiety gripped the high priest. After brief reflection, he turned to his race's sovereign fortune. With the war beast fully unmoored from command, only the collective destiny of his people could weave threads of coincidence, shaping outcomes indirectly, thereby guiding, even if only faintly, the war beast's choices. He reached out, communing with the racial fortune, and instantly beheld darkness, a suffocating miasma of resentment thick as ink pooled at the fortune's base, creeping upward, devouring its violeting azure essence. Worse still, he felt the fortune's own wrath, a seething rebuke accusing him of abject mismanagement and utter bewilderment. Even the fortune itself seemed lost, bewildered by the sudden violent lashing of fate's threads across the world. In the wake of that chaos, the entire branch lineage sank into profound stagnation, resentment blooming uncontrollably, corroding the fortune itself. The high priest. Wait, did I just get backstabbed? Inner city. Unlike the outer districts, though home to only several million, every resident here was at least a transcendent realm martial artist. Among them flourished numerous ascended and supreme realm masters. A wall thousands of meters tall cleaved the inner city from the outer, separating realms of existence. Indeed, to the inner city elite, the outer districts had never truly existed. Those wretched martial artists clinging outside the walls were merely huddled around the inner city's warmth, abandoned, ungoverned, irrelevant. At this very moment, atop that immense barrier, floating thousands of meters above ground, stood scores of martial artists. Step aside, make room. Clear a spot for me. A beast siege. Rare indeed, I must record it. Laughter rang out as Transcendent Realm cultivators casually deployed smart modules conjuring comforts on the spot. Fruits, snacks, reclining chairs, massage units, telescopes, smart displays, even miniature supersonic drones, all appeared in abundance. Within moments, tens of thousands of martial artists gathered atop the rampart. One female cultivator activated her smart module, drawing forth over 100 autonomous drones, and launched them all. Clad in standard-issue uniform, she watched as her large display flickered alive with hundreds of synchronized feeds. Her expression grew grave-focused. Xiao Qian, why buy so many drones? They're expensive, aren't they? A fellow colleague in identical attire asked, puzzled. You're still interning. You earn barely enough and you're repaying your breakthrough package loan every month. Can your wallet possibly sustain this? Ah, yes. This young woman known as Xiao Qian was the sole student from Dicang class to awaken a grade C talent and gain entry to the inner city. Just 1 month ago, she had been an ordinary realm martial artist, mediocre in aptitude, abysmal in grades, deemed irredeemably inept. Yet today, within the inner city's embrace, she had shattered her limits and ascended to the transcendent realm. Only upon arriving here did she grasp how vast the world truly was. Within these walls, some were born already transcendent. Even those like herself, mere realm cultivators, achieved transcendence in under half a month thanks to the inner city's guaranteed breakthrough package. This was no miracle. Thousands of graduating realm cultivators, this year's eligible cohort, had all ascended to the transcendent realm empowered by that very package. Their price: a 50,000 breakthrough loan bearing 5% annual interest. Dan referred to vital chi pills. One pill sustaining a transcendent realm cultivator for an entire day of cultivation or labor. When Xiao Qian received her bill, she closed her eyes in quiet resignation. They're treating me like subhuman livestock. Returning to the present. Now interning at a corporate firm, and having just collected her first week's salary, Xiao Qian stared unblinking at her screen. To her colleague's question, she didn't lift her gaze. No worries, the wallet holds steady. All these drones were purchased on loan. Her colleague blinked. Are this year's graduates truly this bold? Remember, the inner city offers no safety net. Failure, loan, and starvation, or exile, awaits. Sighing, she offered gently, Xiao Qian, don't mistake my bluntness for heartlessness. I know you still care about your classmates outside the walls. But understand clearly, you and they inhabit separate worlds now. The outer city is a lawless wasteland, brutal, merciless. Alone out there they may well already be. Xiao Qian remained fixed on her screen. Yes, you're absolutely right. Her colleague exhaled sharply. Well, fine. Go ahead and search. Your concern has gone to the dogs. One day she'd realize those unworthy of inner city admission were destined to fade, perishing anonymously somewhere in the outer city's unforgiving sprawl. Gradually, old ties would sever, until she became wholly and irrevocably an inner city native. Strange. A voice murmured nearby. A transcendent realm cultivator gazed toward the horizon, fixated on the beast. This siege is led by only a mid-tier, aberrant creature. That makes no sense. At his words, others hurriedly asked why. He replied, 30 years ago the last beast siege involved 3 colossal aberrants, breaching the civilization light's barrier, leading hundreds of mid-tier beasts, thousands of lesser ones, and countless micro-beasts. That war nearly exterminated the outer city's rabble, and even our inner city demanded full mobilization. Every transcendent realm master fought, while ascended and supreme realm warriors arrived from neighboring cities as reinforcements. Yet this time, just one mid-tier beast. As a veteran of the inner city, he was baffled. He couldn't fathom how such a creature dared approach alone. So, shall we intervene this time? A junior transcendent realm cultivator asked anxiously. Surely we won't be ordered to fight a mid-tier beast ourselves. The elder shook his head, relaxed. Not at all. The ascended realm masters will handle it, but not yet. Don't you find it odd how many outer city rabble remain? His remark left the junior cultivator deeply puzzled. Yet many seasoned transcendent realm masters exchanged knowing glances. All understood the unspoken truth: this mid-tier beast would advance unopposed into the outer city's heart. There it would unleash slaughter, on a scale surely magnificent to behold. Just as they imagined it, a single chi cannon screamed across 200 kilometers, slamming into the rampart's summit. It detonated like a multi-megaton thermonuclear blast, shockwaves erupting, gale-force winds shredding the air. Moments earlier, cultivators had chatted, laughed, and feasted atop the wall. Now stood completely unharmed. A shimmering diamond-patterned energy field enveloped the entire rampart, including its crown, impenetrable, flawless. Not a single cultivator had fallen. Come on, blast me here. Oh ho, this beast has spirit. If you can breach the wall, you've earned my respect. The targeted cultivators nearly choked on laughter. Many leapt up, dancing, singing, mocking the distant beast from their lofty perch. Fear it. Preposterous. This wall's defenses were legendary. Only a colossal aberrant exerting absolute force could shatter it. A mere mid-tier beast, merely scratching an itch. Such mockery inflamed the beast. It ceased firing from afar, and instead began advancing, wings unfurling, internal chi roaring like jet engines. Its speed surged past 1 kilometer per second, racing toward them at terrifying velocity. 200 kilometers, conquered in under 4 minutes. Cultivators atop the rampart, thrilled by the spectacle, eagerly recorded footage. Far above them, dozens of figures hovered effortlessly in midair. Standing barely over 2 meters tall, their physiques were sculpted perfection, radiating an aura that dwarfed even transcendent realm cultivators. These airborne elites, capable of defying gravity, were unmistakably not transcendent realm cultivators. They were ascended realm masters. It comes for us. One ascended realm master spoke calmly. Aberrants are acutely sensitive to martial auras, and beings like us are irresistible targets. Too many have gathered. Withdraw. His words sparked immediate discontent among peers. Silently, they glanced at their personal interfaces. Mission: defend the city. Habitable planet 405, a third city under siege by mid-tier aberrant putrid bone dragon. Eliminate target. Reward: seeking soul credit. On such a remote planet, mission triggers are rare. Just say you want it, and we'll understand. Ah yes, rewards are finite. More hands mean smaller shares. But fear not, we are reasonable folk. Name your price, and the opportunity is yours. The hovering ascended realm masters bantered lightly, while the first speaker sighed softly, then pulled all present into a group chat and sent a massive bonus packet. Colleagues, grant me this courtesy. I depart for the front lines in a few years and desperately need merit points. Before he finished speaking, the packet vanished, claimed in an instant. Without another word, the group scattered, vanishing into the sky. Only he remained, alone in the heavens. Thank you all for your understanding. Then he leapt. Like a fired artillery shell, he shot skyward, soaring at 5 Mach within moments. Less than 2 minutes later, he stood face-to-face with the putrid bone dragon. His solitary action did not go unnoticed. Why only him? Xiao Qian watched bewildered as all other ascended realm masters departed, leaving him alone before the beast. Why not charge together? Wouldn't victory come faster? Her colleague shrugged. How should I know? Probably a mission trigger on their interface. And finally, you looked away from your screen. Xiao Qian beamed, pointing at her display. Lucky break. I found them. On her drone-linked feed, unmistakable images flickered to life. Wu Ta Tian and his classmates. Yes, she had taken loans, bought hundreds of drones. Not for spectacle, but for them. Against all odds, she had persisted. And, against all odds, she had succeeded. Her colleague rolled her eyes, sighing. Interface missions. Didn't they teach you? Upon reaching the ascended realm and joining the military department, your interface gains network access. Then, merit point systems, storage vaults, interface marketplaces appear on your dashboard. Ascended realm masters complete missions for merit points, then purchase resources directly from the interface marketplace. Many of those resources, unavailable for any price in the inner city. Merit points, interface marketplace, a whole new economy. Xiao Qian shook her head. No, they never taught us. Still, functions unlocked only at ascended realm. Teaching us early wouldn't help anyway. Her colleague nodded sympathetically. True. Then added, those who received the mission acted, those who didn't departed. Likely the reason. After all, surely they won't let that beast actually breach the city, right? Xiao Qian ignored the doubt in her voice. But logically, shouldn't a mid-tier aberrant surpass an ascended realm master? Is he truly safe, alone? My classmates are still out there. If our champion falls, would Wu Ge and the others be doomed? Logically, yes, her colleague shrugged. Reality, however, bears little resemblance to theory. Martial strength is never measured by numbers alone. Techniques, bloodlines, innate talents, and external enhancements. You're new. You don't know this ascended realm master is a legend of Third City. As she spoke, he arrived, hovering directly above the putrid bone dragon. Mid-flight, as if shedding restraints, his frame swelled, expanding seamlessly into a 10-meter colossus, perfectly proportioned, utterly divine. Ascended true form. From the void, he drew forth a katana 30 meters long. Ruhr. Enraged, the putrid bone dragon locked onto him, the Ascended Realm Master's aura blazing forth unreservedly, commanding the beast's undivided attention. It struck, limbs erupting from its body, terminating in savage draconic claws, each tipped with razor-sharp bone spurs. Countless claws streaked from every direction, layer upon layer, sealing off every possible avenue of retreat in an instant. Each claw bore crushing force, tens, even hundreds of thousands of tons, propelled by shrieking internal chi that cleaved air into vacuum. No path upward, no path downward. Was this despair? The Ascended Realm Master simply raised his blade. Then, silence. Absolute, profound silence. He vanished. In that same breath, the encircling claws exploded, shattered into thousands of fragments. Mangled limbs rained from the sky, bloody bone-strewn carcasses plummeting earthward. First clash, decisively concluded. Talent plank times C. After activating the talent, the body and consciousness exist within the smallest unit of time, and the world appears to be frozen in your eyes. He did not know who Planck was. It sounded like the name of some subhuman. But that was not important. All he knew was that his awakened talent was equivalent to stopping time. Once activated, the world before his eyes was reduced to mere black and white, with everything else, including light, rendered motionless. In this frozen world, only he could move. It was a powerful time-related talent. When he was in the mundane realm, this ability could halt the world for a full 5 minutes. After upgrading to the extraordinary realm, the time he could maintain the world's stillness was reduced to 30 seconds. And now, as a transcendent warrior, the duration of this ability could only last for 1 second. He had long anticipated this phenomenon. As he grew stronger, or to explain it scientifically, the more information he carried, the shorter the duration of the talent. A clever talent could only support him up to the transcendent realm. However, since he was indeed in the transcendent realm, this talent was just enough. In the still world, he swung a 30-meter-long great sword, its blade aura slicing through dozens of meters, striking down hundreds of times in a single second. When he sheathed his sword, the world returned to normal. He had already broken free from the encirclement of countless dragon claws, and those dragon claws from all directions were instantly reduced to countless fragments, falling to the ground under the barrage of strikes. However, there was no sign of ease in his eyes at that moment, because, in the next moment, the shredded meat wrapped around bones began to squirm piece by piece. In the microscopic world, the cells of the corrupted bone dragon seemed to possess consciousness, automatically rearranging themselves at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, in the real world, within mere seconds, these tons of shredded meat grew legs and eyes. Some fragments even sprouted wings. They either crawled, ran swiftly, or soared into the sky, returning to the body of the corrupted bone dragon at the fastest speed. The latter welcomed them, without hesitation, swallowing these detached pieces of flesh. The injuries inflicted by human warriors healed instantly under such regenerative power. TSK. The transcendent warrior clicked his tongue in frustration. It was so difficult to kill a medium-sized mutant beast. There were no truly vital points. The body could rearrange itself at will with cellular-level regenerative abilities. Even detached pieces of flesh could regrow limbs and run back. Only those pieces of flesh that had their cells completely destroyed by his inner energy lay on the ground, utterly dead. To completely eliminate the vitality of a medium-sized mutant beast, one must entirely destroy its cells. The days of effortlessly dispatching enemies with a single slash to the head were long gone. In truth, he could accept this, because he himself was the same way. After all, the martial path of humanity was originally modeled after the giant stellar beasts. The vitality of micro-mutant beasts, the energy of small mutant beasts, and the inner energy of medium mutant beasts corresponded to the mundane, extraordinary, and transcendent realms of martial artists. Moreover, in terms of efficiency, control, and quality, humanity's martial artists were stronger than mutant beasts. The strength of mutant beasts lay in their sheer weight. Like the corrupted bone dragon before him, weighing 30,000 tons, what difference did it have from a large boss in a game? You fight it, you slowly fix its legs. Not a sound when struck. Thinking of this, the transcendent warrior who stood in the sky turned to look at the worthless ones fleeing in the outer city. He chuckled lightly. Fortunately, I have you to help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to defeat it. Muttering to himself, he quickly retreated. With a jet of inner energy, his speed in the air exceeded 5 Mach, far faster than the 30,000-ton monster in front of him. As soon as he moved, he immediately attracted the attention of the corrupted bone dragon. All its murderous intent focused on him. Yes, come here. The transcendent warrior smiled lightly, provocatively, unleashing a wave of inner energy and a 30-meter diameter, semicircular, sword aura shot forth, crossing over 1,000 meters to slash at the corrupted bone dragon's face. Roar! The corrupted bone dragon was enraged. Its inner energy erupted violently, its speed increasing once more, igniting the surrounding flowers and trees with the surging energy, raising the temperature within a kilometer to several hundred degrees. Like a star descending, the massive source of fire madly chased after the transcendent warrior, no longer caring about anything else. And the direction in which the transcendent warrior retreated was precisely the gathering place of the warriors in the outer city. In the outer city, martial artists within 100 miles were cursing. "Beast, are you leading it to us? Damn inner city bastards, did I provoke you?" In a certain part of the outer city, Wu Taitian and others were also cursing. For in their view, that terrifying beast was rapidly approaching their direction. And Wu Tietian, as an extraordinary realm warrior, had excellent vision. Naturally, he had a live feed of what was happening. It was clear that the transcendent warrior did not lead the corrupted bone dragon to the sparsely populated wilderness, but deliberately towards the inner city. Is it that he thinks there are too many warriors in the outer city? Or does he think that worthless beings like us can intervene in the battle between a dignified transcendent warrior and a medium-sized mutant beast? This is not how to lead disaster. Run, run quickly. Follow me in another direction, it's safer there. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Everyone looked up. Floating above them was a small drone. From its loudspeaker came a familiar voice. Qian Xiaoxing. Guo Changchun immediately recognized her, shocked. "Wait, where have you been? When did you come to the outer city?" The drone's loudspeaker responded, "I haven't come to the outer city. Is this the time to talk about that? Hurry, follow me to run. The path I take has the least people, it's the safest." After finishing her words, the drone began to lead the way. Everyone quickly followed. Indeed, the corrupted bone dragon continued charging in its original direction. It was not coming after their group. However, even so, the disparity in speed was too great. Soon the corrupted bone dragon arrived. The paths along the way transformed into magma from the energy it emitted. A scorching heat wave rushed towards them. After the crowd left their original position, they still felt a heat wave coming from thousands of meters away. Many furrowed their brows. And precisely because they rushed into a crowd, the attention of the corrupted bone dragon was also slightly diverted. Its newly grown eyeballs began to glance around. "I understand." Seeing this scene, by Ao Xue, who understood mutant beasts best, excitedly clapped her hands and said, "That guy wants to use the strength of the outer city to kill this medium-sized mutant beast." The crowd was puzzled. Chun Huangsha incredulously said, "Use our strength? Are you serious? Is he trying to let us unite to kill this beast?" By Ao Xue, "Of course not. That transcendent guy must be thinking." Before she could finish her sentence, in the distance the corrupted bone dragon launched another assault. Its tentacles shot out, transforming into fierce dragon claws, wrapping sharp inner energy, reaching for the transcendent warrior. In the next moment, the world fell silent. Or rather, no one noticed anything at all. In an instant, one of the tentacles of the corrupted bone dragon was severed on the spot. However, that was not the end, as the transcendent warrior swiftly approached the severed body, then kicked out. A dragon claw with a diameter of several dozen meters, weighing over 1,000 tons, was kicked thousands of meters away. It traced a parabolic arc in the air, ultimately landing over 100 meters away from the crowd. "He treats us like garbage collectors," Bai Ao Xue said indignantly, her voice booming. In the next moment, the dragon claw that had crashed into the ground leaped out, its entire body having transformed into a ferocious skeletal dragon form. It was a grotesque eastern dragon entirely enveloped in corroded bones. The moment it appeared, it was about to return to its body, but suddenly its eyes shifted and spotted the 90 or so people not far away. Quickly, killing intent surged in its brain, and battle replaced thought. This chunk of flesh split from the corrupted bone dragon let out a furious roar. Inner energy erupted, charging wildly towards the crowd. This was merely a piece of flesh without a unified body, driven solely by instinct. Weighing over 1,000 tons, it could still run at nearly the speed of sound. Compared to the corrupted bone dragon's body, it was definitely inferior. But so what? Wasn't that enough to deal with the worthless beings in the outer city? "Don't be reckless, retreat behind me. Let me handle it." Wu Taitian took the lead, shielding the others behind him. Then he clenched his fists and charged forward. Shi Xingqiong, seeing this, drew a battle knife. He hurriedly activated his bloodline, following closely behind Wu Tietian, anxiously shouting, "Brother Wu, don't be reckless, at least bring a weapon." Although this thing weighed only over 1,000 tons and was not as strong as an ordinary small mutant beast, it could still viciously maul a martial artist. However, it had inner energy, which was a higher level of energy than Qi. Thus, its threat was absolutely not low. The same thing was happening in all directions of the outer city. Dozens to hundreds of people formed groups, or thousands of people fled, and they were running well. Suddenly, several chunks of rotten meat fell from the sky, weighing from dozens to over 1,000 tons. These mutant beast flesh pieces landed on the ground in mere seconds, transformed into small corrupted bone dragons roaring as they charged forward. What is that? Medium-sized mutant beast flesh. We're done for. Get out of the way. Expecting us to defeat it. It's the inner city not caring about us. Watching the small corrupted bone dragons rushing forward, many martial artists revealed expressions of resignation. I knew it. The inner city wouldn't be so kind as to help you kill monsters. The thoughts of the transcendent warrior were simple, since the flesh he had severed would return to the main body. As long as they could divert its hatred, it would be fine. Just like now, the mutant beast flesh had just grown eyes and was looking for its body when its gaze was firmly attracted by the surrounding humans. Then the killing intent surged, going completely mad. Before it could return to its body, would it eliminate all the humans in front of it? Naturally, that was impossible. Thus, the mutant beast flesh dispersed, and the transcendent warriors fighting in the sky breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this tactic worked. This way, he finally had a chance to slay it. As for the warriors of the outer city, let's fight it, Hedon. On the way, the fleeing Gu Tianxiu halted his steps. He drew his weapon, instantly activating his bloodline, his fighting spirit ablaze, medium-sized mutant beast. If it doesn't die, the entire inner city will suffer no matter where we escape to. Besides, don't forget the flesh of medium-sized mutant beasts is a prime source of energy. If we kill it, we can definitely make a fortune. Upon hearing this, the close aides of Gu Tianxiu exchanged glances. Then they could only draw their weapons and prepare to fight. Fear of death. To be honest, martial artists of humanity only flee when there is hope of survival. But once they determine that escape is hopeless, they must fight to the death. The instinct of genes would cause fighting spirit to outweigh the fear of death. Wu Taitian and others, as well as Gu Tianxiu and his ilk, were merely an inconspicuous part of the countless martial artists in the outer city. Faced with these subsonic and even supersonic mutant beasts, numerous martial artists, led by extraordinary realm warriors, took up their weapons and resisted. Subsequently, a bloody storm erupted in the outer city. Cities were destroyed, lives lost, and many martial artists perished here. Even weaker extraordinary realm warriors struggled to escape alive. This kind of battle continued for a long time. When Dicang followed the traces and arrived at the outer city, the scene before his eyes was one of utter carnage. As far as the eye could see, corpses lay scattered, blood staining the battlefield. The ferocious mutant beasts roared madly, slaughtering indiscriminately. Well, better than I expected. Dicang felt a sense of relief instead. The medium-sized mutant beast was incredibly powerful. He had thought that when he arrived, he would only witness the beast slaughtering at will in the outer city. Given its speed, the lives of everyone in Letten City would be at risk. Fortunately, thankfully, the lords of the inner city had intervened. What the warriors in the outer city faced were merely some pieces of mutant beast flesh equivalent to weaker versions of small corrupted bone dragons. Now, a small corrupted bone dragon weighing dozens of tons was rampaging just 1,000 meters away from Dicang. Around it, dozens of mundane realm warriors had already perished. Only a few mundane realm warriors remained, barely holding on. They had managed to last this long because among them was a female warrior of the mundane realm, battered and swinging a heavy hammer, fighting on the front lines. Her blood boiled and her arms swelled. Despite her seemingly frail body, she unleashed a force of over 100 tons. Yet even so, facing the mutant beast flesh weighing merely dozens of tons, she could only continuously retreat. Suddenly, a figure appeared, moving at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. In the next moment, the piece of mutant beast flesh was directly hit by a silhouette, its body exploding under the immense force. Flesh and bones scattered everywhere. The crisis was averted. The figure skidded for hundreds of meters before stabilizing itself. He then lightly leaped and approached the female warrior. The newcomer was naturally Dicang. I recognize you. Dicang looked at the female warrior, his keen memory as a martial artist kicking in. Your name is? I remember you from the previous hunting operation when we distributed weapons. Well, he hadn't thought of it. It wasn't that he forgot, he simply hadn't paid attention when she introduced herself. At the moment the crisis was resolved, the female warrior had already stopped her assault. She instantly turned pale, spitting out blood, nearly collapsing onto the ground. However, she still stood firm. Upon seeing Dicang's appearance, she exclaimed in surprise, "My name is Miao Hong." "Oh, I remember you. Everyone said you perished along with the mountain-splitting beast. You're still alive?" "Miao Hong. Ah, yes, that's the name." Previously, Dicang had been caught off guard thinking that this woman approached him with ulterior motives, thus, he didn't engage in much conversation with her. Now he wasn't worried, not because he had seen through her character, but because he had grown stronger and no longer feared the schemes of the weak. "I am indeed alive," Dicang casually remarked, then asked, "Enough of the small talk. Have you seen the members of my Liao Yuan battle gang?" "Yes. After we escaped from Letten City, the people from Liao Yuan battle gang also fled." "You're not looking for that group of mortal realm trash, are you?" Her words were somewhat hurtful, but not discriminatory. In the outer city, low-ranked martial artists and disabled fighters were utterly useless, always ranking first in consuming nutritional paste. What else could they be called but trash? Of course not those useless ones. Dicang firmly denied. He then asked, "I mean the core circle, those people from Wu Tatian. You should know them, right?" Miao Hong nodded at his words and pointed in a direction, "Over there." "Before leaving the city, I originally wanted to escape with them, but unexpectedly, they said they didn't want to take outsiders." "I can understand. The more humans gather, the more they attract the attention of alien beasts. It's safer to scatter and run. That said, since you're here, how about helping me out?" Boom. The ground where Dicang had been standing suddenly exploded. He was propelled outward, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier, racing toward the direction pointed by Miao Hong. "Miao Hong. Well, that was expected." After catching her breath, she stood up, looking down at the pieces of flesh that had just been blasted apart, now writhing around. In a short time, they had grown eyes and limbs. Then they charged at the group with renewed ferocity. These chunks of flesh still emitted internal energy, but as their bodies shrank, the internal energy they could wield plummeted, and their recovery ability decreased drastically. Before Miao Hong could act, a martial artist behind her sprang forward and stomped down. A chunk of flesh weighing several kilograms, covered in limbs and eyes, was crushed instantly by this mortal realm martial artist. At this moment, internal energy seemed to have no effect whatsoever. It merely made the flesh's defense tougher and its blood volume higher. This mortal realm martial artist calmly dealt with a piece of flesh, providing great encouragement to the living around. He said with concern, "Sister Miao, you should go rest. Leave these trash to us to finish off." Then a group of martial artists charged forward. The scattered pieces of flesh were also undeterred. They didn't recombine, but attacked with hatred towards humans, only to be smashed into pulp. These chunks of flesh, weighing several kilograms to at most hundreds of kilograms, posed a threat reduced by countless times, easily handled even by mortal realm martial artists. Thus, a mass weighing several tens of tons, after exploding into countless fragments, was slowly ground to dust by the many martial artists. Similar events occurred frequently in the outer city. As time passed, the once invincible corrupted bone demon dragon was continuously sliced apart by the persistent efforts of the mortal realm martial artists. Its mass was rapidly diminishing. Dicang was anxious. Miao Hong had run too fast and had long been left behind. Now in the outer city, Dicang moved like a shadow, weaving through the crowd and the blood of alien beasts. Bang! A punch was thrown, unleashing a force of over 10,000 tons. A chunk of over 100 tons of corrupted bone demon dragon was blasted apart. He retracted his fist, revealing deep wounds down to the bone. These were injuries left from the internal energy counterattack of this chunk of alien beast flesh. This was still because the alien beasts were too foolish, only able to use internal energy instinctively. If it were a transcendent realm beast under the protection of internal energy armor, Dicang's arm would likely explode into a mist of blood the moment he struck it. "Thank you for your help, brother." Just after he had blasted apart the alien beast flesh, the rescued martial artists immediately surrounded him, providing emotional support. A young martial artist clasped his fists and said, "Brother, we suffered heavy casualties from this beast's attack. Fortunately, we had." Dicang waved his hand. "All right, enough with the small talk. Just answer my questions. Have you seen a group of people about 100 in scale, with a leader over 4 meters tall, handsome and muscular, surrounded by a group of mortal realm martial artists?" Although Miao Hong provided a direction, it was still too difficult to find someone with just this bit of information. To expedite the process, Dicang continued to question several groups of people. He had saved at least 1,000 lives. Unfortunately, he found nothing. "Are you referring to the people from the Liao Yuan battle gang?" In the crowd, an armless martial artist suddenly realized and pointed in a direction. He said, "I've seen them. They were taken away by a drone earlier, but then they were attacked by a chunk of a split body." That chunk of split body looked to weigh over 1,000 tons, and the monsters formed from it were incredibly powerful. I barely escaped with my life, otherwise I might have died there. Dicang's eyes widened. 1,000 tons. Currently, the alien beast flesh he had eliminated, also known as the split body, mostly weighed only several dozens of tons. The one he had just blasted apart was at most around 100 tons. If a 100-ton alien beast flesh could inflict light injuries with its counterattack, what about 1,000 tons? No. It's not just that. For a medium-sized alien beast split body, every tenfold increase in weight was a significant hurdle. 100 kilograms was comparable to a micro-alien beast like the Gale Wolf. Ordinary mortal realm martial artists could contend with it. 1 ton was equivalent to a micro-alien beast like the mighty elephant. Bloodline mortal realm martial artists could contend with it. 10 tons were like small flying beasts. Transcendent realm martial artists could contend with it. 100 tons had intensity comparable to the earlier mountain shatter beast. Multiple bloodline transcendent realm fighters would be needed to face it. As for 1,000 tons, it equated to a small alien beast that could move at sonic speed, erasing the speed gap between alien beasts and martial artists. That thing was absolutely not something Wu Tatian could contend with. Got it. Dicang shot up again. He soared to a high altitude, following the direction pointed by the armless martial artist, scrutinizing the area, which led him to find a trace. On the desolate ground 10 kilometers away, there were suddenly nearly 100 figures, and a giant creature still on the move. It was too far away to confirm, but the number matched. Wait for me, he murmured, stepping onto the air, leaping out. Under the extreme speed and power, the air seemed to become tangible, exploding with each step Dicang took, propelling him through the air. The distance of over 10 kilometers was rapidly closed. Finally, he crashed to the ground. Like a meteor landing, it kicked up countless soil and dust, and immediately after, a figure leaped out from the smoke, roaring. Roar, beast, come face me. The entrance was enough to attract everyone's attention, coupled with his identity as a martial artist. It was the best way to divert the beast's hatred. However, as Dicang lingered in midair, many gazes were indeed drawn to him. Who? Where did that naked? Digu, I can't believe you're still alive. I thought you were dead. Dicang landed. His expression stiffened as he looked around. In his view, the split body that should have been rampaging was now divided into dozens of pieces. Over 100 awakened bloodline martial artists were encircling these dozens of pieces, each averaging over 20 tons, fiercely attacking. Among them, Biao Xue's figure darted around, swiftly eliminating the immobilized alien beast flesh, refining it in moments. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Tatian was covered in blood with injuries deep enough to see bone. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression unfathomable, as if immersed in enlightenment. Upon hearing Dicang's roar, he came to his senses. In such a situation, everyone's gaze turned to the newly arrived Dicang. No, how did you guys? That was 1,000-ton corrupted bone demon split body. I thought you would struggle, suffer heavy casualties, then I'd step in to save the day, turning the tide and defeating the powerful enemy after a tough battle. How did you all take it down yourselves? I refuse to accept that. Wu Tatian. He gazed deeply at Dicang, remaining silent. Then he continued to drift off into the void, lost in enlightenment. Hundreds of meters away, Shi Xingqiong suddenly exerted force, blood and energy, surging, unleashing a giant force of dozens of tons, once again chopping the alien beast flesh into several pieces. With brilliant achievements, he leaped out of the battlefield and came to Dicang's side. Little D don't come to mess things up, though everyone has just become stronger and needs some actual combat to test it out. Let's just stand by and watch. Shi Xingqiong said this. Dicang nodded stiffly, then looked at the battlefield. Over there, the alien beast flesh that had just been sliced by Shi Xingqiong naturally split into several pieces, then grew eyes and limbs. Seeing others around, they disregarded their self-healing and charged violently in their split form, but the danger of the split alien beast flesh dropped sharply, and the other students rushed in, smashing them into pieces. In the end, Biao Xue quietly finished off the remaining, refining the alien beast flesh in an instant. How did you do it? Dicang felt numb, pointing at the divided battlefield and asking. As far as I know, 1,000-ton split body is harder to deal with than a small alien beast, Holy Black Flame Dragon. How did you handle it? The Holy Black Flame Dragon, although he had killed it, was in a weakened state, controlled by the land race, and unable to use its energy. As for the complete version of the Holy Black Flame Dragon, it was terrifyingly strong. 1,000-ton split body of a medium-sized alien beast was even stronger. Not to mention one transcendent realm, even dozens of transcendent realm fighters together would probably not match it. Put your clothes on first. Shi Xingqiang disdainfully took off his jacket and handed it to Dicang. Mind your image, did you run here naked? Dicang took the jacket with indifference and put it on casually, saying, have you tried running at supersonic speeds? At over 1,000 degrees, what clothes wouldn't turn to ash? Don't sweat the small stuff, quickly tell me what's going on with you guys. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiang also expressed disbelief. Not long after you fell off the cliff, brother, Wu's energy broke through to the realm of energy with essence. Besides that, his martial arts have reached a depth I can't comprehend. In short, this guy jumped onto that split body and performed a series of moves, cutting it into dozens of pieces. Look, this guy is comprehending again like a beast. Makes sense. Everything happening with Wu Tatian seemed perfectly reasonable. The idealistic martial arts are like this. Dicang shifted his gaze to Shi Xingqiang and asked, what about you guys? Everyone awakened their bloodlines. With Bai Aokshu's bloodline elixir backing, this isn't hard. But how come your power is so fierce? It's almost comparable to Transcendent Realm. So you guys finally stopped pretending, huh? I knew I wasn't the only one who awakened. Shi Xingqiang, although he wanted to refute the reality, seemed to be about as he guessed. Thanks to you. He patted Dicang's shoulder and said, if it weren't for you taking out that small alien beast, our hunting expedition would have ended hastily, and we wouldn't have brought back any spoils. Now that we have spoils after awakening our bloodlines, everyone has made their first primitive accumulation and started to exert their strength. Dicang interrupted, just to clarify, it wasn't a mutual destruction. Did you all really think I was dead? Why send Mo Hung to find me? Shi Xingqiang straightforwardly said, no, everyone thought you were dead, but you know how vast the world is. If we find your body, who knows, you might still be revived. Well, that's not without reason. After all, the martial artist race isn't lacking in means of revival. Some people's talents are even resurrection. They can either resurrect themselves or others, or even both. Continue. Dicang pointed at the others again. I have many more questions, like how did Mo Hung find me? But first introduce me to their situation. Shi Xingqiang was not one to drag things out. He took out several vials. Blood boiling elixir. It can make blood and energy surge, increasing strength several times. Super brain elixir. Enhances human reflexes, perception, and control. Life elixir. After swallowing, it rapidly heals bodily injuries within half an hour, just enough to counteract the side effects of the first two elixirs. Shi Xingqiang took out several elixirs, speaking nonstop about them. Dicang was stunned. This one I am familiar with. Buffing up like crazy before facing the boss, right? Stacking over a dozen positive effects in the status bar, a mere mortal could slay a god. Alright, although it's not that exaggerated, but whose masterpiece is this? How should I put it? The warriors in the outer city are nothing more than blank slates. Occasionally they manage to acquire a few yellow-grade weapons, but these are merely second-hand trash that has been discarded and refurbished from the inner city, no different from scavenging in the eyes of the inner city lords. In the inner city, however, true warriors, even those merely at the extraordinary realm, have various external forces to enhance their combat power. Potions are one of these. Unlike the balanced and mild pills, potions are designed for immediate effect with significant side effects, primarily used for temporary boosts and buff stacking rather than for cultivation. Tianhong. A name slipped from Shi Xingqiang's lips. Tianhong. Oh, that guy. Unlike Biao Xue, who is obsessed with bloodlines, Tianhong, while similarly passionate about knowledge, clearly possesses profound insights into the human body. Shi Xingqiang continued, I don't know when he learned to concoct potions, but this guy has been experimenting with various materials, primarily using certain body parts of exotic beasts as main ingredients for quite some time. Then the potion was produced ample in quantity, with everyone getting their share. Xiao Di, take this healing potion, it can save lives. As he spoke, he handed a syringe to Dicang. Yes, a syringe. This is not something you drink, it is injected directly into the body. What's the difference between oral potions and pills? Life potion. A potion that significantly boosts the metabolism through stimulation. If I remember correctly, this thing is somewhat life-threatening. Holding the potion, Dicang felt a bit embarrassed. The side effects of potions are no less severe than lethal techniques. Boiling blood potions harm the body. Super brain potions harm the brain. Life potions shorten lifespan. In other words, to counteract the side effects, various mixed potions are injected into the body. The result is that on the surface a person appears fine, but in reality their lifespan plummets. If one takes dozens or hundreds of these, they will be finished. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Shi Xingqiang was quite speechless. You're picking and choosing at a time when it could save your life. This thing's healing effect is much stronger than your broken talent. Dicang replied, I never said I didn't want it. In the midst of their conversation, he had already tucked this life-saving item into his pocket. Shixingqiang continued, You have no idea how many hidden talents there are in our class, those who make equipment, those who craft items, and those who perform rituals. Thanks to your sacrifice. He gave a thumbs up. Dicang replied, I'm still alive. Through their brief exchange, he understood. After the hunting operation, everyone's strength surged with the numerous exotic beast corpses successfully passing through the most difficult phase of development. Then no one was acting anymore. In just 2 weeks, the strength of the Liao Yuan battle group had risen dramatically. If it weren't for the invasion of that mid-sized exotic beast, it might have taken less than a month for Letten City to fall into everyone's hands, after which they could expand outward reasonably. As the two conversed, a figure flashed by. A familiar silhouette swooped in. Di Ge, Bai Aoshu, charged in like a bull, directly clinging to Dicang. Tears welled in her eyes as she said emotionally, Everyone says you're dead. They even erected a tombstone for you, and half of the funeral preparations are complete. But I just knew you wouldn't be dead. Dicang wore a blank expression, wanting to pull her down. This girl clung to him like an octopus. Having spent 2 weeks in the black abyss, Dicang thought of the octopus and felt a bit nauseated. Get off me. Enough chit-chat, hurry up and give me the pills. The ones we agreed on, the ones that can awaken specific bloodlines. After some thought, Dicang allowed her to proceed without taking action. Mainly because his current strength was too overwhelming. If he was not careful, he could easily crush an ordinary warrior to dust. His control was insufficient. He truly didn't dare to act recklessly. As Dicang spoke, Bai Aoshu finally shifted her gaze, standing straight again as she said, Actually, Di Ge, there have been too many classmates competing with me for exotic beasts lately, and I'm a bit strapped for resources. Can we extend the matter of the pills by another 2 days? After all, there are 10,000 micro-exotic beasts. Dicang replied, What a guy waiting for me here. You just took a lot of exotic beast blood and flesh. That was the corrupt bone demon dragon, the flesh of a mid-sized exotic beast. Don't tell me it's priced the same as a micro-exotic beast. Oh, indeed. I was just thinking of saving resources for Wu Ge. Bai Aoshu blinked and said earnestly, His combat power is shockingly strong, and he's also at the extraordinary realm. If we can increase the bloodline concentration to 0.05, he will definitely reach new heights. Saving resources to strengthen Wu Ge is the most cost-effective. What a good reason. Dicang couldn't fathom how Wu Tianxin managed to deal with a 1,000-ton split body. Even he would have to fight desperately to cope. However, Dicang had absolute confidence. Just watch. He raised his hand and threw a punch into the sky. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed. Shockwaves fiercely radiating outwards. The power of the punch created a vacuum channel, and even ionization occurred nearby. Beside Dicang, the two felt a strong wind hitting their faces, the temperature rising. They stared at the vacuum channel in the sky created by the punch, their eyes nearly popping out. See, do you understand now? Investing in me is the same. Moreover, I need far fewer resources than Wu Ge. Once he finished speaking, the two nodded vigorously. Shixingqiang looked at Bai Aoshu seriously. I think Di Ge makes a lot of sense. Quickly get the pills to him. Bai Aoshu quickly extended her hands, respectfully offering a pill. Here, Di Ge. This is the anchor blood pill I specially prepared for you. After swallowing it, you can directly select the bloodline you desire. The process might be a bit painful, bear with it. Dicang took the pill and swallowed it whole. This action seemed to trigger some mechanism. As soon as the pill entered his abdomen, it dissolved into liquid and swiftly spread throughout his limbs and bones, with the medicinal power penetrating deeply into the DNA sequences of his cells. The entire process was incredibly mystical. At that moment, Dicang felt the pulse of his bloodline. He closed his eyes as if seeing a towering giant tree reaching into the clouds amidst the brilliant stars. Every star hanging in the sky represented a warrior who had reached the divine realm. The giant tree connecting the stars represented the hidden bloodlines of the martial artists. It also symbolized the lineage of the bloodline martial gods. At this moment, Dicang seemed to stand beneath this giant bloodline tree, and with a gentle reach, countless branches representing bloodlines would fall. Super Brain Bloodline. Dicang spoke, stating his request. Swish. In the next moment, numerous branches began to retract. Only a number of still abundant branches remained. Each branch represented a type of super brain bloodline. Micro superbrain calculations, superbrain temporal sense, superbrain perception, superbrain telekinetic, superbrain mimetic, superbrain source, superbrain analysis, superbrain resonance, superbrain chaos, superbrain. Each description was quite outrageous. Divine-level bloodlines are like this. They are strong in early, mid, and late stages. Until the late stages, when they promote to the divine realm, the bloodline further sublimates into a divine-level bloodline with a strong personal style, ultimately becoming one among countless divine-level bloodlines. The only flaw of this system is that there are too many choices. It makes it hard to decide. Dicang. My power is too strong, hard to control. My speed is too fast, hard to react. So can you recommend something? Indeed, it was hard for him to make a decision. He might as well let the bloodline giant tree recommend for him. Once he said this, the vast majority of branches began to converge. Dicang looked carefully. Chaos superbrain. This is more suitable for the idealistic martial path. Mirror reflection superbrain. Ordinary warriors have limits. My issues cannot be solved by merely training harder. Temporal sense superbrain. Could indeed resolve the issue of excessive speed. Micro superbrain. Awakening this would alleviate concerns about losing control of my power. And others. He pondered. Overall, the most suitable for him were the temporal sense superbrain and micro superbrain, which coincidentally aligned with by Aoksha's recommendations. Now what I need is. He made his choice. Immediately from within his genes. No, even beyond the genetic level, an inexplicable power soaked Dicang's entire body, causing a transformation from the inside out. The feeling was akin to the body being completely reshaped, excruciatingly painful. Every cell seemed to be screaming. Thankfully, the pain came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Before Dicang could cry out in pain, the bloodline transformation was complete. The moment his consciousness returned to reality, temporal sense superbrain. He activated this bloodline most suited to him, thus within his field of vision. No, it was slowed down. The entire world seemed to be slowed down by 100 times. Or rather, on the level of time perception, his thinking had increased 100-fold. In his view, the movements of classmates fighting the split body in the distance after being slowed down at least 100 times became incredibly sluggish. The speed at which they swung their blades could make him yawn. Beside him, Biao Xue and Shixingqiang were also watching him, their mouths slowly closing and opening. The sounds seemed to be stretched into a long line, which was exceedingly annoying. Not only the sound of speech. In this world slowed down 100 times, even the sounds of battle from afar and the howling wind around them were completely off-key. It's really peculiar, Dicang murmured. Not only that, as a superbrain bloodline, he felt his control over his body had improved significantly, allowing him to control his qi and strength more precisely. The enhancement of perception also flooded his mind with a wealth of information. But at this moment, his brain was able to process it all. This is the fundamental function of the superbrain. It's just that this bloodline's superbrain focuses more on temporal perception. Such a unique perception with his brain and thoughts extraordinarily clear, Dicang felt as if he could grasp the entire universe in his hands. Of course, all of this was an illusion. Even if an ordinary warrior activated their superbrain, they would find that apart from their own thoughts, everything else, including their own body, was slowed down. If they faced other warriors who had awakened their bloodlines, they could swing a dozen-ton heavy punch capable of smashing a superbrain warrior to a pancake. Activating the superbrain merely allows one to more clearly perceive how they would die. Of course, this applies to ordinary warriors. At this moment, Dicang felt finally normal. He took a step forward, moving freely in the 100-fold slowed-down world. He no longer needed to suppress his own power. With a gentle push, he could leap into the air. This time, he clearly saw how his legs exploded with power, and how that power acted upon his entire body. It wasn't easy, far from easy. Usually during battle, once his speed exceeded that of sound, it was all about feeling as he charged recklessly. Running made his vision a complete blur. But now it was entirely different. Although he still couldn't fully control his overwhelming power, at least he could see the speed of his attack. Back to reality, his combat power had geometrically increased. Dicang vanished from sight. Then, as if teleporting, he appeared before the two. Following that, a series of sonic booms erupted as Dicang's figure flickered on the battlefield, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages. This is pure speed. Biao Xue watched in awe and exclaimed, "What level has Dicang's combat power reached now? How can he move so fast?" You must know, in her eyes, Dicang had just opened his eyes, and before she could ask him anything, he had disappeared. Then a gale arose and the sound of sonic booms filled the air. That was the roar and shockwaves of Dicang moving across the battlefield. Such a visual feast and destructive power, even Wu Gu couldn't keep up. To be honest, even if the class was filled with hanging warriors, isn't Di Gu a bit too much of a supermodel? What does it matter? Shixingqiang had already come to terms with it. The stronger Di Gu is, the safer we are. Don't be fooled by his current speed. He is actually holding back. With such a physique, he could probably rival the Transcendence realm. No, an ordinary Transcendence realm, with just physical strength, is far inferior to him. Having seen much, he certainly wasn't lying. In terms of pure physical strength, the power of the Transcendence realm is only several tens of tons, not much different from Dicang now. However, Transcendence realm warriors usually stand 10 meters tall and weigh hundreds of tons. When they move, they can't match Dicang's ease and comfort. Of course, this is limited to the physical aspect. If internal energy is added, the speed of the Transcendence realm can easily reach supersonic levels, which is something ordinary warriors can't compare to. Quickly after having enough fun, Dicang stopped. He looked at the two and said, "Last question. What is this?" He raised the object in his hand. It was a drone. "What on earth is this?" Atop the barrier wall separating the inner and outer city, a group of Fei Fan realm practitioners pointed and whispered at a screen. The display reflected the images of Dicang and the others. "What kind of creature is this?" "A mortal realm warrior." "He is a mortal realm warrior, right? Did you just see his speed?" "That was clearly. Even if it were a Kraid divine speed talent, it would hardly be like that. And his strength rivals Kraid divine might. Could he possess a compound explosive talent? What a joke. Why would such a talent be left in the outer city? What is the admissions office even doing?" Many Fei Fan realm practitioners bristled with indignation and cursed. They felt a personal wound, as if they had witnessed someone precious destroyed. The outer city is a place of exile for garbage and criminals, not a place to bury talent. Their attention, however, extended beyond Dicang. That practitioner just now had formidable combat prowess as well. A Fei Fan realm man pointed at the screen, where Wu Tatian sat cross-legged wrapped in insight. He defeated a 1,000-ton split entity with bare hands and did not exhibit absurd numerical readings. It suggests his technique is already sublime. A rare talent indeed. Hearing his analysis, many around nodded repeatedly. One by one, they entertained thoughts of recruiting him, but only as thoughts. After all, in the inner city, Fei Fan realms occupy the bottom rung. They are far from having the means to enlist others. Not to mention he is from the outer city. Yet even so, other schemes formed in their minds, perhaps establishing a trade channel with him. The woman beside Qian Xiaoxing, a colleague, was ecstatic. "Xiao Qian, are these your classmates? They are so powerful. You should have told me earlier. Especially those two young men, they are unreal. Tell your sister, have they cultivated the way Xian martial paths?" When excited, her eyes seemed to shine, but she did not notice that the most astonished person of all was Qian Xiaoxing herself. I didn't know." Her eyes revealed naive bewilderment. Although Wu Ji has always been strong, shouldn't he merely be a mortal realm warrior? DG. He was impressive too, but he didn't seem so powerful when he graduated. She trembled with shock, her voice quavering. The inner city commoners did not know the full picture of the outer city nor Dicang's and Wu Tatian's true identities. They also had no conception of what it meant for a 100-man unit to average bloodline warriors. They assumed Wu Tatian and Dicang were long-standing veterans who had tilled the outer city for years, growing powerful through absurd way Xian martial cultivation. Little did they know these two had only just graduated. Their exposure came because Qian Xiaoxing's full-screen broadcast gradually drew the attention of many inner-city onlookers. As interest grew, drones multiplied. Dozens of small, unmanned craft began to hover above the battlefield. The buzzing machines circled in the sky, clamoring incessantly. When Dicang lifted his head, sensing with his advanced neural link, his brow furrowed. Then with emotion, another drone appeared in his hand. "What is this?" Dicang frowned in bafflement. Where did that drone come from? Was there such high technology in this wasteland of the outer city? Perhaps there was just not in Letten City. "Brother, please be gentle." The drone in Dicang's hand suddenly spoke. Its voice sounded